Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Chapter 51, Machinations. As the Hestia Familia expedition continued at its own pace down in the dungeon, life of those on the surface continued on. One place in particular was rather lively. A class was currently being held within a building located in the education district. It was a cooking class meant as an extension to the shows put on by members of Hestia Familia. A more hands-on approach. Unlike the shows, however, the guild had no part in it, so the profits and expenses were all borne by Hestia Familia on their own. Archer was not particularly enthusiastic about holding a cooking class, not that he particularly objected to teach others how to cook, but because the one who came up with the idea was Castor. Still, it was a way for him to help contribute to the Familia's finances and help other people, so in spite of his reservations, he did not object to teaching the class. That being said, Archer looked out toward his class. Sitting right in the front row was a certain Amazoness along with a haggard and apologetic-looking elf who looked as though she had been dragged here against her will. Well, considering he found their names on the sign-up sheet, he wasn't exactly surprised by their attendance, but he was a little uneasy. There were several women amongst the students, most of them younger girls, probably looking for an easy way to woo their targets of affection by attacking them through their stomach, like a certain grey-haired waitress sitting in the middle row. But so long as their cooking made people happy, Archer didn't care about their reasons for attending the class. He did wonder about the pair of kids around Primo and Gina's age at the corner station though. He recognized them as part of a certain Golden Jackasses group, with said jackass sitting in the back overlooking the proceedings with Saber beside him. At the sound of the noon bell, Archer decided to start the class. Well, looks like it's time, he muttered with a sigh before addressing the class in front of him. Welcome to Hestia Familia's cooking class. I shall be your teacher, Archer. As you saw on the sign-up form, this first class is for people who either have never cooked before or would like to upgrade their cooking repertoire to actually edible. At this, Seer gave Archer a look of confusion before turning to look over her shoulder toward Saber, who steadfastly refused to meet her gaze, opting to gaze out the window instead. To start with, we have some spring vegetables, courtesy of the Demeter Familia, today, Archer said, gesturing to the pile of leafy green stalks beside him. I'll be showing you all a simple recipe that can be made with these. Granted, it's just a sandwich, but with a few extra steps you can make it tastier than just slapping them between two slices of bread. A few people nodded, and Archer couldn't help but smirk at the children's faces when they saw that they'd have to eat bitter vegetables. For the seasonings we have butter, karashi, honey, mayonnaise, grain mustard, and pepper. Mix together the karashi and butter for a spread, and then the sauces were rather simple to make. Simply by mixing together the condiments, you could get a more even taste with the new sauce. From there they moved on to boiling the vegetables in salted water, with Archer taking the time to walk around and help anyone who was having trouble, while making sure to keep a close eye on Seer to make sure she didn't add anything strange. It was Belle's stomach that was at stake after all. He also paid close attention to the pair of little girls in the corner to make sure they didn't burn themselves. And so? Archer asked as he finally came across Lefia and Tiona's station. Why exactly are you two here? We came to learn how to cook. Tiona asked back, tilting her head slightly. I came here because Tiona wanted company. Lefia replied, looking a little tired. I had to cancel an appointment with a friend too. Come on, you already rescheduled for tomorrow. Right? Ha! Doesn't your familia have its own dedicated cooking members? What? You're sounding like you don't want us here. I'm just saying that you could have asked them for help and save some money, the pot's boiling over. Huh? Iwaya. Thankful for the distraction, Archer stepped to the side as Tiona messed with the dial on the stove. He nodded toward Lefia, who wore an apologetic look on her face, and stepped over to the pair of kids in the class. So what brings you two here? He asked. They were an Amazoness and a Chianthrope pair. A friend of ours said that you were doing a cooking class, and so we wanted to learn to cook to help Mother Maria in the kitchen more. The Amazoness replied with a smile, while the Chianthrope nodded her head, with her tail swishing back and forth. And so he paid our tuition fee for us, the Chianthrope added, looking over her shoulder. He did he? Archer asked, following her gaze toward the back, but decided not to press further. At least, not without telling Hestia and Ryder first. In any case, be careful not to get burned. Ki. With that quick tour around the class finished, Archer decided to move to the next step. Once you are boil the greens, place them in a bowl of ice water, then make sure they are fully drained. Twisting the greens over the sink and then wiping them down with some napkins was enough for that. What's the point of doing this? Lefia asked, raising her hand. This is called shocking the vegetables. By quickly boiling them in salted water and then dumping them in ice water, it makes the vegetables look brighter and helps keep their crispy texture. Since for most people, just having greens isn't enough, we'll also be adding scrambled eggs and bacon to it. For the eggs, crack 3 into a bowl, salt them and then beat them until it's a nice yellow color, with a whisk please, not with your fists. Say that clearly the first time. Diona shouted before moving to a sink as several of the other students giggled. Though one person in the back was also slowly hiding their hands as well. The eggs then went into the frying pan, with Archer making another round to make sure no one would burn anything and to make sure no one did get burned. Try not to break it up. We want it to be mostly whole to put into the sandwich. And be careful about the oil as it might dash. Bang. Kaya. Splash, are you all right? Why yes, it just surprised me. Wash your hands just in case. Seer nodded as she went toward the nearest sink. In the back of the room, Archer noted Castor chuckling for some reason. Getting burned was nothing to laugh at, especially for a normal girl like her. Once the egg was done, they added more oil to the pan and heat it over a low to medium heat and placed bacon in it well. Once it was crispy, remove the bacon and place it onto a paper napkin to drain any excess oil. Now that the preparation is done, all that's left is to assemble the sandwich. Spread the butter on one slice of bread, then layer the bacon, the greens, the sauce, and the egg. Doing it this way would make it easier to cut once they are done. The smell of the completed sandwich started permeating throughout the classroom as the students started talking excitedly amongst themselves. By layering something heavy on top of the sandwich, it allowed the ingredients to mingle a bit and flatten the sandwich to make it easier to cut. Now then, cut it however you wish to finish it up, Archer said, cutting it straight down the middle before handing a child's knife to the child pair. Some cut it straight down the middle, following Archer's direction, while others cut it diagonally or even into smaller bite-sized pieces. Now then, the absolute most important part of cooking is to test your own food, Archer said. You can't serve something you won't eat yourself after all. So feel free to dig in. Yay! With a small cheer, everyone started eating their creations, with some looking satisfied while others looked worried due to adding too much sauce or too little. Overall, it seemed to be quite a successful first class. However, having an assistant would make things go smoother and faster, Archer thought. Ryder would work, but that would take time from cooking things for dinner. Considering the B party of Gina, Emma, Primo, Karen, and Lancer would normally only go into the dungeon every other day, he might take Gina or Karen along as an assistant if they wanted to. Then again, we only did this because Castor wanted to do it and footed the bill. Oh, are you done already? The door to the classroom opened and the goddess Demeter stepped inside. Her voluptuous earthly beauty catching everyone's eye almost immediately. It seems like it was another success. Demeter asked, glancing at the sandwiches everyone was eating. Yes, thanks to your produce as always, Archer replied before holding up the sample dish he had made. If you'd like. Don't mind if I do, Demeter accepted the gesture with a smile. You used the field mustard, did you? That's not very common, as too many people think them little more than weeds. It can't be helped. They look similar to some after all. Indeed, Demeter said with a smile as she suddenly stroked his head. Good boy. The suddenness of the action caught Archer off guard, but he wasn't sure if he should simply brush aside the hand of a goddess, least of all one of the most important ones in Orario. Ow! Suddenly he felt a few of his hairs get yanked off, prompting Demeter to pull her hand away. Oh my, I'm sorry, it looks like it got caught in my ring. There was indeed a ring on Demeter's hand. It wasn't really ornamental, but it did feel strange to see the hands of the goddess, considering how often she tilled the fields alongside her familia. It must have been an important gift from someone then. Well, it wasn't his place to pry. Well then, I just came by to check up on things. If you plan on holding another lesson, please don't hesitate to contact us again. Although do give us a bit more warning next time. Of course. My apologies once more. With that, the goddess left as quickly as she came. With that done, he went to check on the others. So, how did it go? He asked Seer. I think I burned the egg a bit, Seer replied as she peeked inside the sandwich to reveal some blackened spots on the yellow egg. Otherwise I think it went rather well. Is that so? I'm sure Belle will be happy then, Archer said with a grin causing Seer to blush and turn away. Archer, try this. Archer turned around just in time to be force-fed a sandwich, courtesy of Tiona. Oi! Don't shove food into people's mouths. Archer snapped back as he pulled the sandwich out. Come on, it's pretty good, right? You did taste this yourself first, right? Duh, you said to, right? Even so, he could taste that she overdid it a bit with the sauce and butter and that she put a bit too much into the sandwich and that the mustard and pepper portions were uneven, making a bit spicier than usual. But that might be how Tiona herself liked it, so he shouldn't comment. Put a bit less sauce and it'd be better. Come on, isn't this the part where you're supposed to say it's great? Now, you did very well for your first try, Luffy Ya said, trying to soothe her friend. Using vegetables that were in season was really nice. Once summer comes along, how should we change it? I'm not too familiar with what grows around here during the summer yet, Archer replied. You might try asking what's good from Demeter Familia or one of your cooks instead. As he chatted with the Loki Familia girls, Archer spotted the blonde, red-eyed Chianthrope child from earlier walk toward the back of the room carrying a sandwich on a plate. She stopped right in front of Castor, and to his and the king's apparent surprise, offered it up to him. This is thanks for saving us on Grand Day from those monsters. The girl said, holding the plate up toward Castor's face. The king stared wide-eyed at the plate as Saber turned his head to the side with a chuckle. I do not recall demanding repayment from you, Castor said, but he accepted the plate nonetheless. All you need is to keep hold your tongue about that and it would be enough. Yes. The girl said, her tail wagging excitedly. I haven't told anyone about it. You can count on me. Humph. Castor simply shook his head before handing the empty plate back to the girl with a nod of his head, and it was adequate. With a beaming smile, the girl returned to her friend. Archer had no idea what that was about, and judging from the flabbergasted look on Seer's face, neither did she. Did she know the kid from somewhere? Well, it wasn't his problem anyway. Once the food was all packed away, either in tins to take home or in the bellies of the students, the class was over and Archer was seeing them all off. Let us know ahead of time if you're going to hold another class, promise. Tiona demanded as she and Luffy Ya were the last ones to leave. Why do I have to go out of my way to do so? Archer asked back. You'll find any new notice at the guild, same as this time. Ask a receptionist to send word in that case. You're not being very friendly, you know. Sorry, this is just my natural disposition. Come on, no need to be shy amongst friends. Who's being shy? With a laugh, Tiona smacked him on the back once before she and Luffy Ya went on their way, leaving Archer to wonder who exactly the Amazoness reminded him of. However, the two girls didn't even make it 2 buildings down when the 2 kids from the class earlier ran over and stopped them. With his enhanced hearing, Archer tried to eavesdrop on them. You're from Loki Familia, right? One of the smaller girls asked. You're one of the good guys, right? I'd like to think we are, Tiona said, looking unsure. We're supposed to give this to you when we saw one of you. A scroll? By who? Luffy Ya asked. Sorry, it's a secret. He's a good person though, so it's nothing dangerous. With that, the 2 girls scampered toward Archer's direction and he watched them go down road toward the eastern section of town. What are you planning? Archer asked, keeping his gaze forward. Why must you assume everything I do is nefarious? Castor asked, appearing by his side. Because it's clear that it was you who told them to give that to Loki Familia, Archer replied. Why risk using them as messengers? Because it is an opportunity to light a fire under those who have grown complacent in their so-called superiority, Castor replied, glancing down the same road the 2 kids ran down. Archer noticed that Seer had caught up with them and seemed to be asking them about the scroll, but they were refusing to tell her. You're talking about the familia that's connected to the hostess? Archer asked. Of course. If something happens to them, then that one will make a move. And if they do not want something to happen, they will have to take the appropriate steps to make sure nothing comes of it. Even so, using orphans as bait. Everything I do is for the sake of ridding my garden of its infestation, Castor replied. Everything else is of no concern of mine. And yet you go out of your way to make sure she is aware of it to take the necessary steps to protect them, Saber pointed out. For someone who claims to hold no interest, you certainly go out of the way to cover all your bases. I will leave nothing to chance, Castor replied. The enemies of the world are also the ones protecting it. The gods cannot be expected to act in ways that remain solely within the realms of their own self-interest. That useless goddess of this familia is proof of that. Certainly, if Hestia had wanted to lead a normal mid-sized familia as she wanted when she first started out, she would have washed her hands of the whole Xenos matter the moment it appeared. Instead, she laid down both the groundwork for bringing the Xenos to the surface as well as a way to house them within the familia. No doubt the inn would close down sometime in the future and be repurposed into a new familia home to house the massive amount of Xenos and the amount of adventurers needed to take care and protect them. As the servants were currently around, a large army was unnecessary, but planning for the inevitable future must be done, no matter how much sleep Hestia was losing over it as well as the hair she was tearing out in frustration. She was the hearth, and she will provide a home for those without one. Well then, it's time for the final blow in assuring that they will not simply stand idly by, Castor said with a smile as he turned toward the other two. Come. Let us celebrate the end of this workday as proper adventurers should. You're not planning on bar hopping, are you? Archer asked. We'd be leaving Lady Hestia and Berserker to eat alone at home. If the goddess is hungry, then she can eat food from the inn. As for Berserker, we shall bring food to him from the last store we will visit. So you have already had an itinerary in mind? Saber asked. Of course. I have a bad feeling about this, Archer muttered. However, as not going along with this and not knowing what he was planning would no doubt cause even more stress, he had no choice but to stick with them. XXXXX. So, this is totally suspicious, isn't it? Loki asked, referring to 3 identical scrolls on the table in front of Finn. One given to Lefia and Tiona at Archer's cooking class, Finn began. One given to Bet's group when they were searching in Daedalus Street, and the last one given to Loki just outside the gate. Right outside. Riveria repeated, looking at her goddess. Yep. Was seeing off Dionysus when this half-elf kid came up and said that he was told to give it straight to me. I remember the sentries were saying that some kid was coming once in a while to look at the gate, Gareth muttered. Guess they were looking for you. Pretty cute kid too, Loki muttered. Wish they'd grow up so I can ask them to join though. Anyway, what do we do about this? Well, the first thing to do is to actually read it to find out what's in it, Finn stated the obvious. Though I have a feeling I know who sent it in the first place. The other executives nodded and each took a scroll with Loki reading over Finn's shoulder instead. To the leaders of Loki Familia. Although I cannot divulge my identity due to the nature of what I am about to reveal to you, I hope that you will be able to look past it and accept my words as they are. Are we sure this is from Goldie? Loki asked, having the same thoughts as Finn. Take it from a goddess, there's no way a guy like that would ever sound this humble even if it's to his benefit. Haha, well, maybe someone else wrote it for him. Finn asked, although he was feeling that his guess might be off as well. While it may have shocked you to receive these letters from orphans, it is because of them that I came across the knowledge that might interest you. Below the city down in the sewers of Orario located it. Is this right? Loki muttered. What's wrong? Riveria asked. Me and Bet checked that location out before. Although we did find those Viola's things, we didn't really find anything else. The entrance is hidden by a false wall that can only be opened from the other side. If you arrive there tomorrow morning, the entrance will be open. Understand this for what it is. A trap then? Riveria asked. Most likely, Finn agreed. Once you enter there will likely be no escape until you find a key to the exit. It is a superstructure that stretches far below the surface and connects even with the dungeon at several points. One might even refer to it as a man-made dungeon, as ludicrous as that may sound. Your enemies will be well prepared for your arrival, thus I would recommend not entering with anyone below level 3 or 4 unless you are prepared to abandon their corpses as you flee. I make this recommendation with the understanding that the enemy's elite are level 5 wielding cursed weaponry and you are entering an unknown territory which the enemy has full control over. The enemy will not hesitate to send suicide attackers and monsters to harass you at every corner. The layout will be filled with traps such as pitfalls and hidden explosives. I can't decide if this is all just bupkis or crazy enough to be true, Loki muttered as she rubbed her forehead. What do you think, Finn? They went through all the trouble to deliver this to us, we should at least take the information of the enemy's hideout to be true, Finn replied. We should at the very least look into that. From the sound of things, this might be the only chance to strike for a long time. What about the infiltration team then? Riveria asked. The three of us, the twins, Ace and Bet. Gareth muttered. Maybe Raoul and Aki too. We should be able to handle ourselves, but without supporters it will be tough, even if they went out of their way to warn us that they might not survive. If there really is a giant man-made dungeon down there, then there's no way the seven of you will be able to scope it out by yourselves, Loki pointed out. And I really don't like it. If this is Goldie's work, then he's definitely trying to use you all as bait. That's one way to look at it, Finn said with a smile. Another way is that Hestia Familia's spirit members will be reinforcing us after we kick up the hornet's nest. Castor did hand us food supplies and antidotes back when we were returning from our expedition, Riveria remembered. No charge outside of lending them some of our camping space. But even if they will be reinforcing us, they might have their own objectives to accomplish. Come to think of it, remember how Archer lost his head and ran off ahead to take down that demi-spirit? Gareth asked. You think they're hunting for another one down there? Who can say, but I sure don't want to fight another one up here, Finn replied. So basically the first thing we need to decide before an infiltration team would be our objective, Loki muttered. Considering we got a bunch of things we need to worry about, it'll be difficult to get all the preparations done in time. We don't know how far it stretches either, Finn added. It might be prudent to simply scout it out with a small elite team first and lower the risk as much as possible. That being said, Hestia Familia might not move if we don't kick up a big enough fuss as a distraction, so we'll probably have to plan on not getting their reinforcement as well. It might be best to ask them straight out for help like we did with the expedition instead of betting it on a possibility, Riveria pointed out. It feels like Goldie's going behind that chibi's back in doing this. She was pretty adamant about not getting involved after all. If we go and ask, she'll just slam the door on our faces. Nothing says we have to go right now either, Gareth said. Sure, we'll miss this opportunity, but since we know where it is, we can wait for the next one and prepare for things like these cursed weapons of theirs. It doesn't change the fact that whether we go in tomorrow or who knows when, we'll be going in blind, Finn says. We can't pass up an opportunity like this, especially since Castor has set it up for us, using us as bait or not. Got it. We'll take all our level SIXS along with us, Finn continued. So Gareth and I, Ace, Bet, and the twins. 4 supporters, let's take along the same group that came with us to the 59th floor. So Raoul, Narvi, Alicia, Cruz, and Leffy ya. We'll bring along Aki too, just to be safe. Riveria, I'd like you to stay behind just in case. Understood. Think we got time to head to Dion Chet's to see if they got anything to get rid of curses? Loki asked. If they don't, we might as well go anyway to see if they can prepare something in the morning at the very least, Riveria said, standing up. Just remember something, Finn, Loki said. You are just scouting. If things get dicey, try and pull back right away, got it? Of course. With that, the other 3 left the room, leaving Finn alone. As he was about to clear up the letters when he noticed something. One of the handles of the scrolls was thicker than the others. With a bit of fiddling he found that the handle had been wrapped around something else. It looked like a golden tube, but there was no obvious way to open it up and see if something was inside. It was probably a gift to be used in the so-called man-made dungeon, but all Finn had to go with that was his own instinct. Its use would probably reveal itself when the time was right. Well, if it's that guy, there would be no need for a trap if he wanted to kill us, Finn decided. He'd just waltz right through the front door. For now, he'll keep it on him as a good luck charm. XXXXX. For Ryu, a busy day at the Hostess of Fertility was just another day. The food was good, if pricey, and the atmosphere constantly attracted adventurers who knew not to push their luck against the waitresses, lest they be kicked out by the level 4 waitresses or level 6 matron. The only thing different today was that Seer had taken the day off to attend a cooking class. Rather surprisingly, everyone had begged Mia Gran to let Seer take the day off so she could learn how to cook. No, considering that most of Seer's taste testers came from this pub, it was only a natural for their hearts to become one in this matter. So much so that Mia reluctantly let Seer go. Thus, while they were short one employee, Lunar, Anya, and Chloe all decided it was worth it in the long term. Ryu was of the same mind, but she owed Seer far too much to say such thoughts aloud. Welcome, oh. As Ryu turned to greet a new customer, she saw that it was the 3 adult humans from Hestia Familia. Table for 3 please, the glasses-wearing Saber said, holding 3 fingers up. Of course, Ryu replied, falling into her professional mask. Is the bar fine? Yes. As she led the 3 to the bar, she turned her attention to Archer, unable to help but voice her question. Did Seer perform well in your class? Ryu asked. She did fine, Archer replied. A little burnt but not inedible. Some oil did splash out but it didn't hit anyone. I see. Thank you. It seems things went well then. All that's left is to hope that Seer retained what she learned and that there will be more lessons for her to increase her dishes to make for Belle Cranel. The men made their orders after that. A round of drinks and some small plates to snack on as they drank. The 3 of them stood out compared to the rest of the adventurers in the pub. None of them were making small talk with each other or anyone else in the pub. The only time they said anything was to ask for another drink or another plate. If Seer was here she would no doubt ask them questions about Belle. As such, it should be Ryu's duty to acquire such intelligence herself to pass to Seer later. But it wasn't as though she knew where to begin, and it wasn't as though Mia would allow her to pause her work for that, no matter how good the cause. She would have to employ all her skills in making small talk for this to work. Perhaps this wasn't a good idea. What is it? The blonde captain of Hestia Familia asked. Are you seeking to play the role of justice once more? What are you saying? Ryu asked. She had been planning on striking up a conversation with them, but they made the first move. Judging from the serious air hanging around the other 2, it would seem that this was not a simple affair of dining out. You have been in Orario for several years now, correct? Castor asked but continued without waiting for her answer. Then you should be aware of the evil that lurks in the shadows, do you not? Ryu felt her body involuntarily tense. He couldn't mean them, could he? Loki Familia will be moving to exterminate some rats in the sewers tomorrow morning, Castor continued, ignoring or simply uncaring about her reaction. His Familia members have stopped eating and drinking and were watching him without a word. We will observe and act accordingly at a different location. If you are interested, do come to the home at noon. Why are you telling me this? Oh? I thought you would jump on the chance to play the role of a hero of justice, Castor said as Archer narrowed his eyes. Of course, I intend to enjoy myself as I observe you are forced to choose between your darker impulses and your desire to keep the peace you have found for yourself. I am not here to amuse you, Ryu hissed, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Castor must have, as well as the sneer on his face only grew. Have you forgotten? Everything in this world exists to provide me with amusement. People exist to act upon their desires and strive to accomplish them. That is what separates them from mere beasts. Of course, the same goes for those who try to become something they are not. With that, Castor stood up with A and tossed a bag of coins on the counter before heading to the exit. There is no reason to go along with what he says, Archer said as he and Saber stood up as well. He's just riling you up to mess with you. Agreed, Saber added. There is no reason to walk away from the peace that you built for yourself here. Although I do not have the entire picture as he does, there is no reason for you to risk everything in a moment of passion. Having said their piece, the 2 men followed their captain out of the pub without looking back. What, they're leaving already? Lunar asked, the brown-haired waitress heaving a sigh. I wanted to recharge a bit more. That boy wasn't here today, so what's the point, Naya? Chloe asked, fully revealing her impure thoughts since Seer wasn't around. Meow? Something wrong, Ryu? Your face is even scarier than usual. Ryu said nothing as she grabbed the pouch and headed to the back to store the money. When she got there, she was unsurprised to see Mia standing in front of her, hands on her hips. Ryu handed her the pouch and Mia took the exact amount for the 3 men's bill and handed the rest over to Ryu. I know that look, Mia said with a sigh. Apparently Ryu's thoughts had leaked through the stoic mask she had put on. It was only natural after all. How can Elise and the others, be at peace so long as a single one of those scum is still alive? Even if she was playing right into that person's hands, she couldn't let this chance slip by. She knew she didn't get all of them back then. It was her chance to rectify that. If you want to go ahead and do something stupid, I won't stop ya, Mia continued. Just be sure to come straight back here when you're done. Ryua didn't respond but instead simply bowed her head to the matron. Even if she didn't deserve it, this was a place for her to return to. XXXXX. The next morning, the members of Loki Familia, Loki herself included, entered the maze-like tunnels below the city of Orario. Members of the incursion team that Finn had listed the day before were there as well as several other members acting as a secondary relief team and guard for Loki. A member of Dionysus Familia, Philvis, was also with them, having come to meet with Lefia only to ask to be taken along after realizing what they were doing. Seeing the opportunity, Loki obliged her, as it would be a way to add on to their invading forces without risking any more of her own children. It also added someone who would do their utmost to protect Lefia if it came down to it. That she is doing this on her own accord without Dionysus knowing about it was all the better in Loki's eyes. As they traveled down the dank tunnels, Bet suddenly stopped once they crossed the threshold between the south and southeast districts of Orario. Guess they were right. Bet snarled as ever other animal person in Loki Familia turned their noses up and started sniffing the air. Villas. As they were now closing in on enemy territory, Finn reorganized their group and had Bet lead them toward the old sewerway. There they found what they were directed to find. A small passage jutting out of the main waterway, just wide enough for the long bodies of the villas to slip on through. With their bodies tense, Loki Familia descended down the steps, the lingering scent of monsters filling the air and drowning out even that of the sewers above them. They descended until they stumbled across something impossible. A golden door. Gareth asked as they all gazed upon the 3-meter-high door adorned with statues and engravings of demons and red gemstones. No, that luster, orichalcum. Hearing that, several people started muttering and Ace's hand tightened its grip on her blade. The master ingot, integral in the creation of the Durndal from which superior-grade weapons, like Ice's Desperate, were forged, stronger even than the adamantite mined in the dungeon, and easily the highest-grade material in the entire world. It was said that the ingot's method of manufacture, similar to that of mithril, was first established back during the ancient times when monsters encroaching on the surface forced all the various races to unite. Long, long ago, before smithing abilities and the blessing of the gods. Orichalcum was a crystallization of that bygone era as well as the limitless potential of the mortal realm with all their wisdom, imbued with the techniques of humans and demi-humans alike. By all common sense, making even a dent in this store of orichalcum would be impossible. Right where the letter said it would be, Loki muttered. From this direction, it would definitely spill out into Deadless Street as well. By letter you mean the one that Brat gave me? Bet asked. We got one from a pair of girls too, Tiona said as Lefia nodded her head to Philvis's surprise. That stinks even more than the sewers, Bet said. This is totally a trap. Then, as if confirming the werewolf's words, the orichalcum doors slid up into the rock, revealing a dense stone passage barely illuminated by dimly lit magic stone lanterns. Finn. Yes, Gareth, I saw it, too, Finn replied, his eyes narrowing. It's our masked friend, no doubt about it. The one who opened the door is that creature. Loki had seen none of that as the passage looked like nothing except pitch black to her eyes without the use of her arcanum. It was only thanks to her blessing that Finn and the other high-class adventurers could see into the darkness. Finn sent off Bet and Cruz to scout ahead and they returned moments later to report that there was yet another maze beyond the doors, almost like another dungeon. I don't like this, Loki muttered. Even though it is exactly as the letters described. Riveria asked. It's because it's exact that I don't like it. It means that more and more of the crap they wrote is coming true and that means we are basically assaulting a fortress with the bare minimum of information. It is not as if we can put this off either. It is clear that our enemies are moving the villas through here and with their goal of bringing a demi-spirit to the surface, we cannot afford to dally. And that's the biggest part of this that I don't like. Then if we are going let's leave the dead weight behind, Bet implored. We'll all end up dead if we have to watch out for them too. Tiona and Shen glared at Bet but before they could argue, Finn held up a hand to tell them to silence them. The formation has already been decided when we got the information of this place, Finn said. We'll be taking the same members we did during the tail end of our previous expedition alongside Filvis Shalia. That should be enough, right Bet? Fet. Yet except Archer isn't here, Tiona pointed out obviously. The entire family's not home, Loki replied. I stopped by both at their base and at the Shorta's Inn. We got turned away at the gates saying that she wasn't there either. Not even their 3-meter-tall minotaur could be seen. All signs of Hestia Familia, both adventurers and the goddess herself had vanished from the city of Orario. Even Berserker? Lefia asked in surprise. You'd think there would be an uproar wherever that thing goes, Filvis muttered. No, to begin with, how did they even bring something that big to the surface in the first place? You think they used these sewers too? Raoul asked. We'll worry about that later, Finn cut off any further discussion with those words. For now we need to focus on what's ahead of us. Right, good luck guys, Loki said, seeing off the infiltration group. The group consisted of Finn, Gareth, Ace, Bet, and the twins as the main fighters with Raoul, Aki, Narvi, Alicia, Cruz and Lefia as the supporters plus Filvis acting as Lefia's guard. Loki wondered if there was a forbidden elven romance blooming, but the situation was too serious for her to say the words out loud. And so, all she could do was wait with the majority of her familia for their return. It's always the worst part. She mumbled to herself. XXXXX. The party forged its way through the false dungeon as they took in the dark sights. Not only were there decorations that lined the hallways, but each hallway was uniformly built and carefully planned. There was even a layer of adamantite hidden behind each wall. It must have taken decades or even centuries to build everything here. That it had gone unnoticed for so long was baffling in Lefia's eyes. Man, it really does feel like the dungeon in here. Shin cursed under her breath. Yes, Lefia agreed. Admittedly, any sort of stronghold would likely go to great lengths to hinder enemy infiltration, though perhaps this is going above and beyond. Almost immediately past the door, the passage split into a multitude of dizzying directions. From forks to four-way crossings, the possible paths were nigh uncountable. It seemed with every passing glance, their numbers grew further still, and the adventurers had no choice but to split up and plow their way through. What's that you have there, Finn? Gareth asked from the front of the pack, causing Lefia to look forward. Finn was holding a small golden cylinder in his hand as he leaned his spear over his shoulder with his other hand. Just a trinket, Finn replied before stowing the object away. Doesn't seem to be working yet. This place is just ridiculous, Bet muttered. Orichalcum doors, adamantite walls, where the fuck did these asshats get the money for all this stuff? Cruz and Raoul nodded their heads beside Bet. Neither orichalcum nor adamantite, the metal just a step below orichalcum, were easy to procure. Adamantite itself can only be mined in the dungeon, and even then the high-quality material used to line the walls could only be found in the deeper floors of the dungeon. The amount of funding needed for such a project would cost even more than what the likes of Loki Familia could earn easily. Finally, they came across a fork in the road, and after sending Bet and Ace to scout both of them, discovered that both had staircases that led down to lower floors. Well, Finn? Gareth asked. Which way? Finn didn't say anything for a moment before he took out the object again. You can't be serious. Bet muttered as Finn balanced the cylinder between the two paths. Both directions lead deeper into the enemy base, Finn replied. Without any idea of what's ahead, it doesn't matter which direction we take, and we don't have the numbers to split up here. I mean sure, but that method doesn't really provide us with confidence, Raoul muttered. Finn simply chuckled before letting go of the trinket, which fell over toward the left path. Left it is then. Snatching up the trinket, Finn led them down the left path. Are we going to be okay? Filvis asked Lefia. Don't worry, I trust the captain's judgment, Lefia replied with a smile. Although she said that, she noted that they seemed to have been walking for a long time without seeing a single soul. Not to mention that the steps they were taking seemed to be taking them down just like the steps of the dungeon. By now they were probably somewhere between the first and second floors. If this was really an Evilus stronghold, does that mean that this false dungeon stretched all the way to the 18th floor where Lefia and Belle came across other Evilus members? Was this the second entrance into the dungeon Loki Familia had been searching for then? This labyrinth? Not only that, but Lefia had seen the Violas be born from the 24th floor pantry where Loki and Hermes Familius clashed with Evilus, resulting in several members of the latter losing their lives. Did it stretch all the way down to the 24th floor then? Even further? It looks like a room, Aki suddenly muttered as the path in front of them opened up. The square-shaped space that appeared before them very much resembled the various rooms of the dungeon. It was wide enough to comfortably fit 10 or so adventurers standing side by side, making it easily 50 meters long. Orichalcum doors barred the passages to their left and right, while in front of them and directly across from the stairwell was an open path leading forward. The animal people adventurers' ears twitched almost in unison as their eyes turned toward the path forward. A moment later, a female figure stepped out of the darkness. The scream erupted from between the woman's lips the moment she came into view. It was so loud it was hard to believe it came from a human woman that was currently looking down at them. "Oh, braver! How I've been dying to see you, you little shit!" She screamed wickedly, spittle flecking her lip. "Hey Finn, you got some disease that attracts crazy broads or something?" Bet asked with almost genuine curiosity. "I heard that." Shin snapped back, not taking her eyes off the unknown woman. "Hold your tongue, Bet," Finn scolded. "Besides, Shin is human, more so than that one in any case." Valette agreed. "Hi." Gareth muttered. "To think she was still alive. Thought Gale's rampage would have gotten you at the very least. Guess she used that opportunity and faked her death. What a little genius we have here. Pisses me off." Valette's smile grew more depraved still. "Thanks to you and your bloody guild friends, we Evilus lost a lot of muscle on that day 6 years ago. So you know what we did, huh? We egged on ol Olivas and pretended like the whole bunch of us had bought the farm. The 27th floor nightmare was a large-scale pass parade instigated by the Evilus. They lured in not only every monster on the floor but the floor's monster Rex, as well, pitting all of them against the ensnared adventurers sent by the guild. What resulted was a massive battle with nigh uncountable bodies piling up on both sides. Valette and the other high-level Evilus had taken the opportunity to add their own dead bodies to the mix, effectively throwing the guild off their scent in the process. Lefia slowly turned her gaze toward Filvis, who was shaking almost uncontrollably in anger. The dark-haired elf had been right in the middle of that and was one of the few survivors, having witnessed the death of almost all her friends and comrades. It was also the event that earned Filvis the nickname, the party-killing elf, Banshee. "You know what you are, Finn." Valette continued, her voice crackling with a violent energy directed straight at Finn. "Scum. Miserable, disgusting scum, the worst of the worst. Because you didn't go. That day, you didn't try and help on the 27th floor. Instead, you got intel from somewhere, took Freya's and Ganesh's people, and attacked our gods." Apparently Finn had seen through the plans of Valette and her peers and, realizing there wasn't enough time, had simply abandoned the 27th floor. Instead, he had taken his people and attacked every single location that could possibly house the Evilus base. He'd even discerned that their garrison was weak. Together with the help of the other gods, he succeeded in sending a frightening number of the so-called evil gods back to the heavens, which had tipped the balance of power between the Evilus and the guild. All of this made Finn, braver, anathema to the remaining Evilus as it had left countless members of Evilus in the dungeon helpless without their gods' blessings. "Considering what you people did, I can't say I feel sorry for you," Finn replied emotionlessly. "Go to hell, Finn!" Valette shouted. "Let yourself be swallowed in the majesty of Gnosis, and die." Valette raised her right arm and held up a sphere. Wrapped in a layer of ingot, its core appeared to be a round red sphere with a visible D carved into its surface. The moment the spherical and apparently magical item gave off a crimson flash, the door behind them rumbled closed. As Finn turned around to look at the door, the cylinder object in Finn's hand began shaking violently. "All hands, prepare yourselves," Finn said as the doors on the two sides of the room opened up, allowing swarms of the plant-like violas to stream into the room while Valette let out a mighty cackle and ran down the path she entered from. As Lefia and the others prepared for combat, something unexpected happened. All the violas froze in place as if caught under the eyes of something greater than them. Then, a massive howl, a roar of a monster, echoed through the room. It was a roar of a beast unlike any Lefia had heard before. "No, that's not right," Lefia realized as the entire man-made dungeon, as Gnosis began shaking. "This is..." And within the howl, Lefia could hear a voice. "Wander! Everyone, forward down the path!" Finn ordered and Loki Familia plus Filvis ran down the path Valletta went down, taking advantage of the Viola's confusion. Captain, we'll hold them back. Lefia shouted as she turned toward Filvis, who nodded her head in agreement. Don't fall too far behind. Finn shouted over the howl as they reached the corridor. As the two prepared their magic, the Violas seemed to regain their bearings, attracted to the new flow of magic. Leave them to me. Filvis shouted, putting herself between Lefia and the Violas. Shield me, cleansing chalice. Filvis's quick chant spell was complete in an instant. Dio Grail. A circular force field was triggered by her short chant. The pure white light, a symbol of its caster's nobility, instantly transformed into an iron-like shield to protect them from the Viola's onslaught as it covered the space within the corridor easily. Unleashed pillar of light, limbs of the holy tree. You are the master archer. Lefia's song echoed within the confines of the tunnel. Now that Filvis's shield had blocked off the tunnel and the monsters couldn't take a step forward, allowing Lefia to weave her mind into her magic. As soon as she was ready, Filvis retracted her spell and stepped aside, allowing Lefia to fire her spell freely. Arc's Ray. The beam of light carved its way through the Violas, reducing the entire swarm into ash. These tactics are practically dungeon-worthy. Lefia muttered in awe. Yes, we'll have plenty more time to practice them there if we make it out of here alive. Stay on guard. More on their way. Filvis commented as the next wave approached. Get lost. Filvis, do you hear that? Lefia called out as Filvis blocked the path with another shield as the two elves fell back to catch up with the main group. Hear what? Filvis shouted back. Something else is coming. Up in front, Bet and Ace were carving a path through a strange new species of monster that was crawling out of pitfalls within the stone floor. They resembled spiders but only had 6 legs and stood up to a human's waist with strange red crystals embedded into their bodies. They were different from the Violas, but they too seemed agitated by the unknown howl and the shaking of Gnosis. It was as though a second force was fighting to take control of the enemy's territory. Everyone get back! Finn shouted as the cylinder in his hand shined even brighter. And die! It was then Lefia understood what she was hearing. It was a chant. An impossibly short magical chant for what it was doing. Chaos Labyrinthos. All around them the man-made dungeon began shifting as a purple light ran down every layer of stone and metal within Gnosis. Stones began upending themselves and walls were crumbling away to make way for new ones. Lefia! Miss Ace! Lefia called out to Ace just as she and Filvis suddenly found themselves facing a wall where the others had stood. No longer were they surrounded by the dim green stone and walls, it was though someone had layered a second dungeon over the first. What happened? Filvis asked as she looked around before placing a hand on the white marble-like wall. It's real. This isn't an illusion. Did something else take control of Gnosis? That's impossible. What kind of magic can do that? Lefia didn't answer as she glanced at one of the stone statues that had replaced the demonic and dragon-like statues that Gnosis had. A statue of a bull. It can't be. XXXXX. In ancient times, there was a woman that lived in a cave hidden from the rest of the world. She had an endless void within her that she desired to be filled. She desired men. She desired love. She desired all the treasures of the world. But even if she filled her cave to the brim with such things, it would not be enough to satisfy her lust. Thus she set out into the world, capturing the hearts of chieftains and kings, tempting them with her beauty and bringing them down to ruin. But one king stood tall, refusing to fall for her beauty. Heeding the calls of the gods, the king bearing a name bestowed by the gods, adorned in golden armor and wielding a golden sword raised his blade against the woman as she laid upon a mountain of corpses of the men she devoured and ruined. Whore of Babylon! The king called out. So it was you who led these lords astray and drove them to despair. For these sins, I shall cut down the monsters you hide in your heart. But the depraved harlot would not fall so easily. Hero Gilgamesh! She screamed as she flung bolts of lighting and balls of fire at the Golden King. I had thought you would be the one to fill this void within me. But I was wrong. I have no need of men who would disobey me. All those who defy me shall die. But the hero would not be deterred. With the guidance of the gods, a path was lit open for the king. O gods above, I see what I must do. I shall pass judgment on this empress of lust and cut down this depraved harlot. The king cut through the empress's magic and drove his mighty sword into the whore of Babylon's body. The magic sword sealed the empress's power and drove her to the depths of the underworld. Curse you, Gilgamesh! Even if this body rots away, from the depths of the underworld I will curse you. I pray that calamity will befall you. May your loved ones and kingdom be doomed for all eternity. But that curse did not bear fruit as the magic sword acted as a lid to seal away the curses within the lowest depths of the underworld. Thus did King Gilgamesh return triumphant and bring order and unite the land under his rule, where he led the people into a new era of peace. XXXXX. And that's that, Gil said with a smile as he closed the book to the applause of the orphans in front of him. Hey Gil, Lai said, raising his hand. Does that mean your name came from Gilgamesh the heroes? Ha ha ha, who can say? Gil replied with a laugh. I have been told that my name came from the gods themselves though. In any case, I have to leave a bit early today, so you'll have to eat without me. Ah! As the children let their disappointment be known, the golden-haired boy let out another laugh and promised them all that he would come back another day. And so, the boy left, taking his 3 attendants with him, heading through the back of the church. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? The attendant in red asked. Ha ha ha, it was not I who requested that story be read. But you enjoyed it far too much. I won't deny that. I trust you have many questions, the attendant in black said to the third of the attendants. But it is best you keep them to yourself, as he will not answer any of them. No need, the attendant in green and sole female of the group replied. I believe I can tell what is happening even if I do not fully understand it. And frankly, I do not care either. Fair enough. The 4 of them made their way through the back of Deadless Street until they came to a collapsed building. With little effort, the black-clad attendant lifted the rubble up and tossed it aside, revealing an opening and allowing the 4 of them to descend without trouble. This is your last chance to back out, Miss Leone, the golden-haired boy said as the attendant disguises vanished and were replaced by 3 adventurers. It is likely Loki Familia will take care of the deed without you needing to lift a finger. If not them, then we will, Saber said, donning his full mask. I will not leave that to chance, Ryu replied, pulling on her hood and face mask. I have to personally make sure that every last member of Evilus dies. That's hell you're walking into, Archer said, putting on a mask as well. I have been in a living hell ever since my familia was destroyed by them. I understand what you are trying to do, but I will not be deterred. Got it. They made their way down the stone path until they came across a cracked golden door. Oh, looks like they hadn't had the time to repair it, the boy muttered with a smile. This is orichalcum. Ryu asked in surprise. How did they? By moving certain kinds of monsters from the dungeon, the boy explained as he withdrew a small sphere from his pocket. One with a visible D carved into it. Open. At his words, the sphere gave off a crimson flash and the doors slowly slid up into the stone above. I took it off a corpse, the boy answered Ryu's unasked question. Do not make the mistake of assuming that I am one of them. Of course not, Ryu replied. If I did, that would mean Mr. Cranel is one too, and that could not be further from the truth. Thank you for trusting our master's characters so much, Saber replied with a quick incline of his head. What next? Next, we flip the chessboard over, the boy replied, snapping his fingers. At this gesture, blue wisps of light began gathering in front of them, revealing the form of the massive berserker. This, how? Ryu asked as the minotaur cracked its neck a few times before standing up straight. As I said earlier. Saber said as berserker turned to look at Gil. Unleash your noble phantasm and claim this labyrinth as your own, he ordered. Berserker nodded his head as he knelt back down and placed a hand on the blue stone floor. Light began coursing through the minotaur's body as Ryu's eyes shot wide open at what she was seeing. A monster was using magic. Not like a hellhound in its fire breath, but magic like a human would use. Wander, get lost, and die. Chaos Labyrinthos. A gravely and inhuman voice filled her ears just as the minotaur released a massive roar, causing purple light to shoot outward and flood into the stone corridor before them. Moments later, the earth around them began to shake as the green stone was replaced with white marble and the dim green magic stone lamps were replaced by roaring torch fires. And just like that, the advantage is ours, Gil said with a smile before tossing something over to Ryu. That is a map of this new labyrinth. Don't get lost now, you hear? We all memorized it already, so don't stray too far from us if you can. I won't. Ryu said as she opened the scroll and scanned its contents. This can't be right. It extends all the way down into the dungeon itself. Of course. This is the legendary labyrinth, you know? Even you heard of it in Argonaut's story, haven't you? What? Never mind, Gil said quickly with a sigh. In any case, we'll be going our separate ways here. My business lies on the lower floors and I will handle that, alone. Then Berserker and I will move to help Loki Familia, Archer said. You'll be able to tell who they are, right? Ah. Berserker nodded in confirmation. And you? Ryu asked, turning to Saber. This one shall move to smite evil in the name of the goddess and my master, Saber replied. I will be honored if you were to join me, Lady Leone. Very well, she replied, rolling the map back up and putting it into her pack. Then one more thing, Gil said as he drew out a long golden spear from somewhere, and slammed it into the ground, allowing Berserker to carefully tie what looked like a piece of string around it. Hold on to this. Berserker then handed several strings to Ryu, who held it up curiously. To her surprise, when she held it in the direction of the spear, a thin, wispy rainbow light seemed to connect it with the end tied on the spear. In the worst case scenario, we can use this thread to find our way back to the exit, Gil said. Or we can hand them out to any members of Loki Familia that we find along the way. Oh, so you do care, Archer muttered. Not particularly. It was Berserker's idea. Ryu gave the Minotaur an incredulous look, only to be further shocked to see the Minotaur nod its head in affirmation. Now then, Gil said as he turned back to the entrance, one red eye seemingly glowing under the light. Shall we crash this party? Chapter 52, Lost Souls. And that completes my report. I see, you have done well, Fels. Auranos thanked his friend and servant before turning back to his guest. Does that satisfy you, Hestia? Well, more or less, Hestia replied with a nod. Though it's going to be tough going ahead if that Grow can't trust us. It will take time, as it always has, Auranos replied. But, while the three of us can wait as long as it is required. The Zenos and my children can't, Hestia finished with a nod of agreement. And so the first thing we need to do is dismantle the monster trade going on under our noses. Thankfully, I'm on the case. Truly? Auranos asked, sounding rather surprised. You, of all people, have already taken the initiative. I hate it that that's the first thing you have to say about this, Hestia replied with a pout. And okay, I might not be the one doing something about it, but I think that's what my captain is doing. You think? Or you know? Well, my captain said he was going to, and I quote, clear out the trash, by which he's most likely talking about Evilus or whatever they're calling themselves. The way I see it, it's most likely that the traffickers are using the same resources as they are, right? I mean, how many ways in and out of this city can there be? If they aren't using the same ones, then they would be fighting over them, and that means less chances and resources for them to destroy Orario or fill their pockets or whatever, right? That is certainly true, Fels admitted as they glanced up at Auranos, who had simply closed his eyes in thought. So the way I see it, my boys are going to be cleaning up 2 of your messes in one go, Hestia finished, proudly puffing her chest out. If that is the case, then it certainly will be a boon, Auranos admitted. And am I correct to say that the other reason for you to come visit me in my shrine is to keep yourself hidden while all of your children are away? Yeah, well, everyone knows that we gods and goddesses are the biggest weak points of our children, right? Hestia pointed out. And I wasn't going to risk Hephaestus, take, or my ache by hiding out with them. So that just leaves you and your secret hidey hole. Auranos let out an amused huff but did not say anything else to that. Not that he had the chance to, as the chamber began to shake violently around them. A ground quake? Hestia asked, placing a hand on the steps leading up to Auranos' seat to steady herself. Not a natural one. Aurano muttered, turning toward Fels, who nodded and quickly disappeared to investigate. It would seem your child's cleaning has begun. Let's just hope he doesn't get too overeager with it. And that he didn't destroy the city along with it. XXXXX. When the shaking started, Belle and the others had been on one of the paths connecting the rooms of the 22nd floor together. Being on a narrow path over a cliff where monsters could swoop in from the sky or climb up from underneath while a quake was happening was quite the scare. Thanks to the efforts of FIA and REI, who had the capability of flight and thus were able to continue operating without trouble, no monsters came up upon them during the duration of the quake. What was that just now? Primo asked as Welf helped her and Gina to their feet. A ground quake? No, the only time the ground shakes around here is because the dungeon is met at something, Lily said as she looked around. Lily proposes we cut the expedition short and leave the dungeon immediately. We didn't finish collecting the required materials though, Emma pointed out. Then at least back to Rivera and regroup. Either way, it's far too dangerous to keep staying here. Then it might be best if we part ways here, REI said. It's a bit of a shame but I do not think Alls and I can join you if you return to where other surface dwellers reside. But the man at that inn was okay with letting me stay there, FIA pointed out. Yeah but you kept yourself hidden and he didn't ask any questions, Welf pointed out. We might be able to hide Miss REI the same way but I don't think we can hide Miss Fluffy Bunny. Alls let out a soft sigh of regret as Assassin gave her a big squeeze, not wanting to part ways again so soon. In any case, let's get out of here before something crazy happens. Lily urged once more. All right, Belle said. Everyone, let's fall back, Miss REI, Alls, are we splitting off here then? I'll see you off at the stairs to the upper floor and then the two of us will return to our hidden village, REI replied. I understand. As they rearranged the formation to retreat, Belle noticed Lancer and Ryder were staring at the distant wall. When Belle did as well, he realized that 4 familiar lights were moving from within the wall. When did they enter the dungeon? Belle wondered before a chill ran down his spine. Almost as one, Belle and the others turned their gazes upward, just in time to see cracks form in the ceiling. A mass birthing event. Welf let out a gasp as his face turned deathly pale. A what? Karen asked, turning toward the smith in horror. It's a monster party. Gina shouted. Run! Belle immediately started shouting out orders. Ryder, take the front. Lancer, the rear. Girls, the center. Go, go, go! Belle shouted as Ryder took the vanguard position and started charging back toward the entrance of the floor with Belle, Alls, and Assassin right behind her. The 2 flying Zenos took the flanks, covering the level 1 girls plus Lily then Gina and Welf with Lancer taking the rear. No sooner did they start running than did the walls and ceiling break open, allowing dozens of monsters to rain down upon the 22nd floor. XXXXX. Impossible. 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 Gnosis had been stolen. There was nothing else that could be said about it. No, not only had it been stolen but also completed. There was no other word to describe it. Its massive halls, carved out of the stone that laid below Orario and beside the dungeon had been removed and reshaped into the perfect specimen they were in right now. One that the great ancestor Daedalus had always dreamed of. The adamantite lining the walls and the orichalcum doors were removed and relocated into new areas and in some places used to make new ones. And to top it all off, the labyrinth no longer responded to the keys, rendering them nothing more than useless trinkets. Impossible. Impossible. He had known the moment the second set of intruders arrived at one of the doors of Gnosis and opened them with a key of their own. One that must have been taken from one of the Evilus groups that moved in and out of the labyrinth completing various tasks like the moving of the Vilas and other monsters, or was it taken when they lost Olivas Act? Either way, he watched them bring a Minotaur into Gnosis and then... Impossible, how could a mere Minotaur cast a spell powerful enough to do such a thing? He knew that it clearly was one of those monsters that Dix and his familia had been so enamored with, but... Impossible, unforgivable. 1,000 years of work, generations of slaving away in the darkness cannot be undone by a single monster. Unforgivable, 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 unforgivable. This would not stand. No matter how beautiful it was. No matter how complete it was. Gnosis was to be built and completed by mortal hands, not by some monster. There was only one way to rectify that. He dove into the labyrinth without any fear of losing his way. For its foundations and plans of the entire labyrinth had already been cursed and burned into the very soul of Barca predicts through the notes written in Daedalus's notebook. XXXXX. Ace stared in shock at the pristine stone walls in front of her. One moment she had been reaching out for Leffy Ya and the next she was here. On the plus side, at least she was not alone. Well, I suppose this means Hestia Familia is here. She glanced to her side as Finn held up the cylinder object he had been fiddling with the entire time they were in Gnosis. The golden cylinder lit up as golden characters that were different from the common language of Koine and the gods' language written in hieroglyphics. The characters shined and seemed to burn away the golden casing, allowing a stream of parchment to fall out. That's... Ace breathed as Finn held up the parchment with one hand while keeping hold of the cylinder in the other. A map, Finn said with a nod. Probably of this new labyrinth considering it just now opened up. Ace tried to read the map over Finn's shoulder but its design only served to make her head hurt. How did anyone draw this in the first place? Was it like this? Finn suddenly asked. What was? Ace asked back. When Archer completed his spell on the 59th floor, he clarified. The two of you vanished from our eyes and then came back without the demi-spirit. Was it something like this? Ace thought back to that day. She thought back to that wasteland where nothing existed but a field of swords planted into the ground like grave markers. A land of rust that kept on moving like the gears that hanged overhead and the lone hero standing upon a hill of swords. No, she replied as simply as she could. Is that so? Finn asked, turning toward one of the bull statues. It's probably someone else then. The Minotaur? Could such a thing be possible? Were Hestia Familia sheltering a monster spirit of their own? Impossible. A monster couldn't become a hero. That just wasn't possible. Every fiber of Ace's being told her to go find it and strike it down, but even so, she knew it would be a futile effort as it would require not only fighting the Minotaur but also Archer, Caster, Lancer, Rider, Argonaut, and her teacher as well. Worst case scenario, she would involve her entire familia in a war that neither side would come out unscathed, especially not if the Minotaur could create something like this. Were she her old self, the balance of the two familias would not have even come into consideration. She supposed she was growing up in some ways. In any case, we won't be moving completely blind anymore, Finn said, shaking Ace out of her thoughts. But even with a map, it won't mean anything unless we have a clear idea where we are in the first place. Right. Finn rolled up the map and carefully deposited back into his bag. They had no idea if they had simply been warped or simply dropped somewhere when the labyrinth changed. They didn't even know if they were on the same floor as they started from. And so, the only way to find out was to look for some sort of landmark that was obvious to the map itself. With that settled, the two level 6 Loki adventurers set off, whether deeper into the heart of the labyrinth or away from it, neither of them could say. XXXXX. Berserker and Archer ran down the halls of the Crete labyrinth with their weapons at the ready. Archer with his black bow and Berserker with his twin axes. The two of them, along with the rest of their familia, had shed any sign that they were from Hestia Familia, not that it mattered much in Berserker's case. The entire world probably knew of the Minotaur with white mane and its tiny elven rider thanks to the war game, but it was for the best that he didn't wear his blue sash bearing the Hestia Familia emblem anyway. He wouldn't want it to get dirty or torn after all. As the master of the labyrinth, Berserker had an intimate knowledge of its inner workings and had a decent idea of where everyone and everything in the labyrinth resided. Which was why as he was leading Archer to the closest group of people that carried the same smell as Primo's friend, he suddenly stopped and glanced down a different road. What's wrong? Archer asked, stopping beside his fellow servant. Something else, here. Berserker replied. FIA's comrades. There was a slight hitch of breath as Archer understood what Berserker was trying to say. I see. Archer muttered as he glanced down the path they were originally headed down before shaking his head. Then let's help them first. Berserker stared at Archer in surprise. As a human spirit, Berserker was sure Archer would want to prioritize the lives of humans rather than monsters like the Xenos. From what the god Hermes said, the Xenos are being kept in awful conditions where they're unlikely to survive, right? Archer said. Then if we aren't quick, they might not have much longer, or in the worst case, in that it's too late, we can end their suffering. Berserker understood. Being trapped in a labyrinth like this was its own form of torture and no one should have to suffer from it. That person had saved him from that darkness and it was up to Berserker to share the same freedom to others if need be. However, far. Berserker told him. Far away, from other humans. If both of them went, then there was a chance they would not make it back to save the humans. Yeah, I understand, Archer replied. That's why we should hurry and dash. Archer's words died in his throat as both of their heads snapped toward the path leading toward the members of Loki Familia. Sorry, looks like we're splitting up here. Archer said. Don't worry about me, I know where I'm going. Berserker kept his gaze on Archer for a moment before nodding his head. The servant of the bow then disappeared down the corridor, leaving Berserker to make his way down to the depths of his labyrinth. Along the way, Berserker encountered several people wearing white robes, enemies as they were described by Castor. As such, Berserker knew that they would detonate themselves if they got too close, and while he did not think such a thing would injure him, it was best to be careful. As such, it was best to kill them without giving them a chance to react. He used his inhuman speed to run right through them, crushing their bodies against his own before they could even move a finger. He swung his twin axes at them as well, cleaving massive grooves into the surrounding walls and floor as their limbs were separated from their bodies. Blessed by a god or not, his enemies were still human, and Berserker was a monster. His size, strength, and howl was enough to even shake the hearts of those who did not fear and even actively sought death. The Servant of Madness was a demon even amongst monsters. There were few that could stand before him and not falter under his presence, especially not so deep within his own lair. To do so, one would require a will of a hero. And as such, there were no heroes here. An inhuman breath sounded from behind him, and Berserker turned to see another monster standing at a distance. A pale blue deer-like monster with a golden mane and antlers of steel, which were currently dripping with red blood. The moment Berserker turned his body completely, however, the monster had already disappeared. It had appeared alongside the labyrinth. Mindless as it was, its instincts would not allow it to bare its horns against the maze's master. To enter a fight it could not win. Strange. Yes, it was strange. They were much more intelligent than usual. But that was all it was. In the long run, it did not matter to Berserker, as it simply meant he did not have to waste time. With that out of the way, Berserker continued his descent deeper and deeper into the labyrinth. However, with every life extinguished in front of him, whether crushed underfoot, cleaved in two, or took their own lives in a flash of flame, Berserker felt no joy. On the contrary, it only served to remind him of the dark days of his life. Yet he chose to do this. Even though he had been asked by Castor to lend his strength, Berserker acted on his own will. It might have been rash, but he would endure for the sake of a future for FIA and her comrades. Although his time under the sun was limited, he would be able to carve a path for the future Xenos to reach the same light he had yearned for, yet turned away from, for themselves. But even so, was such a future possible? Although his master and the younger girls had no problem with Berserker, occasionally, he would notice the others avoid his gaze or flinch when he turned toward them. It happened less and less as the days went by, but with the addition of Karen, it simply brought the topic back to the surface. It just reminded him that he was a monster. And as he stood here, within his labyrinth, covered in the blood of humans once more, the more his natural demon shone through. And thus did the demon descend deeper and deeper into the labyrinth, until finally. In the previous Gnosis, it must have been a storage room of some sort, meant to house and move merchandise. Several crates containing had been shifted and upended during the takeover, with the less secure crates spilling its contents all over the floor. This included metals, ores, supplies, and monsters. Monsters did not disappear into ash immediately upon death. Their bodies remained on the earth just like humans did. It wasn't until the magic stone was removed from their bodies did the rest of the body crumble away to return to the dungeon to be born once more. The same could be said for the Xenos. The smell of death soaked deep within the room, even more than any other place in the labyrinth. An exaggeration to be sure, but the sight of monsters wrapped in chains, covered in wounds and even missing limbs ignited a deep rage within his heart, equal to the madness the Berserker class bestowed upon him. It was as if a dark miasma formed from the resentment and hatred of the Xenos had filled the air. The lingering curses of not just the corpses in this room but the ones that had been stolen away from the dungeon were crying out, seeking vengeance upon humans. Not just the ones who tortured them to death, but all of humanity. Eat. A curse wormed its way into Berserker's skull. A shadow of his former self. Eat them. The darkness whispered into his ear to carve out the magic stones of the dead Xenos and devour them. Monsters gained strength upon eating the bodies and magic stones of other monsters, and the Zenos were no different. Eat them. Then kill. The curse told Berserker to devour the stones of the fallen and take up their hatred and resentment and turn against humanity for rejecting those who merely wished to see the sky. As a monster, he was to kill humans. To deny that was to reject everything about himself. To reject his very existence was to condemn himself to something worse than death. What reason did he had to hesitate? Did he not kill and devour humans before? Did he not choose to resist dying of starvation and instead chose to feast upon children to prolong his cursed life? He was the Minotaur, and nothing else. If the world was going to reject them, then he would reject the world in turn. A soft whine, quieter than a mouse's breath, caught his ears, and he quickly ran over to its source. Carefully stepping around the corpse of a large goat-like monster, Berserker ripped out the bars of a cage and carefully lifted up the body of a blue-feathered siren. Her throat had been crushed, an eye had been torn out, and her wings had been bent in horrible directions in multiple parts to keep her from flying. But even so, she was alive. Pulling out a bottle that was smaller than one of his fingers, Berserker carefully poured some drops over her open wounds, allowing them to close. He didn't know how the potion worked, but Castor had told him not to apply it to broke bones as they would not heal properly and would simply increase the damage done. Still, it was enough to heal the damage done to her throat. Even so, she could not speak properly yet, if she knew how to speak at all to begin with. But it was enough for her to open her eyes and gaze upon Berserker. And what she did next was enough to still Berserker's heart. Despite being so weak that she could barely breathe under her own power, the corners of her lips inched upwards into a small smile. A smile of relief, a smile of one that thought she had been saved. For the first time in his life, someone smiled upon meeting him. For the first time, someone greeted Astrios at their first meeting with a smile. And then, he remembered. He remembered the words of that person. The words that person spoke to him before that person killed him. He had asked for his name. The same name he gave to his familia when they asked. Astrios. Not Minotaur. And so long as there were people to call him that, he would reject himself and his resentment against humanity. As long as there were people like his master and the small elf girl, he would find a place for himself. And so, he rejected the curses. He rejected the monster. He rejected himself. He was a monster meant to kill humans. But he was also a heroic spirit meant to defend humanity. As such, his existence will be one to defend monsters that wanted to cling on to their newfound humanity from the cruelty of humans. This was his punishment. This is his atonement. Finding a large tarp, he used it to secure the body of the siren against his large form, making sure not to injure her further. As for the rest of the Zenos, he carved out their magic stones and the parts of them left behind and stored them in his small pouch. He would return them to the dungeon and allow FIA's comrades to do with them as they wished. As such, it was time for him to leave. Placing an arm around the siren's body to keep it from shaking, Berserker moved to leave the labyrinth behind him. What he did not expect as he lifted up one of the massive metal doors with one arm was to find a large group of people staring slack-jawed at him. Certainly, a minotaur close to 3 meters tall with a siren bundled up against his chest would definitely cause people to double-take. The mutual stare-down lasted for 2 seconds before both sides drew out their weapons. Wait. Stop. A lone human voice caused them all to freeze as a man stepped out of his group and placed himself between Berserker. You're Hestia Familia's Berserker, right? The man asked. Berserker looked at the man and a memory clicked into place. It was the human that he had seen back in the elf village. A member of Lefia's Familia. Berserker nodded before looking amongst the group for the elf that Primo wanted him to protect. If you're looking for Lefia, she's not here. The man, Raoul, seemed to figure out what Berserker was doing, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed. Thinking quickly, he dropped to one knee and set his weapon aside. The members of Loki Familia stared at Berserker, confusion apparent in their eyes as he pulled out the small piece of thread and held it up. As he did, the rainbow light extended from the Ariadne thread to connect it with its opposite end at the entrance of the labyrinth. What is that? Some kind of magic tool? The Chianthrope of the group asked, only for Berserker to nod and surprise them all. Then if we follow this, it'll lead to the way out. The dwarf that had been leading the group asked and Berserker nodded again. Guess Finn was right about you lot joining in. Berserker had no idea who Finn was but he supposed it didn't matter. He extended his hand with the thread resting in his giant palm toward Raoul, who timidly reached out and took it. Are we really going to follow that? The cat person asked, looking at the thread with suspicion in her eyes. It's either that or we keep walking blindly, the dwarf replied before turning from the direction the Ariadne thread indicated toward Berserker. Sorry, but you mind taking the lead? The young ones would be too nervous if you were to walk behind us. Berserker nodded his head in agreement even as the siren's body shook in fear at the voices of humans. Using his arm to hide as much of the siren from view as possible, he squeezed his way past the group and took the lead. It was unlikely they would attack him from behind. The dwarf might be a problem but he would not want to risk the other members of his group, each of which Berserker could crush easily. Berserker also hoped it would not come to a fight as he had to protect the siren no matter what. If he couldn't protect the small life in his arms, he had no chance in protecting the future of the Xenos. XXXXX. Are we, still in Gnosis? Lefia asked, placing a hand on one of the stone bull statues. I believe so, Philvis replied, her brow scrunched up, allowing her agitation to show past her usual stoic mask. It might have been because Lefia had been reading a bunch of old legends and myths, but the sight of this new labyrinth and bull statues brought to mind Argonaut's story where he delved into the dungeon to save the princess from the Minotaur. In any case, something definitely has changed, Philvis said. Whether or not it's the same Gnosis doesn't matter. We're still trapped here and separated from the others. For now, let us try to find an exit and link up with your goddess and Lady Riveria. Alright. Lefia found herself agreeing with that logic as she followed Philvis down the hallway. However, all thoughts of escaping the new labyrinth died when they reached the end of the corridor where a set of stairs awaited them along with an impossible view. In front of them corridors were heading up, left, right, down, every direction possible. Stairs were heading up to paths that ended and had an opposite staircase heading downward on the bottom side of the same staircase. Some corridors were enclosed while others were exposed to the open air despite them being several hundred meters below ground. Forget escaping, could they even find any of the others in this maze? Impossible. Philvis said aloud what Lefia was thinking. How could something like this exist? What insane mind could come up with something like this? Daedalus. Lefia asked out loud, causing Philvis to look at her in confusion. It reminds me a bit of Daedalus Street, doesn't it? It was almost as if someone had taken the insane maze-like structure of Daedalus Street and brought it underground into this hollowed-out underworld and made it 1,000 more times confusing. Maybe. Philvis admitted. Although I doubt we'd find anything as convenient as the Ariadne arrows pointing to the exit. If they moved on, it might only lead them deeper into the impossible maze, but if they simply remained here then they would never get anywhere in the first place. Thus the only way forward was to proceed. Whether they find one of the split-up party members or the exit first doesn't matter. Nothing could be accomplished if they didn't move. The two elves glanced at each other and nodded before Philvis descended the stairs first, acting as the vanguard with Lefia right behind her. Even so, as they maneuvered through the twists and turns of the strange new labyrinth, Lefia couldn't form a mental map of the place at all. It was as if they were back in Daedalus Street where Lean had tried to make a map of the place only to give up in tears. In front of her, Philvis also looked completely bewildered and lost and seemed to second-guess herself each time they took a turn. At the very least, Lefia was glad Philvis was here. If she had been all by herself in this place, she probably would have doubtless remained frozen in place, too afraid to make any move. Finally, they came into a large room, empty save for several statues. It was similar to the place where they encountered that madwoman with an obsession for Finn from before, except it had been changed like the rest of Gnosis. It appeared to be a large altar of some sort, perhaps used in a ritual sacrifice of sorts. Lefia, look at that, Philvis pointed out the wall behind the large. It seemed like a mural of some sort, depicting beings standing upon the clouds dropping a chain of some sort that was then wrapped around a large bull. Next to it were several figures wearing crowns kneeling before the bull with a pile of discarded crowns next to it. Royalty perhaps? Lefia suggested as Philvis nodded in agreement. Probably ritual sacrifices if we take in the room we're in. Old history texts often referenced the practice of offering young maidens to monsters or the dungeon in hopes of appeasing or restraining their hunger. offering members of a royalty to a minotaur to restrain it. Filvis gathered. And from the looks of things it was something the gods helped to do. Like this, it brought to mind Argonaut's tale, where the princess had been taken by the minotaur before he went to try and save her, only to be saved by the princess in return. But the stories didn't say anything about the gods. Come to think of it, there was something like that, wasn't there? Both elves quickly turned around as someone stepped out from behind a statue. It was way back in some forsaken kingdom of some sort, the god muttered. It was known by you children as the last sanctuary, untouched by the monsters of the dungeon as other countries fell to them. It got to the point that other countries would wage war against it, only to be defeated by their powerful secret weapon. The god had long hair like a woman that stretched down his back with features that seemed to be molded by the shadows itself. Though he had the graceful aura of all gods, it was filled with noxious decadence and despondence. That secret weapon was a chain that one of us dropped onto Gakai, the god continued with a cruel sneer. It was then wrapped around a minotaur and the kingdom used it to kill monsters and other humans alike to protect its perfect sanctuary. But for it to work, they needed to sacrifice members of its royal blood to it. Splendid, isn't it? Using monsters to protect their livelihoods and sacrificing their lives to do so, it was a great concerto of blood and death as other countries tried to invade only to be devoured by the thousands by the minotaur. Then some clown had to borrow the great god's power and ruin it all. Did he mean? Who are you? Filvi demanded. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, ladies. I am called Thanatos. The patron god of these dregs you call evilus. Though, honestly, it's more a pile of those the guild once deemed evil. Those of us who are left, that is, the god continued with a laugh. At any rate, I won't deny I led them in a way. True, I picked up dear Valletta and the rest of her crew, bereaved as they were after their guardian deity was finished off, and certainly I've been accumulating a number of children these past 5 years, why, I'm even the one who decided to accept their invitation to join them in their evil plans and lay waste to Orario. It was all me. It sounded as though hadn't been part of the group that assailed Orario years ago and simply picked up the pieces from where they left off. Then, are you Inio? Lefia asked, nervous at the answer she might receive. She'd once heard one of the creatures use the name in reference to their leader. The name Inio meant destroyer of cities in the language of the gods, and Loki Familia had come to believe this entity was the puppet master pulling all the strings. Me? Inio? Thanatos asked before letting out an amused laugh. No, it certainly is not me. It was an answer Lefia hadn't been expecting, and one that made her look toward Filvis in confusion. The two were at a loss as the deity in front of them continued to chuckle. I've never even seen or heard of Inio. I'd be hard-pressed to provide evidence that such a god even exists. God? Mortal? Who knows? But most definitely not me. You've never seen or heard. The answer only made them even more confused. Of course, Lefia had no way of knowing if Thanatos was telling the truth, but judging from his amusement, it didn't seem like he was lying. But wasn't Inio the one commanding the evils? Utilizing the power of the creatures below ground? How could Thanatos, currently allied with the creatures and the evils, not know the true form of this Inio entity? Truly, this mysterious name was becoming the cause of sheer confusion. That I haven't. What I do know, however, is that Inio is the mastermind behind our current plot of calamity and intrigue, at least according to my dear Levis and our masked friend. That, and the one who brought in all these murals from some ruin or another, he responded with a shrug. We even got a brand new toy recently, though it's a little unruly. Last I heard it escaped and it's rampaging around killing everything in its path. Such a shame, it was such a unique little toy too. You'd think it was a machine made solely to kill if it wasn't made out of flesh and blood like any other mortal. Still, I can't really complain. Seeing this new labyrinth is quite a joy, even though it popped me in the middle of nowhere. I wonder how it was made so quickly. That sounds troubling. Filvis muttered, and Lefia agreed as Thanatos rambled on about how that person was probably fuming right now. The last thing they needed was some uncontrollable beast wandering around this strange labyrinth. But where are your manners? I introduced myself and yet you girls have kept silent on your own names. Thanatos said before looking closely at them. Wait, no, don't tell me, I think I know your names. Ah yes, Thousand Elf and Manades, right? Wait, does this mean Loki Familia took in a stray? He definitely seemed confused at Filvis's presence. Oh wait, I remember now, then Edo said as he smacked his fist into his palm, his lips curling into a smirk. You met with a terrible fate during the nightmare on the 27th floor, didn't you? You even received such a cruel nickname too. Miss Philvis. Philvis's shoulders gave a sudden tremble. As her scarlet eyes widened, she was left speechless. Let me just put this out there now, but, I had nothing to do with that, I promise you, then Edo said quickly before shrugging his shoulders and adding, for what it's worth. Luffy Ya quickly stepped in front of Philvis, one of the few survivors, protecting her from Thanatos's ridicule. Why? Luffy Ya demanded. Why would you want to lay Orario to ruin? You're a god, aren't you? Why would you want to wreak havoc across the mortal realm? Well, we all have our reasons, I suppose. Even among us evil gods, our motivations have varied, then Eidos answered, his earlier smile still playing on his lips. Some are simply bored, others wield a natural distaste for order, still others, like that busybody Erebus, considered themselves a necessary evil for the heroes of this world to overcome. While it's true that some wouldn't even apologize for the suffering they've wrought, we're not all the Epicurean sadists you seem to think we are. Luffy Ya flinched at those words. It was just like with Kali down in Milan. The gods simply were beings with thoughts and morals completely unfathomable to mortals. For me, it's simply because I'm a god of death. Why wouldn't death desire the lives of as many mortals as possible? The sneer flashed and formed a curve like that of a reaper's scythe, causing a chill to run down the backs of the two elves. Did they touch upon a void of madness? Where no emotion or reason could break through to the core. Ha ha ha, just kidding, then Eidos said, discarding the chill as if it was nothing. Honestly, I was just another drone up in Tenkai. I did my job, diligent as they come. Quite the workaholic actually, I think only Ereshkigal worked harder than I did. I don't know anyone else who would actually trade their place in the ticket line to come down here just to work a bit longer. Anyway, all I did was manage you kids' souls when you ascended and then sent you right back down to start anew. So you manage the cycle of reincarnation? Luffy Ya asked. Exactly. Gave them a metaphorical spitshine and rub some elbow grease until they're as pure as newborns before sending them back down, the good old days. Souls kept on coming in one after the other, until Orario changed things. It was clear the god was referring to the ancient times before the greatest of the gods descended and built Orario to seal the monsters and dungeon away, giving humanity a chance to fight back and survive with the Falna. To be honest, I don't really blame Zeus and Aranos and the others for doing so, then Eidos continued. Letting the monsters run roughshod over you children definitely wasn't right, but that doesn't mean I didn't miss the busy times. The lower world's teeming with life, now that they've received the thoughtless gift of the Falna. Life and death are two sides of the same coin, you see? Without souls ascending to heaven, the cycle, well, stops. Which is why I developed a new little outlook on life myself. At this, then Eidos gestured with his index finger and thumb, letting out a brief chuckle. It would be alright if just a few more of the children die. The realization that struck Luffy Ya was electric. A thrill of horror, like the deepest of despairs. This wasn't an evil god, intent on the destruction of order, and neither was this a seeker of the unknown, committing crimes of sadism and schadenfreude. No, this was a god with a sense of moral obligation, who felt it was his duty to correct the world in the only way he knew how, rampant death. He, himself, had said he was nothing but diligent, earnest, loyal, and fair. The concepts of good and evil meant nothing to him. He truly epitomized death itself. Then, your followers are? Philvis started slowly, as though just having realized something. Then Eidos nodded, his eyes narrowing. Exactly. I offer my children a path after death. What does that even mean? Luffy Ya demanded. How do you promise such a thing? Come now, Luffy Ya dearie, then Eidos said softly, like a teacher trying to help a child come to their own conclusions without giving away the answer. Do you remember all those evil-us bumpkins down on the 24th floor pantry? The ones who blew themselves up without a care in the world? Why do you suppose they would kill themselves without hesitation? Luffy Ya did remember them. The white-robed evil-us members who strapped bombs made out of fire stones and detonated them against herself and members of Hermes' Familia in their efforts to defend the pantry that had been turned into a monster breeding zone by evil-us. They had tears in their eyes as they blew themselves up, calling out for the names of various people. If the god in front of her was a god of death who actively worked hard with the cycle of resurrection. You promised them passage on to the next life. Lefia gasped in realization. That I did. One by one, I forged their contracts. One by one, they sacrifice themselves to my will. Then, once Aurario's been destroyed, and once I've returned to heaven, I'll restore their lives, as well as those of any loved ones they've lost to death. For those who'd lost someone precious, when they were overcome with grief at the loss of a family member, friend, lover, or partner, it was nothing short of the deal of a lifetime. For the Natos, however, they were easy pickings. With sweet words, he lured them in. He enticed them with the thought of being reunited with their loved ones in the next life. How could you do such a thing? And thus did the god reveal the truth behind his army of the dead. Mortals who had lost their loved ones in this life willingly did evil in the vain hopes of reuniting with them in the next. There were no shortage of those who found such poisonous words sweet to the ears. You think you can just do whatever you please with human life? These are our lives. Even if your followers are reincarnated, they won't have any memory of their pasts. And that's exactly what I tell them, the Natos countered. It is something we gods revealed to you children since we first descended along with the rest of the rules of reincarnation. But none of them seem bothered in the least. They all tell me the opportunity to see someone so precious again outweighs the memory loss that comes with it, everything is their choice. I don't coerce them any further than telling them that I'll reincarnate their souls in the same place. There are even a few who believe they'll be different. That their love for their lost one is so strong, they will be the special exception that remembers, even if no one else ever does. The goddess of love might get a little chuckle from that. The god of death found genuine amusement from the woes of his children. That being said, I do root for them, the Natos said with complete honesty. Perhaps a miracle will occur? Maybe they will retain their memories once they reincarnate. Such love stories are one of my favorite after all. That's Lefia began only to stop in her tracks. The image of the hilltop against the setting sun burned in her mind's eye. What's wrong? The Natos asked, looking slightly concerned. Weren't you going to continue spewing venom at me? Or, maybe you saw a vision of your own past life. It was clearly a memory of the spirit that had taken over her body and granted her a powerful spell not unlike one of Riveria's, a spirit that Argonaut had said Lefia herself resembled. If they were truly hero spirits, ones that existed centuries ago, was it perhaps? Before the thought could finish, a black light shot forward, causing the god to scream in pain as he stepped back, blood spilling from a cut in his arms. Well, a melodious voice rang out. I came across an appetizer on the way to the main course. A young boy with golden hair and blood-red eyes stepped into the room, a finger raised up in the air as a blackened blade hovered above it. Both Filvis and Lefia's eyes boggled at the new arrival. A mortal had dared to injure a god. Although the gods could be killed, no mortal would dare risk injuring one directly due to the fear that it would doom their soul to hell if the gods sought them out when they died. And yet the one in front of them did so without a care in the world. You really shouldn't leave such dangerous things lying around, God the Natos, the boy said taking the blade into his hand, revealing a trail of blood on its edge. Someone could get hurt. You actually. The god gasped as he clasped a hand over its wound which showed no sign of bleeding. A cursed blade, Filvis realized. Exactly, the boy said with a smile. One that leaves wounds untreatable by all but the most powerful of magics and potions. The boy then stopped and turned his head toward Filvis. Oh my, fancy meeting you here again. Do you know him, Filvis? Lefia asked, finding herself more on guard against the new arrival than even against the Natos. No, I don't believe so, Fivlis replied with a shake of the head. Ah, really? And we had such a memorable first meeting, the boy said with a false frown. He then tapped his fist against his palm, an idea forming in his mind. Then, how about this? The boy's smile turned fierce with his pupils contracted into slits like that of a snake as he reached behind his back and pulled out a familiar black mask. Arrogance only applies to the weak, the boy said as the mask cracked and shattered in his hands, causing Filvis's eyes to contract in horror. Ah, you do remember. The next instant, the blade disappeared within a golden light only to appear right between Filvis and Lefia. Gah! Miss Filvis! The blade sliced into Filvis's side, causing the elf to fall to the ground. The wound wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been as Filvis twisted her body away at the last second. Still, it was still a debilitating strike, one that left a cursed wound to boot. My, so you aren't just all talk, the boy said as the blade reappeared in his hands. I think the curse would disappear if this thing broke, right? Guess I'll put it away so you can't break it, The boy looked back up, just in time to step back from Lefia's attack. Lefia had picked up Filvis's sword and moved to strike the boy, only for her attack to go wide. Give it back, she said as the boy dodged left and right before pulling out a different blade to counter her strike and knock her back. Give it. Why do you care? The boy asked, taking a step back. That woman, and I use that word lightly, is responsible for the death of countless people. She is nothing but a ghost. Leaving her alive will bring you nothing but sorrow, for you and her. It is a mercy to end her life. Miss Filvis is nothing of the sort. Lefia shouted back. She's my precious friend. I won't have you call her a banshee. Lefia. Filvis's voice called out as she tried to stem the blood. The boy glanced between the two elves as he tapped the side of his head with a finger. You realize that if I break this sword, that God will survive as well? The boy asked, reminding Lefia that Thanatos was still there. In fact, I'm surprised you didn't kill him on the spot once he revealed himself. If he dies and returns to Tenkai, the Evilus movement grinds to a halt and Enio loses his base and his army, leaving him only with the creatures. You'd damn your soul in the process but in return save every other life on this planet. Is that not a sacrifice worthy of a hero? He's got a point, Thanatos agreed, causing Lefia to wheel around back at the god. Despite the wound on his arm, the god seemed to genuinely be enjoying the turn of events. As part of the rules of our game, we can't use any of our divine power here without being booted back upstairs. If I disappeared here, all of my children will lose their blessings once more and be at the mercy of the monsters and the rest of Loki familia hidden within this labyrinth. They'd lose everything. Of course, I'll be on the lookout for your soul when you eventually die, so best prepare yourself when the time comes. It's a good deal, the god seemed to say as he shrugged once more. I don't care about something like that. Lefia said. Right now, I only care about Miss Filvis. I'm not someone who can sacrifice my friend's life for that. Oh really? The boy asked, tapping the side of his head again before turning toward the downed Filvis. And what does the dead woman have to say for herself? If you stopped here, you would spare both of yourselves a great deal of grief. I can't. Filvis said defiantly. I promised him that I would come back. So your love for your god is greater than your love for yourself and your friend, the boy muttered with a deep sigh, like he was disappointed in her choice. Why do mortals always choose the path of thorns? That's what makes them so interesting to watch, don't you think? Thanatos asked before quickly ducking as the boy flung his blade at where his head was. Hoob. Quiet, god. Do not make me test that theory of what would happen should a god die in the dungeon, the boy threatened. Scary scary. Thanatos quickly hid himself behind a statue once more. No mortal knew exactly what would happen if a god were to perish within the dungeon, and the gods were rightfully tight-lipped about it. The greatest rumor was that the dungeon would prevent the god from returning to heaven, that the god would be devoured by the dungeon instead. It was all the more reason Lefia couldn't let someone as dangerous as the boy in front of her get away. Will you not change your mind? The boy asked, turning his attention back to Lefia. If you let her live, you will only suffer in the future. Despite everything, the boy sounded genuine. He legitimately sounded as though he was concerned about Lefia's well-being in this matter. Though this was someone who made his contempt obvious, he also made his concern clear as well. Isn't that obvious? Lefia asked. I won't listen to any maybes of an uncertain future. I trust Filvis with my life. Lefia. Is that so? It was a deep sigh before the boy covered his mouth, hiding his expression while he fell into deep thought. I see, I suppose bad habits start at an early age, the boy muttered to himself, a flash of a sneer appearing on his face. Very well then. The boy then retrieved the cursed weapon, only to hold it against his palm and slice it open. What are you doing? Lefia asked to his unfathomable actions. If I did not do this, you would not trust anything I give you, correct? The boy asked as he tossed the blade in the air, where it was then crushed between two massive hammers that appeared from nowhere, reducing it to mere shards. The boy then pulled out a potion and poured it over his palm, closing the wound immediately. See? There's no problem, the boy said before corking the bottle and tossing it over toward Lefia, who quickly dropped Filvis's sword to catch it. Use it as you wish. Why are you doing this? Lefia asked. One moment he was hellbent on killing Filvis, the next he stopped caring about it. This is the decision you made, correct? The boy asked. I suspect nothing more I can say will change anything, and there is no need to overly antagonize a member of Loki Familia when we are not enemies at this time. I believe there is a saying that bottomless kindness and bottomless stupidity are separated by a paper-thin wall. Whether this ends with you being validated in your trust or with your broken mind and body will be a sight to see. With a chuckle, the boy glanced to the side and then back toward Lefia. As it seems that our appetizer has fled, I will take my leave as well, the boy announced. My true target lies at the bottom of this maze. I have no need for someone as inconsequential as the Natos or the two of you. Do understand that because of your hesitance, any further death and destruction will be on your head for choosing to save your friend over destroying the core of Evilus. I won't sacrifice my friend for a goal, Lefia said definitely as the boy simply chuckled with a shrug. I wonder if she feels the same about you, he said. And then, like a ghost, the boy seemed to fade away into particles of golden light. As he disappeared, Lefia spared him no further thought and instead ran to Filvis to treat her wound. Lefia, you. I don't care, Lefia said. I already said I don't care about maybes. Right now, all I care about is helping you, Filvis. Filvis could not find the words to reply with. XXXXX. Captain. Captain. Where are you? Will you just fucking shut up? Worry about your own hide before you worry about Finn's. Diona covered her ears as Shin and Bet's shouts echoed in the strange hallways they found themselves in. It was just the three of them here, and while she was glad that she didn't suddenly find herself alone, she wished it had been someone other than Bet that got stuck with them. Not to say she wasn't glad it was another strong member of her familia with her, she just hated his guts and the two of them never got along. Can't believe I'm stuck with you two. Bet muttered, making it clear that the feeling was mutual. Least it wasn't with any of the weaklings. Guys, can we get a move on? Diona asked. We're not going to find Finn, Ace, Lefia, or anyone else if we just stand around screaming. Can't you smell any of them, Bet? I got nothing, the werewolf growled. There's something wrong with the air in this place. Nothing seems to be traveling around here, I can barely smell you two even though you're right next to me. This place is more unnatural than the last one. Do you think it's a magic trap of some kind? Shin asked, having finished calling out in vain for Finn. Something designed to separate us. If it was, it's too different. Even back when everything was green instead of white, I could at least smell the Velas and other monsters, here, nothing. Geez, what good are you then? Diona asked in annoyance as Bet glared back at her. Then we'll just have to walk until we find someone or something, right? Saying that, Diona took the lead in walking down the hallway, only to stop and boggle at the expanse of emptiness, staircases and hallways jumbled up into a metaphorical ball in front of her. I can't believe I'm going to die down here with you two idiots, Bet grumbled as he and Shin also stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Oh, shut up and keep moving, Shin said as she pushed Diona forward. But just like before, not a soul, human or monster, came out to meet them. At least, not until they heard screaming just ahead. The three of them shared a look before rushing forward, stopping at a corner. Bet was in front and glanced around the corner before quickly pulling his head back as an explosion filled the corridor around them, followed by a screeching noise that could only be made by a monster. Once the dust cleared, Bet peered around the corner once more. What the fuck is that? He asked. Taking a chance, Diona and Shin peered around as well. There, they saw what looked like a mantis-type monster that walked on four legs and had two long scythe-like arms. The majority of its exoskeleton was a dull grey color, but its torso and head were a dark purple color, and it had 3 pairs of green insect wings on its back. Littered around it were the corpses of the strange spider monsters they had seen earlier, as well as several human corpses that had been scattered by the explosion. Evilus suicide bombers, no doubt, which were quickly becoming a feast for the grey mantis. At least it wasn't anyone they knew. What do we do? Shin asked. It was a new species that none of them had ever seen before, and considering all the weird things that had been happening, probably came into existence alongside this labyrinth for all they knew. Normally, all three wouldn't hesitate to charge it, new species or not, but considering all the irregularities, they all decided to wait and see what it would do next. However, they didn't get the chance to see if the new species would take a different path. Bet's ears twitched and he turned back to look down the path they came from, prompting the twins to do the same. Large maggot-like monsters were crawling on the ceiling, right on top of them. Move! Bet's shout came not a moment too soon, as the monsters, the poison vermis, spewed out a wave of toxic liquid at the three adventurers. The toxin they spewed from their mouths and secreted from their pores was powerful enough to afflict even upper-class adventurers, who had strong status resistances. Though their attack power itself was decidedly low, the small beasts had a tendency to spring forth from carcasses in droves, much like actual maggots, garnering them the nickname poison graveyards. However, they were usually only found in the lower floors. "Why are these things here?" Shin shouted. "Those evilous guys probably brought them up here." Diona replied as the three burst out and away from the encroaching liquid. Unfortunately, this led them into the path of the mantis-like monster. With a screech, the monster turned toward them and extended its scythe-like claws outward before swinging them downward. Immediately after, the three adventurers separated as a slice of razor-sharp wind cut between them, even cleaving two lines straight through the poison. Even so, the three of them kept moving forward, avoiding the monster's scythes as they slipped past it. The toxins enveloped the monster as well as the corpses of the evilous members and the other monsters. Bet then drew out a magic sword and swung it at the oncoming wave, releasing a large ball of fire and burning up all the toxins in a flash of flames. "Think that got that mantis thing too?" Diona asked. Her answer came via a screeching half-melted monster coming out of the flames and swinging its one foreleg down at her. Whoop! Tilting her head back, she managed to avoid the attack before swinging her beloved Urga and batting the scythe away. The moment she did, Bet came flying in and delivered a powerful kick at the mantis's head, knocking it further off balance before Shin lunged forward and stabbed one of her kukri knives into its chest and using that as a point to kick the monster further back. But even though half of its body was gone and the remaining half was slowly turning black with decay from the poison, it still wasn't going down without a fight. "Is its magic stone not in its chest?" Shin asked in surprise. "At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the thing didn't have one," Bet muttered. "Huh? Don't be stupid," Diona said. "Everyone knows monsters have a magic stone in them. And everyone knows fucking mazes don't pop up out of nowhere, and yet here we are. Ladies, please. Can we concentrate on the dash? That body is made out of a blade." The words were the only warning the trio had before they leaped to the sides of the room once more. Bang! Something small and fast flew past them, going through the spot where Diona's head had just been moments before. The object collided with the monster and it froze with not even a gasp of air escaping its mouth. Even though there had been an explosion of flame moments before, Diona suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something horrible was about to happen. The answer came when the monster began convulsing, as if something was forcing itself out from inside the creature. With a horrible and sickening snap and crunch, the monster's exoskeleton cracked open, revealing a pointed piece of metal covered in blood sticking from it. Cracks then started forming all along the monster from that single point before half a dozen more shards of metal erupted from the monster's body. From its open wounds, to its stump of a foreleg, to even the monster's eyes, shards popped out all over its body. And then, it burst. Like a balloon filled with nails, the monster popped and sent the shards flying everywhere, including at Diona and the others. With a roar, Diona quickly spun Urga around like a shield in front of herself and the others, knocking the shards away. Diona only stopped spinning her blade after she was sure all the shards had stopped flying in their direction. The mantis monster was clearly dead and the poison vermis that didn't die to the magic sword igniting their toxins had been turned into pincushions. But, what was that? Diona had heard stories from Gareth that dwarves often used blasting powder to blow open rocks when they were mining, and that it could also be used to launch projectiles or bullets out of weapons called guns, like how one could use a crossbow instead of regular bow to fire arrows. But she never heard of anyone firing something that turned a living being into a mass of swords. But she did know of someone who had no problem firing swords. Diona turned around to see both Shin and Bet on guard as someone was walking up toward them. Once he stepped under the torchlight, his scowling face and golden eyes were clear for them to see. It was a man wearing a black mantle that covered most of his body but left his chest and back exposed, showing off his dark skin and muscular body for all to see. However, it also revealed strange orange lines around his neck and his still visible hands like someone had used orange plaster to fix a broken statue, as well as one directly in the center of his chest where his heart would be. "Who the hell are you?" Bet asked as the man tapped his weapon, a strange weapon that looked like a barrel with a blade underneath it, against his shaved white hair. "Another evil-us punk." "Evil?" the man asked in a gravelly voice like that of a dead man. I suppose so." In a blink of an eye, the man raised his weapons and fired several bullets at them. Bet drew his Roland blades and blocked them while Shin did the same with her knives only for the latter's weapons to shatter on impact with the bullets. Bet's weapons remained unscathed only due to being made out of orichalcum and thus possessed the unbreakable Durandal attribute. Seeing this, Bet tossed Shin one of his blades as they prepared themselves for another attack. Through all of this however, Tiona didn't move. She was staring at the man's face, mouth agape with Urga hanging loosely in her fingers. She hadn't even moved to block one of the bullets that flew in her direction, causing it to graze against her cheek, causing a trail of blood to flow out of the wound. "Tiona, what are you doing?" Shin shouted. "That's an enemy." But Tiona only shook her head in response. Ever since that night, she had paid close attention to that person in order to not make the same mistake twice. Taking advantage of the war game and cooking class, she made sure to burn his features deeply into her mind so that no matter what, she would be able to pick him out of a crowd. Why? That was why, she recognized who it was that was currently attacking them. "Why are you here, Archer?" Chapter 53, Mirror Match. He was born to starve. The first thing he did when he stepped onto the ground was kill. He was surrounded by countless members of his own kind, yet they attacked him without mercy. And thus, he answered in kind. Crushing them with fist and foot, they all died in a storm of carnage. Wandering aimlessly in his home, he fought endlessly. An eternal hunger ached within him, yet he knew not what it was his body or soul desired. Fighting through the torn skin, the broken bones, and the decaying flesh, he continued to search for his desire. Each victory brought him strength. Each kill sparked something deep inside him. A memory. An insatiable hunger. A memory of lighting. A clap of thunder. But the memory held two different colors. A bolt of red. A spark of gold. This single image, this single memory, was all he had to go on. And yet when he was about to fall to his knees. "Oi! Are you all right?" Someone came to help him. A strong voice seeped in red. Those appeared in front of him as he was at his lowest were not of his own kind, but allies, nonetheless. They took him to their home and cared for him. They helped him understand these emotions dwelling inside him, sparking something else within him. Something that made him understand the starvation, the desire within his heart. "It is the dream you saw and the desire you had since you became yourself." A soft voice bathed in gold. "It's a wish that was strong enough to transform you into a new person, the one you are now." Although he did not understand what the word desire meant, he knew what his wish was. To chase after that golden light. To clash against the red light once more. This understanding linked with the very depths of his soul and drew out both strength and satisfaction, filling the emptiness within his body. The starvation he felt was his desire to once more meet that which he saw in a dream. To stand within it and do battle with the light once more. His allies granted him many things. Knowledge, strength, and above all else, a weapon. With these things, he delved back into the dark labyrinth where he was born. And yet, no matter how much he did battle, none of it came close to the satisfaction he felt within his dreams. Each victory against the creatures of the labyrinth only enraged him as his hunger grew. And then, he found a door. A door that resounded within him. And then, as if he had known to do so from the very start, he unleashed a mighty roar from the depths of his very soul. Like the water of a geyser, the desires to meet the golden light surged back up to the surface, nearly drowning out the red light. The doors opened and the white stone walls beckoned him in. Like a servant welcoming its master home. XXXXX. The monster party that Belle's party found themselves in was affecting the entire floor. When they were on the long and windy cliff pathways that crisscrossed throughout the floor, they were assailed from all sides by the dragonfly-like libellulus and any monster that happened to land on the path they were running on. But if they took shelter within the cave-like rooms that formed within the cliffs and walls, the monsters would burst out of the walls in the cave and came upon them within seconds. Thus, they had no choice but to keep running forward. To compound their problems, while REI and FIA were priceless to their defense on the paths, they barely had room to fly within the rooms on the floor and had to run beside the adventurers, leaving them vulnerable. Considering the only other option was for them to fly on their own while being assailed by the constantly spawning libellulus without any support, they had no other choice but to rely on Belle and the others to protect them. Alz was continuing to prove that she was no ordinary Almiraj, however, as the white rabbit Xenos leaped back and forth across the room, crushing the heads of the spawning monsters underfoot or splitting them in two with Belle's longsword. When paired with the even faster assassin by her side, the normally adorable pair that desired each other's hugs more than anything were quite brutal and terrifying as they zipped across the floor covered in the blood of monsters. "It's always the cute ones," Welf had muttered, and the entire familia plus the two Xenos agreed with him. After who knows how long of constant running, fighting and more than a little screaming, they finally found the stairs leading up to the 21st floor. "At least 3 more floors of this?" Karen asked as the girl wiped her forehead, which was covered in sweat, blood and grime. "We might not have to go that far," Rei said. "One of our villages is on the next floor. None of us are using it currently, so there should be no problem if I lead you over there." "That'd help a lot," Belle replied, gratitude seeping from his exhausted body. Even if that meant going through uncharted territory, it was far better than taking their exhausted party up 3 floors. "In that case, let's dash." A series of screams cut Belle off as they all turned back toward the 21st floor. Another party was coming up on them, running from a mass of monsters. Belle's body moved on its own. "Lancer!" Taking his sword back from Alz and calling out his servant's name, Belle and Lancer shot toward the oncoming party. As they moved, Belle felt his body heat up as an aura of flame surrounded him. The two zipped through the oncoming adventurers and crashed into the swarm of monsters. Bathed in the flame of Lancer's skill, Belle felt his strength and speed skyrocket far beyond that of his usual power. Each swing of his sword was strong enough to cut through 2 monsters at once with enough speed to flank around the monster even as it was only halfway through swinging its arm at him. For some reason, however, the skill only affected him this strongly. For the others, while the boost was relatively significant for their level, it wasn't even a third as effective as Belle's boost. When Belle had asked why, Lancer's cheeks turned bright red and refused to give him a clear answer other than "because you are my master and caster, archer and saber are affected the same way." The only thing that they all had in common was that they were all men, but Welf's blessing wasn't as powerful either. There was another link that Belle was missing, but he decided not to push any further. However, just because Belle's strength was boosted didn't mean that his equipment received the same boost. The longsword in Belle's hands couldn't endure the abuse it suffered from Alz's rough handling, and Belle's increased strength pushed it past its limits. As a result, the metal shattered upon hitting a lizardman's flower shield. However, as the monster attempted to counterattack, Belle managed to duck under its swing and got right in its face, jabbing the shattered sword into its neck before drawing the Hestia knife and stabbing it into its chest where the magic stone resided. The lizardman burst into a cloud of black smoke, telling Belle that he hit his target. As Belle spun back around, the path leading to the stairs was being bathed in a blue flame. Each swing of Lancer's spear sent out a wave of blue flame that engulfed the monsters in front of them. Sharpened feathers rained down from the sky as well as burst of magic wind, telling Belle that the 2 flyers had jumped into the fray as well. With their help, the number of monsters quickly dropped to 0. However, as expected, it was a pass parade, Lily muttered. "They used us as bait to run away from the monsters." Using Hestia Familia as a decoy, the adventurers had run by and retreated up the stairs and were nowhere to be found. "We're only going to be seeing more of that if we don't get moving," Lily continued. "Right now, every adventurer in the dungeon will be trying to get out, without care for anyone else. It wouldn't be out of the question that they would attack and injure other adventurers and use them as bait for the monsters while they make their escape." "So, you're saying that we're lucky that the last group didn't try that, huh?" Karen asked, and Lily nodded her head. "True, if we consider levels, Emma, Primo and I are the weak links in this party." "Considering fighting ability, Lily is more of a weak link than Miss Karen," Lily replied. Such was the fate and role of a supporter in Lily's eyes. Even if her hand-to-hand combat had improved since joining Hestia Familia, she would probably still lose to Karen due to the difference in experience. Suddenly a series of roars and screams rose up behind them. Bell immediately turned to run toward them only for someone to grab him by the scruff of his neck and yank him back. "Oh no you don't," Ryder said with a frown. "I understand, and even applaud, your willingness to go and help people, but now is not the time for that." She glanced toward the others for a moment before turning back to Bell. "Right now, your familia needs your leadership," Ryder said, her voice quiet but not lacking in authority. "We've been down here for hours already, fighting monsters left and right and just escaped both a monster party and a pass parade. Do you think you or anyone else is fit to fight a prolonged battle to save random people who might just as easily run and leave us to fight on our own? Or worse, attack one of our supporters and steal our supplies? Not that we have all that much left either way," Primo said softly as Bell glanced down at his broken sword. "We also do not know where to look and are limited by the pathways," Ryder continued. "FIA and REI may not have that limitation, but panicking adventurers surrounded by monsters seeing a harpy and a siren in the middle of this chaos will spell only disaster." "But, it's not like we have to go all the way up to the 18th floor, Bell said. "We can take them with us to the Xenos' village and dash." "That's not possible," Rei cut Bell off with a sad but firm expression. "While there shouldn't be much risk in bringing your familia along due to us being allies, I cannot expose one of the few safe places my comrades have to outsiders. Alls and I will also have to leave you here." In short, if they were to bring along anyone else, they would lose some of their fighting strength and take a longer path to safety. "But it's not like you need to bring the entire party with you, right?" A voice, his voice, in his head asked. "Split the party here and take Jack and Lancer with you to assist the other adventurers. Have Ryder lead the others as they head to the Xenos' hidden village. They would only get in the way, right? Abandon his friends here to save complete strangers simply because they can't keep up with him. A smaller elite team meant they could move faster and there would be less need to cover each other. The servants' weapons have little risk of shattering and Bell's Hestia knife would never break due to its Durandal trait. Cast away everything unnecessary to go as far as you can as a hero, or fall short of the horizon because you wish to make that journey with your friends. While certain others may tell you, which is the proper answer, I believe there isn't a wrong answer, so to speak. Each hero has their own path to walk. Which is yours? My path. The path he would travel under his own power. That was how it should be, right? In that case, his answer was clear. Bell. Emma's voice made Bell look up back at the others. Even if he wanted to be a hero, he knew he wouldn't get very far without the support of the people around him. As long as they wanted to support him, he would never abandon them. Besides, considering the circumstances, going out to try and help people without a proper base or rendezvous point would only be suicide. Not to mention saving those people would only increase the size of their elite team as he would have to escort them back, as sending them back alone wouldn't mean anything if they were injured. In this situation, he could only prioritize his own familia first. We're retreating, Bell decided. Even for his dream, he couldn't abandon his friends or lead them further to the brink of exhaustion. It would have been one thing if they were forced to defend a point with more numbers, but their party barely reached 2 digits and they can't afford to search around blindly for other people. Those are the excuses Bell decided to make for himself. If we can't help the people back there, then let's just help anyone we come across at least, Welf said, patting Bell on the back. Course, Ryder will stop us if we get in over our heads, right? As long as you boys actually listen to me, Ryder said with a sigh. Then we'll do that as a compromise, although we can't take them with us, understood? In the end, we're going to meddle in things again, aren't we? Lily asked with a wry smile. That's just how Bell is after all, Emma replied with her own smile. As she affixed the shield back on top of her pack, she grasped the blue pendant around her neck and started squeezing it. Miss Emma? Lily asked, looking worried for a moment. Sorry, I guess I'm just feeling a bit nervous, Emma admitted as she turned toward one of the dungeon walls. XXXXX. Saber gave one last look at the paper in his hands before releasing his grip on it and allowing it to burn into dust. What foolishness! His companion said, her voice dripping with venom and contempt. The paper was a form of messaging system that Castor had Saber and Lancer try to make. The papers came in pairs. When one burned something on one, the exact same markings would appear on the other. In this case, Castor had inscribed the name of the god that was currently the leader of the bulk of Evilus's forces, Thanatos, as well as the method in which he was using to recruit new members who all willingly marched to their deaths at his orders. The promise of reuniting with one's loved ones after death is a tempting offer, especially when made by a god who rules over death, Saber replied simply. They are pitiful, but do not call them foolish for being manipulated in their despair. I do not care that they are being manipulated, Ryu snapped back, as she wiped the monster blood off of her weapon. The gods themselves have said that memories are not retained after reincarnation. They aren't merely holding out for a miracle, they are holding out for an impossibility. But is it truly impossible? Saber didn't so much ask as recite. Despite what everyone believes, the gods freely admit that they are not all-knowing. Miracles do in fact happen, which in turn brings them excitement. As for reuniting with one's love in a new life after death, such a thing has already happened. But Saber didn't feel like that was something he should say. Not because it would reveal something, but because he didn't think she would believe him. Still, he was glad he donned his full mask for this incursion. He had confidence in his poker face, but the young woman in front of him was a pro. It would be best not to let her know too much. Even so, there is no reason to commit so many crimes and injustices for that reason, Ryu said. If a person learned someone that you cared for killed hundreds of people just for the chance of reuniting with them in the next life, would that person truly be happy? It'd be better for everyone involved if they made a contract with another god than just commit suicide instead. Harsh words, but not incorrect in sentiment, Saber muttered in agreement. No matter their wishes, the members of Evilus are willingly committing atrocities against their fellow humans and then use the release of death to escape the consequences of those actions with the knowledge that they will reunite with their beloved in the next life once the god Thanatos returns to Tenkai to handle their reincarnation. Although all the gods remaining up in Tenkai handle the cycle of life and death ever since the majority descended down to Kakai and started up Familius, the gods of death were able to handle more souls due to it being their domain. Perhaps it is because Thanatos was a god of death that the pitiful souls felt that their chances of being reincarnated with their beloved ones were greater. But even so, no matter their reasons, they have willingly chosen to become evil, Saber said. What we came to do has not changed. Of course not, Ryu agreed. It is fine to understand and even sympathize with them. However, it is not enough to forgive them. Even so, Ryu continued as she looked around at the remains of the large caterpillar-like monster corpses around them. All we've run into are monsters, ones I have never seen before at that. Indeed, Saber nodded his head in agreement. From what I have heard, Evilus have been turning monster feeding areas within the dungeon into nurseries to create these creatures. A pantry, you mean? Ryu asked and Saber nodded again. There's no way the guild wouldn't notice that. Indeed. One such nursery has been dealt with thanks to the efforts of Hermes and Loki Familius. However, who knows how many more exist on the lower floors where only the first-class Familia dare travel. From what my Familia member says after joining Loki Familia on an expedition, they even appear all the way down at the 59th floor. Does this dungeon also stretch down that far? Ryu asked, her eyes looking a bit worried as she quickly scanned the map she received from Castor. I cannot say for certain, Saber replied. It is something beyond mortal understanding to begin with after all. The two of them came across a fork in the road as Saber glanced down both corridors. Enemies down both lanes, he noted. Shall we split up and if we finish after 10 minutes, head back to help the other? Agreed, Ryu said as she took a look down the paths. Which side has more enemies? That way. Saber pointed to the left and she immediately ran down that path before he could get out another word. Has less. He finished with a shrug as she disappeared around a corner. Of course, Saber wasn't completely letting her off without keeping an eye on her. The map Castor gave her had a rune inscribed on it that left a small trail behind it, one that only he could see thanks to his crystallization of wisdom. If she attempted to move on without him, he would be able to track her down without difficulty. Regardless of Castor's motivations in including her in this assault, Saber would make sure the woman returns home to the hostess and seer. Saber then proceeded down the right path at a brisk walk, not feeling the need to run as Ryu did. Although it was his duty was to smite evil, he was not in any particular hurry to kill humans. Eventually, he came across the spot where he had tracked the presences but there was no one around that he could see with his eyes. Magic to make one and one's allies invisible then? He asked to no one as the light seemed to reflect off the lenses of his mask. Immediately, the area around him shimmered and several people in black, loose-fitting robes lunged at him. Their movements were almost completely silent, either the result of some skill, the magic or simply their training, Saber wasn't sure, but they definitely did not seem to be the rabble that had joined the Natos after losing themselves to despair. Which meant they were a third party or a more elite group. At the very least, they were no loci familia, and thus enemies. A chain shot out from under one of their sleeves and Saber held up his blade to catch it. The chain wrapped around Graham and with a simple flick of the wrist, the blade easily cut right through it. In one smooth motion, Saber unhooked two of his daggers with his free hand and flung them upward, striking two other assailants' weapons and knocking them upward, leaving them open to be cut. Before their bodies even hit the ground, Saber's hand shot forward and grabbed the falling chain and pulled, dragging the unsuspecting assailant through the air toward him. A flash later and the man crumbled, unmoving. The next target charged at him with two swords. The assailant, a woman judging from her frantic scream, slashed at him in a clumsy panic and the blows were easily dodged. His hand shot out again and grabbed the woman by the neck and slammed her against the wall. As he was about to deal the final blow, something dislodged itself from the folds of her hood. A crystal blue necklace. Saber's eyes widened as he dematerialized Graham to free his hand and pull off the woman's hood. A pair of purple eyes glared back at him from behind her long purple hair, but he knew the face. He had seen it before, several weeks ago on the first night of their vacation in Milan, before the girl who wore that face broke down into tears at hearing her own voice with magic. "You are..." he began, but the woman held something up before he could finish. A long cord connected to several dark red rocks tied to her chest that looked as though a flame had been petrified mid-burn and sealed in stone in a small box. Saber understood exactly what the woman was trying to do. He immediately snatched the rocks from her body and flung her aside. A moment later, fire enveloped his body and the explosion drowned out all other sounds in his ears. The stone in his hand had exploded, scattering ash and stone everywhere. Pain surged through his hand as he felt his armor sear itself against his flesh. The stones had been some kind of volatile material, either a drop item or an ore mined from the dungeon, and the box was a detonator to ignite it. It was how the members of Evilus detonated themselves to prevent capture and to fulfill their pact to their god. But, for what reason would that person need to do so? With a rune, Saber blew away the smoke and dust, only to see that the woman was nowhere to be found. It would seem that she was quick to flee when at a disadvantage. "No matter," Saber said as he turned to the rest of the assailants who had also been injured by the explosion. He walked to the closest one and slammed his foot on top of their hand to prevent them from moving. "I have questions for you. You will answer them." A few minutes later, Ryu came up to him to see him standing in the middle of the remains of the explosion with no one else in sight. "Are you all right?" she asked, noting how parts of his armor was covered in ash and seemed to have been shaved off from his right arm. "I am, for the most part, uninjured," Saber replied, his voice causing a chill to run down the elf's spine. "However, I need to have a word with Castor once this is over. But first..." Saber continued down the path with Ryu following right behind him. As they rounded the corner, the two of them were met with the sight of three frightened women with their legs and arms chained together. "This is..." Ryu muttered as Saber knelt down and snapped the chains with his bare hands. "This place is one of the easiest ways to leave the city without going through the gates," Saber said as the women realized he was freeing them. "As my goddess noted, criminal elements would not monopolize them and instead build alliances and treaties to make use of them as peacefully as possible. I suspect the woman you rescued several weeks ago would have been moved through here if she had not been bought by the casino." "That makes sense," Ryu admitted as she looked at the women who were clutching Saber's hands and thanking him profusely. "Hey, who brought you down here?" "A woman," one of the would-be slaves replied. "She brought us down here and was about to hand us over when everything started changing." "I see," Saber muttered with a nod before turning back toward Ryu. "I plan to take them back to the surface, but what will you do?" "I will help," Ryu said after a moment's thought. "Excellent," Saber said, nodding his head in approval. "Then you take that one while I take these two." The women looked confused as Saber had one of them climb onto his back before picking the second up in his arms with Ryu following suit for the shortest of the three, a palm. "We are short on time, so this will be the fastest way," Saber answered. "Do not open your mouth. You will bite your tongue." As soon as he said that, the two adventurers burst down the hall to the muffled screams of the saved women. XXXXX. There were a lot of people who lucked out and got convenient magic when they get their Falna. Fighting alongside such people made things easy and quick. Fighting against such people, however. Bet Loga wasn't too familiar with guns, but he knew that they worked in a similar manner to bows and crossbows. Load the projectile in, then pull the trigger and let it loose. Reload, then repeat. However, the one in front of him seemed to have no need for the reloading part of the equation. As the sword-like gun was swung over Bet's head, he noted some blue light shining in the middle of it. No, it wasn't that he didn't need to reload, he was actively creating new projectiles within the guns the same way he would create new arrows for a bow. Fuck. The gun fired in the middle of its swing, forcing Bet to jerk his head the opposite way, only to come face to face with a blade. He leaped back a little too late and the blade cut into the area just above his right eye. It was a shallow cut, but blood was coming out all the same. Bone of my sword, was it? Bet muttered. The blade hadn't been drawn out from a hidden pouch or anything like that. A shard of metal was jutting out of the man's arm, just near his elbow, as if it had burst out from under his skin. Wait, you're telling me this really is Archer? Shin shouted. They look nothing alike. Neither do you two idiots, Bet retorted, wiping the blood from his eye as the man in front of them fixed his posture and the shard of metal vanished. No, just the tip had vanished. The base remained on his body, acting like a seal to keep his blood from flowing out. Hey, at this range you could probably tell his scent, right? Shin asked, ignoring Bet's comment as she stood in front of the still frozen Tiona. You can tell, right? Bet refused to answer. The smell of rust, metal, and above all else, a thick layer of blood. His first guess would be that they were twins, but both Tiona and Shin had different scents. Of course, they were similar due to being in constant close contact with each other and being family, but they were distinct enough that he wouldn't mistake either one for the other even if he was blindfolded. But this, if one removed the smell of monsters and villas. It was the exact same scent. Or perhaps, the difference between Archer and the one in front of them right now was that scent of monsters? What's your deal? Bet demanded. My deal? The man asked, tapping the gun against his forehead again. I've been ordered to kill the intruders. Seems like you're not trying very hard if you take breaks every minute, Bet pointed out, to which the man simply shrugged as if admitting. Shin then pulled Tiona to the ground as the man fired a shot at them. Immediately after that, he lunged toward Bet again, firing shots from one gun and spinning the other around in his hand. The bullets were dodged or blocked by Bet's sword, then when he got close, the two guns were slammed into each other, creating a double-ended blade like Tiona's Urga but bearing the same Eastern design as Archer's usual blades. Just like how that guy could transform a blade into an arrow on the fly, the man in front of him could create and shape any weapon he wanted in an instant. Every instinct was screaming that the one in front of him was the same man that fought alongside him for 2 weeks down in the dungeon. And now that same man was trying to kill him. Fuck that! Bet roared as he delivered a kick into the man's chest. Within the same instant, however, the man leaped backwards, reducing the impact of the blow as he fired several rounds far above Bet's head. The werewolf spun around just in time to see the bullets tear through several poison vermis that had crawled above them. The bug-like monsters exploded, showering their toxin down upon them. Damn it, get a hold of yourself, idiot! Shin shouted as she grabbed Tiona around the waist and carried her away from the raining poison. You saw him yesterday, didn't you? No way he could change that much in less than 24 hours. But... Tiona muttered as Shin let out a groan before turning toward the man who was tapping his forehead again. And you? Is there something wrong with your head or something? Shin demanded, raising her borrowed sword just in case he attempted to shoot at them again. To the surprise of everyone present, the man answered. That woman's voice, he said, tapping the gun against his head even harder. Like worms digging into your skull. Woman. Bet replied. You mean that red-haired bitch, Revis something or another? That mean you a creature too? Who knows? The man said as he tapped the glowing spot on his chest. I'm unable to shoot her or myself. Why don't you tell me? Both guns were raised and both Bet and Shin dashed forward to close the distance. Bet and the members of Loki Familia that fought alongside Archer knew that he always preferred to fight at a distance, hence his nom de guerre. He only ever fought at close range when either things had gone to hell or if he was trying to avoid collateral. The man in front of them did not even attempt to fight at long range and instead walked up close and engaged in close range even with his guns. Cracks of fire rang out in the stone corridor followed by the clashing of steel. Even as the guns were shattered by the level 6 adventurer's strength, they were simply recreated anew in wisps of blue light. Even if they could narrowly dodge his strikes, a blade would jut out of his body and slash at them as well. But the wounds created were shallow, superficial. The two could be cut in such a way 1,000 times and still fight without worry. By all rights, 2 level 6 adventurers should have easily triumphed over the man. For all his experience, skill, and magic, it would not be able to overcome their overwhelming strength. However, they could not land the final blow. Even if they were confident that the man in front of them was not the one they knew, a small tingling of doubt remained. It was not as if they knew how one became a creature in the first place. Within the short time that Diona had seen Archer, could he have been captured and turned into one of those monsters? All traces of Hestia Familia had vanished from the city after all, including their 2 monsters. The fact that Diona was completely hesitant to fight was enough to feed the doubts in Shin's mind, while the man's scent was what caused Bet to doubt. Combined with the man's apparent lack of will to take the fight seriously also fed into their doubts. With such doubts, they would never win this battle. Yuaa. With a scream that was one part cry of pain and one part roar of rage, Diona suddenly leaped into the fray herself, smashing Urga down in front of the man, forcing him back and away from her sister and Bet. Diona! Finally awake, you stupid Amazoness! Shut it, you dumb werewolf! Diona shouted back, her eyes strained and her breathing ragged. I'm just not going to think about it anymore. I'm going to kick his ass and ask questions later. If you're going to say that, then say it in the first place. Shin shouted as the 3 of them turned back toward the man who had once more stopped attacking and was tapping his forehead. Then, without moving his body, the man's eyes seemed to glance at something behind him. That body is made of a blade. I am the bone of my sword. The man turned around just as a red star streaked through the corridor, turning at odd and even 90-degree angles as it made its way toward the man. But just as it reached mere meters from him, he fired a bullet toward the star's trajectory. The bullet and star collided and exploded, scattering dust and small shards of metal around. That was... Diona muttered as something shot out from the cloud of smoke. The familiar flash of a red mantle danced around with the black mantle and the smoke as streaks of blue and red lights were accompanied by the shattering and instant creation of blades. There are 2 of them. Shin muttered. Indeed, 2 men with identical faces and weapons were clashing in front of them. One of them was the man they were all familiar with, their comrade who fought with them all the way to the deep floors of the dungeon. Twins? Diona asked. Archer has a brother. Looks like he's trying to turn that into head right now. Indeed, each strike from both men were quick and sharp, like a pair of vipers both trying to strike at each other's throats. Their black and white fangs shattering themselves upon their identical twins only to reform immediately afterward and begin the strike anew. Should we help? Shin asked just as Diona took a step forward, only to quickly step back as several blades rained down in front of them, blocking their path forward. You really think he's going to let you join in on a family feud? Bet asked. Or are you saying you want to help kill him? Frankly, they should. To allow an enemy with the same magic and skills as Archer to reside in Evilus would only spell trouble for all of Orario. If he were to mass-produce cursed blades or magic swords like Archer could, then that would provide Evilus with power to rival the stronger Familius of Orario. But even so, they could not find an opening to interrupt the fierce battle in front of them. It was as though their twin swords were an extension of their body, one of iron and flame. Though they didn't choose the battlefield, neither would yield to the other, but neither would gain anything either and would not find victory here. And so, their lives have no meaning. It was if they were nothing but swords. But even so, like Heololol, one person refused to stand at the sidelines. Diona shot forward and smashed through the sword barrier and smashed Urga right where the black-clad man was standing, forcing him to leap away. I don't care what this is. Diona shouted, pointing a finger at Archer, who didn't flinch or tear his eyes away from his double. I'm not letting you fight that alone. That goes for me too. Shin said as she walked up and stood by Archer's side opposite from her sister. Bet simply shook his head before taking up a spot next to Shin as well. As he did, a growl sounded from behind the man in black. Coming out of the shadows were what looked like several dozen kobolds, weak monsters found in the very first floors near the entrance of the dungeon. Only these were a sickly green color with vines sprouting from their body. An abomination that reminded Bet of the Velas and Vergas. Were they infesting normal monsters as well? Don't get in my way, Archer said simply as his swords disappeared and was replaced by his black bow. Big words for a level 1, Bet snarked back as Tiona gave Archer a big smile. Ain't that nice? The man in black said with a shrug as his swords were replaced by his guns. Then with a shot being the signal, the mass of infested kobolds surged forward with the level 6 adventurers meeting them in the middle under the cover of silver arrows. XXXXX. Lefia and Filvis continued their search throughout the labyrinth, both for an exit and the missing Loki Familia members. But no matter how far they traveled, there was still no end in sight and they still were unable to confirm their location or gain their bearings. As they traveled, the smell of monsters and magic grew stronger and stronger. Eventually the two of them had to pause for breath as their mental fatigue became too much to bear. Filvis, are you really okay? Lefia asked. She had asked the question several times since they left the room where they had met the Nados and the golden-haired boy. Even though the medicine the boy had given them had seemingly completely healed the cursed wound, she was still holding a hand over her side to cover the gap where it had torn through her clothes as if desperately trying to block an unseen blood flow. Yes. Filvis said once more though with no sign of irritation at Lefia's worry. It's just a phantom pain. Lefia could accept that. She had been attacked rather violently with a cursed weapon that left untreatable wounds near her stomach only to be healed almost immediately after. Adding on the Nados and that boy's words and the situation they were in, there was no doubt she was extremely disorientated. Then, the room suddenly started shaking, prompting both women to leap to their feet as one of the doors started rising up with a large hand appearing underneath it. Or rather, the hand was what was lifting the door up. As they braced themselves for an attack, Lefia was pleasantly surprised at who stepped through. Sir Gareth? Berserker. Gareth, alongside Raoul and the other supporters quickly stepped through the door followed by the large minotaur before it let the door drop behind them. Berserker's sash that bore the Hestia Familia's emblem was nowhere to be found and was instead replaced by a large tarp of some kind, carrying another monster, a siren or a harpy based on the shape, but its feathers were a different hue than the harpy that Hestia Familia brought to the war game, and the behemoth alternative incident and its more prominent crest meant that it was probably a siren. Oh, Lefia and Filvis was it? Gareth greeted them when he saw them. Glad we found ya. That just leaves Ace, Finn, Bet and the twins. Berserker, as in Hestia Familia. Filvis asked. Are they here too? Well, all we found was this guy so far, Gareth replied pointing a thumb at Berserker. Primo isn't here, is she? Lefia asked, feeling a mixture of horror and worry flood her already strained stomach, but it quickly vanished as Berserker shook its head, causing Filvis's eyes to pop wide open. Berserker also seemed to be staring right at Filvis in response with one arm still supporting the siren tied to him. Ah, that's right, Lefia realized. He hasn't seen her before while he probably already saw Raoul and the others during the behemoth incident. This is Filvis, Lefia said quickly. A friend of mine. Berserker slowly nodded its head before moving to another door and began lifting it up with his massive arms. It can understand people? Filvis asked. Yes, Lefia replied with a nod. It probably has to do with how Hestia Familia is taming monsters, but it can understand humans and actively protects them from other monsters. What about other people? Lefia had no answer to that. Berserker's strength was already several magnitudes stronger than that of the already fearsome Minotaurs. Even when it was defending her against Behemoth, its armor and shields crumbled before its body and will did. At that level, it might even be at Gareth's level. A level 6 or possibly level 7 monster, one under Hestia Familia's control. The power balance of Orario might be tipping at an unexpected corner. Come on, the big guy seems to know which way to go, Gareth said, urging Filvis and Lefia to follow. And as we got no better idea, we've just been following him. Lefia looked back over to Berserker, who was holding open the door as Cruz was carefully stepped past, giving the Minotaur a small thanks as he did, to which Berserker simply nodded as he kept it open for Anakitty to cross. Minotauros and the Labyrinth. As soon as the words left her mouth, Berserker's head immediately turned toward her and Lefia felt a strong heat of rage coming from behind its mask. Raoul, who had been stepping past, yelped and quickly moved out of the way. I am sorry, a story just came to my head is all. Leffy Ya said quickly, raising her hands up in apology. Berserker kept its gaze on her for a few more moments before looking away and shifting himself into a more comfortable position to keep the door held up. Do Minotaurs hate labyrinths or something? Filvis asked, sounding more and more confused by the moment. Who knows? Leffy Ya replied. She had only said that because Argonaut's comedy was still fresh in her mind. Minotauros who kidnapped the princess and ran into the labyrinth with her before Argonaut went to rescue her. Considering how much Bell knew about hero stories, it wouldn't be strange for him to tell them to the younger members of the Familia as bedtime stories or something like that, so maybe Berserker listened in when he did. Was Berserker intelligent enough to hate stories about evil Minotaurs? Was it intelligent enough to listen to and enjoy stories? My head hurts. Filvis grumbled, echoing Leffy Ya's current feelings. I'll stop thinking about that stuff for now. She decided as she and Filvis exited under the door with Gareth being the last one out. I'll use the next time I tutor Primo to check things out with Berserker and maybe that harpy too. Once they all left the room, Berserker let the door drop and moved to the front of the line where he led the way down the stone hallway. Occasionally, the Minotaur would stop and not move for several minutes before continuing, and they would come across stains of blood and explosive marks telling of a recent battle with monsters and members of Evilus. Probably his instincts as a monster, Gareth muttered as he glanced over the carnage while the others looked over in disgust and horror. Or maybe he just doesn't want to get involved in a fight while he's holding that siren. Considering the explosives were powerful enough to injure level 3 adventurers seriously and, based on the burn marks, they could envelop the entire hallway, it was probably for the best they continued to leave it to Berserker and stayed out of any fights. Still blowing themselves up, hi. Gareth muttered, kicking aside a piece of stone. Still? Machigatte asked. Met a few down in Milan. They were chasing after, I suppose it was Bell Cranel now that I think of it. Bell? Leffy Ya asked in surprise. Why? Didn't realize it at the time since he was in a disguise, but seeing Berserker carry that siren jogged my memory. He was probably carrying that red-feathered harpy and they were chasing after him to get it back probably. But why go to all that trouble for a monster? Raoul asked. For both sides. For their intelligence. Machigatte offered. Remember how smart the harpy was in scouting out the monsters and using a magic tool? Maybe they're fighting over that? Or at least Hestia Familia is probably working with Ganesha Familia to stop them in that regard. I guess that old Gnosis probably had multiple entrances, Cruz added. They probably popped out everywhere, both in the dungeon and in and outside of Orario itself. Maybe all the way to Milan too. They might have been smuggling monsters out and Hestia Familia probably ran into one of those operations or were told to take it out if they were disguising themselves. I see, considering how quickly everything moved after that, they're probably working closely with the guild too, Gareth muttered before shaking his head. But that's stuff we'll worry about later. For now. Gareth's voice fell off as he suddenly raised his axe. Berserker had stopped and his agitation could visibly be seen on his body. Oh? Guess it noticed. A voice came from the other end of the corridor. It was a man wearing goggles with translucent smoky quartz lenses, a slightly dirty battle cloth, and a large battle knife on his leg. A member of Evilus, but not one of those that lost themselves to Thanatos's honeyed words? Immediately, Berserker let out a blood-curdling howl that not only shattered the stone floor and walls directly in front of him, but also seemed to make Leffy Ya's blood freeze in fear. Not just her but everyone but Gareth took a step away from the extremely enraged Minotaur. Berserker let out a series of growls before letting out another howl as if he was trying to say something before his rage overcame him as the small script engraved on his mask lit up. Whatever it was clear he recognized the man in front of them as an enemy on a deep personal level. The man let out a smirk before pushing off the wall he was resting against and running the other way. Lost in its anger, the Minotaur quickly gave chase. Wait, Berserker! Leffy Ya called out as she and the others gave chase. Why did he suddenly lose it? Narvi asked. Going back to the previous topic, maybe that's one of the guys smuggling monsters. Cruz shot out. He probably sniffed him out, his monster nose probably isn't as affected by the strange dungeon as mine. Save the chatting for later, Gareth called out. He's clearly leading Berserker into a trap. Without him, our time in this place will be much rougher. They managed to keep pace with the rampaging bull, but they didn't need to travel all that far before they came into another large room with multiple exits. The man looked over his shoulder as a red light seemed to shine out of his left eye. Immediately after, several spider-like monsters rushed into the room, as if by his command. However, Berserker was not to be stopped. Drawing its two massive halberds that were nearly as long as he was tall, the Minotaur carved a bloody swath through the spiders as well as the stone floor itself as red lightning arced across his arms. His technique was clearly amateurish, but his speed and power were as great as any high-class adventurer. 5 spiders were crushed and scattered with each swing of its mighty weapons, making even the veteran Loki Familia adventurers hesitant to get close to him. Apollo Familia were rather fortunate that Primo Libero was there to keep it reined in, weren't they? Filvis noted as everyone else nodded their heads in agreement. However, when their numbers were quickly thinned out, another figure appeared at the hall. He wore a set of loose-fitting work clothes topped by a long waist cloth. His weary and begrimed appearance was the antithesis of clean. His sickly pale skin told of a life away from the light of day, and his washed-out, almost desaturated hair hung down in unkempt clumps, hiding one of his eyes. Beneath its visible counterpart was a large, dark bag. "That's the person from Lord Njord's description, isn't it?" Cruz asked as Berserker let out another loud howl, causing the small engravings on his mask to light up again. "I see, so you recognize us, beast," the man muttered. "Your magic may have changed the layout of Gnosis, but its secrets are still open to us." "Can he understand that growling?" Narvi asked, her voice little more than a whisper. "Oh, I get it, you guys don't know, huh?" The goggles-wearing man sneered. "Guess Hestia Familia wasn't keen on sharing that info with you, no matter how chummy you guys are. See, there are monsters that fuck." Berserker cut off the man's words by flinging one of its massive halberds at the man, only just narrowly missing his head as he fell backwards. The other man didn't move from his position as the weapon smashed itself into the wall, scattering rock everywhere. "It seems to not like you in particular, Dix," the man noted. "Most likely because of your hobby." "Yeah, well, it ain't one of the ones we hunted," Dix said as he stood up. He then gave the halberd a quick tug, but the weapon refused to budge. Hestia Familia pulled it from somewhere else. "That siren is though." At his words, the siren in the tarp began to shake as well as let out a fearful voice, prompting Berserker to cover her with his free arm while still keeping his gaze on the duo. Rather than a conversation between 2 men and 2 monsters, it was more like 2 villains sneering at a princess and her guardian knight. Wait, did they say something about a Minotaur's magic?" Filvis asked. "Are they saying that's the cause of Gnosis's transformation?" "Indeed," the man said. "I am called Barca. My family had been tasked by our great ancestor Daedalus to build Gnosis. My eyes could see every inch of our creation. However, when Hestia Familia entered our labyrinth from an old entrance, the Minotaur was the first to enter, and upon placing its hand on the floor, the entire labyrinth was changed into what you see now, robbing us of our glory." The man called Barca's words sent a shiver down Loki Familia's spines. "Berserker, is the one who did this?" Lefia asked. "How was that possible? Did this mean that Berserker was also one of the spirits called by Argonaut and Belcranal?" Come to think of it, when one thought of the Minotaur in terms of stories, one usually thought of the one from Argonaut's Tale, and the labyrinth was never far behind. If these spirits took the form of characters from stories, did that mean their power and magic were also influenced by them as well? The Minotaur does not stray far from the labyrinth which was its home. If that is the case, then if Berserker was a spirit, it made it so that he could recreate his home wherever he wished. It certainly would explain how he was navigating through the corridors without hesitation or confusion. He already knew the entire layout from the beginning. This went beyond what was considered common sense though. And yet, here they were. You'd think he'd be happy about seeing this done, but frankly, we're in agreement on this matter, Dix said as he stood up and held his right arm out. "Agreement that you and this entire place is a damned eyesore. Everyone out, now." Gareth's order forced everyone out of their haze and they immediately retreated, only Barca's eye to suddenly glow and for a door to slam shut. Even though they had claimed to lose control of Gnosis, it seemed as though not everything had been lost. "Berserker!" Lefia called out as she turned back to see the Minotaur quickly remove his tarp containing the siren and fling it toward her. "Become lost in an endless nightmare." The vibrations rose from the man's throat to form a spell as the siren soared through the air. Lefia immediately stopped, not quite realizing what she was doing, and caught the monster as Filvis stood in front of her with her own arm out. Phobiter Deadless. Dio Grail. A wave of crimson light burst forth from Dix's fingers and a red glow swept over the room. The ominous light devoured the darkness of the labyrinth. There was no explosion or even a shock or vibration. The light engulfed the Minotaur just as it spun back around to face the two men, even as Dix's malice-filled tone ran in Lefya's ears. It was a curse of some sort, but Filvis's magic seemed to have blocked it from reaching them, or it simply didn't have the range to reach. However, Berserker released another massive howl, creating a massive crate in the center of the room with him at its epicenter. A roar of pain and rage. While you are our enemy, there is nothing we have at present that could do away with you, Barca admitted as Berserker was thrashing around wildly. So, we'll make use of the intruders instead. Yeah, so just kill each other for us, Dix said, only to once more be cut off as Berserker flung its remaining halberd at him. This time, the weapon struck home, smashing into his side and severing his arm from the shoulder. Although the door had attempted to slam shut in front of them to prevent escape, Berserker's first thrown weapon had lodged itself in the gap, preventing the door from closing all the way, allowing the second to make it through. Barca seemed to click his tongue as he dragged the injured Dix away from the half-closed door, all the while Berserker was clutching his head and screaming in rage. A confusion or berserk curse, Gareth noted as he stood out in front of the group, putting himself between Berserker and the others. What a disaster! As he said that, Berserker's arms dropped to his side as the Minotaur turned around to face them with glowing red orbs shining through his mask with steam coming out of his nostrils. The pressure exuding from the near 3-meter-tall Minotaur made Lefya feel as though she was staring down a monster Rex from the dungeon. That being said, if Lefya's theories were true, that probably wasn't far from the truth. Looks like we are going to have to apologize to Archer's Familia after this, Gareth said solemnly. We can't kill him. Lefya said. She didn't want to have to explain to Primo that she had to kill Berserker, not after the younger girl had asked the Minotaur to protect her at great personal cost to himself. We might not have to. Raoul said quickly, pointing to the doorway on the opposite side of the room. We have 3 options. Look, the door still hasn't closed properly, so we can try getting around him and running through there. Also, considering the curse was cast from a caster and not a weapon, we can also hold out until he passes out or dies. And the third? Anakitti asked, only for Raoul to put on a bitter face and clam up. Right, of course. As soon as she said that, Berserker suddenly lunged at them, only to be caught by Gareth. The dwarf and Minotaur locked hands and engaged in an impromptu grappling contest. Then, I'll keep him locked down. Gareth shouted, his voice raising a pitch when he noticed that he was actually struggling in a contest of strength against a Minotaur. Go! Taking the siren in her arms, Lefya ran toward the door with the others. Raoul took the lead, followed by Anakitti, then Cruz, Narvi, Lefya, and Filvis taking the rear. However, that small moment where Gareth was distracted in giving orders was enough for Berserker to rear his head back before smashing it against Gareth's own. Both the Minotaur's mask and Gareth's helmet cracked from the impact as the dwarf reared back from the impact. With a mighty roar, Berserker then threw the dwarf into the wall, stopping the others in their tracks. Gareth! Raoul shouted, but the dwarf managed to pull himself out of the crater in front of them without much fanfare. Yeesh, I'm going to feel that in the morning. Gareth muttered as he rubbed his head, only for the helmet to snap in two and fall to the side. See, kids? That's why you wear a helmet. Is now really the time? Raoul asked as Berserker let out another roar. Gareth reached up and shoved Raoul to the ground just as a rock flew over his head. The rock flew toward the door and smashed into Berserker's weapon, knocking it out and forcing the door to slam shut. Strictly speaking, they weren't quite locked in. If Berserker could lift and open the doors, then there was no reason to believe Gareth couldn't. The problem was that only Gareth would be able to hold down Berserker without harm to either of them, meaning he couldn't do both. Shit, came Cruz's elegant comment about their situation. In the story of Argonaut, the Minotaur he fought was known to have devoured both humans and monsters in order to increase its strength. Without a doubt, it must have been an enhanced species at that point. For all he was said to be a fool, it must have taken great courage for someone without a Falna to fight it. The reason such a thought came to Lefya's mind was because she found herself in such a position right now, probably even staring down the same Minotaur. There's no other choice, Gareth muttered. But as he and the others readied their weapons, a voice screamed out. Stop! A voice that none of them had ever heard before, one that caused Filvis and the members of Loki Familia to look over to Lefia, or rather, the siren in Lefia's arms. Paying no heed to the stares of the adventurers, the siren then took in a deep breath. Gareth and Raoul, recognizing the action, quickly stepped to the side. Almost immediately after a low melody escaped the siren's mouth. It was the attack that separated a siren from a harpy, a type of sound wave attack that acted like magic. The wave hit Berserker head on, causing the Minotaur to convulse as it let out a howl and started stumbling back and forth. A type of confusion attack? Ah! Gareth, now while Berserker's confused. Raoul said, pointing toward the door. Gareth gave one last look at the Minotaur as it collapsed to its knees before running toward the door. As he struggled to lift it, Berserker started smashing his own head against the ground, as if trying to remove the noise from his head, causing more cracks to form in his helmet. He was clearly suffering, and the sight of it made Lefia's heart ache, but it was far better than being killed by Gareth while he was not himself. It won't budge! Gareth shouted. Did they lock it? But before anyone could say anything, Berserker let out another monstrous howl as he slammed both his hands onto the floor, sending a shockwave running through the stones and causing them all to fall over. At this point, the siren's throat could no longer handle her song, causing her to spit up blood. Hey, get a hold of yourself! Narvi said as she helped Lefia pull the siren back. But they couldn't keep standing as Berserker's strikes caused more and more tremors to fill the room. Then, as Lefia looked back at the Minotaur, she saw the last pieces of his mask crumble away, just as the glowing characters on its sides fizzled out. Run! Another new voice, yet it was one Lefia heard before, just before Gnosis transformed. Get away! Berserker cried before raising his arms over his heads once more, and with one last strangled roar, smashed them against the floor, causing the stones to crumble underneath the adventurers. But even as she fell, Lefia's hand stretched out toward that monstrous face, one covered in blood and tears. XXXXX. Again. Berserker said that single word as he glanced down the hole where the adventurers dropped into. Although the distance was far, he had confidence in that they would be able to survive the fall. Though his mind was clear again thanks to the siren's song, he felt himself too dangerous to stay anywhere near the humans, and they probably didn't want to be near him either. It was dangerous for the siren as she fell down with them, but Berserker felt that he could trust the young woman who was Primo's teacher. And even without Berserker leading them out, they still had the Ariadne he gave Raoul. Carefully walking around the edges of the hole, Berserker made his way to the exit. There he found that the door had been sealed, or the mechanism that would let it open had been damaged from the battle. It proved little problem as Berserker simply reared his fist back and smashed it through the walls surrounding the door instead. Although they too were lined with metal, compared to the indestructible doors, the metal in the walls folded like tissue paper. On the other side of the door, both of his weapons could be found along with a trail of blood leading away. There were no severed limbs however, meaning that they took the arm with them. Probably, angry. He had spoke in front of outsiders. No doubt he will probably get in trouble when he got back, but considering the siren had already spoke up first, maybe it won't be too bad. For now, he had to get out. It was too dangerous to keep chasing FIA's enemy deeper into the labyrinth. He couldn't afford to be cursed again. He also had to bring the information back home, that the reason their enemy could move so easily was because they could use that curse to hide their tracks. To take them down, more preparations needed to be made. He chose to make his way to the closest exit, but as he drew close, a presence seemed to be making its way toward him. Both of them seemed to be aware of the other as they slowed their pace at the same time. When they reached the same corridor, Berserker found himself looking in a mirror, although they looked nothing alike. The Minotaur in front of him had a jet black mane and stood a meter shorter than he did, but the two shared the same red-colored horns. He was wearing full plate armor that did not fit him, making it look more like light armor on his person, and he was wielding two axes in his hands, with one of them cackling with the power of lightning. They looked nothing alike, and yet he knew they were the same. For they both had done battle with a young man who defeated them with the help of a woman. For their destinies were closely entwined with a young man who also wielded the power of lightning. But that was where the similarities ended. He could tell right away at first sight. If he were to meet with that person again, he would love to be able to talk to him, but the mirror was different, he wished to fight him once more, both of them did. Not a simple spar but another fight to the death, one that would be once more told throughout the world in the songs of bards and storytellers. He could not let them meet, and the mirror seemed to realize that. The two of them both let out a blood-curdling roar as Berserker lifted his halberds up at the same time as his mirror raised his axes. Astrios, one stated simply. Astrios, came the other's reply. And with that, black and white lightning clashed against each other. XXXXX. You young ones all right. Gareth shouted once the rocks stopped falling. Compared to the fall, the pieces of adamantite hidden in the floor were more dangerous to him and the supporters. Somehow, Raoul said as he got up from the ground, pushing the rebel off his chest. Tell me I didn't hear that. Machigatte said softly as she pushed herself off the ground. Tell me I didn't hear two monsters talk just now. No one said anything as Gareth turned toward Lefia who was still holding the slightly coughing siren in her arms. Once the siren stopped coughing, she looked around and slowly lifted up a small bundle within her wings. Lefia took it from her and opened it up, revealing the Hestia Familia emblem as well as several bottles filled with the special potion that showed up on Dion Sect Familia a few times, one that restored both the body and mind. Figures Hestia Familia would know how to get those as well. Looks like Berserker kept it safe with her before he threw it, Narvi noted as she plucked one of the bottles from Lefia's hand. Spread them amongst yourselves, Gareth said. Lefia, you and Filvis should take them, and give one to the siren too. Gareth. Raoul asked. Monster or not, she helped us. The dwarf replied before taking another look at her, or more specifically, her injuries like the bent wings and missing eye. And I don't think she's in any condition to do anything else. Got it, Raoul said as he stood up and took the siren from Lefia so she could treat herself. A pair of roars echoed down from above, causing the adventurers plus siren to look up. We best get moving, Gareth said. Berserker managed to get us away from him, but it'd be all for nothing if he jumps down after us in his addled state. Right, Raoul said as he gestured toward Cruz, who walked over and helped the harpy climb onto Raoul's back before tying them together. You sure about this? Cruz asked the human who nodded back. Berserker trusted us with her so I'm going to make sure she gets out at least. Raoul said. And, Loki might know what to do about this. This is above our pay grade, isn't it? Narvi admitted. Can you understand us? Lefia asked the siren who shrunk back a bit before nodding. Did you know Berserker, that minotaur before this? A shake of the head. I suppose he found her in Evilus's clutches then, Filvis noted. Probably what that man who cursed Berserker, Dix was it. Probably from one of them. That means there are probably more monsters that can talk, aren't there? Machigatte asked. Considering we met two while fighting Evilus, they're probably hunting them. And I guess Hestia Familia took it personally, Cruz said with a mirthless smile. And then, the walls of the room they were in came crashing down. The adventurers plus siren wheeled around toward the noise that appeared behind Gareth. A mountain of green skin blocked their vision. Four impossibly large, powerful legs supported its lower half, two mangled horns twisted away from its head, and its skin was the sickly yellowish green of corroded steel. It was tall, more than 6 meters from the ground to its shoulders, and from its back sprouted a tail that split in two down the middle, both ends sharpened into sword-like points. All in all, it very much resembled a bull, save for the woman's body jutting out from the creature's forehead. The upper half of its body was female, its lips curved in a disconcerting smile. It would seem that they found the source of the other roar. Ruiyuan. Gareth found his voice and gave the order, prompting them all to run as fast as they could away from the new unknown, the new demi-spirit. And the demi-spirit chased after them, its massive legs causing tremors with each step, sending them stumbling and flying as they tried to scramble away. And above all of this, on a wide corridor that was traveling above the adventurers' corridor, a young golden-haired boy let out a wide smile. I found you! Chapter 54, Between Heaven and Earth. Asa's blade shined under the glow of the torchlight as she sliced through the sickles of the mantis-like monster in front of her, severing them from its body before driving desperate through its head, causing it to slump over dead. More new species, Finn said as he drew his spear from the corpse of a similar creature that had been butchered by the Palom, revealing only internal organs and blood, yet missing one crucial component that common sense had told mortals about monsters. However, they don't seem to have magic stones, curious. Did Evilus find them? Ace wondered out loud, but Finn shook his head as he glanced over to the half-eaten corpses in white robes. I think they were surprised about these monsters as we are, Finn replied. If I had to guess, they appeared with this new labyrinth. Finn then glanced around for a moment before continuing. Ace, you've probably read Argonaut's comedy recently, right? Finn suddenly asked. Yes. Ace answered, completely confused at the sudden question. While he had been possessing Belle, Argonaut had said that Ace was almost identical to the princess that he had gone to save, albeit with golden eyes instead of blue ones. This, and the talk of heroes and spirits she had with him afterward, had prompted her to go back and read old legends by Orna the storyteller before bed, with Argonaut being the first one she had read but found no detailed descriptions of the characters within the tale. It didn't even mention Argonaut's sister, whom he had claimed was a half-elf when he apologized to Lefia for mistaking her as such. Remember, in those stories, Argonaut had fought several monsters on the way to the Minotaur. I'm just wondering if that tale is influencing why we are facing so many monsters now. Oh! Are you talking about Lefia's theory about spirits? Ace asked, and Finn nodded. Yes. I think that it would be careless to only consider the heroes of those tales, Finn said as he led the way forward again. After all, the hero is only as captivating as their villain. I do not think a spirit would willingly become a monster and keep their mind, Ace said, refusing to believe Hestia Familia's berserker could be counted amongst the same level as Argonaut and Saber, or rather the legendary dragon slayer Sigurd. Though she did find it strange that his name had been recorded as Siegfried, then again, several names of heroes had changed throughout the ages. Maybe, it certainly would not be funny if it became something like the demi-spirits. As they passed through a doorway leading into a large room, the pair stopped at the sight in front of them. Within the large room were countless monster corpses. Not just the new mantis-like monsters but the new spider-like monsters they had seen before Gnosis shifted into the new labyrinth. It was as if two armies of monsters met in this room, fought, and devoured one another. It certainly led credence to the theory that the mantis monsters were even more abnormal than the other new species that resembled the Velas and Vergas. Tread carefully, Finn said as they quietly made their way through the corpses. They might not all be dead. No sooner did he say that did one of the mantis leaped up toward the palom, despite missing several arms and a huge chunk of its head, only to be smacked away by him with one fierce swing of his spear. The mantis flew and smashed against the wall, the rest of its internals splattering out from the holes in its body. It was a rather horrid sight. I never thought I'd say that I wish they were only Vergas, Finn muttered, with a wry smile. At least they have magic stones, so such a grisly sight can't be seen if we destroy it. Ace couldn't help but agree with all her heart. But if these monsters were against Evilus, she wasn't going to say no to a third enemy that can distract them while they found the rest of their familia. But, that Revis and masked person are tamers, aren't they? Ace reminded Finn. Isn't there a chance that they could use these new species against us? Considering this room, they probably won't be able to get too many, Finn said, gesturing to the corpses with his chin. Just as Ace nodded her head, she felt a change in the wind. Tempest! With a shout, Ace swung her blade down with all her might as Finn quickly repositioned himself behind her. The green wind smashed into an incoming torrent of red fire that had been launched out from the opposite end of the room. The winds scattered the red flame, causing it to envelope and completely annihilate the remaining monster corpses in the room. Guess we found her, Finn muttered as the flames died down to reveal a red-headed woman with green eyes stepping into the room. In one hand was an eerie-looking black longsword while in the other was a blood-red magic sword that was no doubt the source of the flames, with another identical black sword strapped to her back. It's been a while, Arya, the woman, Revis, said. I don't know what trick you pulled to change Gnosis like this, but it must have involved those unknown spirits. She knows about Saber and the others. Ace thought, glancing over at Finn, who remained silent as he carefully watched Revis. Finn's eyes bounced back and forth between the two identical black blades in Revis's possession. His eyes then went wide. Archer! Finn breathed. Exactly. Revis then swung the magic sword forward once more, sending another wave of flame out toward the two adventurers. Ace's wind shot out to meet it, barely splitting the flames once more. But before the flames even died down, Revis shot forward, splitting the stone floor underneath her as she did, and dived right into the flames, abandoning the crumbling magic sword behind her. It was fast. nearly as fast as Saber was during their spars. Ace found herself unable to switch from defending against the fire to defending the oncoming strike in time. But Spear of Magic, I offer my blood. Bore within this brow. Finn's voice sounded out underneath the torrent of fire in the form of an ultra-short chant. Hell Finagas. His sky-blue eyes became dyed in a blood-crimson red as he shot out from behind Ace's shield of wind and into the flames to meet the oncoming strike. One of Finn's skills, Ale Mac Midna, activated and provided him some resistance to the flames around him as he deflected the sword from striking Ace. The opening he gave her allowed Ace to switch her stance and thrust into the gap provided by her captain, but Revis quickly drew her second sword and blocked the riposte. As she did, an eerie black aura began to envelope Revis, as if the creature was taking in a curse unto herself and use it as a weapon against the adventurers. Gold and silver steel danced against the torrent of black curses. Each strike was painful, and Ace did everything she could to keep the cursed swords from striking her. Were it not for Saber's training and Finn being beside her, Ace might not have been able to even see the strikes at all. The memories of that bout surged forward from the depths of her mind. Fighting a great hero who fought with the power of a dragon. And thus the wind roared. Cladding herself with aerial, Ace shot forward. The wind smashed against the onslaught of curses, forcing it back. The green winds formed around her, almost as though it was creating a solid wall between her and Revis. Ace had finally regained her composure with a single thought. As fearsome and frightening as the monster in human skin in front of her was, it paled before the dragon that resided within that great hero. If she was to stand on the same level as those heroes, she cannot afford to fall here. Despite being forced back, however, Revis showed no sign of frustration and instead showed a dark smile. Ace's wind had carved large gashes in Revis's skin, but the creature's accelerated healing was already kicking in, closing up the wounds without difficulty. Don't stray too far, Finn said softly as he stood beside Ace. It's going to be a battle of attrition, so we just need to wait a bit for the situation to change. Right, Ace replied as the ground began to rumble. Revis's smile seemed to grow as a swarm of the spider-like monsters came swarming in through from corridor the creature came in from. Not only that, several Veelas also came in from the entrance that Ace and Finn came from. Just as it seemed that the situation had changed for the worse, a green flash cut through several of the Veelas behind them, causing them to freeze before quickly dissolving into dust as their magic stone was destroyed. Light of stardust, tear my enemies asunder. And following the death throes of the monsters was the soft tones of glittering stardust. Luminous wind. The stardust erupted in a brilliant green storm, launching outward and destroying the remaining Veelas as well as several of the spider monsters around Revis in dozens of explosions, forcing the creature to leap back to avoid it. Did we make it? Came a familiar distorted voice. Teacher. Ace called out as the black-clad form of Saber stepped out of the ashes of the monsters with an unfamiliar woman wearing a green hood and mask that covered her face. She wasn't Lancer or any other member of Hestia Familia that Ace could recognize. Still, she seemed familiar, but Ace couldn't quite put her finger on it. She turned toward Finn, but the Palom had a wry smile on his face before saying, I see nothing, as the elf woman gave him a nod before turning toward Revis and jolting slightly. Is something the matter? Saber asked, but the woman shook her head. No, I thought I recognized her for a second, but it isn't someone I know, the woman replied. Revis glanced at the two newcomers before clicking her tongue in annoyance. Evilus is useless as expected, she muttered before she readied her sword again, seemingly unconcerned about facing four people at once as more spiders started pouring in from the door. Whether it was confidence, bloodlust, or simply apathy, or even a mix of all of the above, Ace wasn't sure. But Ace knew that so long as she had both Finn and Saber at their side, they had already won. But as both sides stared each other down before Ace, Finn, and the elf rushed forward while Saber waited in the rear. The adventurers cut their way through the monsters and reached Revis easily, but that was all that was simple. The elf struck first, only for her weapon to be knocked aside and for her to be kicked away without Revis even batting an eye. Finn was next with two thrusts with his Forsha spear, with each strike moving like a viper going for the throat. Yet each one was deflected via lightning-fast strikes to the shaft before Revis swung the second black sword, forcing Finn to defend against it as he was launched aside. But even as Finn was knocked back, Ace was already barreling down on Revis from above. Although she fell with the speed of a star, Revis avoided the strike by leaping back, yet Ace kept up the assault. Her silver desperate cut through the air, bathed in her aerial, and though she could not land a direct hit, the wind was enough to keep Revis from escaping too far. Then, as the creature moved to retaliate, a green light shot forward and crushed one of the black swords in her hands. What? That was. It moved faster than one could blink, but Ace managed to catch what the projectile was. It was Saber's sword. Rather than using it like a melee weapon, the man had punched the bottom of the blade and launched it like an arrow toward Revis. As it flew past them, the blade began to move at impossible right angles as it attempted to return to its master. At the blade's first turn, Saber had launched himself forward with the force of a dragon's roar, scattering the corpses of monsters and the stone floor around him. He blew past Ace and threw a punch at Revis. The creature maneuvered her other blade between herself and the hero. The black blade successfully blocked the blow of his fist, but the sheer power behind it was enough to send the woman flying, embedding her into the wall deep enough that she also smashed into the adamantite underneath the stone. Such was the power of a legendary great hero. As Gram flew back into its master's hand, Saber glanced toward Ace for a moment before turning back toward Revis. Maybe he was wondering if Revis had been the one Ace was training to defeat? Frankly, she didn't care who defeated her so long as she was removed as a threat for good. But as Saber gripped his blade, preparing to unleash the energy held within, the labyrinth began to shake around them once more. XXXXX. As the battle raged between man and monster, two monsters were waging their own war below them. Two mirrored existences, the ones who bear the name of Minotauros, clashed against each other in a storm of red lightning and black steel. Both Minotaurs understood the intention of their opposite on sight. A sort of mutual understanding had flowed between them, exchanging the necessary information all at once. The Black Bull wished to do battle against the young man that the White Bull loved as a friend and master. A blood-stained battle of not only pleasure, but one to the death as his soul demanded. But the White Bull had vowed to protect the boy, no matter the cost to his own body. Thus the two opposites had no choice but to face each other. Even then, there was no animosity between them. In fact, the two of them might even be friends should they be given the opportunity, ones that do battle on occasions where they were not needed to defend their comrades, the ones born with a heart from the walls of the dungeon. But it was not to be. These two, whose names meant lightning, had goals that ran counter to one another. One wished to fight a young man in another bloody duel while the other wished to protect him with his newfound life. That single fact was all that was needed to turn them into enemies that did not hate each other. Each step they took shook the earth around them. Each swing of their mighty weapons scattered lightning and thunder against the stone corridor, blowing out the walls and adamantite beneath it them. Their monstrous strength were at a level beyond that of ordinary mortals, even those that received the blessings of the gods. Only those that reached the pinnacle of humanity could stand on the same battlefield as these monsters. But even in this battlefield, the differences could be seen. The White Bull's halberd swung down with enough force to cleave solid stone, but the blow was caught by the Black Bull's axe. Nevertheless, the strength behind the swing was enough to send the latter's feet digging into the stone, scattering rubble everywhere. While the halberd was restrained, the Black Bull's magic blade, shaped in an axe, began to crackle with energy. The magic axe came down with all of the Black Bull's strength, only to be intercepted in turn by the White Bull's second halberd. The mysterious metal of the halberd had completely repelled the lightning magic from the blade. Clang! The next instant, the Black Bull was blown back by the strength of the White Bull's swing. The White Bull's strength surpassed that of the Black Bull. Each blocked blow sent tremors that shook the Black Bull's bones to his very core, and he could tell that the longer the battle went, the worse it would be for him. And yet, despite the regret he was feeling at facing a comrade that could understand him better than any of the others, a rush of excitement ran through his body. It was a battle that sent jubilations down to his very soul. It would not do for it to end so soon. A distant roar caused both of them to freeze in their place. The White Bull's head tilted upward slightly to look behind the Black Bull, prompting the latter to turn to look over his shoulder. A mass of sickly green caterpillar-like monsters were rushing toward them, looking nothing like any other monster the two had seen before. No, that was wrong. The White Bull seemed to recognize them from somewhere as it rushed forward and past the Black Bull, intent on putting their battle aside until the monsters were erased from the world. A burst of steam flew out the Black Bull's nostrils before it turned and followed after the White Bull. Their battle could wait until the distraction was taken care of. But when he swung his axe against the monster, its blood seemed to corrode the metal of his blade. That would be a huge problem, as his axe was of rather high quality and he didn't want to lose it before the battle could continue. The black bull glanced at one of the halberds the white bull was using that retained its sheen even as it carved through several of the exploding caterpillars in a single swing, but a simple glare from his mirror, it was clear it wasn't sharing. How stingy! The black bull did not want to lose his precious axe simply due to how hard it would be to get a new weapon. He would have to find one and take it from an adventurer, and that had its own dangers. However, he remembered that his comrades had said something about making contact with a blacksmith who made weapons on the surface. The black bull decided to request an axe to be made for him the next time they meet. But for now, the bulls had to clean up the mess in front of them. XXXXX. Diona's erga spun like a buzzsaw as she sliced her way through the strange green kobolds. Several of them were cut down with each swing, but the monsters ignored their wounds and continued to claw and snap at her. They were weak, but they attacked without fear and without pain. Why the hell are there so damn many? Diona shouted before raising her sword up as a bullet bounced off of it. It certainly didn't help that the fake archer was still taking pot shots at them in between shooting down Archer's arrows. Both of them had the same face and build and even the same magic. The only difference was their hairstyle, their clothes, and the fake's skin was slightly darker than Archer's tan skin. It was as if someone had taken Archer and burned him from the inside out. To Diona, it was like she was looking at a male version of her Enshin, as stupid as that sounded. Except they were seriously trying to kill each other. While the twin Archer's bullets were still haphazardly being shot at Bet and the twins, each one fired at Archer went straight for his heart. The same went for Archer's arrows. The black swords that he transformed into his arrows would fly in impossible angles, avoiding the kobolds and try to hit his twin dead on, but they were shot down mid-flight without fail. One walked under the sun as a member of one of the most famous familias in recent history while the other lurked in the shadows as an ally of Evilus. How could they have turned out so different? Did Archer come to Orario to hunt down his own brother? As she cut down another kobold, Diona glanced over toward Shin. She couldn't tell what her sister was thinking in the middle of this chaos, but the troubled look on her face made her think she was thinking something similar at least. Bet on the other hand. He burst right through the altered kobolds and got right in the fake Archer's face. He swung his sword toward the fake's neck, only for it to be blocked by the man's weapon, which had instantly morphed from a gun to a sword similar to the ones Archer always used. It seemed as though the moment he realized it wasn't Archer in front of them, all hesitation flew out the window. The moment their swords clashed against each other, the werewolf spun around and delivered a kick toward the man's chest, only for him to block it with his arm. In spite of this, the sheer force behind the blow was enough to send him sliding back across the stone floor, but other than that, he showed no outward signs of injury. TCH, like kicking solid metal. Bet cursed. It would seem that at the very least, Archer's twin was sturdier in close combat than he was. Considering he could extend blades out of his body, Diona wondered if he might literally be a walking metal statue with a skin covering. Was Archer the same? That body is formed of iron and flame. Bet's eyes widened for a second before he narrowly managed to avoid a bullet that hit one of the green kobolds instead, prompting blades to form out of it. A metal shield quickly flew through the air, placing itself between Bet and the monster, allowing the werewolf to grab it as the monster exploded, showering the room with shards of metal. Bet, who was right next to the explosion, was able to weather the storm without issue thanks to the shield, while Diona and the others were far away enough and had enough meat shields in the way to avoid it. Now Diona understood why the fake Archer brought along so many weak monsters. Even though they were weak, they fought without fear like normal monsters, and they were numerous and expendable enough for him to turn them into bombs with super short chant that was near identical to Archer's. The four of them were basically fighting him in the middle of a field of living bombs. In spite of this, however, the fake Archer didn't do anything drastic like turn every single monster into a bomb. Either he did not have the capability of doing so, or he was indeed holding back as a form of resistance or harassment to whoever was giving him orders. That being said, he certainly wasn't holding back when it came to trying to kill Archer. He would look in Archer's direction with a derisive sneer, while Archer would look at him back like he was a monster that needed to die. Diona had seen Archer in what she thought was his serious mode back when they fought the demi-spirit down in the depths, but the look in his eyes was beyond even that. It reminded Diona how Baek was completely afraid of her own sister, Argana, and the less said about Argana the better. For Diona, who loved her sister Shin, even though they didn't always get along, seeing two siblings hate each other so much drove a nail into her chest. Shi and Shen were able to avoid killing each other because Tiona had requested Kali to let them leave and the goddess allowed it without too much fanfare, allowing them to leave Telskyra and travel to Auraria where they became members of Loki Familia. 2 silver knives flew forward and impaled themselves into the chest of one of the kobolds and Tiona recognized them as Shen's Zula's. Considering they had all been destroyed, these ones must have been created and thrown by Archer. Tiona's sister accepted the gifts with a smile as she reached forward and tore the knives out of the monster's chest and threw Bet's sword back toward him. The werewolf dropped the shield, snatched the sword out of the air and swung his swords at the fake Archer, who deflected the blows with the blades on his guns while also firing them wildly as he did. To Tiona's surprise, the bullets were bouncing off the stone walls and floor, cutting right through the monsters as if they were paper, making the adventurers realize that they definitely did not want it to hit them. What the hell is this? Shen asked as she blocked the bullet, only for it to shatter her knife on impact. Archer, you're slaking. I have created over 1,000 blades. If it were the normal Archer, he'd probably scoff or make some witty remark about how easy bouncing projectiles off the walls were, but he simply tossed Shen another one without another word. In fact, both archers were deathly silent outside of saying the lines of their chant, as if they were nothing more than dolls that were trying to kill each other. Never yielding yet never amassing anything. The guns in the fake's hands disappeared and were replaced by a dark red sword that started glowing the moment he placed both hands on its hilt. A magic sword. Shen realized what it was instantly. Shit. Bet said as he jumped away from the man while Archer stepped forward with his right arm extended. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Tiona realized what he was trying to do. It was the same spell he used to protect the expedition team from the demi-spirit's second magic after Riveria and Gareth had been taken out by its first one. As she quickly jumped behind Archer, her sister and Bet were close behind. As soon as the three were safely behind him, the magic shield expanded out, covering the entire space of the corridor just as a wave of flame enveloped their surroundings, bringing back horrible memories of seeing Riveria disappear in a sea of red before Gareth threw himself in front of them. Even with Archer's magic shield in front of them, Tiona could still feel the heat blowing past it, smashing multiple layers of the shield in an instant. It was even hotter than the fire breath of a Valgong dragon but not as bad as the demi-spirit's spell, maybe. Thus, that life has no meaning. But just as the flames died down, the fake Archer appeared right in front of the shield with a golden sword in his hands. The golden blade smashed into remaining 3 layers of the magic shield and shattered them all with that single thrust, as if it was a weapon that was always meant to do so. Then, as soon as the last lights of the shield disappeared, the sword's hilt suddenly extended and the golden blade shot toward Archer's heart. Archer! But just before the blade could reach him, Tiona shot forward and jabbed Urga in the space between the two men. The golden blade clashed against the flat of double-headed blade and Tiona swung it with all her might. The sound of metal shattering reached her ears but she put it aside as the fake Archer was launched back, the golden blade having turned into a golden spear instead. The stone around them had been shifted and melted like a flowing river of stone save for the island where the 4 adventurers stood. And her precious Urga was half the size it used to be. But that was the furthest thing from her mind at the moment. Archer! Are you dash? Tiona began only for Archer to extend his hand and create a copy of Urga for her without a word. No word of thanks or snarky comeback of how he didn't need her help. This cold attitude was as painful as it was frightening, just like the two's mirrored magic chant. The twins were so similar to the point that they could be the exact same person were it not for the different clothes and haircut. And so, as I pray. As the two seemed to be nearing the end of their chants, the dungeon around them started to shake violently, something the two men simply ignored. What the hell is going on now? Bet shouted as the magic around them erupted. XXXXX. Dodge. At Gareth's shout, the adventurers all leapt to the walls of the corridor as the massive green demi-spirit simply charged straight down the path, unheeding of any obstacles in its way. The statues and pillars were simply plowed through as if they were made of glass and even the walls that were as tough as adamantite were shattered. It was an entirely different beast compared to the one Loki Familia encountered down on the 59th floor. While the first demi-spirit was stationary and launched catastrophic spells one after the other, this bull-like demi-spirit charged forward using its unimaginable weight and destructive power. What do we do? Cruz shouted over the destruction as they continued to run down the path. Even if we run, it's not as though we know where an exit is. Narvi added. Didn't Berserker give you something, Raoul? Anakitti asked as they all followed the man holding the siren on his back. Yet, Raoul replied. I've been following it since it seemed to create a trail in the same direction Berserker was going before he got cursed, but considering how far we fell, even if we went this way, who knows how far we need to go. And with the demi-spirit hot on their heels, they may grow exhausted before they reach the exit. And so, Gareth made a decision. Raoul, you lead the others out of here. The dwarf ordered as he slid to a stop and turned around. I'll keep it from chasing after you all. Sir Gareth. Luffy Ya called out in surprise, but Gareth would have none of it. Go. Anyone else would just get in my way. Got it. Came Rawl's reply. Good luck, Gareth. As the rest of the party retreated, Gareth could only chuckle to himself. Considering we fled from one bull only to find an even bigger one, I don't think I have much luck left, he said as he turned back to the demi-spirit as it wrenched itself out of the wall. Arya. This thing's looking for Ace too, huh? Gareth muttered. Was it actually following us, or were we heading toward Ace's position as well? All the more reason not to let it follow the others. He had to stop it in its tracks. Before it could regain its bearings, the dwarf lunged forward and slammed his axe into its leg. A clear red gash had formed where he struck, but its body was so hard that his axe had lost a sizable chunk from its head. The weapon will shatter long before the demi-spirit does. But even so, he had to take out at least one of its legs in order to slow it down. You wish to play? The demi-spirit asked, turning its horrifyingly beautiful head toward Gareth's direction. The bull that made up the demi-spirit's lower body suddenly let out a great roar, making Gareth wonder if the two entities had two separate minds. If it was created from one of those parasite things, it might have latched onto a power bull, a monster found in the deep floors. The monster's legs smashed against the floor, sending shockwaves that smashed against Gareth's body like a wave, and the tremors made it hard for him to brace himself against them. The only chance he had was to strike at the monster's magic stone and kill it in one hit, but he wasn't sure his axe would survive for that long. One thing he could do was take a leaf out of Berserker's book and destroy the ground to send it falling to a lower floor, but that would be putting off the problem for later, and he didn't have the equipment to fight the demi-spirit in a prolonged battle. So there was no other choice but for him to take it down here and now. Gareth was Loki Familia's strongest warrior, a veteran who braved the dungeon depths hundreds of times over. Although the demi-spirit in front was something completely new, it wasn't different enough from the one he had encountered before that he would be thrown off balance. Pierce, Spear of Lightning. Your envoy beseeches thee, Tony Truss. Incarnate of Thunder. Queen of Lightning. So when it started its chant, one shorter and faster than any mortal could hope to cast, Gareth had been ready for it. Thunder Ray. The dwarf launched himself off the shattered stone floor as the bolt of magic flew over his head. It left the beast wide open for Gareth to carve into its leg, losing another portion of his axe, but he had been able to cleave through it, sending the giant bull down to the ground. As someone who was always trusted with the rearguard, something of this level, while no doubt dangerous with awe-inspiring power, it was all it had. No matter how powerful it was, it meant nothing if it couldn't hit Gareth. However, the same could be said of Gareth. Despite bringing the creature down to its knees, it was only a temporary victory. He could not reach its core to deliver the final blow as it thrashed around with its remaining legs and even its tail that split off into two razor-sharp blades. As he was fighting all on his lonesome, the demi-spirit only had one target to focus its fury upon. Not that the others could have done anything to help if they had stayed. Perhaps if one or two of the other level SIXs had been with him, they could have finished it. But even so, he couldn't stop here. His instincts were screaming out to him, something in his very soul was telling him to keep fighting. That help would arrive so long as he remained standing, so long as he was still alive, he would be victorious. But just as he launched himself at the beast to continue his assault, a twisted smile appeared on the demi-spirit's face. Rage, Fury of the Skies. A magic chant consisting of a single stanza. A super short chant spell. Saelim Veil. A veil of lightning formed around the demi-spirit, somewhat reminding him of the magic that the Amazon from Hestia Familia cast. A lighting enchantment type spell. Distal. And just like the Amazon's spell, the lighting surged forward and outward from the beast's body as it slammed its hooves down on the ground. Countless shockwaves tore through the corridor, cutting through not only Gareth, but the walls and ceiling of the corridor, destroying everything in its path as Gareth could only let out a scream of silent agony. Not only did the lightning course through and sear his body, but it also flung him around the room as if he was a child's toy ball. The only thing keeping the corridor from being destroyed and sending the two of them further down to the depths of the labyrinth was the layers of adamantite in the floor. And then, it stopped. The air was silent save for the demi-spirit's cruel giggles as it glanced at the dwarf's body, buried under several layers of rock. However, just as it finished regenerating its leg to continue on its way, the rubble on top of Gareth shifted. "Where do ya think you're goin'?" the dwarf demanded as he pushed himself off the floor. Compared to the flames of the demi-spirit on the 59th floor that had turned his very armor into liquid, the lightning was little more than a love tap. A very painful one to be sure, but it was not enough to stop the man that the gods above had awarded the alias Elgrim. "You think that's enough to stop me?" Gareth roared. Even though his axe was nothing more than a metal club now, he still had the strength to keep on fighting. But the demi-spirit could only regard the heroic dwarf as an amusement that had outworn its welcome. It lunged forward and smashed into the dwarf, crushing his body under its massive legs. The stone floor was crumbled to dust and the adamantite metal was rent and crushed beneath his body. But just as its leg lashed out at the dwarf, it suddenly was caught by the man's arms and pulled to the ground with a massive battle cry. "You're gonna have to do better than that!" the dwarf roared as he flew through the air from the force of his own throw. "Come on! I can still throw you down as many times as needed." All traces of amusement vanished from the beast's face as it stood back up. Then, it let out another roar as it charged once more at Gareth. But just as the dwarf braced himself to catch it, a familiar voice spoke out from beside him. "Well fought, I acknowledge your heroics." Golden lights surrounded the dwarf and in a flash of white, the beast was launched back and away from the dwarf. Golden wisps of light then appeared in front of Gareth before it took the shape of a very familiar man. "You're late," Gareth found himself saying with more than a little bit of annoyance, earning a bout of laughter from the king. "I did not wish to interrupt such a splendid battle," Castor said with a smile before snapping his fingers. A golden staff appeared by Gareth's side and started to emit a warm light that spread throughout the dwarf's body. In an instant, the dwarf's fatigue and pain seemed to wash away before the king held out a golden bottle before him. "A prize worthy of your efforts," the king said, tossing the bottle of elixir toward Gareth. "Take it and rest. You shall need that energy to escape this place." "Fine then," Gareth said as he planted himself on one of the larger pieces of rubble, feeling too tired to argue. "I'll leave the two spirits to fight amongst themselves." "A show for a show, right?" Castor's brow raised slightly before another chuckle escaped his lips. "Indeed. You should be grateful, however, this is nothing more than a farce. It shall not take long." Castor then started walking toward the demi-spirit as it was getting back to its feet. "I had came here to laugh at you," the king said as the stone tablet in his hands vanished. "This is Gugalana? This is the mighty bull of heaven? This wretched and pitiful creature does not deserve to bear that name." In Castor's hand was a golden key that he seemed to turn in the air as if unlocking some giant vault. "But you bear that name nonetheless," Castor continued as golden light surrounded his body. "Therefore, it is only proper that you are treated to the full might of the king." As the light vanished, the king was encased in golden armor from the neck down. A golden armor that espoused a quality beyond what mortal hands could ever hope to create. But the demi-spirit didn't seem to register what it was seeing. It merely tilted back and forth as it wasn't sure what to make of Castor's appearance. "You are in the presence of your king," Castor said as he ran his hand through his hair, slicking it back like a blazing flame. "So kneel." The space at the beast's forelegs distorted in a haze as a dozen beautiful blades appeared beside them in empty space, each one at a quality worthy of being wielded by the highest of top-class adventurers, and each one was shot at the beast as if they were nothing more than disposable arrows. The blades cut into the beast's knees, many of them shattering and splintering much like Gareth's axe, but the sheer amount of them was enough to sever the bull's legs, bringing it down once more. Nameless lost spirit. Ye whose existence is closest to the gods and ye who has lost their life to the dungeon depths, my name is Gilgamesh. Humanity's oldest and one true king. By my name I shall set you free from your cursed existence and return that life to the gods. Gilgamesh. Great hero King Gilgamesh. Such a grandiose name must have some equally grand meaning tied to it. Unfortunately, the name was unfamiliar to Gareth as he didn't have the habit of pursuing old stories like Diona, Lefia or Finn, so it went over his head. Nevertheless, at least he had a proper name to check with the three when they all got back. But still, even though Castor, or Gilgamesh, or whoever, severed the demi-spirit's legs, he did not make a move to strike again. Instead, he wore a rather amused grin on his face as if he was giving his permission for the demi-spirit to strike back at him. All traces of amusement and confusion vanished from the demi-spirit's face as it began another chant, prompting Gareth to stand up and prepare himself. But a small chuckle escaped from Castor's lips as he positioned himself directly between the dwarf and the demi-spirit. There was no chant to be heard. The man simply jutted his chin up with a sneer, causing over a dozen more of those priceless weapons to appear out of the air around the creature. Even compared to the demi-spirit, Castor's magic was even faster and beyond mortal comprehension. Countless weapons flew toward the demi-spirit just as it finished casting the veil around itself. They fell like raindrops upon a glass window, scattering themselves across it without care until they pierced through the veil of lightning and struck true against the demi-spirit and the powerful body it possessed. Even then, the weapons were being thrown so haphazardly and without care that some even missed the beast entirely, crashing into and even piercing through the stone and adamantite walls around them. As he witnessed this, Gareth had a feeling he found the true source of all the weapons that Archer could recreate. As the dust cleared, the demi-spirit's body laid battered and broken on the ground. Whether by pure luck or by Castor's design, the countless blades had missed the demi-spirit's magic stone and the beast was still alive. "I find myself disappointed, Elgurm," Castor suddenly said, turning toward Gareth. "Was this thing truly so dangerous when you fought it down in the dungeon depths?" "This thing is completely different from the one below," Gareth replied, shaking his head. "The one down there had a body sturdy enough to shatter my axe when I attacked its vines. This one, I could actually cut through. If I had to guess, this one didn't eat as many magic stones as the other one. When we found it, it was gorging itself on the magic stones of those Vergas things." "I see," Castor responded with a nod of understanding. Monsters devouring magic stones was the equivalent of an adventurer gaining Excelia and getting their Falna updated by their god. The more a monster devoured, the more powerful they became. Because they chose to bring this one close to the surface, they must have not fed with nearly as many magic stones in order to be able to keep it under control, Castor surmised. It would not do for it to rampage before their scheme, whatever it is complete, or perhaps it is because they were planning to gift this creature to someone and they kept it weaker in order to be able to kill it if its recipient were to turn on them. What kind of lunatic would want to keep this thing as a pet? Gareth asked, completely aghast, but Castor simply chuckled as he tapped the side of his head with a finger. Well, there is no point in discussing its existence any longer, he decided, placing one hand on his hip and the other held up over his head. It will die here and dash. Castor suddenly froze as his head shifted upward ever so slightly toward a hole in the ceiling. Gareth frowned as he looked from the Hestia Familia captain toward the same hole. There, in the distance, he could see another corridor where two people in robes were running. The shorter of the two was wearing robes that clung tightly against their body, accentuating their figure to the point that it was clear that they were female. From the looks of things, they were running around completely lost in this new labyrinth as the rest of them. However, they were so far away from Gareth and Castor's current position that Gareth wouldn't have noticed them if Castor hadn't suddenly stopped moving to stare at them. And then, "You!" With those words, Gareth felt the air drop to almost freezing temperatures. A ghastly chill clung to his body as he found it difficult to even take a breath. The words had been said by the man in front of him. His kingly aura now had a layer of rage and hatred over it, wiping away any traces of the smug amusement he had when facing the demi-spirit. The lax attitude and atmosphere he had since he had appeared was gone. All that was left was a king ready to lay down judgment on the condemned. "It is time." Castor's voice was barely above a whisper, and yet Gareth found himself wanting to take a step back. "Awaken, Ea!" He was calling out for something. A name. A weapon. In the language of the gods, it meant a separation of heaven and earth. But rather than letting the weapon appear like the others had, Castor smashed his hand against the air itself, causing what looked like a crack to appear in the space between him and the wall. When he pulled his hand back out, an incongruous sword came with it. A cylindrical sword, one made of 3 parts, with each part is turning slowly in different directions like querns. Dread. That was the only emotion Gareth could feel as he gazed upon the drill-like sword, if it could even be called that. "The time of judgment has arrived," Castor began to chant, raising the sword above his head as he did. At his words, the sword's sections began to spin, creating a torrent of black and red winds and flames full of magic energy that was beyond any of Riveria's spells. I speak of the beginning. The earth and heaven are separated, void celebrates creation. My sword of rupture splits the world. Millstone that turns the stars, the hell above heavens is the arrival of the world creation's eve. The magic energy was enough to blast open the walls around them, grinding the stone to dust and creating an opening for Gareth to see the vast layout of the labyrinth around them. Wait! Gareth shouted even as he was unable to do anything but shield his face from the energy that was flowing around Castor. If you fire that big thing upward, you'll blow the entire city to kingdom come. What was the point of destroying Evilus if the entire city died along with them? But Castor showed no sign of caring of the damage he could wreak upon the city, as if that lone figure in the distance was worth the deaths of everyone in Orario. The energy gathered to the tip of the blade and was ready to be unleashed upon the world. Your death shall be claimed as tribute. Enuma El Dash. But just as he was about to swing that sword, something stopped him. Countless chains had shot out from the space around him, wrapping around his chest and the arm holding the blade as if desperate to restrain the king's rage. It even wrapped itself around the sword itself. The sudden appearance of the chain surprised even Castor. The energy contained itself at the tip of the sword and simply remained there as Castor slowly lowered the blade without unleashing it as he gently held up one of the chain links with his free hand. The aura of rage seemingly dissipated under the chain's embrace. Now, Castor seemed to ask the chain as if it was a tool to talk to someone who could no longer respond. Only now do you concern yourself with restraint in the face of our hated enemy? No, that's not it. Had the attack been unleashed, the entirety of Eastern Orario would have been annihilated. I suppose I would no longer be able to rule over those children if that had happened. Castor then let out a decidedly unkingly sigh. Really now, why is it that you concern yourself with these mongrels so much, and dash? Thunder Ray. With the typhoon of magic in front of him, Gareth had momentarily forgotten about the demi-spirit. It had managed to heal enough that it could cast another spell, one aimed directly at Castor. Before Gareth could shout out a warning, a clap of thunder equal in power of the demi-spirit's spell shot forward from the space above Castor and smashed into the incoming magic. The thunder had shot forward from several golden discs that were hovering around Castor. However, parts of the chain had been destroyed, causing Castor's eyes to contract with rage into snake-like slits once more. To interrupt the king's reverie, Castor muttered, his body floating up into the air as he glared down at the wounded beast. The punishment for such a transgression can only be death. And the sword's sections spun once more. Enuma Elish. The heavens screamed and the earth cracked. All the energy stored within the drill-like sword was unleashed in an instant, devouring everything in its path. The demi-spirits gazed into the oncoming abyss with blank eyes. And then, it smiled. And then, she was free. XXXXX. Hey, I've come bearing souvenirs. The goddess Deai greeted one of her friends from Olympus with a smile as she stepped into the room where they had been waiting. I found some good wine in my last trip, she said as she held up a bottle. And by good, I mean the last of its kind. The winemaker and his family were all killed when a neighboring kingdom invaded. A shame really. I always made a point to stop by if I was in the area. Her friends simply shrugged their shoulders in response. Well, that is life in Gakkai I suppose, Deai agreed. Fleeting and over in an instant. Would you like the honors? No? All right then. She had offered to let them open the last bottle themselves but they insisted that she do it as it was part of her old duties. She filled up 2 glasses and offered one to her friend, taking a sip herself first to show that it was fine to drink. Once they both drained their first glass, she filled them both up again before speaking again. Were you the one who goaded Apollo into attacking Hestia? She asked with a smile. Really now, getting him all drunk like that? As if he wasn't a moron before. Well, I suppose you do know your wine. Oh, I'm not particularly angry. I just thought that it was rather blatant of you. I had thought you were more subtle than that. Are you getting impatient? She took another sip of her wine. You want to know why I'm not blabbing to Auranos about your plans? Well, why should I get in the way of your fun? It's quite exhilarating, really, seeing the demise of a centuries-old kingdom. I let my child do it, so why should I stop you from trying to do the same? She drained her drink and held the clear glass between her fingers, spinning it around while watching the droplets fall to the bottom. That, and I suppose I don't really think you'll succeed anyway, Deai admitted. You always end up making a mistake at the very last moment. Oh, don't you pout, you know it's true. Oh fine, I suppose someone does always pop out of nowhere and do something you couldn't possibly plan for. She set her glass down with a sigh. Well, just let me know before it happens. I want to be on the other side of the world to watch the fireworks. I mean, you're sure you've accounted for everything, right? Before her friend could answer, the ground suddenly started shaking violently, sending their glasses tumbling to the floor as she lunged for the wine bottle before it could break. Even outside the room, she could hear people screaming and foundations cracking. 2 large ground quakes in one day. Well, that didn't sound good. Deai muttered before her friend hurriedly left the room with Deai rushing out as well to return to her familia. XXXXX. Deep below the guild, Aurano suddenly stood up from his throne. What has your child done, Hestia? Auranos asked, urgency and fear sounding out in his voice despite it retaining his usual calm inflection. Hi. Hestia could only sputter in confusion as she picked herself off the floor. What? What happened? The dungeon has. XXXXX. Seeing the world shake around them, Saber rushed forward to end the creature in front of them, but as he swung Gram down, the scene shifted in front of him and all he managed to cut was a green stone wall. Spinning around, he saw Ryu, Finn and Ace still there, looking confused. This is bad. He muttered. Did something happen to Berserker? Either way, the Crete labyrinth was gone and Gnosis had returned to its rightful place. They had lost their advantage and the enemy has regained theirs. And then a wail rang through his ears. An unearthly and utterly inhuman wail rang through the halls of Gnosis, one that brought all 4 adventurers to their knees. No living creature could make such a sound. No mortal, spirit or monster could wail with such agony and anger. Like 1,000 nails being drawn across a slate, it was enough to split Saber's skull in 2. One of their number falls to the ground, her body trembling in fear as her hollow eyes stared out in the darkness. Are you all right? Ace asked as she knelt down beside Ryu while desperately covering her ears with both hands. Run! Ryu cried out. We need to get out of here. It's coming. What is? Finn asked, but Ryu was in no condition to respond. It was as if she was trapped within an old trauma. This isn't good. Ace, although it's a bit rude, please grab her. Saber, right? I trust you have a way out. Yes, Saber said as Ace carefully pulled the elf's arm around her shoulders and helped her to her feet. We need only to follow this thread. He held out the Ariadne thread and it revealed its rainbow link to its anchor for them to see. Got it. You take point, Ace, and your friend will be in the middle and I'll take the rear. Saber nodded his head in agreement as he turned and followed the thread down the corridor. But he could not shake the worry in his head that his comrades were in great danger. XXXXX. Gareth slowly lowered his arms, having used them to cover his ears from the unearthly wail, and opened his eyes. There, he saw the man standing before a large hole in the green stone corridor of Gnosis, his lips stretched out into a thin line. Almost as if he was barely holding back in saying, "Oops. What a failure," Castor muttered as he glanced over at Gareth. "Elgrim, I trust you have rested enough. We are to move, immediately." "No need to tell me twice," Gareth replied, picking up the remains of his axe. As he did, he saw a blur rush toward Castor's head, only to quickly twist and force itself to change direction in midair as several blades extended themselves out defensively beside the man's head. With a click of his tongue, Castor turned his body to face his assailant. There, standing in the large hole, or rather tunnel leading into the depths, were 3 bony-looking monsters with elongated limbs. Like most creatures, it had 2 arms and 2 legs. They were long and thin and bizarrely out of proportion with the body, with its legs bent backwards like that of an ostrich. Its bony, nearly fleshless form was covered in a shell that at first glance looked like a coat of armor. It glinted with a strange dark purplish-blue light that was clear despite the green flames and was over 3 meters in length, not including the hard 4-meter-long tail that extended from the base of its back. To top it all off, its head, one as large as an adult man, resembled a beast's skull with 2 floating blood-red orbs for eyes that spoke of pure malice. "Never seen those before," Gareth muttered. That alone made them bad news. It was fast enough to appear to be a blur and to avoid the storm of blades Caster sent out in defense. And there were 3 of them. Or rather, 3 that they could see. Who knows how deep this tunnel went and how many might have wandered into the halls of Gnosis. As Gareth resolved himself, he glanced over at Caster. The man's face was stretched into an expression that said, "What a bother." Gareth needed a plan. "Hey, how about a contest?" "Contest?" Caster repeated. "The one who kills more of these things treats the other to some booze once we get back to Orario," Gareth said with a smile. Judging from what he had seen, Gareth surmised that Caster was the one behind the thunder back during Grand Day against the black tornadoes created by Behemoth Altar. Although he had devastated majority of the monsters, several of them were still alive. Caster was most likely the type to leave things half done because they were a bother and left it to others to finish it up. Thus he came up with this idea. "Do you plan to challenge me with that thing?" Caster asked, looking down at Gareth's destroyed axe. "Well, it's only fair for a level 6 to give a level 1 a handicap, right?" Caster snorted in annoyance before he held up a hand and pulled out the golden axe he had used during the war game, and Gareth took it. "I want that back," Caster snarled as he put away the red drill-like sword and pulled out 2 golden blades shaped like thunderbolts instead. "That's fine, gold's not my color anyway," Gareth retorted, causing Caster to huff. "What about you? Won't that armor get in the way?" "Fool, this armor is a masterwork," Caster shouted before letting out a small cough. "But yes, it does. That is why I am a caster, thwahahaha." The 2 then turned back toward the tunnel. "Well, don't complain if I win because you're too slow to move," Gareth asked. "None of your concern," Caster replied as the 3 monsters jumped the duo. XXXXX. What was that? Diona asked as she looked around to only see the green walls of Gnosis, her sister, Bet, and Archer standing around her with the fake Archer nowhere to be seen. The 2 of them were just about to finish their chant when the world shifted and wailed with such intensity that Diona felt like her skull was going to split in 2. "Sounds like someone pissed off the dungeon or something fierce," Bet replied as he glanced around. "Smells like Gnosis, so guess that weird Labyrinth's gone." Archer suddenly twitched as he started moving down the corridor, only for Diona to grab his arm. "Wait, where are you going?" she asked. "Where do you think?" Archer snapped back. "I'm going to find him and kill him." "But dash. But what, really? What exactly could she say to him about that? It ain't a good idea to let Evilus run around with their own Archer like that, but this is Gnosis again," Bet suddenly said. "If that other one's basically as good as you, then shouldn't you regroup with your familia?" That's right." Diona agreed, unable to believe she was feeling thankful to Bet of all people. "You'll need backup if you want to fight someone like that, right?" "Tch." Archer wrenched his hand from Diona's grip before he pulled out what looked like a piece of string. The moment he held it up into the air, however, wisps of rainbow light extended from it toward some unseen anchor. "This way," he said before he started running. "Worry about that later," Shen said as she smacked Tino's back, prompting her to run after him. They didn't need to go far before they ran into sounds of battle. Or at least, the final moments of one as the death shriek of a monster reached their ears. "Captain!" Shen shouted as they found Finn and Ace, the latter of which was holding a woman in a green cloak, and a man in a black armor which Diona suspected to be Saber, considering Archer walked right up to him and started a hushed conversation with him. "Looks like you 3 are all right," Finn said with a relieved smile. "Oi Finn," Bet began, glancing over at Archer for a moment. "We ran into a dash. Someone with Archer's magic, right?" Finn finished, prompting the 3 to look at him in surprise. "We saw the results of his handiwork a bit earlier." "A bunch of souped-up magic swords?" Diona asked, and Finn nodded. "Also, what's with her?" Diona pointed toward the shaking and panicked-looking woman Ace was carrying, to which Finn simply said, "Don't worry about her." Saber walked over toward her, traced his finger in front of her face, and the woman immediately slacked forward, falling unconscious. "I will take her now," Saber said, to which Ace nodded and handed her over. Saber then lifted the unconscious woman up in a princess carry as if he was used to doing such things. "Well, we'll have a lot to talk about once this is over," Finn said, to which Saber simply shrugged his shoulders and Archer gave no response. There were indeed a lot of things to talk about, whether or not they'll get any answers was another thing though. XXXXX. Ever since the whale caused the labyrinth to vanish and return Gnosis to its place, Luffy-Ya's group had been hounded by monsters spilling into the man-made dungeon. Not just the strange bug-like and green monsters that made up of Evilus's forces but black-hide monsters from the dungeon itself. A mixture of irregulars and enhanced species. As Raoul was busy keeping the siren safe, Philvis volunteered to lead the way as Raoul lost the thread Berserker gave him somewhere in the chaos of Berserker being cursed, getting chased by the demi-spirit and Gnosis returning. Not to say that the siren was dead weight however. From her spot on Raoul's back, she was able to fire her sonic magic at the monsters, temporarily disorientating them for the others to take down. The fact that she could do so relatively quickly and without a chant and without prompting made her a surprisingly helpful addition. It certainly was strange however, that the monsters made a beeline for her, and Raoul by extension, the moment they saw her though. I think that explains why talking monsters aren't exactly common, Narvi commented as she patted the siren on the back after it suddenly fell into another coughing fit. If monsters go crazy and rush them on sight, there probably aren't too many of them that survive. Doesn't help that adventurers aren't exactly going up to each one and seeing if it can say hi first either, Cruz added before frowning a bit and glancing at the siren's face. Still, she doesn't look like any other siren in the dungeon. Cruz had a point. Normal sirens had horrible wrinkly faces like that of old crones and smelled of excrement and other foul things. This siren, however, had a smooth face that many might actually consider beautiful if it hadn't belonged to a monster. Worry about that later. Aki said. First we gotta get out of here before them laid a massive tunnel. It definitely was not natural in terms of being purposefully constructed. It looked as if a huge wave of magic had blown through the walls of Gnosis, utterly destroying the stone and adamantite walls and floors. That probably leads down into the actual dungeon, Raoul noted. Look, over there. Gesturing with his chin, Raoul drew their attention to various items scattered around the tunnel. Claws and horns. Luffy-Ya asked. These are drop items. Someone else must have gone down this tunnel from above, Philvis noted. Probably whoever created it in the first place. Should we go after them? Luffy-Ya asked but Philvis shook her head. The monsters from the dungeon are swarming in from that direction, she said. And we don't know if it's one of your familia or a member of Evilus that made this hole. Right. Thus the group decided to cross the tunnel, feeling the heat of the recently melted stone beneath their shoes, and continued traveling through the maze. However, Luffy-Ya still couldn't help but be worried about Gareth who had stayed behind to hold off the new demi-spirit, and the others who were still missing. She could only hope that they hadn't been caught up in whatever made that blast. Eventually. Luffy-Ya. Lady Riveria. The High Elf along with several other members of the Familia were standing in the middle of a frozen wasteland, surrounded by several villas that had been turned into ice sculptures by her magic. Why are you here? Luffy-Ya asked. Loki had enough waiting and sent us in after you, Riveria explained. Especially after 2 ground quakes and dash. She then stopped as her eyes fell upon Raoul and the siren he was carrying. What is that? She asked. I'll explain later, Raoul said quickly. Once we're all back since explaining it more than once will be exhausting. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Aki added, rubbing her forehead. Riveria raised an eyebrow as she looked from Raoul to the siren, who shrunk back a bit and tried to hide behind Raoul's head. Hello. And just like that, that single word caused Riveria and all the other Loki Familia members to freeze and gape at the siren. Indeed, Riveria agreed with a nod. Loki will definitely need to hear about this. What happened to the others? I think we all got transported to different parts of the labyrinth, Raoul replied. Finn, Ace, Bet and the twins were separated from us so we don't know where they are. Gareth stayed behind to hold off another demi-spirit. I see, Riveria replied with another nod. First we'll escort you to where Loki and the rest are waiting, then I'll head back in to find Gareth. Let me go with you. Luffy-Ya requested but Riveria shot her down with a shake of her head. You are running ragged and are almost out of mind, Riveria said, appraising Luffy-Ya's condition with a single glance. What about the others? Aki asked. Loki believed that Hestia Familia have entered the labyrinth as well and are most likely with them, Riveria said slowly, sounding unsure of herself but willing to trust their goddess. Thus we are operating under the assumption that they are together and will be exiting through a different location. Everyone nodded their heads. No one was dumb enough to ask, but what if you're wrong? At this point in time, with all the chaos that was happening, Loki was prioritizing a retreat while trying to save as many as they can. They just had to have faith that the others would be able to escape on their own. XXXXX. Where did this giant hole come from? Lily's words accurately described the feelings of everyone as they reached the 20th floor. The great forest had a massive hole in it, as if a large star had ploughed its way through the dungeon from the very heavens themselves. That's bad. Rei muttered as she glanced over toward the wall that had a huge hole in it. The village was supposed to be over there. At least it wasn't being used, right? Fia muttered, but that didn't help their situation any. The hole had not been there scant minutes before. It must have appeared within the short time they spent traveling up the stairs between the 20th and 21st floors when the huge explosion and unearthly wail rang throughout the dungeon. Belle, are you all right? Emma asked. You're looking kinda pale. Belle began as he rubbed his chest. I think this was Castor's doing. Aside from Rei and Alls, everyone else stared at him. For a while, it felt like the others were in constant combat, Belle muttered. And, it felt like Castor was angry enough to use whatever it was that made that hole. Geez, how many floors down does that thing go? Welf asked. Careful kids. One wrong step, and you'll be falling for an hour. Don't make this tension any worse. Gina shouted, smacking Welf on the leg before Lancer held up a hand. Quiet, she said softly, but it was enough for everyone to clam up immediately. After a moment of silence as everyone glanced around at the hole and the remains of the forest, Fia spoke up, I don't hear anything. No, she's right, Rei said, her eyes turning fierce. Everything is too quiet. No monster cries or sounds of adventurers. Everything seems still. Lancer and Ryder shared a look before Lancer held out her spear to the side like a barrier as she gestured for everyone to close ranks. Belle, Lancer, Ryder, and Rei stood on the outside of the circle, followed by Alls, Assassin, Welf, and Gina, and then the rest in the center. Even if they couldn't see anything, Belle could feel eyes glaring down on them. Like they were prey being stalked by a predator. He scanned the treeline, but he wouldn't be able to make out anything at this distance. It was like the one watching them was waiting for them to panic first, and judging from the extremely short breaths Primo was making, it wouldn't be too long before that happens. And then, Belle, Lancer, and Ryder's head shot up at the same time. There, above them, was a monster Belle had never seen before. It clung to the stone walls like a giant spider far larger than any human being, and in its mouth was. Primo let out a scream of fear and horror as the beast snapped its mouth shut, biting through what used to have been another adventurer. Lancer! Belle called out, and the servant shot up toward the monster like a flaming arrow. Fia, you stay here. Rei ordered before taking off after the servant. Lancer smashed into the side of the wall where the monster, the massive juggernaut, was perching, but the beast quickly leaped away before she reached him. The impact created a massive crater in the wall, which only grew even more when Lancer shot back out again. Everyone, get behind me! Ryder called out as she yanked Belle by the back of his shirt and threw him back before he could voice any objections. As soon as she did, Ryder quickly raised her shield just as the monster slammed into it and bounced off, sending the servant rocketing in the other direction from the impact, blowing everyone else off their feet as she flew past. Miss Ryder! Primo screamed as Ryder's body slid across the ground and off the cliff. Acting quickly, the woman's sword hand shot forward and she managed to grab onto the ledge before flipping herself up with one hand. Don't worry about me! Ryder called out as Lancer came down like a shooting star, forcing the monster away from the party. Don't let that thing out of your sight! But the monster was more powerful than anything Belle had ever seen before. Its legs were powerful enough to send it over 20 meters into the sky like it was nothing. Not only did it have frightening agility, but it had enough power to blow back a servant like Ryder who specialized in defense. The monster launched itself from the walls to the trees to the ground almost like a child's toy ball, never staying in the same spot for more than a second, forcing Lancer to play catch up with it. If Belle and the others weren't here, he felt that Lancer would easily be able to blow it away. But as it was, the servant was unable to properly focus on it, being too worried about Belle and the others should she stray too far from them. Crap! With a shout, Belle quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding its massive purple claws as he felt his breastplate be torn off his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Belle. I'm fine. Don't worry. One of the girls called out to him, but Belle quickly shouted back to keep them from rushing toward him. Gold and crimson needle-like feathers flew toward the monster, forcing it away from Belle and leaving it open for another attack. Don't you hurt mommy! Came Assassin's cry as she appeared right beside the monster in midair. Her daggers lashed out like fangs as she pounced the monster. It narrowly avoided one of the daggers, but the other one struck home, embedding itself into the monster's armored shell and leaving cracks along its body. It let out another roar before its tail swiped through the air and smacked into Assassin, sending her sprawling to the ground. Jack! Belle called out, but Assassin slowly pushed herself off the ground as she rubbed her cheek. At the very last moment before impact, she had pushed herself away from the juggernaut, reducing the damage dealt to her. Blood was trickling down out of her nose and mouth, but she didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Jack, move out of the way! Gina shouted, and Assassin immediately leaped back just as Primo's song rang out through the air. Blast away these hapless rejects! Lumen Pleiades! The 7 beams of light locked onto the monster, yet it made no effort to dodge the magic. Then, at the moment just before the violet lights hit their target, the purplish-blue shell encasing the beast pulsed with light. The beams contracted, flickered, and then reversed direction back toward the tiny elf girl. Primo! Belle screamed just as someone jumped between the girl and her reflected magic while holding a large metal shield. The lights hit the shield and exploded against the 2 girls, blowing them back and across the ground. Miss Emma! Lily's voice screamed out, and Belle realized that Emma had once again thrown herself in harm's way to protect Primo. Even as the 2 of them were on the ground, the older girl's ruined and mangled arms were wrapped protectively around the elf girl, while the latter's eyes were wide open in horror as she stared at the empty eyes of the former. You! Lancer's soft yet sharp voice cut through the air as she reappeared in a flash, her tranquil violet eyes burning with a divine fury. Several runic scripts were glowing on the woman's arms and legs as well as her weapon. The weapon flashed, faster than anything Belle had ever seen. The moment it struck the monster right in the center, the beast, along with half the cliffside, exploded in white-hot flame. Even if the monster had an ability to reflect magic, it couldn't do so at such close range. Lancer's fury at her loved ones being hurt ensured that nothing of the monster remained. But Belle didn't wait for that to end. As soon as Lancer appeared by the juggernaut's side, Belle had already started running toward Emma and Primo. Because something else was moving toward them as well. But just as Belle threw himself between the fallen girls and the purple blur, someone stepped in front of him and knocked him down, followed by something warm and wet splattering across his face. Belle slowly opened his eyes and slowly looked up. Ryder! Standing before him was Belle's 6th servant, with one arm stretched forward blocking the claws of a second juggernaut that had appeared while they were distracted by the first. The claws had extended far beyond the reach of her small buckler, making them embed themselves not only in the metal shield but into the left side of her body as well. Her sword arm was uninjured and was currently in the process of digging deeper into the monster's throat. Hey! Her soft voice began before a roaring heat erupted from it, as if she was seeing her hated enemy in front of her. Just what, do you think, you're trying to do to my children? With a roar, the heroic spirit of the mount pulled her blade out in an arch, severing the beast's head, sending it flying into the air before landing in a thump a few feet away. Are you all right, master? Ryder asked, putting on a smile as blood seeped out of the numerous wounds on her chest and even her head, and despite the fact that her arm from the elbow down was only just barely hanging on. Our Ryder! Belle gasped as her red hair fell onto the ground, having been severed by the beast's claws as well. I see, then everything's all right, she continued, her smile never leaving her face even as she stumbled back. Ryder! Belle shouted again as he lunged forward and caught her before she hit the ground, only for her arm to fall anyway. Ryder! Why? Of course she would jump in the way. She is a servant and you are her master. If you die then she would be quick to follow either way. Still! Belle, get a hold of yourself! Welf shouted as he appeared by Belle's side. Come on man, don't lose it now. We're not out of the woods yet. Lily, potions! Karen shouted as she placed her hand against Emma's neck. Who does Lily? Lily asked, looking back and forth between Emma and Ryder. Help Miss Flores first, Lancer ordered as she rushed over to Ryder. Ryder's skill will allow her to survive, so long as her foundation remains whole. Alright. Miss Rei, Lancer continued, looking over to the siren who straightened her back upon being called. Why yes? What is it? It might be best for you and Miss Alls if we go our separate ways from here, Lancer decided. We must make our way to the surface and we cannot ask you to go any further than this. It would be best for you to reunite with your comrades. Are you sure? Rei asked, looking between Emma and Ryder. Yes. You have fulfilled your end of the agreement, so there is no need for you to do any more. Very well, Rei replied before turning to Fia. I'm going to stay with them a bit longer, Fia answered before Rei could ask anything. I want to make sure they're both okay. Of course, Rei accepted her request with a smile and a nod. Stay safe, okay. Alls hopped over toward Assassin and carefully placed her paw against Assassin's cheek, causing the girl to wince in pain before pulling the Almiraj into a hug. Let's play again next time, okay? Assassin asked and Alls cooed in agreement. Then the two Zenos left, with Rei grabbing Alls with her talons before taking off to the air. Now we must leave as well, Lancer said. Miss Morris, please carry Miss Flores. Mr. Krauzo, Ryder. Yes. Got it, hang in there mom. Come on, Primo. Gina said as she helped the near catatonic girl to her feet. Emma will be fine, okay? We just need to get out of here first. There was a ripping noise and everyone turned to see Lily tearing off several bandages before morbidly wrapping them around Ryder's severed arm. Don't anyone say anything. Lily said quietly as she carefully lifted her newfound package up. Lily doesn't want to hear it. Thank you, Lily, Belle found himself saying. Lily said she doesn't want to hear it. Despite everything, Belle found himself smiling for a moment before he felt a presence drawing near. Turning around, he saw a massive hand reach up over the cliff and pull itself up. Berserker. Darou, hurt? The Minotaur asked despite being covered in several bleeding cuts and patches of darkened skin that looked like it had been fused together by some kind of poison or flame. Man, I never thought I'd be glad to see a Minotaur. Welf muttered quietly. Primo. Berserker knelt down beside the elf and gently lifted her up in his arm. The girl shifted for a moment before turning and burying her face into his mane, letting out a loud wail as she did. I'm sorry to rush you even though you've only just arrived, but we really must go, Lancer said. Berserker, can you fight while carrying Miss Libera? Protect Primo, and everyone, Berserker replied with a nod. Then please lead the way. I shall take the rear. Master, follow close behind him. Yes, Belle said as everyone gathered their things and started moving, leaving the blood-stained battlefield behind them. XXXXX. A little bit away from the battle, Rei and Alls were flying close to the edge of the wall where they spotted an armored giant sitting on a fallen tree. Coo! Coo! Alls let out a few squeaks and Rei nodded her head before lowering them down beside the armored form. Astrius, are you all right? She asked the Minotaur, who was wearing a large plate armor with a helmet that was covering his entire head. And where did you get that armor? I found it, came the curt reply as he stood up, turning his head toward the hole in the wall. Up there is where the surface dwellers are keeping our comrades. What? Rei gasped before looking up herself. I met another one of my kin, Astrius continued. As we fought together, he said that all were dead save for one, but he lost her in the battle. They were last seen with other surface dwellers that he trusted. I see, it must have been the one Fia met then, Rei muttered. Then the enemy's base is up there. What's left of it, came the Minotaur's reply as he shook his helmeted head. It must have been members of Belle's familia that assaulted them then. They must have done considerable damage to them, all things considered. But there was no point in Rei and Alls going up there by themselves, and by the time they returned to the others, the dungeon would no doubt have repaired itself, sealing off their way into the enemy base anyway. What are you going to do now? Rei asked. Are you going back off to the deep floors again? No, I want to talk to Fels for a bit, Astrius replied. I'll be imposing on you all for a bit. After what happened today, I wouldn't mind at all. XXXXX. Night had fallen over Orario and all of Hestia's children had returned home. However, there was no celebration to be had. Castor and Archer were both furious about something and neither were in the mood for Hestia to ask what happened. Saber and Lancer had solemn expressions before disappearing off to who knows where for a spell. Ryder had lost an arm and was currently resting until they could get into contact with Fels to heal it, but Aranos's mage was off inspecting the damage done in the dungeon. Assassin and Bell were holed up in Bell's room, the latter having gone straight there without a single word to Hestia when he returned home. Emma was also injured and was currently resting in her room where Lily and Karen were watching over her. Welf had gone straight into the forge when he got back with Gina slipping in behind him, not wanting to leave him alone with his thoughts. And lastly, Fia and Berserker were sitting in the backyard, unable to fall asleep as Primo was clinging against the Minotaur as if he was a security blanket, refusing to let go for any reason. Even though all of her children were home, Hestia felt as though something important was breaking due to the failure of the expedition. What am I supposed to do at a time like this? She wondered as she tearfully placed her head down against her desk. What can I do at a time like this? XXXXX. He was here once more. Here in the world of dreams. And he was struggling all his might against his mirrored self as the latter grabbed hold of him. In front of him was a woman who showered him with love and affection. In front of him was that same woman being dirted and defiled by countless monsters wearing human skin. His vision was a blood red as he roared and screamed, but his mirrored self would not release him. There was no point to his anger after all, for this was not but a dream. Not but the visions of an event long ago. His lashing out would accomplish nothing but his own satisfaction, even as his mirrored self was biting down on his lip, drawing blood and frustration at their mutual powerlessness to change the past. And finally, the debauchery was over. The monsters exited, leaving the woman to crawl over to another body who had suffered the same indignities as she had. But as she cradled the body that resembled her so much in her arms, she received no response as the body could no longer answer her. None of the bodies around her could. The only thing that answered her was the wailing of her own voice. At once, the scene in front of him erupted in flame. Gone was the previous scene as a scene of blood and fire burned before him. People were being trampled left and right as an army raged through the city before them. Women and children were cut down all around them, and the initial scene played back over and over, only with different people reprising the roles. And at the head of this monstrous army, was the same woman that had suffered at the beginning. Now she was the one spreading the same indignities and horrors that she suffered as the head of an army of monsters. His mirrored self's grip slacked at the sight, allowing him to break free. He screamed the woman's name as he ran up to her, moving through the other bodies in the way. But his voice would not reach her as she was. Her eyes no longer saw anything except the destruction of her enemy. That roaring flame of resentment would burn the very earth to ash until it burned itself down to nothingness. A sad flame of a mother that had lost everything. XXXXX. Ah! Bell's voice leaked out as he found himself reaching for the ceiling, reaching toward someone who would not listen to him. Beside him, Assassin let out a soft groan as she stirred from her sleep. Mommy? What's wrong? Bell didn't answer her as he sat up, prompting her to jump out of his bed and let him out. But once he was out, she clung onto him immediately. Bell didn't mind as he found his target immediately. The two of them descended the stairs where they could hear someone moving things in the kitchen. As they peeked inside, they found Ryder with her back to them as she was reaching for something on the top shelf, her long flowing red hair now cut short to just above her shoulders. Bell broke away from Assassin as he quickly closed the distance between him and Ryder. The next thing he knew, he had pressed himself against her back with his arms wrapped around her waist in a big hug. Whoa! Ryder let out a cry of shock before she turned around. Bell! You surprised me! But Bell didn't say anything as his eyes caught sight of the stump of her left hand, making him squeeze her harder as he pressed his face against her back. Come now, Bell! Ryder said softly as she gently tugged on his arm. You're the vice captain. You can't make such a face right now. But Bell simply shook his head and refused to let go. Bell never knew his mother. As soon as he was aware of his surroundings, the only person around him was his grandfather. He never understood the feeling, but he supposed he must have felt lonely as he saw the other children in his village. So when his grandfather, his only family, disappeared, the loneliness threatened to crush him. That was why he sold his farm and headed toward Orario. Not to search for a harem, but to search for a familia, a family. And yesterday, the thought of losing his family nearly broke him. So all he could do was cling on to the person that he had come to think of as a mother and pray that she wouldn't disappear. If he could act like a child just this once, he was sure no one would blame him. Finally, after who knows how many minutes, he released his grip on her, prompting her get down on one knee and place her hand on his cheek, wiping away the trail of liquid leaking from his eyes. "Come now, a young man can't be crying about something like this," she said softly. "You need to keep your chin up, no matter what happens, or else everyone else will feel down as well." Bell let out a big sniff as he nodded his head. "Come to think of it, you haven't eaten yet, right?" Ryder asked. "Take a seat at the counter while I whip something up." Bell wanted to say that it was okay and that she shouldn't push herself, but something inside him told him that that was the wrong thing to say. That he should let her cook as a way to show that things would be back to normal soon. So he obeyed and sat down at the counter, prompting Assassin to run up and cling to him again. The two of them watched as Ryder opened the fridge and glanced around inside. What do we have, What's all this here, really now, he's such a busybody." Though she said that, there was a small smile on Ryder's face as she pulled out a tray containing several chicken breasts that had already been deboned. It didn't take a genius to figure out who had done so. Next, she pulled out several cartons of eggs and set them aside before dropping them into a pan where she heated them up until the skin turned brown before deftly moving them to a cutting board. She did this several times until all the chicken breasts were slightly browned and began cutting them into small bite-sized pieces with a knife. Belle could only watch in awe of the woman's skill with the knife. As Ryder started beating the eggs in a bowl, someone pulled up in the chairs next to him. It was Welf and Gina, the former looking rather exhausted while the latter held up a finger to her lips with a sad smile. Then, a moment later, Fia poked her head in from the window with Primo and Berserker next to her. When she started cooking the chicken again, the counter became a bit more crowded as Karen and Lily came down while helping a weak-looking Emma who had both of her arms in casts. "Emma!" Belle whispered, but the girl simply smiled back at him as Primo suddenly crossed the space between the door leading to the backyard and the counter in an instant to bury her face in Emma's stomach. Ryder continued to cook, showing no signs that she noticed the newcomers aside from the fact that she had set aside enough bowls for all of them from the very beginning. Just as the eggs and chicken were about done, one more person came walking in. The familiar goddess walked right up to the empty bowls and started filling them up with rice that had been clearly prepared beforehand. Ryder turned to the goddess in surprise, but Hestia simply smiled back as she held the bowl of rice up to her, allowing Ryder to shift the eggs and chicken mixture into it. Then, one by one, the bowls were set in front of Belle and the others. Then, as one, they all spoke at the same time. "Thank you, Ryder. You're all welcome." As the mortal members of the Familia ate their late meal, 3 servants stood outside the hall by themselves. Archer had his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall while Saber and Lancer were peeking around the corner with contentment on their faces. "Chicken and egg," Saber noted. "Parent and child both in the same bowl. Quite the poet, are you not, Archer?" Lancer asked with a soft smile. "You're putting too much thought into that," Archer replied as he pushed himself off the wall and dematerialized into the night. "Such a shy man," Lancer noted, to which Saber shook his head. "He is far from the biggest offender in this familia," he noted, glancing up toward where a certain king had been watching from his seat of authority. No matter what trials and tribulations awaited them, the bonds between the members of Hestia Familia will see them through. Chapter 55, Moving Forward. Loki supposed she should consider herself lucky. Her kids entered unknown territory, and all came out alive with only a few scratches and bruises, nothing that can't be healed with a bit of spit and copious amount of potions. Nevertheless, it certainly did not help the utter migraine she was no doubt going to get once the debriefing was done. Everyone already knew the basics, but they still needed to put everything together. Right now, she was in the conference room with Finn, Ace, and the others who had entered the mysterious man-made dungeon Gnosis the previous day. "All right, I know you all are tired and want to sleep off the chaos from yesterday, but we need to go over what you all learned first," she said, bringing the meeting to order. "So, which world-shattering revelation should we start with?" Bet was the first to move, throwing a look at Tiona and Shen before speaking up. "Evilus has some asshole that looks like Archer working with them. He uses the same magic and tactics as Archer, and the two basically made weapons that countered each other when they fought. Archer, the seemingly peerless bowman of Hestia Familia that could not only hit targets over 2 kilometers away with pinpoint accuracy but could also recreate seemingly any kind of weapon, even those of high-class adventurers, in seconds. If someone like that was with Evilus, that would turn them from a crazy suicidal army to a crazy suicidal army with potentially an unlimited amount of magic swords. We'll have to be more careful about Evilus attacks in the future, Finn muttered before glancing over at Lefia. Many of them may have been killed when Gnosis was transformed into the other labyrinth, but they can easily replenish their numbers using Thanatos's recruiting methods. Seeking out people suffering from the deaths of their loved ones and preying on their vulnerabilities to recruit them into his army. It was as ingenious as it was cruel. Loki had to give him props for that. They would never run out of fresh recruits. Any idea how we're going to counter that? Loki asked. I mean, besides begging Archer for handouts. If we wanted to crash the market on weapons, perhaps, Gareth muttered with a shrug. Can't imagine how well Hephaestus or Goigneophemilius would take that. He might offer a discount if we requested it, but our finances are nowhere near enough to outfit everyone that would need it, Riveria added. And I really don't want to be in debt to the chibi of all people, Loki muttered with a sigh. It was going to be a tough problem to crack and one they'll have to pay attention to going forward. But it was time for the next topic. Can we talk about the problem that we're desperately trying to ignore next? Aki asked, turning her eyes toward the wall where their guest was resting in the other room. Right, Slafey, Loki nodded, causing everyone to look at her. What? We can't keep calling them it or the siren, right? And they said they didn't have a name, so her name is now going to be Sleipnir or Slafey for if we want to make it cute. It was mainly Loki's attempt to lighten the atmosphere, but it didn't look like people were in the mood. Cut the crap! Bet shouted. What the hell is this about talking monsters? How is that even possible? We've been dealing with a lot of impossible things these last few months, Finn replied calmly. From spirits being turned into monsters and humans who have turned into creatures, I suppose it's only to be expected we run into human-like monsters. That explains the sudden reversal of the monster taming law, Cruz muttered. The guild's working with Ganesha and Hestia Familia to either hide or rescue these guys. Why would the siren, or rather Slafey, be with Evilus in the first place? Narvi asked, changing the name when Loki glared at her. Multiple fractures in both wings, left leg shattered, eye gouged out and throat was recently crushed, Riveria listed out softly. Clearly she was less a prisoner and more a toy to them. No one said anything to Riveria's revelation. Loki understood perfectly. None of them wanted to say that they felt sympathetic to a monster. But it's not like keeping a monster is safe or cheap, Shin muttered. What's the point in doing so for a toy? Loki had an idea. Objectively, she began. Wouldn't you say Slafey is pretty cute? I wouldn't go that far, Raoul spoke up. But she is different from other sirens. Yep, and considering we know they're running a monster smuggling operation, they'd fetch a pretty penny, right? Plenty of deviants out there, yeah no. Silence rang at Loki's words, but her kids all had various expressions of disgust. Well, it wasn't Loki's place to criticize what the mortals wanted to do with themselves. That being said, locking up beautiful monsters then mutilating them just to hear them scream in pain is going a bit far in her opinion. Although she felt that most mortals would disagree considering all the suffering monsters brought upon them before the gods descended, and a little payback was warranted after countless eons of them suffering. Then, what do we do with her? Raoul asked, leaning forward. Do we keep her here or hand her over to Hestia Familia? There's a fine to keep monsters up here without permission from the guild, Ganesha Familia and Hestia Familia, remember? Gareth reminded them. And it's 10 million to keep her here. Not exactly something we can afford if we have to prepare against Evilus. Right. Loki muttered, feeling disappointed. I'll talk to Hestia about it, and we'll see what I can learn about this talking monster business. Now for the biggest elephant in the room. So, what have we found out about Hestia's little ERS? Loki asked. First off, are you familiar with the name Gilgamesh, lass? Gareth asked Diona, who had been staring off into space since the meeting started. Hi. Diona asked blankly before getting smacked in the back of the head by Shin. Ow. Ugh, sorry, what did you say? Gilgamesh. Does that name sound familiar to you? Gilgamesh. Diona repeated. Are you talking about the hero king who slayed the whore of Babylon? Maybe. What's the story? Basically the story goes that there's this woman, the whore of Babylon, that wanted everything in the world. Treasures, money, men, everything. She used to live in a cave but there wasn't enough room to keep everything she wanted, so she left and went out into the world. There, she charmed all sorts of kings and tribal leaders, leading them to their deaths as they tried to satisfy her. Gilgamesh was sent by the gods to slay her and he sealed her in the depths of the underworld. From there, he went on to unite the leaderless kingdoms and tribes, thereby creating the first kingdom that encompassed the entire world. Once Tiona finished, everyone looked to Loki, who shrugged. Sending heroes on journeys wasn't my department, the goddess replied. And I suppose he had free pickings of all the treasures that was left behind, huh? Gareth asked. I dunno. That part of the story didn't really go much further than that. The collection was called Gilgamesh's Journey, but I only ever had some torn out pages to read. Since you're asking about this, I am guessing you are saying that Castor is this King Gilgamesh. Finn asked and Gareth nodded in response. He said so as much himself before throwing dozens of weapons that would put our equipment to shame. And he was throwing them out like candy without caring if they broke or not. I'm willing to bet that over half the weapons Archer can make came from him. Looks like your guess was spot on, Leafy-ya, Loki said. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Leafy-ya muttered. If we are assuming that most of Hestia Familia's mysterious members are spirits, where does Archer and his enigmatic twin fall in? Well, even though Argonaut had possessed Belcranal, he still was able to call upon the spirit Jupiter, Leafy-ya replied. Maybe Archer and his twin have contracted with the same spirit before the twin joined Evilus? Or perhaps it's something like the Krazo bloodline. So, like you think Archer's fighting his twin because he betrayed the spirit or something? Tiona asked. It doesn't seem to be by choice, I think, Shin said quickly. That guy was definitely holding back when we were fighting. If he's anything like Archer, he wouldn't have shown up in front of us, right? He'd be at the end of a hallway sniping at us or something. Whether he's being forced to work with them or not doesn't change anything, Finn said. He's still creating countless magic and cursed swords for Evilus, which means he's our enemy. Please keep that in mind. It was pretty harsh to write off an ally's family like that, but they weren't in a position to compromise on that, no matter what Leafy-ya, Ace, and Tiona might want to say. The best thing we can hope for is to get Hestia Familia officially on board in the fight against Evilus, Finn said, glancing over at Loki, who let out a huge sigh. Don't think she's going to budge on that, Loki replied before pausing and rubbing her chin. Then again, she might be more on board since we now know that they're after the talking monsters she's trying to hide. You mean we can expect their help insofar as the group that are hunting these monsters are a part of Evilus? If Hestia is working to protect these talking monsters, then she'll have no choice to step in even if she doesn't want to, right? Even if she doesn't, this incident at least proves that her spirits will step in without her blessings if need be, Finn pointed out. Considering Archer's twin is on Evilus's side, he may even offer us his help in order to stop him. Are we really going to help Archer kill his brother? Tiona asked. If it bothers you so much then kill him yourself, Bet said with his usual amount of tact. So long as he's working for those bastards, he needs to die. All right, no starting a fight here, Loki said as Tiona slammed her hands on the table and jumped to her feet. Is there anything else? I've been reading more stories to try and connect them with the Hestia Familia spirits, Leafy-ya admitted, prompting a few surprised gazes. Should I keep going or? Well, no one will fault you for wanting new reading material, Loki said. I just don't see how you're going to go through thousands of them to find the identity of, 6 or 7 spirits. So do whatever you want. I understand. So that's why you bought all those books on queens the other day, Tiona muttered. Anything else you have to say about Goldie Gilgamesh, Gareth? Loki asked. Only that I hope he doesn't pull out that sword of his again, Gareth replied. It tore its way down to water capital and beyond and we had to take out Amphispina before it could climb up the hole he made. It was missing a head when we found it though, probably got caught up in the blast. The Amphispina was the next monster Rex after the Goliath and resided in the water capital floors of the dungeon. The water capital spanned the 25th to 27th floors and the monster Rex could freely move between them. It was a two-headed dragon that could breathe flames so hot it could burn on top of the water it resided in. The fact that it could be wounded so heavily as collateral damage wasn't something to be laughed at. Not to mention how many poor souls might have been caught up in the blast as they were traversing the dungeon like usual. So, he's got the power of a Valgong dragon in that magic sword of his? Shen asked, recalling the power of the dragons down in the depths whose flames could burn through 10 floors of the dungeon. Ugh, don't remind me about that, Diona muttered, remembering the time she had to tank those fireballs to protect the others. My skin was peeling off for days. No, its power was beyond that. It felt like the space in front of me was being split open. He called it, EA. EA, hi. Loki muttered. Not my department, but I think I know who to ask about that. One annoying thing after the other. Not to mention that the guild put out a warning that the monsters were going crazy below the 20th floor and below and basically told everyone that no one is to go past that. Whether people will listen to that is always a different matter, but adventurers are usually a cautious lot. When something exceptional happens, they'll stay away, unless they think there's a profit to be had. We'll have to send some people to keep an eye on that hole, Finn said, as if reading Loki's mind. The last thing we want is for the dungeon to send out an enhanced amphispina like it did with the Goliath or more of those strange bone monsters. Not to mention the hole leading to Gnosis. What are we going to do about that, anyway? Diona asked. It's not going to stay open forever, right? Considering Gnosis is its own labyrinth, going in without proper preparation is out of the question, Finn said. If we had a map, we could be more careful, but we've seen that the enemy can activate traps and doors using those red spheres of theirs. Considering the orichalcum doors and adamantite walls, they wouldn't even need to actively kill us. They could separate our lower levels from our elites and starve them to death. Lefia and the other supporters shivered at the thought. Then, we'll need to find that Barca or Dix person, right? Aki asked, referring to the man Loki Familia has been trying to find for weeks. They said that their ancestors were the one that built it, and that Dix person is the one trying to steal the talking monsters, so he should be easier to get to than Barca, right? Except Berserker cut off his arm, so I don't think they'll be active anytime soon, Cruz reminded her. Then we'll just need to find his familia, right? Narvi asked. It's not like he's acting on his own. But it's not like we can tell the difference between them and a regular familia. They'd have to be stupid to walk around in those robes. Then we can just lure them out, Bet said, jutting his head to the wall behind him. Just use that siren as bait to find those hunters or hell, other talking monsters. We find them, we'll find the people hunting them. Could they really be around in such numbers though? Riveria asked. It seemed as though the regular monsters made a point to try and slaughter the siren on sight. We have Berserker, Selphie, and probably Hestia's harpy, right? Loki asked. That's at least 3 right here in Orario. Most likely there's a small tribe of them hiding in the dungeon's unexplored zones right under our noses. And they're all stronger than their normal or common variants, Finn muttered. The very definition of an irregular. Well, that's it for now then, Loki decided. She was getting tired and wanted to think things over on her own for a bit. And go visit Selphie to see what else she can learn. Raoul, go check on Selphie. Everyone else, you're free to go. Why me? Raoul asked. 'Cause you and Lefia are the only one she feels safe around, Cruz said, elbowing him in the side. Loki had heard that Raoul and Lefia had stepped up in getting Sleipnir to safety after Hestia's Berserker got hit by an enraging Cruz, which was quite the height of irony, wasn't it? Either way, the two were quick to take her under their protection, with Raoul running himself ragged in carrying her out of the dungeon that no one even noticed her naked chest pressing against him until Loki pointed it out. Since then, they got her dressed up in some Amazonas-style clothing to keep her broken wings free, but at least she was covered up. Hey Loki, is it okay if we go to Hestia Familia's home to see what's going on? Diona asked. Sure, but leave it for another day, Loki replied. Something tells me that they'll be busy sorting things out too. Everyone aside from Loki and her top 3 filed out of the room, with Ace being the last one out. Before she could leave though, Loki quickly called out to her. Ace, did you know? She asked, prompting Ace to freeze up at the door, telling Loki all she needed right away. I'm sorry, came the weak apology. Well, it's fine, Loki decided. It's not like it was important before now or anything. Yeah, they were simply a curiosity, as they acted more like humans than spirits. Then one of them blew up half the dungeon. Then again, Goldie was always weird, even more than the others, and that's including the sense of déjà vu Loki got from Saber and Lancer. But, I'll think about it later, Loki decided as she got up as well. I'll leave thinking about what to do next to you, Finn. I'm going to go help Raoul get Selpha settled in. Very well, Finn replied with a wry smile. The enemy's base may have a huge honking hole in it, but it's still their base and they are on a time limit if they're bringing the demi-spirits to the surface. They'll need a plan for a second assault sooner or later. With that, Loki bounced out of the room and hurried to the next one where Raoul was hesitating to go in. What are you waiting for? Loki asked before opening the door. The room they gave Sleipnir was an unused room within the Twilight Manor, thus making it rather empty. They had quickly moved in a bed as well as a large mat as they weren't sure which one the siren would prefer, as well as a small table and a pair of chairs to go with it. When the two entered, Sleipnir had somehow moved one of the chairs next to the window, despite both of her wings being bound to her sides with bandages and her broken leg, and was looking outside at the sky with wide and a longing eye. Being a creature with wings that had no doubt lived in the dungeon all her life, Loki supposed she longed to fly under the open skies. It was really a shame none of the mortal races evolved with wings of their own. It did make it a bit difficult to figure out how to treat her, but a few of her kids had taken care of birds before and lent their expertise on the matter. Loki had seen harpies and sirens on He surface during her initial travels when she first arrived on Gakkai, but of course they were all hideous-looking monsters that anyone would be disgusted to look at. Sleipnir was of the exact opposite, with a smooth face clear of wrinkles but marred by the exhaustion that seemed to be permanently etched into her face, as well as the cloth bandage hiding the socket where her eye had been ripped out. Oh! Sleipnir turned to see them with a surprised smile. Raoul and the goddess. Loki suppressed the twitch of surprise at seeing and hearing the siren actually talk and plastered a smile on her face as she greeted her in return. Hey Sleipy, getting settled in? Loki asked. It's still strange to be called something different after being named another way. The siren admitted with a confused expression as she tilted her head to the side. Ha ha ha, that's just me showering you with my affection, Loki replied. In any case, I do have a few questions for ya. Yes. First off, if you had to choose between staying up here with my familia or going back into the dungeon where there are probably more, people like you are. Which would you choose? Are there really more like me? Sleipnir asked sadly. I had thought the four of us in that cell were all there were, until that Minotaur came in. Considering that Berserker only pulled out Sleipnir, the others probably died some time before. That only led further credence to Loki's theory that there was some society of talking monsters being hidden by Ganesha, Hestia, and Aranos. Well, that Minotaur, Berserker, is living up here as well, Raoul explained. Not in this home but in a different familia's. It might take a while, but I'll see if I can't arrange a visit, Loki said. At the very least, this way Hestia won't be able to run away. Then again, she's probably dealing with a lot of problems on her own if her kids were acting on their own without permission. XXXXX. Just as Loki Familia were having their own debriefing, Hestia Familia was having a debriefing of their own. Bell sat with his male servants in the seats in front of Hestia's desk with Archer by his side while Castor and Saber were across from him. Berserker was also sitting in on the meeting, having squeezed himself into a corner with his knees pressed up against his chest as he tried to make himself as small as possible to fit in the room. Though from how he was fidgeting, it looked as if he was worried that the floor might collapse under his weight. All right, Hestia began, turning to the servants. You four were supposed to have gone after the guys attacking the Xenos while Bell's group went to meet with the Xenos village or whatever. So how did that end up with the dungeon getting a big honking hole in the middle of it? Failure is what happened, Castor began with a furious look. Despite all careful planning, we were met with failure every step of the way. Bell was surprised to hear Castor talk so negatively about himself. It would appear that he was taking the day's events quite badly. Can you be a bit more specific? Hestia asked, but Castor did not continue, so she looked to Archer instead. The enemy has somehow got their hands on their own servant, Archer said. Or at least, something that could approximate one. How? Bell asked, feeling dread creeping up his spine. Do they have their own grail? Unlikely, Castor replied, his brows knitting together to create a valley on his forehead. Summoning a servant, while not necessarily simple, can be done without the grail. It is only the matter of performing the right ritual with the right catalyst with enough magic power and the right container. The grail provides the power and the container and can assist in the ritual that anyone can learn. All that is left is the catalyst. At that, Archer's eyes shot open as his hand went up to his hair. Wait, at that time. He muttered as he glanced toward Castor. If such a person were in league with Evilus freely, this city would already have starved, would it not? Castor asked in response to Archer's silent question. They had their hooks into Lord Njord, did they not? Saber pointed out. They were using the Velas to hunt aquatic monsters that had been attacking their fishermen. You mean those vine monsters we saw during the vacation? Bell asked and Saber nodded. Indeed, Saber answered. Are you aware that there are monsters that live out in the seas as well? Yes. Bell replied, thinking back to his studies with Ina. There used to be a second entrance in Milan's Lake which was sealed off using the corpse of Leviathan, one of the 3 grand quests. Didn't Loki Familia go to check on them during our vacation as well? That is correct. The monsters that live in the oceans are descendants of the original monsters that lived there. Like other monsters on the surface, they are weaker than ones found in the dungeon, but as they are monsters from past the 25th floor, they are still formidable to fishermen who are not used to combat. So that's why they accepted their help. Bell muttered. But why didn't they just issue a quest to clear the monsters? No matter how many times they clear them, more would just return, Archer pointed out. Using the Velas as a static defense provided a constant protection and must have seemed more cost-efficient in the long term. So Njord Familia willingly assisted Evilus in order to protect the well-being of his familia. Bell wasn't sure if he could fault him for that, even if doing so allowed the monster traffickers to nearly abscond with FIA. But we seem to have moved from the original topic. Considering Evilus's strategy in invading Orero, attacking the supply line would be the simplest way to move, would it not? Saber asked. For the most part, the 3 familias that supply Orario are Ninsen, Njord, and Demeter. Their familias do not engage in combat but commerce instead. They would not have too many strong fighters, if any. Evilus's elites are level 5, maybe even level 6 in strength, which compared to the various food-supplying familia is more than enough to cause trouble. If they were to act that openly then the guild would not sit quietly, Castor pointed out. It would not be prudent to assume that all the gods in Evilus are acting with the entirety of their familia. It would be safer to act using unregistered mongrels, would it not? So that's it. Saber muttered. What is? Bell asked. Did you find something down there? Yes. Miss Flores's elder sister, Sophia Flores. Silence drifted through the office and Bell felt another chill creeping in as Castor angrily tapped the side of his head as he punctuated each word. Each. And. Every. One. Of. These. Mongrels. Act. Against. Their. Own. Interests. He snarled. Wait. Hestia said quickly, slamming her hands on her desks as she shot to her feet. Slow down. What do you mean, Saber? Miss Sophia Flores was in the company of human traffickers, Saber reported after a moment, causing Bell's eyes to snap wide open. I removed her from their company but she either did not recognize me due to my mask or she did not trust me as she quickly escaped me using an explosive. Like a smoke bomb? Bell asked. There was a lot of smoke, yes, Saber replied. She also has some form of magic that allows her to cloak and hide herself and several others for a time. It may be how she can move around unnoticed. So that's why no one could find her. Wait. If she had cloaking magic, how did they catch her in the first place? Bell asked. Archer and Saber stiffened slightly but he didn't notice. Oh, I guess she wouldn't have it activated all the time like Lily could with her disguise magic. Archer and Saber were looking at him with complicated expressions while Castor looked even more irritated than before. Did he say something wrong? Anyway. Hestia shouted, slapping her hands on her desk. The question here is, do we tell Emma? Well, she came to Orario to find her, right? Bell asked. Shouldn't we tell her that she is here at least? Flores is already aware of her sister's presence in Orario, Castor said, causing the others to look at him in surprise. Oh? She did not speak about it to any of you. My, that speaks volumes about the trust she has in this familia, doesn't it? Wait, how do you know about it then? Hestia demanded as Castor chuckled to himself. Because it would appear that I am the only one making any actual attempt into actually finding the mongrel girl, Castor replied with a sneer, making both Bell and Hestia wince. But to speak plainly, it is because the two reunited at the Libera forest. They also cut their ties as sisters there when Flores would not leave to go with her. It was there that she realized the shadows that had taken a hold of the girl and thus requested me to investigate further. That girl is trying to keep things to herself then. Archer muttered. Well, that's her right, I suppose. It's a family matter after all, Saber added with a nod. Family matter my butt. Hestia shouted. We're her family too. She doesn't have to deal with this on her own. She then turned angrily at Castor, who seemed more amused at her rage than anything else. Castor. What do you know about Sophia? She demanded. Nothing worth sharing at this point in time, came the retort accompanied by a smirk. I'll be the judge of that. Let's hear everything you know. The situation with Sophia Flores will not change even if you hear it. Focus on the immediately important matters in front of you. The two of them glared at each other, both refusing to back down on this matter. A slow voice drew their attention. Sorry, Berserker suddenly said. I found FIA's comrade, and FIA's enemy, but lost them. Another Xenos? Hestia asked and Berserker nodded. Lost them how? Did they die? No, left with Lefi's familia. Ah. I also talked in front of them. Well, knowing Loki familia, they know how to keep things subtle, Archer said. Hestia clutched the sides of her head and started writhing in her seat. They're definitely going to come asking questions though. Of all people, why did it have to be her? Sorry. Oh no, it's not your fault, Berserker. As long as that siren is okay, you did a good job. Was the siren the only one you found? Bell asked. Others, all dead. I see. From the conditions they had found FIA in, they must have all died in pain and terror. At least the siren was, probably safe. Loki familia were the biggest heroes in Orario. They wouldn't kill her if they knew Yui could talk, right? I have to talk to Loki ASAP, Hestia groaned. Before they do something drastic with that siren. Does she have a name? However, Berserker simply shook his head to say that he did not know. Then I'll send a message through the guild to Loki, Hestia said before glancing at Castor. I have told you before, the lives of the Xenos are of no interest to me, Castor said, understanding her intentions immediately. Lancer is fit enough to be your guard. Fine. She then sat back down in her seat and folded her arms in thought. So, to sum it up, we'll have to be on guard for a possible servant-class enemy, gods or goddesses being a part of evil us under our noses, Sophia and Emma's problem, and Loki butting in while we're keeping an eye on the Xenos, Hestia said. That is merely for the problems outside this house, Castor reminded her. You must also take care of the morale of the fools under your care as well as the preparations for welcoming Takemikazuchi familia. Castor had a point, everyone's morale is at rock bottom right now. Even Bell had to force himself to attend the meeting, feeling like it was his duty to figure out what went wrong. Based on everything, it seemed like they got caught up in the aftermath of Castor's attack. He was being tight-lipped on why such amount of force was necessary, however. Sorry Archer, Hestia said, turning to her second child. Since Ryder's injured, all of the cooking preparations are left to you. It's no big deal, Archer replied. Gina and Karen are helping out as well. And Castor, you'll be helping me and Belle in listening to everyone's problems, right? Hestia asked with a smile, causing the king to click his tongue in annoyance but made no objections. Then we are done here, Castor said as he stood up. Boy. Come. Why yes. Belle said as he quickly followed suit. As they got to the door however. Wait, hey. We're not done here yet. Hestia shouted at Castor while he simply smirked as he shut the door behind him. My office. Now. Yes, sir. XXXXX. That golden stick up his butt tyrant. Hestia grumbled as she fell back into her chair and rubbed her forehead. Saber, request, Berserker suddenly spoke up. I want training. The others all looked at the monster servant in surprise. I have no objections to that, Saber began. But may I ask why? Have someone to defeat, Berserker said. Defeat to protect Darou. I understand. I won't say anything more. Then I'll go shop for dinner and stuff to prep for the party, Archer said, standing up to prepare and leave. With that, the three servants dematerialized and left Hestia to nurse her headache alone in her office. A knock sounded from the door a few minutes later. Come in. Please excuse the intrusion, Lady Hestia. Lancer came in, looking beautiful and elegant as ever. The woman crossed the room until she was right in front of Hestia's desk and laid out some papers in front of her. So, Ryder is more or less okay then? Hestia asked, reading them over. Yes, Lancer replied. As she is a servant with a personal skill that would keep her alive under all but the direst circumstances, she will be able to recover completely so long as she receives enough magic power and rest. Of course, if we are able to acquire Fels's assistance, she will recover quicker. However, Aranos's assistant had been sent to survey the damage to the dungeon and would not be available for some time. Just hearing that Ryder would be back to perfect health, even regrowing her arm, after some time was enough to relieve most of Hestia's worries. And Emma? The bones in both of her arms have been shattered, Lancer said gravely. In terms of damage, it might have been more fortunate had they been cut off instead of crushed as they had been. Are you saying you can't help her? I can, it's just, my treatment will be agonizing. And I would rather not let her suffer as such. Or let Primo suffer by hearing any screams, Hestia thought, feeling rather sick herself. Potions and the like worked wonders in closing wounds and repairing the damage to organs, but bones could be regrown improperly if one wasn't careful. That was why adventurers that could use healing magic were sought after and in high regard. Speaking of which, do you think we can have Deai Saint help them instead of waiting for Fels? Hestia asked. Who is that, if I may ask? Lancer asked, looking rather confused as Hestia realized they hadn't met yet. Come to think of it, only Lily, Archer and Belle may have met her since we buy all our stuff from Mayaka's Familia, Hestia remembered. She's a rather famous healer in Orario, Hestia explained. She's only level 2 but she has magic that can heal practically anything and even dispel curses. It even comes with its own magic circle even though she doesn't have the development ability mage. That certainly sounds hopeful, Lancer nodded. But, I can imagine the costs would be exuberant, would they not? Ugh. True, Dion was someone who took every chance to squeeze as much money as he could out of people. Not that Hestia was unwilling or unable to pay for it, of course. She still had the winnings from Apollo as well as the earnings from the inn and her adventurers after all. It's just that if she dipped into those savings, it would take even longer to build enough money to rescue the Xenos from the dungeon. Best to make it a last resort. Still, you said that Primo's magic got reflected back? Her parameters weren't that high to do this much damage, could it? I believe it is because her magic is usually split into 7 attacks. Each one is already powerful in its own right for someone of her age and experience, but the monster condensed them all and reflected them as a single attack. In short, an AoE attack got turned into single target attack. It must have been painful, Hestia finally said. Though she suspected Primo's heart was probably just as shattered as Emma's arms were. Reflected or not, her magic had hurt one of the people she cared for most in the world after said person tried to protect her. Who do you think I should visit first, Lancer? After the small dinner last night, I believe Ryder will be fine, Lancer replied with a serious, yet warm smile. What was needed was to show that she was and will be fine and that nothing would change in the Familia despite her injury. Miss Flores is currently asleep, so I believe checking in on Miss Libera to be the best. Yeah, you guys saw some pretty horrible things too, didn't you? She also needed to pay attention to Gina as well. Though a bit subdued due to the circumstances, Gina was still all smiles. Whether it was because she, unfortunately, had more experience with death or because she was hiding it better, she was doing her best to try and get things back to normal. She was far more mature than Hestia gave her credit for. Perhaps that incident from before had a lot to do with her growth, Hestia muttered, and Lancer agreed with a nod. But one thing at a time for now. She stood up as Lancer excused herself and vanished, leaving Hestia to head to the door. As she started to descend the stairs, she noticed Primo sitting with her back against Emma's door with her face buried into her knees. Primo. The girl's ears twitched when Hestia called out to her before she looked up. Lady Hestia. There's no need to sit out here all by yourself. Emma's not going to go anywhere. But she might need something when she wakes up. Having lost the use of both of her hands, Emma was reliant on others to help with almost everything. From changing her clothes, to eating, to even opening a door. Although she kept a smile on her face the entire time, Hestia could tell Emma was frustrated at her lack of ability and that everyone had to worry over her. Or was she haunted by the fact that her sister was so close, and she couldn't do anything to help her? Pushing those thoughts to the side, Hestia replied with, "Even if she does, would it matter if you're too tired to help her?" Primo opened her mouth before closing it, having no answer to that. "Come on, let's have some snacks together. And if we hear the bell, I'll let you go help her." "Oh okay." Primo took Hestia's hand and allowed the goddess to pull her to her feet. "You did nothing wrong, Primo," Hestia said, pulling the girl into a hug. "For now, just relax, and when everyone's feeling better and Emma's back on her feet, we'll talk about what you can do moving forward." XXXXX. When Belle and Castor arrived in the king's office, Castor sat down behind his desk and made Belle sit down in front of him. What did you need?" Belle asked after Castor hadn't said anything for over a minute. "Boy. Why yes. It is time for you to prepare yourself against one of the greatest enemies this familia will face," Castor declared solemnly. "Do you mean Ishtar?" "Do not." Castor began, his voice sounding calm, but Belle was forced to lean back from the sheer pressure and rage leaking out. "Give that goddess the satisfaction. But you are close, nonetheless. I speak of all gods and goddesses who rule over the domain of love and beauty. Answer this, do you understand why they are creatures to be wary of?" Belle thought to himself for a moment and his memories fell back onto the Apollo banquet. He remembered how everyone in the room quickly fell silent when the goddess Freya entered. "Is it their charm?" he asked, and Castor nodded. "And why is that?" "Because it makes people lose control over themselves? Mortals and gods alike." A lacking answer but still satisfactory, for now, Castor said. "Indeed, their charm is their greatest weapon to wield against mortals, bending them to their whim with but a single glance. The mortal then becomes a slave not only to a god, but to their own desires. Most would even delude themselves into thinking that it is through their own feelings that they serve their god. Without significant protections, a powerful will, and the ability to see reality as it is in front of them, all become slaves to their emotions at the whim of their god." "Is it really that bad?" Belle asked. "I mean, I know that it's not right to make people fall in love with you, but from what it sounded at the banquet, the goddess said that Lady Freya couldn't exactly turn it off, right?" "Depending on one's point of view, it is not," Castor admitted. "The goddess Freya is acting in her capacity as a goddess of love with all the benefits and demerits that come with the position. However, for all her complaints of her ability, it is she who put herself into that position in the first place. One cannot exploit their beauty and body to lay with whomever they want to get whatever they wish and then go on to complain about how said beauty keeps her locked up in a gilded cage. Lay with, hey. You are familiar with Bringer, I trust." "Yes. They're the strongest palams in Orario, just behind Braver. Freya Familia's Gulliver brothers. From what I have learned, the four of them used to be slaves to a dwarf merchant of some sort specializing in jewelry. Goddess Freya wished for them to be hers, so she spent 1 day and 1 night with the dwarf, 1 day and night for each brother. 4 days and nights." Belle muttered, amazed. She would go that far to get what she wanted. "She is a goddess of love," Castor replied, raising his eyebrows as if surprised Belle had forgotten the obvious. "Her body is both sacred and simple for her to give away. Of course, as she had charmed the 4 brothers, they murdered their former master as soon as they were freed in rage that he would defile the goddess. Love is scary. You have shared the same house with Saber and Lancer for how long now, and only now you realize this? Why would she allow it to go that far?" "Because she is a goddess of love," Castor said simply. "It is her nature to desire to be adored and loved. She seeks love and admiration and the beauty of individuals whose souls stand above the rest of the mongrels. As Lancer's love manifests in violence, it is only natural for a goddess of love to wield it herself. She would have, and has had, her elite kill thousands for the sake of a single soul. She would charm mongrels and have them crawl at her feet for scraps of her love, only to deny them completely, turning them to suicide in despair as they failed to receive her love." "I can't tell if you approve or are disgusted by this," Belle said, rubbing his head. "She is a goddess of love and thus I reject her on principle," Castor replied simply. However, I do not begrudge her acting in a manner befitting of her role and station. It is only those who deny themselves that deserve contempt. Isn't it fine if people want to change though? Belle asked. Like wanting to stop drinking too much or trying to overcome their fears. I speak not of such meager changes, Castor replied. I am talking about those who refuse to accept their core self. Things as extreme as a deity wishing to become immortal or vice versa. Do you mean like how they came down from Tenkai to live amongst us? No, such whimsies are only to be expected of the gods, Castor replied. It is fine if you do not understand. Such things do not concern you, after all. Belle simply nodded, unsure of what to say to that. We seem to have strayed a bit from the original topic, nevertheless, do you understand? Yes, I'll do my best to avoid getting too involved with any gods or goddesses of love, Belle replied. Well, I suppose that will do as a start. Since Ishtar runs the place, does that mean you hate the pleasure district as well? Belle asked. On the contrary, the pleasure district provides an important service to the city, Castor explained. Putting aside its current ruler, this city is filled with adventurers who are always under constant stress as they dive into the dungeon daily. Such stress needs to be released through an outlet, and the pleasure district is one such place. Without it, every citizen without a Falna runs the risk of being assaulted by an adventurer, or a god. Not to say that such things don't happen already, of course. That was a surprise to Belle. He thought a king like Castor would look down on such a place, but it would seem that he only detests it because of Ishtar's rule. Belle had no personal experience with such a place for a multitude of reasons, but he often heard of stories where men were ruined by whores and the like, with the whore of Babylon being one of the most well-known one, which was why he thought Castor would be against the place. He supposed the king hated the individuals of the profession more than the profession itself. Now then, let us discuss your next objective to complete in the dungeon. Huh? Already? Belle couldn't help but question. Shouldn't we wait until the others dash? We are discussing your progress, not that of the other mongrels, Castor replied. If you wish to even climb the first step of your path to, then you must always continue forward. To take even a single glance back is unbecoming of a hero. But Emma and Ryder are still. Silence. Castor slammed a hand on his desk, silencing Belle immediately. The hero's journey is littered with the bodies of his allies as much as that of his enemies, Castor said, propping his head up with his arm on the armrest. If you falter simply because an ally is injured, you will never make it far. You must be prepared to climb over their corpses if need be. No. What's that? Your Majesty only speaks the truth, Belle said, trying to find his words to voice his reasoning and placate the king, even as he knew he would twist the truth to match his own interpretations of things. But, I can't accept that. To be prepared to walk over his friends' bodies means accepting that they would die in the dungeon. While he knew that that was a possibility, he refused to ever accept it. For so long as he breathed, he would do everything in his power to bring them back home. I won't let any of them die. Not Emma, not Welf, not Lily, no one. The same goes for you and the other servants. I've always been told that heroes make the impossible possible, then if you consider that path impossible, then I will make it possible. But I won't abandon them either. We'll all keep moving forward. Together. As a familia. That was the path opened up to him by the servants, the one he would walk down with his own power. As the seconds ticked on by, Belle refused to turn his ruby-red eyes away from the king's own. And then, after what seemed like hours, the king let out a small sigh, causing Belle to jerk in surprise. Very well, the king said, leaning back in his seat. I shall acknowledge your motivation, if nothing else. Then I shall leave you to find your own way forward. You have a goal in mind already, do you not? Yes. To create a home for the Zenos, a place where they can belong without fear of death. That was what rested at the end of his path. He didn't need the king's guidance to figure that out. He'll find his own way forward, and it with his familia, his family. Well, I suppose I should be putting in some effort myself, Castor decided. Once I am finished clearing away the distractions, I will deal with the Flores debacle. Do you have an idea how to get Sophia back? Belle asked. I know the name of her familia, her occupation, her skills, her methods, and her objective. If someone has all this information and still fails their task, then they are an incompetent of the highest order. All right. Belle said, unsure of what else to say at that before adding, "Thank you." "For what? It is not as though you stand to gain anything from this. But you're helping Emma, right? That's enough for me to say, thank you." "Humph, it is merely a prevention of the future. It will simply become a larger headache in the future if we do not nip it at the bud." Castor then gave Belle a strange look. "Still, to think you have made your decision already. To think those fools have spent so many nights talking amongst themselves about it." "What do you mean?" "No, it is nothing," Castor replied despite sporting a rather grin that obviously spelled trouble on his face. "I will have a small task for you tomorrow, but for now, leave." Belle nodded his head before leaving the room with his thoughts. He had his goals, he had his dreams, and he had his familia. Would they all coincide with each other, or would one disappear for the sake of another? Only time would tell. XXXXX. I'm bored. Following Lancer's instructions, Emma decided to stay in bed. But she could only sleep for so long after all. She couldn't even read a book as she couldn't move her right hand or the fingers in her left. She also didn't want to bother anyone by asking them to help her with that. Then again, Belle might enjoy it if it's a hero's tale, she muttered with a giggle. It didn't last long though as she leaned back into her pillow. Being injured sucks. Not only was she unable to do anything by herself, but she also had to trouble the others to do something as simple as open a door, which did make her feel as though she understood a bit of FIA's troubles. As she laid there, feeling sorry for herself though, a knock came from the door. "Miss Flores? Are you awake?" "Primo? Yeah, I am." Are you hungry? We brought some food." "Sure. That sounds great actually." The door slowly swung open and Primo came in carrying a tray with a few bowls on them with Karen right behind her, carrying a slightly larger pot. "Isn't that a bit much?" Emma asked, looking between the two girls. "Archer made two different things for you," Karen replied. "If you want something hot, we have porridge. If you want something cold and a bit easier to eat, we have this rice in cold broth thing. I believe he called it cold okajik. You put as much fish and veggies as you want, then pour the chilled broth over it," Primo explained as the two placed their items on the desk. "That sounds pretty good actually," Emma admitted. It also had the benefit of not having to wait for the food to cool a bit or have something as embarrassing as Primo blowing on it before feeding it to her like the other night. "What about the porridge though?" "Do not worry, I shall eat it," Karen replied with a nod. With that settled, Primo put a little bit of everything onto the bowl of rice before pouring the cold broth over it. A bit of fish, vegetables, ginger, and some kind of brown paste Emma had never seen before. As expected of Archer, there's a lot of variety, Emma noted. "Yes. It's all delicious," Primo said with a smile as she scooped some of it up. "Here you go." Even though it was embarrassing being fed by someone younger than her, Emma couldn't say no to the elf girl's eagerness. Relaxing and being treated was the duty of the injured after all. At the very least, Primo seemed to be feeling better than before. "The two of you look like sisters like this," Karen commented as Emma was enjoying the cool and refreshing taste of the dish. "Huh? Well, we are a familia after all," Primo reminded her. "Is being in a familia enough for that though?" Karen asked. "In Dia Familia, only the captain and his sisters considered themselves family. The rest of us just saw each other as allies or friends at best, since we would all go out separate ways in the end." "Do you not like being considering the familia one big extended family then?" Emma asked. "No, I don't mind such a warm atmosphere." "Did your family not approve of you becoming an adventurer?" Primo asked, voicing Emma's own question. "On the contrary, they were rather supportive of it, seeing as Lady Dia was there to guide me. After all, if I am a part of a famous familia, our family will benefit from the glory. Of course, that requires me actually putting in the effort into making a name for myself as well." "So, you became an adventurer to spread your family name?" Emma asked. "No. I became an adventurer for the sake of adventure," Karen replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. She then ladled more of the porridge into her bowl. Even though Karen was spending quite a bit of time talking, the porridge was disappearing at a rapid pace, far faster than Emma could finish her single bowl. "Not to say I was unhappy with my former life. If I did not have a brother, I would have been content to remain to continue the family line. But as it is, I went off to see the world instead. As the bowl was emptied, Karen looked at Emma. Speaking of which, what about you? She asked. What will you do once you have found your sister? Hi. Will you continue as an adventurer? Karen clarified, prompting Emma's eyes to widen. Leaving the familia is not an option, but you could retire and help Lady Hestia at the inn. Miss Morris, do you want Miss Flores to stop being an adventurer? Primo asked. Nothing of the sort, Karen replied, glancing at Emma again. While I would prefer to continue adventuring with you, you are different from every other mortal in this familia. You didn't set out to become an adventurer, correct? If you accomplish your goal in reuniting with your sister, will you continue adventuring with us? She hadn't thought that far ahead. Ever since she arrived in Orario, every bit of her mind had been focused on finding Sophia. But right now, all she was doing was entrusting the groundwork to Castor. She could do with a bit of thinking about the future as well. Did she have a reason to continue living as an adventurer? Yes. Yes, she did. Don't worry, I don't plan on retiring anytime soon, Emma replied with a smile. Because I dash. Her words were cut off as the window started shaking as though a heavy gust was beating against it. Is something happening outside? Primo asked as Karen set her empty bowl down on the desk and walked over to peer aside. It's the vice-captain and berserker, Karen reported. They seem to be sparring together against Saber. Speak of the devil. She shared a glance with Primo and the younger girl understood what she wanted. The elf set the tray of food aside and carefully helped Emma over to the window as well. Just in time to see Saber move right past Berserker's massive twin halberds, grab the monster servant's arm, and flip the massive minotaur over his shoulder, sending him flying several meters through the air before landing with a crash in the middle of the yard. Before Berserker had even landed, Bell suddenly appeared by Saber's head, swinging his blade toward the servant's neck. Without even looking at him, Saber reached over his shoulder to grab Bell's wrist and slammed him into the ground before flinging him over toward Berserker's direction. Berserker's arm shot up as Bell flipped himself around in air, allowing Berserker to catch him feet first and throw Bell like a ball back at Saber. The boy crossed the distance in a blink of an eye, forcing Saber to draw his own dagger to deflect the blow, and Bell himself. Even as he spun through the air, Bell threw his daggers at Saber to buy time for Berserker to stand up and launch himself back at Saber as the man drew his blade and deflected the Minotaur's powerful swings. As expected of a great hero, Karen muttered with awe. Berserker is great too. Primo insisted. Both girls were right to say that the servants were amazing, but to Emma, there was another hero who stood out amongst the rest. The young boy who kept on standing no matter how many times he was knocked down and failed to get anywhere near the other heroes. He would continue to move forward toward that goal, and Emma wanted to support him each step of the way, not from a distance, but right by his side. XXXXX. Oh, goddess who rules as queen of the night, for what reason would you seek one such as I? Our stations are different as you rule those who perform the sacred duty of quelling the stress of men, and whilst I am but a king who rules over my garden and my hearth. And what could I offer that would match your company that has taken in as many souls as there are stars in the sky? Your embrace would be as tight as a half-door. Your companionship as secure as a fort that keeps its soldiers outside its walls. Your sweet nectar as wet as a well filled with doubt. Your words as trusting as a shoe that devours the foot it takes in. The love you give and the lovers you receive in turn are as lasting as a sword covered in rust. Alas, I cannot accompany one as great as you, for I would not grasp the fruit of the tree that has fallen into the earth when I have been invited to grasp the sweetest of fruits from the mountains of Asgard. May you seek out someone who has standards that differ from one such as I. XXXXX. The letter filled with honeyed poison was crumbled in her hand as the goddess let out a roar of rage. Rage that a mere mortal would dare to rebuke her in such a way. She turned her amethyst eyes to her companion, a fellow deity who had performed the delivery of her trump card as well as a reply of the offers she had made before the chaos of Grand Day. Not only did that man rebuke her and consider her, a goddess, beneath him, he would rather accept that bitch that called herself queen instead? Her companion's eyes was petrified as he watched the jewels, bracelets, anklets, and the cloth around her breasts fall to her feet. The god before her knew many things, and she would squeeze every last drop from him to settle the score. Primarily, information pertaining to something both the object of her current desire and the object of her greatest obsession. XXXXX. The room was lit with only the smoldering embers of the hearth and the moonlit sky above. Upon the desk was a map of Orario with several statuettes representing something greater arrayed over it. The king's eyes shined in the darkness before dimming as he lowered himself to an even playing field with his most hated enemy. He moved the statue of a sword implanted into the ground toward the statue of a burning grail before moving a smaller rabbit piece away from the grail toward the southeast section of the map next to a woman with a winged helmet. Now then! He spoke softly. The game begins. Heroic Myth. Chapter 56, Goddess's Love. Karen Morris's day started just before the crack of dawn. Before becoming an adventurer, she usually slept in whenever she had the chance, as much as a noble daughter could get away with sleeping in any case, but after months of living with the Dea Familia, getting up early had become a habit, one that she kept after converting to Hestia Familia. From the small commotion outside, it was a habit shared by the majority of the Familia. According to Gina, who happened to be part of the minority, smaller familias always made the effort to get up early in order to spend as much time as possible making money in the dungeon while larger and more prominent familias could take their time. She had heard that Bel Cranel, the vice-captain and central pillar of the familia, had been a simple farmer before heading to Orario in search of his dreams and adventures, so he must have always gotten up early due to his old lifestyle. And thanks to the explosive growth of the familia in the form of the servants that did not need to regain their energy through sleep, there was no need for him to change his schedule. Well, I believe there is a saying from the gods, Karen muttered as she removed her sleepwear and changed into her day clothes. The early bird gets the worm or some nonsense like that. She figured that it meant that those who got to work earlier would be able to accomplish things and was not meant to be taken literally, no matter what Lady Dea insisted. Having finished dressing, she headed out of her room and out into the backyard. Her room was in one of the detached houses of the familia. It was a bit lonely as Ryder was her only neighbor, but she spent most of her time in the kitchen or doing other chores around the home as servants had no need for sleep. But the feeling of having her own permanent room, one that she didn't have to share with anyone else even, outweighed any feeling of loneliness. She also appreciated the quiet that came with it, well, so long as Berserker wasn't snoring anyway. Waking up to a haggard-looking harpy pounding on the window looking for sanctuary from the storm coming from the tent was an experience to be sure. From the sound of clashing steel coming from the front of the main building, it sounded as though Belle was training with Berserker and Saber once more. A quick peek in the tent confirmed that Berserker wasn't in and FIA was taking the opportunity to sleep in. As she entered the kitchen, Archer was already busy with prep work for breakfast. Normally, he would be putting Emma through her paces at this time while Ryder would be preparing breakfast, but that obviously wasn't possible right now. "Morning," came the man's casual reply. "Everyone's going to be doing their own thing today and the dungeon's off limits until things calm down. So you can sleep in if you want. I am the type that finds it almost impossible to go back to sleep immediately after I wake up," Karen replied. "So is there anything I can do to help prepare for breakfast?" Archer held a hand to his chin in thought for a moment before glancing toward the direction of the front door. "They should be taking a break soon," he muttered before turning back to Karen. "Then, can you fry up a few eggs? Try to keep the egg whites no longer than your pointer finger." "Understood." Cooking was also something Karen had never done before becoming an adventurer. She was someone that enjoyed eating, perhaps a bit more than was proper for a lady, but she had never cooked for herself before being given a crashed course by members of her former familia. Now though, she knew enough to make simple meals that were easy to eat on the move. Frying an egg was something that was no longer beyond her. Although frying over 40 of them in one go was a bit much. "My respect for you and Ryder and every cook and chef in this world have increased tenfold," Karen replied as she massaged her wrist. Physically she was fine thanks to the Falna, but it was still mentally tiring. "Well, you get used to it," Archer replied with a shrug and a smirk. "Just think of the larger familias that all live in the same familia home like Freya, Loki, or Ganesha. Their cooks are probably on the job at all hours of the day. Familias that catered to all sorts of people would have that problem. Those who were early risers, those who slept till well past noon, those who were gone all day but came home late at night, and those who were out on expeditions who wanted nothing more than a good homemade meal after eating rations for days or weeks. Of course, there were probably multiple people with multiple different shifts, but the thought of working a shift where she'd have to make food for 100 people in the middle of the night was something she did not want to think about, even if she would have several others helping. Then again, considering Berserker and Saber's appetites, it probably wasn't too different from what she was currently doing. They were two of the four biggest eaters in the familia after all. Welf was fourth. She refused to think about the third. Once the eggs were done, Archer took one of them and set it on a quarter of some kind of dried sea plant. On the other quarters he set a bed of rice, some meat and some cheese before folding it together in a facsimile of a sandwich. The rest were sandwiched properly between two slices of bread. Good, that's done, Archer said before laying most of them on a large tray and handing it to Karen. Take these out to Belle and the others for me. Understood. Taking the tray and carefully balancing it with her hands, Karen headed out the door to see Berserker sitting on the grass with his head tilted to the side while Saber seemed to be discussing something with Belle in a serious manner. Ah, Belle was the first to notice her. Good morning. Good morning, she returned the greeting. I've brought you all breakfast. Excellent timing, Miss Morris, Saber suddenly said. I require your assistance in this next part of Master's training. Of course. What do you need? XXXXX. Welf let out a large yawn as he stepped out of the forge, having pulled an all-nighter and was eager for something to eat before slipping into bed before Emma or Ryder could chew him out for it. But before he could even take 10 steps from the door, he found himself staring at the most surreal scene in the world. Belle, Karen, Saber and Lancer were in front of the main building where Belle usually did his training. That was fine in of itself, but for some reason, the men were holding the women in their arms in a princess carry with Karen's eyes blinking rapidly as if she had no idea how she had gotten into that position while Lancer was covering her face with both of her hands and Welf could see her normally pale skin completely red up to her ears. Belle was also completely confused at what he was doing all the while Saber seemed to be correcting his posture and making sure he didn't lose his grip on Karen. Which left Berserker was just sitting there off to the side, mimicking the two's pose with his arms, although he wasn't holding on to anyone. What the hell did I miss? Hero training. Oh. That makes sense, I guzao. A hand materialized while grabbing onto Welf's ear followed by an arm and then the rest of Ryder's body. Particularly, her smiling face. Pulling another all-nighter are we Welf? Ryder asked, giving his ear a particularly painful twist. Welf heard some of the gods say that a beautiful woman was at her most frightening when she was smiling, and at this moment, he couldn't help but agree. Mercy please. Welf groaned out through gritted teeth before the servant released him. Ow, how long? The entire night, Ryder replied, placing her hand on her hip causing Welf to wince and tried to avoid looking her in the eye. That unfortunately meant his eyes wandered to her empty sleeve, causing him to quickly, and unsubtle, jerk his head the other way. Sorry, he found himself saying, but Ryder simply gave him a soft smile as she placed her hand on his cheek and turned his face back toward hers. Don't worry about it, she said. This is a little problem compared to what might have happened to all of you. It's just, I froze up, Welf spat in self-loathing. I couldn't do anything but stand there while you, Belle, Lancer had to fight those things on your own, hell even Jackie moved. I couldn't do anything. It might have been for the best or else you might be the one in Emma's position, or even worse, Ryder said. Remember? That monster could reflect magic. If you had used your magic sword at that moment instead of Primo. A cold shiver ran down Welf's spine at that thought. Besides, not to treat you like a child or anything, but it's my job to make sure you all make it back safely. Both as a servant and as an adult. An arm is a small price to pay, especially as a servant. It'll heal on its own or whenever Fels gets the chance to visit. You're taking the loss of a limb rather well. Welf couldn't help but note. Well, you know, I've already died before, so a limb or two in exchange is nothing, right? That was a mindset beyond mortal understanding. And then her hand was on his ear again. All right then, bed. Now. Oh ow ow ow. Okay. I get it. XXXXX. As the sun was slowly reaching its zenith in the sky, Primo was spending the afternoon reading one of the textbooks Lefia had lent her to study. The language was old. Very old. Older than the ones she had seen in her village elders' tomes, and more than once she had to go to one of the servants or Lady Hestia for help translating. It must have been one of Lady Riveria's books. She had asked Lancer if there was a rune that could help her understand the contents easier, but the woman shook her head and replied, life is not so convenient, with a wry smile. Although there were runes to help with concentration, Primo felt that she wasn't quite at that point yet. She could have let one of them translate it for her, but she found the work rather interesting. Reading and interpreting the old language of the book as well as trying to parse the important information through all of its subtext and euphemisms while transcribing it into common koine was both exhausting yet interesting work. Perhaps if she hadn't been so focused on being an adventurer, she might have tried to make a living as a scholar. But there wasn't any point in thinking of what-ifs. Her heart was set on becoming the next great mage and the next captain of Hestia Familia by extension. Still, it'd be nice if the second one didn't come until after a century at least. She muttered softly only to jump when a knock sounded from her door. "Miss Primo." Lily's voice came through the door. "Lord Castor is calling for you." "Really?" Primo called back in surprise. Ever since the failed expedition, Castor had said that he was too busy to have her sit in on his work, so she hadn't seen him at all since then. "What for?" "Lily doesn't know. He wanted to talk to Miss Karen as well though." That was a strange combination. Primo hadn't really had much chance to speak with Karen alone, and the only time the two of them did anything together so far was when they brought Emma lunch yesterday. Deciding that there was no point in guessing what the enigmatic captain wanted, Primo marked her spot in the tome with a bookmark and quickly made her way to Castor's office. She knocked on the door before opening it enough for her to peek in. You wanted to see me?" she asked as she glanced at the back of the captain's chair. "I have," Castor replied before ordering her to sit. "Sit and wait for Morris." With a nod of affirmation, she carefully stepped in and closed the door as softly as she could behind her. Just as she sat down on one of the seats across from Castor, however, the king stood up and opened the windows leading out to the balcony behind his desk before sitting back down. No sooner than he did a purple blur shoot up past the balcony in a muffled scream before Karen fell back down and landed on the balcony with shaking legs. "Though I may have said to make haste, there was no need to take the Minotaur's expressway," Castor commented sardonically to the former noble girl. "It wasn't by choice, sir," Karen said as she brushed herself off before donning her calm mask as if she wasn't just flung 4 stories up by Berserker. "So it wasn't," Castor's agreed before gesturing toward the empty chair beside Primo with his head, prompting Karen to sit down. "I shall be quick. As the guild has strongly recommended that no one is to enter the dungeon, the Familia shall be taking a short break in terms of expeditions and dives. As such, I have decided to give the two of you some work in the meantime." "Us?" Primo asked as she and Karen met each other's eyes. "Work might not be the best word to describe it, as you will not be earning any coin," Castor said as he leaned back in his seat with one leg over the other and his hands folded in his lap. His blood-red eyes then fell on Karen. "Morris, I assume you have had etiquette lessons befitting of a noble before." "Of course," Karen replied with a nod. "Then pass that knowledge down to Libera," Castor ordered as Primo stared at him with wide eyes. "Within my kingdom, children your age have already decided on what their future goals are and strove to accomplish them. You have done well in that regard, but you still lack the emotional maturity to accomplish it. It is necessary for your future." "You mean how you wish for her to be your successor?" Karen asked, and Castor responded with a raised eyebrow. "Not that I have any reservations in teaching her, as the earlier one learns the better, but is there a particular reason for her to start now?" "As I have said, it is due to the fact that the dungeon's danger rating has gone beyond what the guild would consider acceptable limits, and it would not do for you to throw yourselves back in its depths should another one of those creatures appear." At the mention of that bony, skeletal monster that would no doubt have killed them all were it not for the presence of the servants, Primo's body went rigid and cold. Her hands were balled up into fists on her knees with her nails digging into her palm. The change did not go unnoticed by Castor, who let out an annoyed sigh. "To freeze up like that would mean death of you or Flores should she attempt to shield you once more," he said, his harsh words smacking Primo right in the gut. "Thus it would be best to give you tasks to push it out of your mind, as the alternative has been vetoed by the goddess and every other servant." "Would the alternative happen to involve hunting down and slaying the beast?" Karen asked without a hint of sarcasm in her voice as Castor simply chuckled darkly, causing Primo to shiver once more. "It was how the boy got over his fear of minotaurs," Castor replied before shaking his head. "But there is no point in considering that. There are none left to be found in the dungeon." "Then why is the guild?" Primo began before trailing off. "Ask your questions properly," Castor snapped, but continued to answer nonetheless. "The hole in the dungeon leading down to the lower floors is still there, meaning monsters rated level 3 and 4 can climb up, disrupting the ecosystems of the other floors. Ah, that's right. Primo said as she just remembered. Monsters do eat other monsters if they don't have access to a pantry, right? Then they become enhanced versions. It's also how the Xenos become stronger as well, Karen added, glancing out the window. That explains why the guild was advising Familius to be careful, as they didn't have the power to do any more than that. Deep and lower floor monsters moving up and becoming enhanced species just spelled death to anyone unprepared. Thus, we shall use this empty time for some extra lessons, Castor declared again. Morris. You are to have Libera learn to keep her emotions in check under pressure and to carry herself with the dignity befitting of her future station. Though there is no need for her to seal her emotions to the same extreme as yourself. The future of Hestia Familia requires a leader, not a doll. Do you disapprove of my upbringing? Karen asked, her eyes tightening ever so slightly. If you are restricting your emotions simply because that is what you were told, then of course, Castor replied dismissively. To restrain one's emotions is to deprive oneself of pleasure. Of course, if that taciturn face of yours is what you received at birth, then you have my deepest sympathies. So said the king with a chuckle. Karen looked as though she wanted to retort but held her tongue. I understand. I shall instill Primo with the dignity befitting of a noble to your specifications. With that, Castor waved them off as if he had no more interest in them. Primo knew everything he did had their best interests at heart, but the way he could do it in a way that didn't upset everyone too much. That was Primo resolved to treat any future Familia members with respect once she became captain. That wasn't a roundabout way to make me think like that, was it? She couldn't help but whisper once she and Karen left the office. What was? Oh no, it's nothing. As they reached the third floor, they came across Lily coming out of Emma's room with a tome in her hands and a bag containing various medicinal herbs and bandages. Primo also thought she saw pink wisps coming off of Lily's clothes, but they disappeared before she could be sure. Oh, Miss Morris and Miss Libera, Lily greeted them with a bow. How did the discussion with Lord Castor go? Well enough, I suppose, Karen replied as she glanced at Emma's bedroom door before looking at the tome in Lily's hands. Were you practicing first aid to help Emma? Yes, Lily replied, holding up the book. Lily asked Miss Erisis from My Egg Familia for a copy. It won't be as good as medicine made by someone with the mixing development ability, but it should be enough when using proper potions, and magic is overkill. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. No. This is Lily's job as a supporter after all. With that said, Lily returned to her room on the second floor while Primo and Karen continued down to the ground floor. It's not as though Lily can do anything else to help. Primo quickly turned around, but Lily had already disappeared into her room. Primo. Karen was looking at her with a confused expression, or at least what passed as one for the stoic former noble. Did she not hear Lily? And no, it's nothing. Come to think of it, Lily didn't have any skills or magic that had her glowing in pink light. The only one that did was Emma herself, and that was... The scene in the inn suddenly flashed in her head. A girl Primo had never seen before crying just from the sound of her own voice. It's nothing, Primo said to the older girl who wasn't part of the familia at that time. Karen frowned a bit in worry but nodded her head before continuing down the steps with Primo right behind her. It wasn't as though Primo wanted to keep it a secret from Karen, as she already knew Emma came to Orario to look for her sister. Primo just didn't know how to go about explaining it, or whether she even should, as Lily didn't seem to want to spread it either. For now, she'll just follow what the older girl decided and keep it to herself. She just hoped it wasn't a mistake to do so. XXXXX. Being a guard for the hearth's chime was a simple job. So simple that there were only 2 of them for the entire inn. After all, you had to be pretty stupid, or powerful, to mess with a familia who had defeated another familia in a war game despite being outnumbered almost 10-1 for the whole world to see. Broca, a member of the cat people, and Dex, a dwarf, were sitting off to the side of the front doors, taking a small break as all the guests were either resting inside or had gone out into the town for business or pleasure, leaving them with very little to do. Both guards were adventurers that had retired due to bad luck. Broca had lost a leg in the dungeon and had been kicked out by his familia, while Dex's old familia had been destroyed 7 years ago during the Age of Darkness. The 2 had been living poorly off their meager savings before being hired by Hestia as guards. Aside from the chaos during Grand Day, the two never really had to do much for the job to the point that it felt as though they were getting paid with room and board, 3 decent daily meals, and a proper wage just to stand around all day. They weren't about to complain about the generosity, but it did feel like they were the ones getting the better end of the bargain. Especially considering they weren't expected to go into the dungeon despite having received the goddess Hestia's blessing. Broca even got a prosthetic leg in the deal. It wasn't a top-of-the-line ergitlam from Dion Sect Familia or anything, but it was comfortable enough that he could walk without any problems. And although he was expected to slowly pay that back in installments, it was without any interest, so it was more affordable than anything he would have been able to buy on his own dime. In short, the two were rather content with how their lives had changed for the better. "Hey you two, can you try this out?" Iris, one of the employees of the inn's food department, came out holding a dish with 2 slices of some kind of yellow cake on it. "A new cake again?" Dex asked with a sigh. "You know I don't care much for the sugary stuff." "No need to worry," the cow's demi-human said, her tail swishing from side to side. "This one's made for you stuffy old men in mind. It's made with a bit of alcohol." "Hey, I am not that old." "That's the part you're objecting to?" Broca asked. As the 3 of them shared a laugh, the door to the inn suddenly slammed open. "As I said, you're making a mistake, Hestia," came a rather arrogant-sounding voice. "That child can only reach her true potential as a part of my familia. And let you get your hands on her instead," came their goddess's shriek. "Get the hell off my property and don't you dare show yourself in front of me again unless you're prepared for a war game." With an unamused snort, the god wearing long brown pants with covers stepped out of the inn, running a hand through his long unruly red hair. He was flanked by 2 humans, an older man with cream-colored hair and a younger one with blonde hair. The 3 left the grounds without turning to look back at the seething goddess standing at the base of the steps. The moment the 3 were gone, Hestia's gaze turned toward her 3 employees, who immediately all snapped to attention under the glare of their enraged goddess. Hestia then stomped over to them and snatched the plate from Iris's hands and started chowing down on the cake right in front of them. Trouble, Lady Goddess?" Iris dared to ask. "Just someone trying to steal one of my adventurers," Hestia replied angrily without bothering to swallow. "A flaming demon emblem, Ishma Familia?" Broca asked. "That's right. So if you see any of them hanging around here, kick them out or call for help and one of my adventurers will come and do it instead." "This is really good." Broca and Dex nodded their heads in understanding. As veteran level 2s, they were in the top 40% of adventurers in Orario. They wouldn't lose to any level 1s or most level 2s, but Ishma Familia were a growing mid-level familia with a lot of members, and there was a recent announcement that their captain had hit level 3 a little while back, as well as several new level 2s. Thus the 2 were given stones that they were ordered to break if they were in trouble, and one of the familia adventurers would come running as quickly as possible. "Anyway, don't let a single one of his familia anywhere near the inn," Hestia said, handing the empty plate back to Iris. "Granted we can't do anything if they are outside our property, gonna have to keep one of the boys here full-time too." She then turned to her employees. "Do you think it'll be a bad idea to keep Berserker here for a few days?" she asked, as if she was considering keeping a dog around instead of a minotaur. "Yes. Ahaha, of course it is." The goddess shrugged as the trio gave their honest and earnest opinion. No matter how tamed the minotaur was, it was still a monster that would cause all their guests to flee in terror. Although it would most likely keep Ishma Familia from the inn, there was no point if it kept their customers away as well. "Ah well, I'll figure something out," Hestia said as she walked back into the inn, leaving the 3 employees to look between each other before the dwarf pointed at the empty plate in Iris's hands. "So, is there any more of that?" Iris opened her mouth to respond, only for Hestia to poke her head back out of the inn first. "Oh, and Iris," Hestia began. "Send another plate of that cake up to my office. Actually, just bring up the whole thing. I'm gonna stress eat and drink until I forget about that jerk." And with that the goddess disappeared again. Iris then turned back to Dex. "I'll make another one after I bring up the goddess's food." Dex let out a sigh as Broca turned his head to the side with a cough. XXXXX. Back at the Hearthstone Manor, a small discussion was taking place between Hestia Familia's 2 executives. "You want me to make a delivery?" Belle asked. "Indeed," Castor replied, gesturing toward the bag on his desk. It is but a simple quest that I have accepted. It is nothing difficult. Simply drop off the juice at the location. If you wish to spend some time and talk with the inhabitants, then that is fine as well. Inhabitants? The destination is an orphanage located within Deadless Street, Castor explained. It is run by a woman named Maria, and one of its, shall we say, benefactors reached out to me because the children wished to see the famous moonlit dawn. Bell felt the heat rush to his face as Castor let out a chuckle. If you're a hero, it's only natural to have a lot of fans, isn't it? After all, you are a fan of the servants, are you not? Even so, Bell didn't feel like he had the personality to be adored by the masses in such a way. If you are embarrassed to go alone, then take Assassin with you, Castor suggested. That child could use more friends that can actually traverse the city without the threat of being killed. Castor then paused for a moment and glanced to the side as if realizing a mistake, as he quickly added, more so than usual in any case. With Primo taking etiquette lessons and Gina helping out Archer in the kitchen in preparation for the Takemikazuchi Familia's welcome party, Assassin has been left alone and had been spending time playing with FIA. And considering that the Xenos hunters haven't been completely rooted out yet, it was still too dangerous for FIA to go out into the city. That and only Ganesha Familia's guards are allowed to walk the streets with monsters. Bell shook his head to clear his thoughts. I guess it would be good to spend some more time with Jack outside the dungeon, Bell admitted. I'll take her to go say hi to Miss Ina, then head to drop off the juice. Although a party shall be held to welcome those of Takemikazuchi Familia into the home, there is nothing that requires your presence here. You are free to spend your time as needed so long as you do not enter the dungeon. Yes. I think Miss Ina will tell me the same thing. Castor seemed to have nothing left to say and simply swerved his chair to the side and gave Bell a dismissive wave. Taking that as his cue, Bell quickly stood up and left the room with the bag on Castor's desk. As he closed the door, he wondered if the servant was going to say something at the last minute, but Castor kept his peace, almost as if he was waiting for something. Well, that wasn't Bell's business to pry. He headed down the stairs and passed through the living area where Karen was lecturing Primo about etiquette. The elf was standing straight as a rod with nervousness pouring out of every inch of her body as she tried to balance a book on her head. Primo had her back to Bell so she didn't notice him, but he nevertheless gave a quick nod of his head toward Karen in greeting, who acknowledged him the same way before turning her gaze back on her student. As Bell entered the backyard, he found a black shadow skipping across the green grass, avoiding a rain of feathers that were stabbing into the ground like daggers. This is playing, hey? Bell muttered as he picked up one of the scattered feathers. The feathers had a rather strange quality to them. The remix in his hand was a beautiful cerulean blue when viewed in several different angles. One would be hard-pressed to realize that its true color was red. Perhaps it was a reflection of FIA's desire to soar in the sky that caused this strange coloration, but no one knew enough about monsters or Xenos to be sure. As Bell let the feather drop to the ground, he placed his fingers into his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The feathers stopped raining as FIA landed down in front of Bell while Assassin dived into his chest with a smile. Mommy. Assassin said as she rubbed her cheek against his chest. Everyone's busy, so FIA is playing with us. Playing a bit rough there, aren't you? Bell couldn't help but ask. It was her idea, FIA said quickly, pointing at Assassin with her wing. I think she thinks that what Saber and Berserker are doing counts as playing as well. FIA's words were punctuated by a loud slam that marked the sound of an extremely large and heavy minotaur hitting the ground, followed by Berserker's tired groan. Saber's really strong, isn't he? FIA asked. Bell could only nod in agreement. Well, sorry to bother your playtime, but I'm going on an errand, Bell said to Assassin. Want to come with me? Going for a walk? Assassin asked before breaking out into a smile. We'll go. Playtime's over then? FIA asked. Yep. Let's play again later, okay? Assassin asked and FIA nodded in response. Then I'll go cheer on Berserker as he gets his butt kicked. With that, the harpy took off into the sky toward the front yard with Bell and Assassin sharing a look before following her. At the front yard, they found Berserker lying on his back, facing the sky as he gasped for breath and flooded the grass with sweat. Saber was still on his feet as he removed his mask, revealing several beads of sweat dripping down his face, but he was otherwise still composed. Saber nodded his head with a smile. As I suspected. Your strength is truly beyond anything a human is capable of. Berserker had the greatest physical strength out of all his servants, something that came to Belle's mind every so often, so it was amazing to see Saber throw him around like a rag doll. It brought home that pure strength isn't enough to win fights, something Berserker himself was aware of since he was the one that asked for this training in the first place. The day where Berserker learns to fight with the skill of a great hero is the day where the Zenos welcomes their greatest champion. Are you going out on errands, Master? Saber asked, wiping his face with a towel before turning toward Belle. Yes. Just to the guild and then to deliver something for Castor. Saber seemed to fall into deep thought as he glanced at the juice bottles Belle was carrying in the bag on his back. I see. Very well, I shall accompany you as well. I do not know exactly what Castor is planning, but the city is not safe right now, Saber continued, cutting off Belle's attempt to refuse. We have set fire to the nest of evil below the city, and thus you and the goddess Hestia must be protected at all costs. That is why Lancer is watching over her while she is at work, and so I shall accompany you if you are leaving as well. Oh okay. Belle had no counter-argument when Saber put it that way. Lily, Emma, Primo, Welf, Fia and Karen were still at home with Berserker, Castor and Ryder looking after it. Injured as Ryder was, if someone could get past Castor's magical defenses and Berserker's physical power, then they would be an enemy that could threaten the entirety of Orario, not just Hestia Familia. Archer and Gina were out shopping, but Belle trusted Archer was skillful enough to grab Gina and retreat to either the manor or regroup with Lancer at the inn should they come under attack. And although Belle had Assassin with him, she wasn't all that much stronger than Belle himself in a straight-up fight. She was far faster to be sure, but like her class describes, she was far stronger in ambushes and scouting than a defensive battle. Thus Belle bringing Saber with him was no doubt non-negotiable to the servant. Saber's gaze then fell onto Assassin for a moment as something akin to realization flashed in his eyes. If it pleases you, I shall follow at a distance and dematerialized so as to not disturb you. You will not even realize I was there. For the most part. And with that, the servant's physical form vanished before Belle could get in another word edgewise. I guess he wanted to still let you and Jack have your walk, Fia suggested. Belle wasn't sure how to interpret Saber's consideration and instead decided to just ignore it and move on. Then we'll be back later tonight, Belle said to the two monster members of their familia. See ya later. Bye Fia. Bye Berserker. Assassin called out as they left the gate with Fia happily waving her wing at them while Berserker lifted his massive hand for a moment before letting it flop back onto the ground with a thud. XXXXX. The guild was strangely busy when Belle and Assassin reached it. Several people, adventurers most likely, were yelling at the beleaguered receptionists, and several of the women looked rather haggard, with many of them looking as though they could use some sleep. Belle. Belle and Assassin turned their head toward the voice just as Assassin took a step back, allowing Belle alone to be grabbed by a pair of frantic hands. You're back from your expedition? Ina asked as she looked him over. Are you all right? What about the others? It said that your expedition failed. Why yes. Belle began, placing his hands on Ina's to carefully remove them from his shoulders. We're all right, for the most part. For the most part. Ina repeated. Emma and Ryder got hurt pretty bad by a monster that came up through the hole in the dungeon, Belle explained. Emma can't move her arms and Ryder lost one of hers. At that, Ina's face paled even further as she dragged him off to a private room with Assassin following close behind them. Once there she demanded Belle to tell her everything, and so he did. Of course, he left out the part about the Zenos since he was sure only the god Auranos knew about them and not the entire guild. I see. Ina said as she fell into deep thought once Belle finished talking. Ah, but we're waiting to get in touch with a healer that the goddess is familiar with, Belle said quickly. They'll be able to restore the two by week's end. That's good to hear, Ina replied with a sigh before shifting back into work mode. How much do you know about the monster that you fought? I've never even heard of it before then, Belle replied. According to someone I know though, it appeared in the dungeon once before. Although Saber didn't hear it from his source directly, he had intuited it based on how one of the people he was fighting alongside seemed to react badly to its roar. From what I understand. Ina said. Please keep it a secret. That monster is labeled as a juggernaut by the guild. From what we understand, it appears whenever there is catastrophic damage done to the dungeon. It isn't something an adventurer's spell can do. Something would have had to obliterate entire floors or close to it for the dungeon to spawn one. It's kept a secret because the guild doesn't want people to try and purposefully spawn them by destroying the dungeon. Yes, Belle replied. The tree labyrinth was basically replaced by a giant hole. Since we were in the staircase between floors when it happened, we didn't see it happen. Have you figured out how far it extends? Preliminary examinations say that it starts from the 19th floor and stretches down to the 30th floor at the very least, Ina said while rubbing her forehead. The guild is planning on asking Freya, Loki, or Ganesha Familia to check further, so don't you dare go past the 18th floor, understood? Why yes. One of us needs to pay attention so that you don't return from your expeditions on my days off, Ina said with a sigh to which Belle could only let out a weak laugh in response. Belle wondered if she was overstepping her bounds as a neutral guild employee, but he was grateful that she was worried about him nonetheless. Once Ina secured Belle's promise to not go past the 17th floor until the investigation was completed, Belle left the guild and headed toward the destination of the delivery. Let's see. Belle muttered to himself as he glanced at the instructions Caster had given him with Assassin peering over his shoulder as well. It says to head into Deadless Streets and to follow the yellow Ariadne to reach the destination. Deadless Street Known as Orario's second dungeon, the area was home to Orario's poorest citizens. Down on their luck and less than respectable adventurers are known to hide in this slum, and it had the highest crime rate in all of Orario. A few employees of the inn had lived here before being hired by Hestia, and none of them had many good things to say about it. It was a place Belle had never entered willingly, so he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, as the last time he was here, he and the goddess had been chased by a silverback back during Monsterphilia. But since he had no choice in the matter, Belle took Assassin's hand in his own and the two passed through the gates into Deadless Street. As soon as they did, there was a small flash of light as a golden arrow drew itself on a nearby wall to point them in the right direction. Belle stared at the spot for a moment, even as the arrow disappeared, before quickly taking off the bag Caster gave him and rummaged through it. There, he found a small golden amulet that looked completely out of place mixed with the various juice bottles. Well, at least we won't get lost, Belle muttered as he picked the bag up again and followed the direction of the arrow. After a few twists and turns, following the path set by Caster's magic item, Assassin was the first to speak. This place is weird. The head climbed a set of stairs, only for it to be blocked by half a building. It was as if the legendary architect Daedalus got bored building the staircase halfway through and decided to build a house instead. It wasn't the only path like that either. There was also a strange-looking building where the left half had 2 floors while the right had 3, with a set of stairs coming out of the middle floor leading to nowhere about 10 feet out. The legends said that Daedalus had lost his mind when he saw the dungeon with his own eyes and strove to create something man-made to compete against it. Considering the legends Belle was familiar with, there was probably a grain of truth in that matter somewhere. Along the way Belle came across someone speaking in front of a large, but extremely varied, group of people. Not varied as in there were a bunch of different races mixed in, that was normal in Orario. Varied as in there were people that wore clothing that were little more than rags mixed in with merchants or nobles wearing some of the finest silks and leather Belle had ever laid eyes on. And they were all eagerly listening to the woman, no, a goddess, standing on the edge of a broken fountain. Bring out your valice, filthy with the prints of covetous fingers. Relieve yourself of the excess of the body and soul. Only when you truly have nothing can the bounties of your hardships be reaped. Only then can your souls be cleansed. The goddess exclaimed while holding the grilled leg of some animal in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. Not only that, crumbs and wine droplets were scattered around her mouth and her ragged cloak. It was a far cry from the elegance of any goddess Belle had ever seen before. Even Hestia at her most lazy and slobbish behavior didn't reach such a low. Even stranger was that the crowd were tossing coins and gifts at the goddess's feet while adulating her with loud voices. Hail Lady Peenia! Lady Peenia! Please accept this wretched pittance I have hoarded for my own selfish desires. Shut up and take my money, Lady Goddess. Belle could only watch the scene with his mouth wide open. As he turned to look at Assassin to try and see what she thought of the scene, he noticed that she was looking over her shoulder at something. Belle turned around as well, only to see the smiling face of a familiar grey-haired waitress. Boo! Gah! Belle nearly fell over backwards, but his hold on Assassin allowed her to keep him on his feet. He, I'm sorry, Seer said with a giggle. I just couldn't help myself. Alright, Belle muttered. There was no way she could have sneaked up on assassins, so she must have signaled for the girl to keep quiet for her prank. What are you looking at? Oh. Seer took one look at the crowd and a complicated expression appeared on her face. You're not thinking of joining them, are you? Seer asked quickly. I don't even know what that is, Belle replied. It feels like some kind of sketchy cult than a familia though. It's, well, you're not far off, I suppose, Seer admitted. That is the goddess Penia, who rules over the domain of poverty. She comes around here to preach that mortals should give up their material wealth and live, humble lives. I see. Belle said. Several months ago, when my familia only consisted of the goddess and myself, we certainly were skirting the border of poverty, but it wasn't as though we were particularly unhappy, so I can see where she might be coming from. It wasn't an easy life, but they were content and most of their needs had been met thanks to both of them doing their best. However, Belle took another look at the growing pile of various offerings, and the goddess greedily digging into the meat in her hand while washing it down with the wine bottle. She certainly seems to be enjoying the discarded wealth, doesn't she? Seer voiced the same question Belle had been thinking but was too polite to say out loud. But she doesn't keep it all to herself. She donates a good portion of it back to the poor that live here in Deadless Street, so no one accuses her of being a fraud. I see, Belle said, feeling slightly better as Seer suddenly started pushing him away. Now let's leave before she makes you donate your money too, she said with a smile. I don't carry much on me anyway, Belle admitted. Then she'd try to make you give the clothes off your back. It's made from salamander wool and undine cloth, right? Alright. Once they left the small plaza behind, Belle finally got a good look at Seer. Rather than her usual white and green uniform, Seer was wearing a long white sundress with a straw hat on her head and a large basket slung on her arm. The contrast between her usual look was very fresh and cute. But the thought must have shown on his face as Seer suddenly gave him a coquettish smile as she spun around while making sure the basket she was holding didn't slip out. Well? How do I look? Well, you. As Belle fumbled over his words, Assassin looked up at his face from her spot before turning towards Seer. Mommy means you look very nice, Assassin said without a care in the world, or perhaps even without understanding what her words meant. Jack. Saber said that's what you mean to say when you can't say anything. Saber. Hee, thank you, Jack, Seer said with a giggle before turning back to Belle. Make sure you say it properly next time, okay? Yes. With another giggle she then looked Belle over. So? Why are you here? In Deadless Street, I mean. Oh, our familiar received a quest to make a delivery and my captain told me to handle it, Belle replied. An orphanage ran by a woman named Maria. Maria. Seer repeated, sounding much more surprised than Belle expected. Did she actually send the quest to your familia? Oh, no. I was told that one of her benefactors did. Seer hummed in thought for a moment. Well, this is certainly a coincidence. Do you know the place? Yes. I was actually heading there myself. Seer apparently went there often whenever she had a day off of work, bringing snacks and the like for the kids. Homemade snacks? Belle nervously asked. Yes. They always eat everything all up. Those poor children. They must not have the luxury of leaving leftovers. Belle ignored the voice as he replied, well, your food is rather unique after all. Lately though they've been fighting over the food, Seer said with a troubled frown as she placed a hand on her cheek. I had to make more to make sure everyone is satisfied. By the gods, it is too late. Their tongues have been ruined. Belle quickly banished the voice back into the depths of his mind. Why do you sound so surprised? Seer asked. You've had my food before, right? Oh, of course I did. I just, didn't realize anyone else would eat it like I did. Seer gave him a strange look before turning to Assassin. Hey Jack? Does Belle eat all the food I give him when you go into the dungeon? Mommy eats it all up and won't share with anyone, came Assassin's reply. Seer seemed to be suspicious of Belle for some reason. Perhaps she had an idea what he was thinking in his head? But it wasn't as though he had said any lies. Nevertheless, Seer started leading Belle through the maze-like roads until they reached a church. A wave of nostalgia ran through Belle's body. Though Hestia Familia had moved out from the old church, their first home, a few weeks into its creation, it was still a place where he and the goddess had lived and struggled together before the Holy Grail had fell into his hands. Yes. That's where Maria and the children are staying at, Seer said as she walked in. Everyone, I'm here. No sooner did she say that did a massive wave children pour out from one of the doors in the church. Big Sis Seer is here. Welcome back. Hi? A guest. The large tide of about 20 children went from expressing their love and joy at seeing Seer to staring wide-eyed at Belle. Assassin had long since escaped behind him, using him as a human shield. It's Moonlit Dawn. It is. I recognize him from the war game. He really does look like a human bunny, but he's human. Wow, Gil really did get him to come. So cool. And then they all decided to mob him instead. Wait a minute. One of the larger children tackled him right in the gut with their head, knocking him off balance. Thankfully Belle felt Assassin pull his backpack containing the glass bottles of juice off his arms before he fell on them. Which meant he was left to hit the cracked stone floor as Seer did nothing to help him, feeling content to giggle at his misfortune. XXXXX. I'm really sorry about that, an elderly woman that Seer had introduced as Mother Maria said with a calm smile. But the children have been eager to meet you ever since they saw you and your familia's efforts at the war game a while back. Maria had long black hair tied up on the top of her head and was a bit on the thin side, but she gave off a calm and motherly air about her, one that reminded Belle of Ryder. Once the introductions had been made, they had all moved into the cafeteria where the children were sitting at the tables eating the various sandwiches that Seer had made and brought with satisfied expressions. The juice Belle had brought along was also distributed equally. Belle, Seer, and Maria were talking by the door with Assassin clinging onto Belle as she sneaked peeks at the other children, who were glancing back at her in turn. I didn't want to bother you with that, but you ended up coming here anyway, Seer said with a wry smile. From this Gil person. Who? Belle asked. He's a noble boy that comes along every now and then to play with the children, Maria explains. Sometimes he comes alone while other times he brings along a servant or two to help out. So far, his visits have yet to coincide with Seer's, so they haven't had a chance to meet yet. Is that so? Though both of them are a great help whenever they come. The children are always happy to see them and sad to see them go. Belle only knew one Gil, and the image of a smiling caster, holding hands with children while dancing in a circle nearly drove him into a giggling fit, but he quickly doused the image before it could bite him in the butt. Shaking his head, he glanced back at all the children. So all these children? Belle began, suddenly finding his arm wrapped around Assassin's shoulders. Yes, Maria softly answered Belle's half-asked question. At first, it was out of pity. I just couldn't bring myself to ignore a child who have been separated from their parents for one reason or another. So I claimed this abandoned church as my own and decided to help these children in my own way. She went on to explain that she once was in a relationship with an adventurer without being a part of a familia, only to be left behind by him. The two never had children despite being deep in love, and instead she ended up taking in a child she had found abandoned in the rain one night. The process repeated itself over and over until the place became what it was now. But I can see that you had the same experience yourself, haven't you? Maria asked, looking at Assassin, who had been clinging more and more onto Belle as Maria told her story. Yes, Belle replied. It wasn't necessarily the same, but Belle decided it was similar enough to count. Who knows how many of these children shared the same origin as Assassin? I'm sorry to ask this, but, do you have enough money? Yes, enough to manage, Maria replied, and Belle was relieved that she didn't find the question offensive or anything. We receive donations from several people, although there are those like Gil who go a bit overboard sometimes. I can't imagine how much he had paid your familia to send you on a delivery just because the children wanted to meet you. Ahaha, I think only my captain knows the answer to that. That being said, Belle didn't think Castor would take money over something as simple as this. If it was a request from a noble, he probably bartered for a favor or something similar. Thinking that, he glanced back at Seer, wondering how she knew about the orphanage in the first place. Maria had said that she was an outsider who came to play with the children while bringing along food from the pub or her own homemade meals, but just how did it start? Before he could ask though, one of the children came up and took Assassin's hand. Mother, we've finished eating, the blonde Chianthrope said. Can we go play? Maria glanced at Belle in response and Belle in turn glanced at Assassin. The servant was looking at the small hand holding her own before turning toward the Chianthrope girl's smiling face. Can we? Assassin asked, finally looking up at Belle. Of course, Belle said. But just as the two were about to take off, he stopped them with a simple, Jack. Assassin turned around to see Belle's hand out. She stared at it for a moment before realization hit her. She reached her hand back into her cloak to remove her dagger and hand it over to Belle. Ahem. And the second. Jack. And then the third. Then finally the fourth. How the heck did you hide those under that cloak? Came a red-haired human boy's shout. Because we are assassin, came Assassin's reply prompting Belle to quickly, but lightly, tap her on the head. Ouchie. Once that was done, the girl dragged Assassin toward her friends and the servant was immediately beset with questions about being an adventurer. As Assassin tried to answer their questions as best she could, Belle was suddenly pulled away by Seer. The two of them exited the cafeteria and headed into the main hall. So you really don't know anything about this Gil person? Seer asked. No, I've never met them, Belle said. The quest came through Caster after all. I do know one person named Gil, but that is a nickname my goddess gave him and he hates it, and he's an adult. Seer kept her eyes on him for a while before nodding her head in satisfaction. Then, next, I suppose I should ask if everything's okay, Seer said as she sat down on one of the slightly worn-looking pews. The dungeon was shaking a lot a few days ago. You were on an expedition, right? Yes. Belle replied. We got caught up in the chaos but everyone's still alive. That's great to hear. Why don't you come celebrate at the pub when everyone's up for it? In spite of himself, Belle's mouth stretched into a wry smile in the face of Seer's bright and cheery one. I guess we haven't been there in a while, he admitted. I'll see if we can't find an excuse to go. Well, you can always come by yourself too if you can't get the others to come. I'll make your meal special. Would Miss Mia let you? Belle found the courage to say. She seemed to think my sandwiches were fine after I went to the cooking class. I see. Belle needed to change the topic. Hey Seer, can I ask you something? Yes. Are you familiar with Freya Familia? What brought this on? I mean, that good luck pendant you gave me before the war game had the Familia's emblem in it, didn't it? I suppose it did, Seer admitted before leaning in close. Don't tell anyone, but Mamma Mia used to be the captain of Freya Familia. Eehh? Really? Now that was a shock. He knew the proprietress was powerful but he didn't think she had used to be part of one of the most famous and powerful familias in Orario. Yep, Seer replied with a smile. That's why we still have some connections with them. Oh, but keep this a secret from Ryu and the others. They don't know about that, oh but Anya does so she's fine. Alright. Belle answered with a nod. Then, are you familiar with the goddess Freya at all? I suppose I might know more than the average layman, Seer admitted as a small flush appeared on her cheeks. What did you want to know? I heard some extremely unflattering rumors about her, Belle admitted. So I was hoping you could set the record straight. Oh? You care about her enough to do so? I mean, she's leading one of Orario's strongest familia and they defended Orario during the Dark Era, right? They're a familia of heroes, right? I wouldn't go that far, anyway, what did you want to know? Well, he could probably put aside the one where Freya had her top adventurers slay thousands of soldiers. If it was a war between countries and she supported one over the other then that was to be expected. It's about her charm, Belle said as Seer stilled. I heard she charmed people, and then had them kill themselves. Belle glanced over at Seer and noted that the girl was biting her lip. He took it to mean that such an event actually happened. A part of him was worried that she was trying to figure out a specific event he was referring to, which would mean that it had happened multiple times. It's... Seer finally began. It's not as if she does that lightly. What happened? Belle asked, willing to hear her out. She was visiting a country to the southeast of Orario at the time. The country was in the middle of the war and its ruler had fled to a town for their safety. As she got to know the ruler, she ended up promising to support them in the war. But when they left the town, the enemy army invaded and slaughtered all of the citizens in an attempt to get at the ruler. Not even the children were spared. So when Lady Freya returned and saw the carnage, she turned her charm on them. I see. So Freya considered the act as a form of justice, or at the very least Seer did. Are you upset? Seer asked. I don't think I am, Belle said, although he was unsure. The thought of losing your mind to a god's beauty, the point that you would happily kill yourself in hopes of them loving you, was frightening. He couldn't imagine how warped one would have become to think that. It was no wonder Castor was so wary about them. But, like Castor explained, it was part of her nature to wield her beauty in such a way. Belle supposed it's similar to how Hephaestus and Goibnia wielded their skills as smiths. I think I understand, Belle said finally. I don't like that it came to that, but I understand that she felt that she had to do it. At his words, Seer let out a small sigh of relief. The goddess must be someone Seer admired a lot for her to react in such a way. Maybe it was the same admiration Belle had for Hestia. Was there anything else? Seer asked, though she was noticeably more hesitant now that it seemed that the rumors Castor had told Belle held some weight. There's the one where Freya Familia's members are trying to kill one another daily. It doesn't get that far, Seer said, even as she visibly winced. At the very least, it's about the same level as what Saber and Lancer got to during the war game. Belle could only bury his face in his hands at that. He couldn't hold that against Freya when he couldn't keep his own servants from doing so. Was there anything else? Seer asked. And no. Belle replied, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. I think that's all I need to ask. There were other questions that were on his mind, but those were truly none of his business. An outsider like him had no right or reason to ask about a goddess's lovers. Then, can I ask something else as well? Huh? Sure. Just if, okay? If Lady Freya were to profess her love to you, what would you do? I'd turn her down. There was nothing for Belle to think about. The time it took for him to reply was the short amount of time it took to get the words out. Seer recoiled as if she were struck, forcing Belle to quickly continue before she got the wrong idea. It has nothing to do with her though. I'd turn down any god or goddess who did that. But why? Seer asked, looking completely lost. I mean, they're gods, right? Belle asked, not quite understanding why she didn't understand. I'd be happy about it, sure, but the Deai aren't like us. They're special beings who should be revered, worshipped, and respected. And because of that, you can't possibly stand having them drop to your level. Those were Belle's honest feelings. The gods were gods and he was just Belle. He was more than happy to interact with them as part of a familia, as part of their family, or as one of their children of Gakkai, but there were some lines that should not be crossed. These were Belle's thoughts from even before he had summoned the servants. Their stories and tales had not changed his opinions one way or the other. Be it Freya or Apollo or even Hestia. It didn't matter which god loved him that way. He would not be able to reciprocate those feelings. So that's what he meant by it being fragile. Seer let out a small whisper as she turned her eyes toward Belle. There was a sad light in them, but she seemed to have found some sort of resolve somewhere. Humans are special because they can change, Seer declared suddenly as she pointed a finger at Belle's face, forcing him to lean back. You can't put the gods on a pedestal like that. They can fall in love and be loved just like any mortal. It's not fair to them if you worship them so much that they can't live a life like yours. But they can't, Belle said. Their existence is something mortals can't fully comprehend. Why do you think they came down from Tenkai in the first place? Seer asked. To try and obtain the same opportunities that mortals have. To live their lives and have experiences as mortals. To fall in love like them. Isn't that something special? Even so, can a mortal monopolize a god's love like that? Belle asked. If someone like Lady Freya were to single-mindedly chase after a single mortal, wouldn't that person have to live with the jealous and hateful stares of the goddess's familia? If Belle was put in that position, it would mean fending off a furious level 7 and several level SIXs. He would seriously die. I already had to deal with that with Hyacinthus when Lord Apollo was after me, Belle reminded her. Jealousy, hatred, resentment. No one sane wants to deal with that from members of their own family. It was just one more reason amongst a million that he didn't want to join Apollo Familia. No matter what their god ordered, the thoughts of mortals were their own. The more the conversation went on, the more Belle understood what Castor's words meant. That is merely a part of being in love, Seer countered. It's not something that can be avoided. And you don't need to be a god to spur those feelings. Just look at Saber and Lancer. Those two are so madly in love with each other that half of Orario has those thoughts, right? That's Belle. In the end, a goddess is still just a girl, Seer said, taking Belle's hands into her own. You're putting them on a pedestal. I'm sure that if you can open your heart a bit, you will be able to see just how wonderful it is to accept a god's love. It might even be from one close to you too. Seer. Belle wasn't too sure about that. He didn't even understand the love between two mortals in the first place. How could he understand the love between a god and a mortal? But there was one thing he did understand. You really love the goddess Freya, don't you, Seer? Belle asked. Het. Seer let out a surprised squeak as she flushed red at Belle's words. And no, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Belle already knew that his king wasn't as infallible as he liked to present himself. If someone like Seer could be so devoted to Freya, then the goddess wasn't one they needed to be wary of. Geez, stop it with that face as if you understand everything, Seer said as she jabbed her finger into his cheek with a pout. Ahaha, sorry. I just dash. Master. The hairs on Belle's neck suddenly stood up as he dove at Seer, knocking her to the ground. Nary a second later, a large object crashed through the window and crushed the pew the two of them had been sitting on. It was a massive cudgel, one that could easily crush a human with its weight alone. Jack. Belle called out toward the door leading to the cafeteria as he scooped Seer into his arms. An instant later, the door slammed open and a black shadow shot out in time to smack away several blades that had flew in after the cudgel. Was it the ones after the Zenos? The thought quickly fell away as Belle, still holding on to Seer, ran toward the exit. Assassin reached the doors first and threw them open, daggers at the ready. Outside, Belle could see several women surrounding the church, spread out in the open plaza as well as watching from the nearby rooftops. Amazons. Found you, little rabbit, Geega. And standing right across from him was, a monster? No, that was another Amazon. She massive woman, standing at least 2 meters tall, wearing a black outfit that looks vaguely like hunting gear. Her scrawny arms and legs are pure muscle and wheat-colored save for the countless scars that were scattered all over. Considering the rest of her body looks like a boulder, her tiny limbs don't make much sense. At the same time, her head is much too big with her hair looking as if it was a black mushroom or something was growing on her head. Topping it all off with beady eyes and really long lips, she looks more like a bullfrog than a human. It was extremely and uncharacteristically rude of Belle to think about someone he had only just met, and he knew it, but that was his first impression of the woman. That's Ishtar Familia. Seer whispered, still in Belle's arms. And that was all the info Belle needed. Hang on. Without waiting for the massive woman or anyone else to say another word, Belle turned to the side and bolted. Whether it was a response made from the countless warnings given by Castor or not, Belle wasn't sure. However, he knew nothing good could come from associating with them, especially after they made such a violent introduction. Making sure he was holding Seer properly, Belle took off toward an alleyway as the women guarding it had their eyes shoot wide open at his speed. Assassin then appeared by one of them and kicked her out of the way, opening a path for Belle before disappearing again. Hey, wait a minute. Get back here. The Amazons called out to Belle, but he ignored them as he ran down the maze-like alleyways. Jack, don't overdo it. Belle called out as Assassin appeared beside him, keeping pace with his sprint. But she began to protest, but Belle shook his head. We're not fighting them in the city. Right now focus on drawing them away from the church. From the giant woman's words, they seemed to have been looking for Belle himself. Therefore, the first thing to do was to get away as fast as possible. I might have gotten you involved in this, sorry, Belle said to Seer. Considering what their conversation yesterday, Belle had no doubt Castor had done something to spurn Ishtar into taking action. And said action involved using Belle for something. Oh no, I think I'm enjoying myself, Seer said with a laugh that was woefully unsuited for their situation. I'll let you off somewhere and then draw them away and dash. Oh no, you don't. Seer completely refused Belle's words as she wrapped her arms around Belle's neck to secure herself. I am not wasting this opportunity to be carried by you, she said over Belle's wordless protests. But you seem to be rather used to this, have you carried other girls before? Is that really important right now? It is to me. Bell leaped to the side as an Amazon came crashing down with a sword from above. He then quickly positioned himself behind her and drove his leg into her back, sending her flying down the path into a few of her comrades in a crash. Bell, answer me. Seer said, as she tightened her grip around his neck. T2, no, 3 others. Bell shouted as he gasped for air. Who? When? Seer. Bell. You damn rabbit. The large woman came barreling down like a bull from an alley to Bell's right. She seemed to be the only one to actually keep up with Bell's speed, making her level quite high. However, before she could reach them, she was stopped by someone appearing and smashing her head into the wall, shattering it on impact. It was a dark-haired cat person wearing all black clothing with a silver spear. Vivana Freya. Speak of the devil. It was one of Freya Familia's elite. Alan, don't overdo it. Seer called out and the cat person angrily scoffed but didn't say anything as he grabbed the large woman's body and flung her away before following after it. It looked like he was moving to intercept the chasing Amazons, or at least keep the large woman busy. But even as he did, there was a commotion from another side as more Amazons were closing in on them, forcing Bell to keep moving. Do you know him? Bell asked. Yes, he comes to the pub a few times, Seer replied. He's got a real sensitive tongue so he always has to blow on his drink to cool it down. That was something Bell didn't really need to know. So? Who were the others? You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope. My goddess back when we were being chased by a silverback during Monsterphilia, Emma when she was knocked unconscious by Apollo Familia and I had to carry her home, and our newest member Karen this morning when Saber decided to teach me how to carry people properly. I see. That's acceptable then. Why? As they continued down the path avoiding and fending off, Bell became faintly aware that they were being herded. They came across another plaza where several Amazons threw heavy steel nets from above, only for a flash of red to slice them to ribbons. Saber. Master, Saber greeted him without turning around. Please take Miss Flover to safety. I shall take the rear guard. Jack, look after him. Bell was also acutely aware that Assassin was growing more and more irritated as they were hounded at every turn. It was a repeat of the debacle with that palom from Apollo Familia. Sooner or later, she was going to explode and Bell needed to get her home before that happened. However, it would seem that fate had other plans. So this is where they were leading us. Seer muttered as she finally stepped back down onto the stone road. They had left Deadless Street behind them and entered Orario's 4th district. Even though it was still light out, the magic stone lamp attached to buildings and pillars were projecting a pink light. They dimly illuminated several billboards decorated with seductive red lips and other alluring feminine features. Women of all shapes and sizes wearing skimpy dresses or clothing that completely revealed their back and hips were walking up and down the street. Bell knew where he ended up instantly even if he had never seen the place before. The Pleasure District, right in the middle of enemy territory. Caster's going to kill me, he groaned as Seer suddenly took his hand and pulled him off to the side just as several Amazons in several different states of injury came rushing down the street. Bell supposed that the level 6 Vanna Freya and Saber couldn't keep all the chasing Amazons off of them if they were forced to hold back to avoid killing anyone and had to find them within the maze like Deadless Street. They're here somewhere. Find them. They can't have gotten far. As most of the women disappeared deeper into the district, several were left behind to guard the way back into Deadless Street. They were trapped. Bell, Jack, over here. Bell and Assassin turned to see Seer waving at them before disappearing into an open door. How she got it open or if someone had left it open, Bell didn't know. Nevertheless, it was better than standing outside waiting to be found. The two of them quickly followed her in only for Bell to recoil at the sight in front of him. It seemed to be a storage area for clothes, if the thin strips of fabric could be called that. Jack has an ability that lets her hide herself, right? Seer asked as she held up a green cloth. Then the two of us need to blend in or we'll be found out right away. I'm afraid to know what that entails, Bell said, keeping his eyes shut, lest his mind go somewhere indecent. Oh, don't worry. Just leave everything to me. And yet, somehow, those words caused Bell nothing but worry. Chapter 57, Pleasure District. So, like this. Yes, that's what the book says. Yeah, sure. It looks really weird. Well, how does it feel, Slafy? Yes, I think there are no problems. Lefia glanced up from the book she had borrowed from one of her fellow familia members to see Loki carefully tightening the bind on the siren's wing to her body. They were following directions from the book on how to take care of injured like birds, and although they were unsure how it would translate to sirens, it seemed to be working fine. For the time being, Loki had assigned Lefia and Raoul to help her take care of the siren, as she didn't seem to be able to relax if one of them wasn't around. As they were currently readying her binds after wiping her down, Raoul was excused for the moment, and the human gratefully left the Twilight Manor to head down into the dungeon to harvest some quartz from a pantry. It wasn't that Sleipnir couldn't eat human food or anything like that. In fact, she seemed to enjoy the taste of the fruits that Loki had offered her, even though her mouth was full of canines. When asked what she normally ate in the dungeon, Sleipnir replied that she normally ate the monsters she killed. And how was the taste? The way she averted her eyes before quickly biting down on another apple probably meant that it tasted horrible. It may be the reason why enhanced species only popped up once in a blue moon. Eating other monsters may have been a last resort for the ones that couldn't get to a pantry or one of the fruits that grew in the dungeon for food. Since you have to eat other monsters, I guess you couldn't get to a pantry, a place where other monsters ate that easily, huh? No, Sleipnir replied. Everyone always tried attacking me. Only the other three and that Minotaur never did. Wait, does that mean other monsters see monsters like Sleipnir as an enemy like humans? Lefia asked, turning to Loki. Seems like it, Loki replied, crossing her arms. That may be why no one has made a commotion about talking monsters before. In the cell, only one other could talk, Sleipnir said. The other two understood us but couldn't talk. So having intelligence doesn't mean that you can actually talk then, Loki muttered. That would make it even harder. Then again, I guess some monsters wouldn't have a mouth to talk out of in the first place. Loki fell quiet again as Sleipnir finished off her snack. Is something on your mind, Loki? Lefia asked. Just something crazy, the goddess admitted. I'm gonna say some things out loud to gather my thoughts, so don't interrupt me until the end, all right? As Lefia nodded her head, her goddess began to speak. So we have monsters like Sleipnir here that can talk and understand words popping up in the dungeon. There is a group within Evilus that knows about them and is actively hunting them down for their own reasons. We also know that Hestia is working with the guild and Ganesha to popularize a new taming method to control monsters that make them completely docile and can completely understand orders from their tamers. We also know that Hestia has a minotaur that can talk and understand people like Sleipnir called Berserker. Yes. Moving on to speculations, the new taming method, although it actually works, is nothing more than a cover that Hestia is using to bring these intelligent monsters to the surface to protect them from the Evilus group, or perhaps it's being used to prepare Orario to get used to monsters being on the surface and working with humans in order to bring up the hidden society to the surface. Yes. The reason why I think that there is a hidden society in the dungeon is because of the scale that Hestia is going with this. If there were only one or two, then the guild could extend the same privilege they gave to Ganesha to Hestia, with Hestia keeping the taming method in-house. The fact that they are publicizing and pushing the method so hard tells me that there's a lot of them just waiting to pop out. Right. Then, can't we use them in some way ourselves? Think about it. If there is a hidden society of monsters living in the dungeon, then that would make them, well, I wouldn't go so far as to call them allies just yet, but we have a mutual enemy in Evilus, don't we? If we combine our strength with theirs and Hestia's, cause there's no way I'm letting that chibi sit out after what her kids did, then we can launch a massive assault on Knossos in the future. We know that there are multiple entrances up here in Orario, and if they can find one of the entrances in the dungeon, we'll be able to drive Evilus into a corner even if they can use their traps. Granted, considering Goldie blew a massive hole in the dungeon and Knossos, most of those traps will probably be useless by now. Would it really be that simple? Lefia asked. I can't imagine the Monster Society would be all too quick to trust other mortals outside of Hestia Familia or Ganesha Familia if those groups are the ones working with them. Which is why I'll have to bring the idea up with Hestia first, Loki replied as she tossed the apple core into the trash. That being said, I can't ask you guys to trust an unknown group like that with your lives just like that. I'll leave the details to Finn though. It still sounded like a long shot though. They didn't know if the Hidden Monster Society had the power to combat Evilus in the first place. Depending on the species, they could be around level 2 or 3 in strength, and while normally that would be a powerful force in its own right, Evilus had the Firestone bombs and now a walking armory of magic swords. But then again, if a minotaur like Berserker with the power in the ballpark of level 6 could exist, there might be other monsters with that power out there. After all, unlike adventurers, they only needed to eat magic stones to level up and get stronger. Will you be going to see Lady Hestia today then? Luffy Ya asked. I'm trying to decide between sending a message telling her that I'm gonna show up or just showing up uninvited in her face so she can't sneak away. Both options sounded like showing up uninvited to Luffy Ya. Luffy Ya then glanced back at Sleipnir, who had stopped paying attention to the conversation and had went back to her favorite pastime of gazing out the window. So have you decided if we are going to keep her here or send her to Hestia Familia? Luffy Ya asked. I'd like to, Loki admitted. I mean, intelligent talking monsters? That's the biggest, most mind-blowing revelation I've had since I first came down here. But it's not like I can just keep her as a pet since it costs a whopping 10 million to do so, and it's you guys that are going to have to work for that money. I guess we'll put it to a vote amongst the ones who know about her. Only those who went into Knossos knew that Sleipnir was a talking monster. The rest of the Familia only knew that they had retrieved a siren from Knossos and were keeping it because it was important in some way, because there had to have been a reason Evilus was keeping it. Many of them weren't happy, but it was Loki's decision so they couldn't protest it, and Luffy Ya and the others who knew the truth had kept silent about it. Luffy Ya wasn't too sure where she stood on the matter. After what she had seen, she didn't have any personal misgivings about keeping Sleipnir with them after she had helped them against Berserker when he was cursed go fight them, but she felt that the siren might be happier with others of her kind. Maybe I can come to a decision after talking with Belle and Primo about it, she thought to herself. If she could find out how they felt having the world turn upside down on their heads and how they felt living with talking monsters, she might be able to form a more complete opinion on the matter. As Luffy Ya nodded her head in satisfaction, the door suddenly slammed open. Loki, trouble! Cruz said as he burst into the room with Tiona and Ace poking their heads in after him. What? Loki asked, jumping to her feet. Did Evilus start using Krazo magic swords in the city or something? I'd think you'd know about that long before I could tell you that. The Chianthrope shouted, looking horrified at the thought. I was keeping an eye on Deadless Street as the captain ordered, and Ishtar Familia went crazy there. They were chasing a pair of humans and one of them matched the description of Moonlit Dawn. Luffy Ya found herself gaping at Cruz. Belle was being chased by Ishtar Familia. What is that crazy bitch planning this time? Loki wondered with a frown before her expression changed to a bright smile. Do you know where they went? I think they were being led to the Pleasure District. All right, this is the perfect chance to clear the debt with that chibi, Loki said. Debt? Luffy Ya repeated. We went to get Goldie's help when Kali nabbed Yad, Loki explained, and Luffy Ya slowly nodded her head at the memory. So now we're gonna help Hestia's little rabbit from his own Amazon trouble. I don't think we can just walk into the Pleasure District though, Luffy Ya pointed out. We suspect that Ishtar is working with Evilus, aren't we? Don't worry, you just need the right disguise to blend in. Oh. By you mean the General you and not me, right? The bright smile on Loki's face did little to soothe Luffy Ya's worries, especially not when that same smile wandered over toward Tiona and Ace as well. XXXXX. How did I get talked into this? Aw, come on, you look fine. Don't you think so, Ace? Yes. But it's still embarrassing. Come on, we're helping little Argonaut. Besides, it covers up more than the bikinis, right? Barely. Luffy Ya, Tiona and Ace had been volunteered by Loki to go into the Pleasure District to try and find Belle and rescue him. However, the three were rather famous and would no doubt stand out if they were to just waltz on into possible enemy territory, so Loki pulled out some outfits from somewhere and forced them upon them. Well, upon Luffy Ya and Ace in any case. Tiona willingly put hers on as it was no different than her usual wear. It was indeed the swimsuit incident all over again. The outfits supposedly came from a desert country to the southeast of Orario, consisting of a small top to cover their breasts but left their shoulders, back, and stomach exposed, with a pareo that barely covered their underwear while showing off their legs. Frankly, it fell right at home with Amazon wear, but it still gave off a rather exotic feeling. They were apparently worn by women on festivals as they danced to try and draw the eyes of their beloved ones like an indirect marriage proposal. Leffy Ya's outfit was pink and flowery, adorned with several sunflowers and bronze ornaments that felt a bit cold against her bare skin. She was at least thankful that the pareo reached down to her ankles and covered most of her legs, but having her so much of her skin exposed made it hard for her to walk as she was desperately trying to cover herself up as much as possible. Ace's outfit was a soft ocean blue in color with lotus decorations adorning her head. Her top covered a bit more of her skin than Leffy Ya's, with a cloth covering the space between her neck and chest, but as it was transparent, it did little in the long run. That said, the silk ribbons flowing down her arms gave Ace a rather regal and dignified impression like that of a water princess. If the situation had been different, Leffy Ya would have loved to admire the outfit a bit more. As said earlier, Diona's outfit was similar to her usual wear, but she had swapped her white chest band for an orange one and her yellow pareo was swapped for a white one. Her golden bracelets and anklets were swapped with more ornamental ones with dangling bangles that jingled with every bouncy step she took. Well, at least we don't stand out, Diona pointed out as she gestured toward the street where the night workers that wore just as little as the three of them were walking around or calling out to the men that were purveying the street, and more than a few women too. Still, there sure are a lot of people. Can we really find him in here? If he's trapped here he probably would be doing his best to hide himself, Leffy Ya noted. But his white hair and red eyes stand out a lot, so most likely he's wearing a cloak or something as a disguise, since there are plenty of those types around. As she said that, a small group of cloaked figures walked past them as if to prove her point. This way. Ace suddenly started moving down the street, prompting the other two to follow. How are you so sure? Diona asked. Belle still has Argonaut with him, Ace said, surprising the other two girls. I can find him like this. Well, I guess it's cause he's still master after all or something, right? Diona asked. But how do you know how to find him? The wind led me to him after we met him in the dungeon the first time. He was talking to Lord Hermes on the walls. And you didn't bring me along? I wanted to talk to him more too. Miss Diona, worry about that later. Leffy Ya hissed as people turned toward their direction at her shout. Let's hurry and get out of the way. Still, Leffy Ya had never taken a step into the pleasure district during her entire time in Orario, and she was a little miffed that that streak had been broken in such a way. The pleasure quarter was a place that slept during the day and only showed its true colors at night. It went without saying that no average citizens lived here, and the district had a lonely, desolate feel to it. Buildings designed to look like things the citizens of Orario had never seen before loomed behind all the scantily clad prostitutes. Some roofs were built to resemble the stark triangles of the Far East, other structures looked like they belonged to desert nomads, and still others were built out of solid stone like the castles in the north. It was no doubt a strategy to encourage as many customers as possible to come back and see a different style each time. Prostitutes of all shapes and sizes in all manner of dress also littered the streets, and Leffy Ya couldn't believe that there were more than a handful of elven women calling out to men of all races as they walked past. She always thought that her kin could do with putting aside their pride and be more open to the other races, but seeing the far extreme made her head spin. As the three of them walked down the street, a man came up to them, no doubt thinking they were amongst the multitude of prostitutes that made the pleasure quarter their home. Hey you three! The human called out to them, allowing Leffy Ya to smell a strong hint of alcohol. One of you mind keeping me company real fast? I got an appointment later but nothing to do until then. However, Ace walked right past them without looking at him, while Tiona swatted his hand away. He then moved toward Leffy Ya, who quickly placed Tiona between her and the man. Sorry, we're busy right now, said the Amazon. And you stink of booze. Go bother someone else. Ah, don't be like that baby, just a quick dash. The man made a move to grab Leffy Ya's wrist, which prompted Tiona to backhand him without looking at him. Unfortunately, her level 6 strength wasn't something that could be understated, and the man went flying to the other side of the street. Ah! Tiona let out a small gasp when she realized what she had just did and could only offer a small oops as the crowd all looked in their direction. Nice punch, Miss Berbera. Same scene, different asshole. That's what you get for being touchy even after they say no. However, instead of screaming or calling for guards, the crowd simply laughed at the drunk and cheered for her before going about their business. Rather than being wary, it seemed that someone being punched out by an Amazon, or one of the Berbera, was a common sight here. Granted, considering that this was the city of adventurers, they would need guards to keep the customers from being too handy. Nevertheless, Ace decided to take the opportunity to pick up the pace with the two of them following close behind her. "We're going rather far, aren't we?" Diona noted. Cruz did say he came from Deadless Street, Lefia recalled. He must be somewhere at the far end then if he couldn't find an opportunity to move. Someone else was with him too, right? There were 2 humans. Think it was that girl, Emma, or something. She's only level 1, right? Although she was strong enough to knock out a level 3 when she started glowing. Probably another rare skill of some sort. She touched their palm supporter each time she used it. Something conditional then, with heavy drawbacks since she collapsed right after bringing a captured flag back to their castle. As her thoughts wandered back to the war game, Ace suddenly stopped, prompting the other girls to stop as well. "What's wrong?" Diona asked. "He's close," Ace replied as she turned her head to look across the street. Lefia turned her head as well but could only see 2 silver-haired women walking together. A brief look of confusion suddenly flashed across the blonde's face. "Really? Where?" Diona asked as she scanned up and down the street. Was Belle a girl after all? The Sword Princess muttered to herself. The words rang in Lefia's ears as she stared wide-eyed at the 2 women again. "He didn't." She began as she ran across the street just as the long-haired one turned around to look and their red eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" "XXXXX. Now which one will look good?" Seer was saying as she walked through the line of outfits. "On you, right?" Belle desperately asked but received no answer. "Right. It'll be the easiest way to get you out," Seer said airily, and Belle didn't need to see her to know she was wearing a big smile on her face. "After all, if you try to leave as a man, you'll simply be called out or approached by one of the working girls and your cover will be blown, right?" Grr. He had no way to refute that. "But don't worry. I'm not doing this just because I find it fun. There aren't only Amazon outfits here. There are plenty of other costumes to choose from that could cover your entire body." "Why would they have so many costumes here?" Assassin asked innocently. "Do they play in them?" Well, I'm sure some people do enjoy playing in them," Seer said quickly. "Although I suspect it's only for a very small audience. Start by mincing 2 onions before sautéing one of them over low heat for 30 minutes. Belle refused to try and read through the euphemism and focused as hard as he focused on one of Archer's cookbook recipes to clear his mind. "All right, I think this will do," Seer said before Belle heard some cloth being rustled. Belle immediately crouched low to the ground, pressed his face against the wall, slammed his eyes shut, covered his ears and began reciting more of the hamburger recipe. He felt Assassin's tiny finger poke at him a few minutes later and he allowed himself to open one eye. "Seer's done, Mommy," Assassin said as she yanked his arm out to talk to him. With Assassin's assurance, Belle slowly turned around and choked on his breath. Seer's sundress had been replaced by a long green dress designed with various bronze plants. Leaves, ivy, vines, all sort of plant life were weaved into the fabric with bronze-colored thread, making it look as though it was a costume for a goddess that ruled over the earth like the goddess Demeter. The dress flowed down to her ankles only on her left side and was diagonally cut so that the right side stopped right in the middle of her thigh, emphasizing her legs over anything else. "Well, how do I look?" Seer asked, spinning around, allowing her dress to bloom like a flower. "Like a goddess." "Like a goddess," Belle repeated without thinking before he quickly slapped a hand over his blabber mouth and turned away just in time to miss Seer flinch and hold her cheeks in her hands. My Belle," she stuttered slightly. "I didn't think you could actually say it." "Mommy did it." Assassin cheered before patting his head. "Good job. Good job." Belle just wanted to bury himself in the floor and cry. "Anyway, it's time for your makeover, Belle." Belle had no idea how he knew, but he just knew Seer had already came up with a name for his soon-to-be disguise that he had no input over. Let's just get this over with." Belle weakly muttered as he sat down on a crate in front of a small mirror on the wall. "Excellent. Now then, considering, well, everything about you, I think we should have you become just a normal girl rather than one of the workers here." "Hi. As in we'll try to make you be a country girl who came to Orario to find work and has managed to make a bit of money here. Let's pretend you are one of the maids at your Familia Inn." But why would one of them come here? Geez, Belle, don't make me answer that, Seer said with a blush. Girls can love girls too, don't you know? Belle wanted to kill his brain before he could ask any other stupid questions. All right, put this on, Seer said as she held up a simple white and brown dress that seemed extremely out of place for where they were. It didn't even have any embroidery in it. As Belle grudgingly started undressing, he was extremely aware of someone burning a hole in his back as soon as he took off his shirt. Mommy, Seer's nose is bleeding. And no it isn't. Jack, please stop joking like that. Belle didn't turn around and instead threw on the dress without any care left in the world, wanting to get out of this predicament as quickly as possible. Now then, close your eyes for a moment. I'm just going to apply a little bit of makeup on your face. Not too much if we want to keep to the theme. Just enough to mask your manly more masculine parts. Remembering Ace Wallenstein's mistake back on the 18th floor, Belle supposed he should be happy that he had any to cover up. He kept his eyes closed as he felt a brush softly run across his face. After a minute or two, Seer's hand suddenly froze in the middle of applying the makeup. He then heard her take a few steps back to the costume area before she hurried back and plopped something on top of his head. A wig? She then gently pulled the edges of his eyes up and down a bit before letting them slack. Hey Belle. Seer slowly began. Does the name Althea mean anything to you? Are you talking about one of Harouki's old level 7s? Belle asked. I heard the name but nothing really more specific than that. Then, how about Materia? I don't think I've ever heard of her before. Was she also a Harouki adventurer? Seer suddenly fell quiet and her hands stopped moving. Seer. Belle opened his eyes and found himself staring at a cute, white-haired girl through the mirror. Of course, that girl was actually Belle himself. If he had had a twin sister, Belle felt that she might have looked something like this. However, he didn't feel like praising Seer's skill at all. I guess we're done then? Belle asked, feeling exhausted as he turned to look at Seer but the girl seemed to be frozen in place. Seer. Seer seemed to be thinking deeply about something, opening her mouth and closing her mouth for a moment before biting her lip. It looked as though she wanted to say or ask something but didn't know if she should. No, it's nothing, Seer decided with a shake of her head. Forget about that for now. We should hurry and leave before someone comes in. Right. Belle got up and turned to Assassin. The tiny servant just looked up at him with a blank expression and Belle was too afraid to ask for her thoughts. Mommy looks weird, she finally said after a minute. Is that all you have to say? Seer asked with a sly smile. Nothing like it looks good or that it suits him. Seer. Or that he looks like a real mommy. Seer. No, Assassin said, ignoring Belle wringing his hands in front of a giggling Seer. Mommy just looks weird. We like the normal mommy. Seer looked a bit disappointed at that but quickly gestured for them to leave. The three of them took to the street and Belle braced himself for the inevitably of being caught. Assassin had taken to the rooftops and Belle felt her dematerialize to stay as hidden as possible while Seer had wrapped her arm around his own and led him down the street. However, contrary to his predictions, he and Seer managed to go along their way without anyone sparing them a second glance. Granted, the street wasn't that filled to begin with, but there were still a few dozen people making their way around, yet he and Seer seemed to be blending in without trouble. Even the weapon-holding Amazons didn't stop them as they made their way past, even though they were stopping people walking around in cloaks. Looks like it's working out, Seer whispered. For how much longer? Belle wondered. Won't people get suspicious if we were just walking around? Not everyone that comes here goes into a building, Seer replied. Some people don't even come here to share a bed with a prostitute but just want to talk or walk around with a beautiful woman as a way to relax. You mean they just come here to complain about their daily lives to people who will listen? Yes. There are many ways to vent out one's frustrations after all. Though I would prefer you do it by spending money eating our pub's food rather than go here or to the casino. Oh, thank you again for your help back then. You're welcome, and I suddenly feel very sympathetic to Miss Ryu right now. Seer could only let out another mischievous giggle at that, telling Belle that he was correct in thinking that it was her idea to have the elf cross-dress as well. Is it okay to talk about what you were doing there? Belle asked, looking around for a moment to see if anyone was paying them any extra attention. It was nothing big. Ryu got asked to help someone who was taken to be sold and we managed to save her. Although we ended up also discovering that the owner was a fake that had stolen the real owner's identity after he had died while traveling to Orario. He was even a criminal that Ryu had taken down in the past. That sounds like the plot from a mystery novel series. Doesn't it? Seer looked really excited about that part, making Belle wonder if he should give something other than hero stories a shot. As if reading Belle's mind, Seer spoke up. I do have a few books that I've finished reading, she said with a smile. Would you like to borrow one? You can pay me back by visiting the pub to discuss it. It did sound nice. The only thing Belle had read with real interest were myths and legends of heroes, and there wasn't anyone in the familia he could discuss them with. Primo was interested in old elven tales, but the ones she heard were so different from the ones Belle's grandfather had told him that their discussions simply confused each other. Gina also became interested in heroes after the recent festival, but as she only had just dipped her feet into that ocean, the only discussions they had so far were ones where she asked Belle for recommendations on where to start. Naturally, he recommended Dungeon Oratoria, the gods version. Sure, that sounds fun, Belle decided. It was a decent hobby to pick up while the dungeon was still in a flux. Great. I'll bring it by once we're out of here. Just as Belle nodded his head, he felt something prick at the back of his neck. Someone was staring intently their way. Multiple someones. Oh no, were they acting too suspicious? The wind is blowing. The wind? What are you doing? No sooner did he think that did someone grab his arm from behind. Belle immediately turned around and found himself face to face with a red-faced elf. XXXXX. So that's what happened. Yes. You got it rough, don't you, little Argonaut? Yes. Belle could only listlessly nod his head to Tiona Hiriot's questions after he and Seer finished explaining what had happened after they hid themselves in a small alleyway. Well, you did a good job, Tiona said to Seer. I couldn't recognize him at all. Thank you, Seer said with a proud smile. It suits him a bit too well actually. Those were the words I wanted to hear. Not me. Belle helplessly cut in. But, why would you be targeted like this? Lefia asked as Ace was holding both of Assassin's hands while the servant was jumping up and down excitedly. Is the goddess Ishtar planning on declaring war against your familia? I don't know, Belle replied. I know she sent an invitation to Castor, but Castor has made his dislike of Lady Ishtar well known since the first day he joined the familia. More like the first 10 minutes, but who's counting? That would do it, Seer chimed in. She's probably going after you to strike back at him then. Even though fighting between familias is illegal in Orario outside a war game. Lefia asked in surprise while Seer simply shrugged. A powerful familia like Ishtar familia would only get a fine and the incident would be swept under the rug. And she'll probably keep on trying after that. The guild has no true power in Orario. Only what power the gods allow them to have. It was something Castor said on occasion. The guild had no power to force compliance on any familia. They had to rely on powerful familias like Ganesha or Loki as a threat to force weaker familias and their gods to play by their rules. But when faced against a peer power like Ishtar familia, the guild can't afford to have two familias of that size come to blows, lest their overall power weaken, and neither Loki nor Ganesha familias would willingly get involved like that either. The only power the guild had was that they were the ones to set the rules for the gods' game. Nothing more, nothing less. If one was powerful enough they can flaunt the rules and no one could do anything about it, the guild least of all. That was why groups like Evil Us can exist. I guess we are getting another war game in the future then? Tiona asked. I'm not so sure, Seer replied as if only realizing something herself. Remember, both familia gods need to agree to it for a war game to take place. Ishtar familia could just refuse and continue their little scheme, and there's nothing the guild could do to stop it. As Ishtar familia was the de facto ruler of the Pleasure Quarter, they made plenty of money so they wouldn't need the guild to exchange magic stones. They also no doubt took customers from all sorts of foreign delegates, meaning they no doubt had plenty of connections outside of Orario and within. If the guild pushed too far, Ishtar familia might be able to retaliate by using their connections. After all, who knew what juicy secrets they plucked from customers who weren't of the sound mind after a pleasant evening doing who knows what. And it was neither feasible nor practical for the guild to ban people from entering the Pleasure Quarter. They would have a riot from all walks of life on their hands. Both from tourists and Orario's own citizens. Just like the Grand Casino, the pleasure quarter could be said to be its own extra-legal territory, and not all of their attempts at Belle need to be on the surface either. As the implications sank in, everyone present had a dark look on their face, except for Assassin. Well, for now, let's worry about that later, Seer said, tapping her cheek as if to reset her expression. Can we ask you girls help us get out of here? Of course, Diona replied. That's why we were here in the first place. Ace had a curious expression as she looked at Seer, probably wondering why she was with Belle in the first place, but didn't say anything about it. So how do we do this? Diona asked. Will it be suspicious if we just walk in a group? As long as not too many men call out to us, it should be fine, Seer replied. The same goes for the Berbera. It would be best if we stuck to the emptier roads and away from places they are searching. The roof. Assassin suggested, causing them all to look up. I think if they are still looking for you guys, the Berbera definitely would have people up there, Lefia pointed out. People don't usually look up though. Assassin said dejectedly as Belle patted her back. After seeing you and sneaking around during the war game, I bet you'd be used to thinking that, Diona said, patting the tiny servant on the head as well. So the best thing to do for now would be to just act natural and walk toward the exit back to the shopping district, Seer said. Since no one else had any other ideas, they decided to go with that. Unfortunately, it meant they couldn't stay on the side roads forever. Eventually they reached the main street where the Berbera were keeping watch at a checkpoint. Yep, looks like they're checking everyone coming in and out, Diona noted as they watched someone in a cloak try to get past, only to be shoved against a wall and have their hood removed. Yikes, a bit rough, aren't they? How would we get past them? Lefia asked. I don't think they'll let us pass just because we are. Her voice slowly died as she glanced back at Belle. It hurts more if you trail off like that. Came the boy's weak reply. Sorry. We can have either me or Ace carry you out, Diona suggested. None of them should be fast enough to chase after us, then Miss Waitress and Lefia can leave normally after us. It's a good idea, but I feel like crying if we do that. Is now really the time to try and save what little pride you have left? Lefia asked as Belle could only let out a sob. Can't you girls just blow your way through them? Seer asked. Loki doesn't want us to cause a scene if we can help it, Ace replied. Because the last thing we need is for Ishtar Familia to come demanding us money for damages, Lefia added as Seer nodded her head with a fair enough. Then, would you happen to know any spells that can make us invisible? Even if I did, if they have a mage with them over there, they would be able to read the flow of magic and find us instantly. I see, sounds complicated. Mommy, it's getting late, Assassin said as she tugged on Belle's dress. The welcome party. Right. Belle muttered as he looked up at the orange sky. Everyone will definitely be worried. From what he could tell, Archer's presence seemed to be back home, so he and Gina must have started cooking already. Saber was still in the direction of Deadless though, causing Belle to wonder just what it was that held him up. Was he fighting a tough opponent? He could use a command spell to bring Saber right to him, but that seemed like a complete waste and he would have to explain it to the girls somehow. It just wasn't worth it to use something so precious on something as ridiculous as this. This was no time to be hung up about how they were going to escape. The best thing to do was to just break right through and get back to Central Street where they can't harass him freely, even if it means running through the street in a dress and causing trouble for everyone and never be able to live it down. No hero's journey is made without sacrifice. But as soon as he made peace with the incoming humiliation, a familiar voice called out to them. Now there's some faces I didn't expect to see here. The girls all turned around in shock while Belle cowered near the ground with his hands over his face. Lord Hermes. Lefia said, making Belle shrink even more. If the gods can see through lies, could they also see through disguises? Belle did not want to find out like this. He chanced a glance at the god and noted that he seemed a bit tired despite his cheerful smile. Like he ran for several miles for several hours without rest or sleep. Were you girls thinking of trying out something new? Hermes asked. Does Loki know you're here? She's the one that told us to come here in the first place, Diona replied. But we don't want Ishtar Familia to notice us, so can you leave us alone? Ah, you're so cold today, my dear Tiona, Hermes said with a sigh as Seer covered her face with her hand and moved to hide Belle. If Hermes saw and recognized Belle in his disguise, there was no guarantee that he would be able to keep his composure. Something wrong with that girl there? Hermes asked. Lefia began but stopped. No doubt just remembering that they couldn't lie to a god. They're just tired and want to go home. It's been a long day and none of us really enjoyed it here. I guess investigating Ishtar is a bit troublesome, isn't it? Hermes muttered to the other girl's surprise. What? No one's going to think that Thousand Elf, Amazon, and Sword Princess are just going out for a night in the pleasure district together. Well, I suppose some people might, but those thoughts aren't grounded in reality, are they? Lefia quickly shook her head to deny such things. Well, I won't keep you, Hermes said. Though I'm curious what you were looking for, I can just ask Loki when we meet with Dionysus again and dash. Hermes's voice suddenly froze and dread ran up Belle's spine. B dash. Hermes began only for Tiona to quickly slap her hand over his mouth. Shhh. The Amazon hissed. We're trying to get them out. Ahh. Hermes said with a nod of understanding as Tiona stepped back with an apology. His eyes bounced from Belle to the waitress as realization hit his eyes. Wow, that's shocking. I guess that's your handiwork, Seer, my dear. Hee, you know it, Seer replied with a smile as Hermes let out a sigh. Go on. Let me hear all of your comments. I think anything more I could say would only make poor Belle feel worse, so I'll keep my mouth shut, Hermes said with a wry smile, and Belle was thankful about that. So I suppose all the Berber running around is because of you. For some reason. Belle confirmed. They suddenly attacked and chased us here from Deadless Street. Ahh. Hermes let out a sound as though he understood everything. Do you know the reason why? Seer asked, leaping at that thread immediately. Well, I did deliver a letter from Hestia Familia's captain to Ishtar. Hermes replied. And well, she did look pretty angry when she read it. Yeah, that'd do it, Belle sighed. You think your captain deliberately antagonized Ishtar Familia? Lefia asked. Why? I think it's because he suffered a lot due to the affections of a goddess of love in the past, Belle replied. So he doesn't mince words about his feelings on them. And, well, she sent him an invitation, didn't she? Seer asked. If I had to guess, probably right after the war game around Grand Day. Belle nodded his head, a bit surprised at how keen she was. Ahh, I get it now, Hermes muttered. I hadn't seen the contents myself, but considering your captain, I suspect he made an effort to push every button Ishtar had. Such as? Lefia hesitantly asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Well, being compared to a certain other goddess would probably do it. You mean Lady Freya? Tiona asked, and Hermes slowly nodded his head. Probably. That would definitely make her throw caution to the wind. That can't only be it, Lefia muttered. Everyone in Orario saw how powerful Hestia Familia's adventurers were during the war game, and she gave a quick glance at Belle before turning back to Hermes. Certain members didn't even show a fraction of what they could do. Would the goddess Ishtar really act so carelessly? That's true, Seer agreed with Lefia wholeheartedly as she stared daggers at Hermes, who flinched. With just an insulting letter, the one goddess Ishtar would have attacked would have been the Hestia Familia captain for her revenge. Yet, she specifically chose Belle. Which means she probably had a second piece of information to make her decision. Belle and the Loki Familia girls were all staring at the messenger god, who looked a bit pale as he backed up against the wall while Seer closed in on him like a cat who caught a rat. Lord Hermes? She asked with a sweet voice. What did Ishtar ask you to tell her? And now, Seer, my dear. Don't you know it's wrong for a mortal girl to scare a god? Hermes asked her back, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Lady Ishtar is the lady goddess that hates Lady Freya, right? Assassin suddenly spoke up, causing everyone to look at her in surprise. How did you hear about that, Jack? Belle asked. Mommy Hestia asked Lady Freya that when we went shopping, Assassin replied. But Lady Freya said that she doesn't pay attention to what Lady Ishtar does. They say that the greatest insult you can deliver to your enemy is to ignore them after all. but from the sound of things, it seems like it's a one-sided feud on the goddess Ishtar's part from the start. So what does that have to do with little Argonaut here? Diona asked. Ah! Ace let out a small gasp. I remember. At the banquet. Lady Freya seemed to like you, Belle. That's it. Lefia asked as Seer started fretting. Oh, right. Belle suddenly remembered talking to the goddess back at the banquet of the gods. But we barely talked to each other. But, I heard her wish for you to appear in her dreams at night, Ace said as Lefia, Belle and Seer's faces lit up. Wow, she must really like you then, Diona said as Assassin simply tilted her head in confusion. As for Hermes. Hi. With everyone distracted, the god had slipped away from Seer and was running away with all of his might. He got away. Seer shouted. Of course, a god running away at full speed and someone shouting at him would naturally draw attention. Immediately, all eyes were drawn to their little corner. We should probably run, Belle decided as the Berbera started shouting and pointing at their direction. Yes, but not away, Ace said. We're going straight through them. Diona agreed as Lefia and Belle could only whimper. Seer, however, simply pulled her arm around Belle's neck and jumped, prompting him to catch her in his arms again. Let's put your training to good use then, shall we? She asked as Belle let out a groan while she wrapped her arms around his neck again. Lefia, you lead them out of here, Diona said. We'll distract them and let Loki and Finn deal with the mess later. Alright. Lefia replied. Without her staff she wasn't of much use in a fight after all. Alright, then go. Jack, stick close to me and no fighting. Belle ordered. K. Assassin replied as they ran straight toward the incoming Amazons. All Belle could do was hope for the best. Chapter 58, Imprisoned Heart. Red and silver steel flashed at each other as the two black-clad warriors, both wearing masks that failed to hide their identities from their opponent. The army of defeated Amazons had already fled from the two, and once they did, the silver spear turned against the red blade. There was a certain eagerness to it, as if the spear had been longing for an opportunity to clash against his demonic sword. Saber knew who the man was. Vanna Freya, one of Freya Familia's top elites and the one who held the title as the fastest in Orario, a title Saber believed was well earned. Each strike could easily shatter steel and stone. Each swing left a blade of wind sharp enough to sever the lamppost beside them. Each step they took was enough to shatter the stone road beneath their feet. Vanna Freya wielded his spear in the name of love for his namesake. The servant of the sword wielded his for his master and his own love. Both were warriors of love, and the spearman had the servant's respect. And it was for that reason he was able to keep pace with Saber. However, the red blade swung down in an arc and the silver spear moved to intercept. However, keeping pace was all he could do. The red blade smashed down against the silver spear and the spear splintered, allowing the blade to continue its trajectory downward. The red metal struck and carved through flesh, leaving a wound across the cat person's chest, sending him to the ground. I apologize, but it would be folly for me to not meet your enthusiasm head-on, Saber said as he relaxed his stance, signaling an end to the bout. Your skill is hardly lacking, but you should not skip steps when seeking new challenges. What, do you know? The cat person spat as he propped himself up despite his wound. The love you wield is powerful, and while its current target is indeed worthy of it, is it truly what you desire? Saber continued as he pulled out a potion from one of his pockets. Is it truly what you need? After placing the bottle by the spearman's foot, ignoring any slights to the spearman's pride with his right as the victor, Saber turned on his heel and walked away. If you are to continue moving forward, you must ask yourself, whose love does your heart truly desire? You think I don't know what I want? Mortals can want a great many things. I only ask you to stop lying to yourself about what you wish for the most. If you insist that you are not, then you are welcome to try me again. Leaving those words, Saber vanished over the rooftops, leaving a furious and roaring spearman behind. But Saber paid no attention to the man's frustration. He had played around for long enough. It was time to return to his master's side. XXXXX. Chaos. That was the only description that could accurately describe the situation they were all currently in. Or at the very least, the situation Lefia had found herself in as she was hanging onto a frantically running Belle's back with all of her might. Why are you this fast? Lefia shouted, having been forced to cling onto him due to being incapable of keeping up with Belle's sheer speed. Didn't you just level up? Did the Grand Day incident give him that much high-value Exilia? I don't know. Belle shouted back. And it's not like I'm as fast as Miss Ace or Miss Tiona. They're level 6. Of course you can't be as fast. Wait, is this Arggak? Iwa. Whatever she was going to say was interrupted when her foot got hooked on a piece of rooftop, pulling Belle's head back, just as a blade was swung over them. Sorry. Luffy Ya said quickly as Tiona came in and knocked the Berbera that took the swing away. And no, thanks for that. These crazy ladies just keep coming. Tiona noted with annoyance. Was it like this back in Milan, Ace? Yes. The reply was punctuated with another burst of wind and a screaming Berbera. Be careful, Ace continued. They have someone that can cast an anti-magic curse as well. Belle's eyes widened immediately at that. And to Luffy Ya's surprise, the younger boy's speed actually picked up at that, even in spite of the dress he was wearing. Of course, the burst of speed left her more or less flying off his shoulders like a cape. Belle's feet were shattering the rooftop tiles with each step, scattering them everywhere and leaving a trail of destruction as he zipped across the rooftops, jumping and sprinting with every other step. Wait a minute. Slow down or I'm gonna get thrown off. She screamed. Was Argonaut increasing his power again? It was all Luffy Ya could do to hang on. Meanwhile, the waitress keeping herself steady in Belle's arms was smiling without a care in the world as if she was used to being carried around in the middle of a high-speed chase. Watch your heads. Belle said as they came across a wooden building made in a Far Eastern style. He quickly moved his hand to cover Seer's head while Luffy Ya braced herself. Belle crashed through the wooden window feet first and kept sprinting the moment his feet touched the ground without missing a step, shattering and splintering the wooden floorboards at the point of impact as well as with each step he took. Forget level 3, Luffy Ya thought to herself. His power and speed are practically level 4 already. Was this a side effect of having Argonaut in his body? Or was it the effect of him being master? Was Belle taking in the Exilia from the other hero spirits, leaving them at level 1 while his own growth was skyrocketing? It did fit into Argonaut's comedy in how he was a weak nobody before gathering his friends and making a contract with the great spirit Jupiter. Belle, you're leaving a trail. Seer shouted, being careful not to bite her tongue. Belle glanced behind him to see the small craters he was making in the floor before realization flashed in his eyes. Rather than making his steps lighter, however, he kept the pace until he reached another window and held a hand out without dropping Seer. Firebolt. The super quick cast spell blasted the wooden window open, as well as the one on the building next to theirs as Belle reached it. However, instead of going through, he stopped on a dime before turning into a nearby room. He threw the door open, rushed in and quickly shut the door as quietly as possible. The three of them held their breath as they heard yelling and the thudding of half a dozen footsteps before there was a long stretch of silence. Are they gone, Jack? Belle whispered. Came the white-haired girl's voice and Luffy Ya looked up to see her peeking through a knife-sized hole above them. When did she get there? Then let's catch our breath for a moment, Seer said. That being said, they might come back to check all the rooms in this building when they realized that we didn't actually leave. Is there a way we can sneak out though? Belle asked. They'll probably be watching the building too, maybe a basement path. Why would a brothel have one? Luffy Ya asked. They did need to leave as soon as possible, but it wasn't as if they could just walk out the front door or else it would just be another chaotic chase scene. Maybe we can wait until Miss Ace and Miss Tiona take care of the Berbera and then come pick us up. Luffy Ya suggested. How would they be able to find us? Belle asked. The same way we tracked you down the first time, Luffy Ya said, her eyes moving toward Seer for a second. So our best bet would be to hide and dash. The door to the room suddenly slid open. A blonde woman stepped in with a tired sigh. As her eyes were closed upon entry, she didn't notice them at first, but she quickly realized they were there. The next instant, several things happened at once. Jack lunged at the woman with her knife but was quickly grabbed by Belle, who threw his arms around her waist and pulled her back while Luffy Ya snatched the woman and covered her mouth before she could scream as Seer slammed the door shut. Listen. Luffy Ya hissed as Belle was struggling with Jack. We're just hiding in here until the chaos outside dies down, okay? We don't want to get involved with what the Berbera are doing. Understand? The woman slowly nodded her head as Lefia removed her hand from her mouth. My apologies, were you customers? The woman, a Renard Lefia noted, asked. Lady Aisha and the others can be a bit rough when they lose control. Do you know what's going on? Seer asked. No. I do not know much about what Lady Aisha and the other Berbera do when I'm not part of their party to go down in the dungeon. It sounded as though this woman was most likely a supporter or another auxiliary member of Ishtar Familia. Ah, please excuse my manners. This humble one is known as Harouki. It isn't much, but if you'd like, you can stay here in my room until things calm down outside. Even if it calms down, for a moment, there's no telling what might set them off again, right? Seer asked. Do not worry, there is an underground passage in this building that leads out into the markets. I can lead you to it. Lefia couldn't help but wonder why a brothel would even have a secret passage. Maybe it was to move supplies and personnel between buildings without getting in the way of the street workers or patrons. Or maybe to get into Gnosis if Ishtar Familia really is working with Evilus. She thought darkly. Still, it didn't look like Harouki was part of that if she could easily buy their story. That or she was too sheltered or naive to think that they were the reason for the chaos going outside. Bam bam! Harouki, you in there? A loud knock rang from the door and Harouki immediately moved to answer it while Lefia and the others pulled the still struggling Jack behind a dresser. Yes. Harouki asked an Amazon that appeared at the doorway. What is it? Have you seen a pair of scrawny humans and an elf come through here? No. Are they the reason why everyone is running around? Yeah. That little rabbit we're after is pretty good at running. Rabbit? I thought you were looking for humans and elves. Well, you'd understand if you ever see him. Lefia glanced back at Belle, who seemed to be paying more attention to Jack than the conversation. He had heard people, even within her own familia, refer to him as a rabbit, but she herself didn't really see it. No, wait, his white hair and red eyes could draw parallels to an Almiraj. Is this chaos going to go on all night? Harouki asked. Nah, since a few members of Loki Familia seem to be involved, they're probably long gone by now, the Berbera replied. And since Phryne's gone missing, some of the girls are thinking of giving up for tonight. I see. Well, make sure you let someone know if you hear anything strange, all right? Everyone's especially on edge right now due to all the commotion. You never know who might take advantage of it. Yes. Thank you for your concern. And with that, the woman disappeared and Harouki returned back to the others. It seems as though the others have decided to give up, Harouki summarized for them. Thank you, Belle said as the girl in his arms had finally calmed down and stopped struggling, opting to fold her arms and puff out her cheeks in a displeased pout instead. For not telling them we were here. I didn't think there was any reason to say that some customers were caught up in their search, Harouki said. But, do you know anything about that human they were looking for? I can't imagine any man catching everyone's attention like this. Seer started giggling into her hands as Belle let out a long-suffering sigh. Well, apparently they're after the moonlit dawn that everyone in the city is talking about, Seer replied before letting out another giggle. SHH, they might hear us. Belle hissed. Do not worry, Harouki assured him. The rooms are quite soundproof. Belle opened his mouth for a moment before snapping it shut, no doubt deciding it was better to leave things at that. Should we try leaving now or wait a bit? Lefia asked. It might be cutting it a bit close for Belle's plans with his familia, but I believe it would be best if we wait a little to make sure they're all gone, Seer replied before turning to Harouki. An hour or two at most. That is, if it's all right with you. Lefia felt that that was way too long to wait and wondered if Seer didn't want to drag things out a bit for her own amusement. Yes, that will be fine. In return, would you mind if we exchanged words until it is time to leave? Even after coming to Orario, I do not leave the pleasure district that often, aside from the few trips to the dungeon for expeditions. So even someone as fragile looking as this Renard was being made to go into the dungeon, Lefia thought to herself before asking, as a supporter or a backline member. Yes. The most I can do is help with the bags. Although I haven't been able to leave the building lately. Lefia supposed that Ishtar Familia wanted all their members to experience the dungeon no matter the capacity. Then again, just like Loki Familia, they probably have dozens of different parties going in and out every few days, so they need everyone to pitch in when they can. especially considering the Berbera were well known for only having two moods: fighting and night work stuff. From there, they talked about their origins. Lefia explained how she came to Orario to study in the education district before joining Loki Familia, while Bell left his small farming village in the mountains after his grandfather passed away to seek adventure. Seer, for her part, seemed to have lived in Orario most of her life, though she wasn't sure if she came from outside of Orario or not, and if she did it would have been before she was old enough to retain those memories. When it was Haruim's turn, however, the prostitute had came from the Far East, from one of its island nations. As Lefia had suspected, she used to be an aristocrat that worshipped the great goddess Amaterasu. Amaterasu was an actual goddess in Tenkai and was often worshipped by the people of the Far East. From what Lefia heard, her position as a great god was similar to that of Zeus up in Tenkai, so she probably didn't have the opportunity to descend herself yet. It seemed some people considered this both a blessing and a curse, as it meant that the worshippers couldn't meet their patron goddess directly, but it also meant that they wouldn't suffer any cracks to their image should their goddess have some decidedly ungoddess-like traits like Loki. However, it seemed that Haruheim had been found with crumbs from a shrine offering that a visiting Palm merchant had presented to the goddess's shrine on her person when she was 11, making her father believe that she had eaten it even though she had no recollection of the matter, thus leading her to be disowned on the spot. "Do you sleepwalk?" Seer asked with a frown. "Not that I know of," Haruheim replied without much concern on her face, as if she had long since accepted the disownment. "At the very least, none of the others have noticed me doing so since I came here." Continuing the story, the merchant had taken a liking to Haruheim and saved her from any harsher punishment, like execution, by taking her with him, and they left the very same day she was disowned. "No matter how you see it, that Palom was suspicious, right?" Seer said dryly, causing both Bell and Lefia to glance at each other with the same thought. "Is that so?" Haruheim asked, not understanding where they were coming from. Lefia couldn't help but inwardly sigh at that. She knew that Finn had wanted to change the image of Paloms being notorious sneaks and untrustworthy people, but with Paloms like that merchant and that one from Apollo Familia that started the war game, it seemed to be an uphill battle. He didn't seem to be deterred, however, as there were other Paloms, like Hestia Familia's supporter, who lived honestly with their heads held up high. Haruim's story only went downhill from there, as she was separated from the merchant when their carriage was attacked by monsters, and the merchant abandoned her only for her to be saved by bandits who brought her to Orario, where she was placed on auction and eventually bought like merchandise by Ishtar to be a part of her familia. Lefia and the others could only stare at the quietly sobbing woman once her story was finished. "How do I put this gently?" Seer began, piercing through the awkward silence. "You seem to have lived an unfortunate life." Lefia glanced at Bell, wondering what he thought of such a dark tale, but the boy seemed to have a tired and resigned expression on his face as he tightened his hug around Jack's body. It seemed as though he was already well aware of such stories and why the guild turned a blind eye to any slave trade within the pleasure district. If she had to guess from what she knew about the Hestia Familia's members, it was most likely Castor who made sure he was aware of it, as he seemed to be the most tactless person and most willing to speak of such things from within a virgin goddess's familia. Strong adventurers have similarly strong urges. Those venturing out with their lives always on the line deal with enormous amounts of stress. Constantly spending time in the dungeon, battling against death itself takes its toll, as Lefia herself was well aware. The need to vent stress and frustration can take many forms, and while Lefia was content to relieve it by going shopping with Ace and her other friends or studying magic tomes with Lady Riveria, she knew that some people could lash out violently to relieve their stress, or come to places like casinos and brothels. That was why the guild turns a blind eye to this place. Its existence reduces the amount of bar fights and property damage caused by adventurers. The pleasure quarter is a necessary evil. And that was why they would likely ignore Ishtar's attempts at attacking Bell as much as possible. At least until it got too blatant and got in the way with Hestia and Ganesh's familia's attempts to integrate the intelligent monsters like Sleipnir and Berserker, if that is indeed what they were doing. "But, it is not all bad," Haruheim finally spoke up again. "As you might have noticed earlier, the others, my new sisters, take good care of me." Certainly, that rough-looking Amazon looked genuinely concerned about Haruheim and wanted to make sure she wasn't caught up in any trouble. "Also, I have always been curious about Orario due to the many stories coming out of it." And as if on cue, Bell's downcast eyes lit up. "Are you talking about Dungeon Oratoria?" he asked brightly. "The same." Haruhi replied with a nod. Lefiya's ears immediately perked up as well. Dungeon oratoria is fascinating. Haruhi continued. But the story I remember most was about a group of valiant knights from different territories joining forces in search of the dungeon for a way to cure their queen. Isn't that from the Adventures of Garland? Lefiya asked. She also read the story from the copy found in her familia's library. That's right. Belle said. It's the one where the queen had fallen ill and could only be cured by the holy Gr. Belle's body immediately froze up as he turned his head away with a look of realization and a slightly high-pitched gasp. Belle! Seer called out, looking slightly worried. Are you all right? Why yes. He replied just a bit too quickly. I just remembered another story I heard about the Holy Grail and that it could grant wishes, so I was wondering if the actual reason the Grail cured her was because they wished upon it or if it was a Holy Grail made from a unicorn horn, which is where its purification properties came from. Aha, ahahaha. Suspicious. Lefiya thought as Jack slapped her hands on Belle's cheeks to calm him down. There weren't any other stories about the Holy Grail in Dungeon Oratoria, so it might have been a story passed down or one modified by Belle's grandfather instead. At this point, however, Lefiya was willing to take Belle's words as truth. The Holy Grail may have indeed been able to grant wishes. Wait. Knights, or rather heroes, all coming together from distant lands for a single purpose. It can't be. Lefiya muttered to herself. It really shouldn't be. Belle was Argonaut, not Garland after all. She then glanced back at him as Haruhi started grilling Belle more about Dungeon Oratoria. Lefiya had known that Belle had an immense source of knowledge when it came to heroes and their stories. So she was quite surprised to find someone keeping up with him without missing a beat. Actually, due to the fact that Haruhi knew stories outside of legends like the story of Snow White, you could make the argument that the Renard knew more than Belle did. Lefiya then turned to the person who hadn't said a word since the discussion started. Are you all right being left out? Lefiya asked Seer, who had been mostly quiet throughout the conversation. Well, I'm not happy that he's talking so cheerfully with another girl, but since he's so happy about it, it's hard to stop him, right? Seer replied with a difficult smile. I'll have to brush up a bit myself though. I'm more familiar with modern heroes than ancient ones after all. It seemed as though this girl was going after Belle hard. By the way, what's your favorite kind of story? Belle asked. My favorite? Haruhi repeated. It's hard to say when asked so suddenly. However, I believe stories that involve a warrior rescuing a maiden often leave a lasting impression on me. Stories where someone goes through great lengths to rescue another. Ace's face immediately came to Lefiya's mind, but she also couldn't help but think someone like Saber would fit into that role better. Lefiya also couldn't help but wonder if it was a rather unsubtle call for help. She wasn't the only one thinking that, however. Then, do you want to leave? Jack asked, snapping Lefiya's attention to her. For a moment, she had completely forgotten about the girl. Come with us when we run. Haruhi gave her a soft smile before shaking her head. There was a time where I did wish for a hero to take me far away, she admitted. But that time has passed. There is no hero that would come for me. Why not? Belle asked after a moment's pause, as if he was considering a very bad idea. If you call for help, a hero would surely come. Because, I am neither a beautiful queen nor a fair maiden in imminent danger. I am simply a prostitute. Someone who had given their body to countless men. I have had no right to indulge in the world of fairy tales and heroes since the day I learned what had become of me. Even if I could leave, there are those who attack me on sight. Thus dreams and desires have no meaning. I'm not allowed to have them. According to who? Rather than Belle, it was Seer who asked that. Certainly in stories of heroes, an untouched maiden is the one that is saved, Seer admitted with a frown. But that is fantasy, this is reality. If only virgin girls are allowed to be saved by heroes, then the world would have died long before the gods descended. She then gave Haruhi a soft smile. Prostitute or not? Virgin or not? You are allowed your own wishes and dreams. You are allowed to be happy. Your worth isn't something you decide on your own. It is something the person who is willing to save you decides. Even so, I cannot have someone who is so good of heart to risk themselves saving me, Haruhi countered. Are you familiar with the adventures of Gilgamesh? Belle's eyes widened and Lefia understood what the Renard was alluding to, having just heard about the story. Are you referring to the whore of Babylon? Lefia asked. Yes. The whore's lust drove countless heroes and kings to their ruin. To heroes, whores and prostitutes are beings of destruction that don't deserve to be saved. Lefia could see where she was coming from. Harouki must have thought about her position for a long time. However, Seer remained unconvinced. But that's what separates zeros from true heroes, isn't it? Seer asked. To save someone no matter what society or the world at large thinks of them. If there is a true hero out there, then they would save you, no matter the risk. Even if the gods themselves declared that whomever should rescue you from your fate be cursed to fall into ruin, a true hero will still come for you. All the more reason for them not to waste their life for someone like me. The argument was going in circles now. Seer and Belle's appeals were not taking hold to the depressed Renard. If you don't like living here and don't want to get away from it, why not just disappear? The atmosphere in the room went from passionate to cold in no time flat. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at the blank green ones being held in Belle's arms. If living is painful then you should just disappear, right? Jack asked. Disappear and never bother anyone else. That's what the bad mommies always told us. Bad mommies? Lefia couldn't help but dread to ask. Mommies who make babies all the time then throw them away when they're born. Ones who don't want us. Belle and the girls all flinched at that. That's... Harouki began but no words followed it. Living is painful but you don't want to die. Jack continued. Isn't that weird? Won't it be easier? If you don't want to try and be happy, then why live? Each sentence seemed to pierce Haruim's heart like poison daggers. Daggers in the form of the cruel innocence of a child. Come to think of it, Lefia remembered that the girl had called herself an unwanted child all the way back down on the 18th floor when Tsubaki kidnapped, invited Belle for a chat about spirits and legends. Jack, that's enough. Belle said softly as he tightened his hold on her. Is it? If she doesn't want to find someone like Mommy to save her, then why live? That's what Mr. King always says. Please don't meet with him by yourself. As expected, it sounded like Castor was a bad influence on kids. Then again, considering he was supposedly Gilgamesh, he probably was turned off at the mere thought of dealing with harlots. I'm sorry about that, Belle said as he placed a hand over Jack's mouth to keep her from saying anything else. No, children often see things others can't or refuse to see, Harouki admitted. As she glanced out the window, it seemed that it was time to leave. Belle looked as if he wanted to say something more but held his tongue. This isn't good. Seer muttered quietly. I agree. At this rate, a battle between Hestia and Ishtar Familius will not be far off. XXXXX. Whether the Berbera had given up or had gone back to work, Lefia wasn't sure, but building was quiet as they made their way down into the basement. The entrance to the passage was hidden behind several large barrels full of alcohol and under a fairly intricate-looking rug. This should lead you back to the markets, Harouki said. Please be careful. Seer was the first to step in, followed by Lefia. As they descended the stairs, Lefia noted that Belle and Jack weren't following. She turned around to see the boy staring at Harouki, his mouth opening and closing as if he were trying to force some words out, only to helplessly close them as Jack dragged him down the steps. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of the steps that she closed the entrance, and drowned them in darkness for a moment before a small lantern lit up, courtesy of Jack. Did you have that on you this whole time? Lefia asked. Yep, the tiny girl replied. But we don't use it much since it's smaller than everyone else's. But we keep it since we can hide it under our cloak. That's convenient, Seer replied, being the only one among them without a Falna, and by extension, its night vision package. Do you think Saber, Miss Wallenstein, and Miss Hyrud will find us? We followed Miss Ace to you 3 in the first place, so I'm sure they will find us, though I'm not sure about Saber, Lefia added after a thought. He might already be waiting for us. Belle muttered. They walked down the passage for a bit longer before coming up to a set of stairs that led out into an alleyway where they could hear the hustle and bustle of the market. Above them, the sun had fully set by now and the stars were shining in the sky. Everyone's going to kill me. Belle muttered despondently. I'm sure it will be fine, Seer said with a smile. Indeed, Master, I am sure everyone will be more concerned about your current manner of dress instead. Hiya! Belle let out a shriek as Saber landed beside them. My apologies for being late in the rendezvous, the bespectacled knight continued without missing a beat. I was held up by a skilled opponent. Were you now? Seer asked, to which Saber shut his eyes and bowed slightly. Leffia. Little Argonaut. Jack. Miss Waitress. Are you guys all right? A moment later, Tiona and Ace joined them as well. Ah, you're still wearing that, huh? Tiona asked Belle with a smile, prompting Belle to immediately pull the dress over his head and throw it on the ground, evidently having grown tired of it. Well, at least he was still wearing his trousers. Kya, Belle, you're so bold, Seer said with a smile as she seemed to attempt to burn the sight of a shirtless Belle into her eyes. Saber took off his cloak and wrapped it around Belle without missing a beat, much to Seer's dismay. I had enough. I just wanna go home. Belle let out a cry into the night sky. XXXXX. The group parted ways with Seer from there. Saber had offered to walk Seer back to the pub but she declined him. I had enough fun for one day, so you should hurry back. With that said, the group headed straight toward the Hestia Familia mansion without any detours. By the way, Jack said something about a party. Tiona asked Saber. Yes, Saber answered with a nod. We are welcoming another familia to live at our home as part of an alliance of sorts. Today was to be the welcome party for them. I see. I guess it would be too much to ask to join as well, huh? Miss Tiona. Leffia began but Saber shook his head. If the goddess allows it, the knight replied. Luckily, the opportunity to ask Hestia came rather quickly. Where have you three been? The tiny black-haired goddess had been pacing back and forth in front of the gates with Castor standing behind her, the latter wearing an amused smile at the goddess's fury. How long does it take to deliver some juice? Hestia shouted. You should have come right back. What happened out there and, why is Belle half naked? And that goes for the three, no, two of you. The goddess's enraged voice trailed off as she just stared at them with blank eyes. Actually. Belle began with a weak voice before relaying a bit of what had happened to the goddess. Gil. Hestia shouted once Belle's story had finished. Explain. Now. Far be it for me to understand the whims of a goddess, Castor replied with a dark chuckle. Not even I could predict that she would move so boldly. Provoked or not? Why did you need to provoke her in the first place? Don't we have enough problems to deal with? Those problems are yours to deal with. I am merely acting in accordance to our contract. Gugigigamomomo. The goddess could only let out a series of unintelligible grumbles before letting out a deep sigh. Well, thanks to you three for helping out I guess, Hestia finally said to the three Loki girls before turning back to her adventurers. Saber. Belle. Jack. Go inside and wash up. Everyone's all set and waiting for you three. The three of them nodded before trotting on inside with Castor following behind them. As for you three, I don't suppose you want to stay for a bit? Hestia asked. At least have some food and then I'll have Archer quickly magic up some temp clothes like a coat or something so you don't have to walk through the streets looking like Ishtar's ilk again. Thank you. Leffia tried not to sound too desperate in her thanks but she could tell from her cracking voice that she had failed miserably. But, are you sure we won't get in the way? It's a welcome party, right? Well, after everything that seemed to have gone on, I'm sure Take will understand, Hestia replied before stopping herself and gave them all another look over. On second thought, I'll have Archer get your clothes ready first. I don't think you'll leave a good impression on Primo if you showed up inside wearing that, Miss Elf. A strangled cry escaped Leffia's mouth as she quickly nodded her head again. Hestia quickly stepped aside and gestured for them to come in and had them wait just outside the main building before heading inside. A moment later, Archer stepped out and froze at the sight of them. I have many questions, he began. Please don't ask, Leffia begged and he nodded his head. In an instant, familiar clothes appeared in his hands and he handed them over to the girls before directing them to change inside the small building off to the side. Hey, should we ask about you-know-who? Tiona asked as the three of them changed in the somewhat messy forge. I don't think it's a good idea to bring it up right now, Ace replied. Yes, besides, he's from a different familia, Leffia added. We can't force ourselves into their problems. Granted, it didn't stop her from wanting to know more about the talking monsters, but that was something that Loki will have to talk with Hestia about eventually. Everything all right in there? Archer's voice came from outside, telling them that he was still waiting for them. Why yet? Just a sec. Diona called out. In any case, let's take up their offer for dinner then head straight home, Lefia said, prompting the other two girls to nod in agreement. When they quickly exited the forge, holding their costumes, Lefia quickly turned to Archer. Just to be sure, these clothes won't suddenly burst into light like all your other items, right? She asked quickly. You won't be having any wardrobe malfunctions if that's what you are asking, Archer replied with a sigh. Though those things are just normal cloth made to look like your normal clothes. No special enchantments or traits, so don't go treating it like you would your regular clothes and dive in acid or something. That one time was not intentional. She'd rather not remember the time she and Belle nearly got eaten by that Viola's trap down on the 18th floor if she could help it. Having said his piece, Archer let out a small chuckle before opening the door for them to head inside. The manor's interior was decorated with banners depicting the emblems of Hestia and Taikemikazuchi Familia as the party seems to have just begun. The adventurers of both familia were crowded around a large buffet table filled to the brim with various dishes that were served in small portions that could be piled onto a plate and eaten in one bite. 2 different pots of soup were sitting on the stove in the open kitchen area so they could retain their heat. The food on the table seemed to be ordered in terms of meat and vegetable ratio, probably for Primo's sake, as the younger elf was piling vegetable spring rolls onto her plate while Welf Krazo was on the other end of the table with the barbecue ribs. The most eye-catching dish of all, however, had to be the centerpiece. A mountain of fried potato puffs. One that was disappearing rather quickly thanks to the combined efforts of Ace and the newest member of Hestia Familia, Karen Morris, while Gina was staring at them with wide eyes as if she was witnessing something horrific but couldn't look away. Meanwhile, Diona was hovering around the counter where Archer was placing some dishes into the sink, leaving Lefia to herself. Though Lefia didn't know the names of any of the Taikemikazuchi adventurers, she decided to try and engage in some small talk with them. It was only right to at least apologize for crashing the party. I'm sorry for intruding in on your party, she said to the human man that was the Familia captain. Lady Hestia explained the situation, so it's all right, Kashima Uka replied. He was a rather tall man, standing taller than even Archer, who had been the tallest human she knew before now. Well built with a tan that spoke of a life in the sun long before he started diving in the dungeon. Her gaze then fell on the 2 dark-haired girls talking to Lancer, the ones not bearing the Hestia Familia emblem. Is it just the 3 of you? She asked. There were others, but they're making a delivery back home, Uka explained. And so we joined up with Hestia Familia to help make up the numbers. It must have been an important delivery to reduce their numbers like that. See, Lord Taikemikazuchi runs an orphanage back home alongside another goddess, Lady Tsukiyomi. We send most of the money we make from the dungeon back there. As Lefia nodded her head in understanding, Primo popped up between them, holding a plate of cucumbers with some kind of brown paste next to it. Miss Virides, have you tried this paste yet? The young elf excitedly asked. It tastes amazing with this cucumber. What is it? Lefia asked as she glanced down at the plate. That's miso, a spice from our homeland, Uka explained. We brought some food over from our old place since it didn't feel right to make Hestia Familia cook everything. It's made from fermented beans, so I think it might be suitable for an elf's palate. A spice from the Far East then? Lefia asked as she took one of the cucumbers and topped it with the paste before taking a bite with a satisfying crunch, allowing a combination of the salty paste and the watery vegetable to wash over her tongue. Oh, this isn't bad. Right. Primo said with a nod as she took one for herself. Even though he's from the Far East as well, Archer said he doesn't cook much food from there. I wonder if it's because he's the only one from the region, Lefia said, taking a sweeping glance around the room. I think only Mr. Welf really likes it, Primo continued. I like the rice dishes, but everyone else prefers bread. Yeah, that makes sense, Uka said as he watched Primo dig into another cucumber before letting out a squeal of satisfaction. Then, the man's hand went up and patted the girl's head. Primo asked as she looked up at him. Uka seemed to realize what he was doing as he quickly pulled his hand back. No, this is, I'm sorry. He quickly apologized for his faux pas. It's fine. Primo quickly replied. Everyone else in the familia does it all the time. Leffy Ya couldn't blame them. If Aka had been a bit slower, she might have done the same. Aka quickly excused himself as he went to get a drink, allowing Leffy Ya to ask the question on her mind. Hey Primo? Where are Ryder and Emma Flores? Primo's ears immediately drooped at the question. They got hurt during our last expedition so they're resting now. Considering her haunted expression, it must have been rather serious. Leffy Ya couldn't help but feel worried, considering she suspected Ryder to be a spirit as well. Just what did they find in the dungeon that could seriously injure a spirit? The first thing that came to mind was another demi-spirit, but she felt as though having two so close to the surface was risky for Evilus if they wanted to remain under the radar or at least not have their plans explode in their face before they were ready. The other thing was that their expedition got caught up in Castor's own attack, or at the very least, the effects of it. Maybe they ran into some monsters from the lower levels and Ryder got hurt protecting them. Either way, it wasn't something she was going to ask Primo about. She didn't want to bring up any more bad memories. At the very least, no one in Hestia Familia seemed to have died. Primo kept her eyes on the ground for a moment before turning them up to meet Leffy Ya's. Her mouth opened for a moment before it slowly clicked shut. What's wrong? She asked, but Primo just shook her head. No, I shouldn't talk about it at a party. That just made Leffy Ya more curious, and worried. It was something she probably shouldn't push. I see. Then, you can come talk to me whenever you're ready. Yes, thank you very much. Leffy Ya had a small idea what the topic might be. They were probably not the only party that had been caught up in Castor's attack. As the thoughts swirled in her head, Belle stumbled into the party area with exhausted steps, stopping by Welf, who handed a glass of water. By the way, I noticed that both Welf Krazo and Belle are only drinking water. Deciding to change the subject, Leffy Ya directed Primo's attention to the two human boys. That's because... Primo began, but a voice cut in. That's because Miss Ryder said that boys who get into drunken bar fights don't get to drink anymore. It was Lily, the Palom supporter. It looked like she was going around cleaning up any empty dishes that had been set down. Bar fight. Leffy Ya repeated as Lily took her empty plate from her. You mean the incident that led to the war game? Yes. While everyone's thoughts were about getting revenge after the banquet of the gods, Miss Ryder and Lady Hestia remembered what sparked the incident afterward and has banned them from alcohol for a while. Well, she couldn't deny that it wasn't an appropriate punishment. She supposed that they were dealing with it even during the party because Ryder was currently recovering. Is Berserker still outside? Leffy Ya asked as Lily walked away to deposit the dishes in the sink. Yes, Primo replied with a nod. He and Fia, our harpy, are eating in their tent outside. I see. For a moment, she considered asking Primo if he had said anything about the siren but decided against it. She wasn't supposed to know that Berserker could talk after all, and the question might make Primo reveal that fact. She wasn't sure Takemikazuchi Familia knew about it either. Can I see him? She asked, and Primo nodded with a smile as she led her out into the backyard where the white and blue tent, standing almost 4 meters tall and 10 meters wide, was there as usual. However, the harpy was standing in front of it while Berserker was nowhere to be seen. At the sight of the two elves, the harpy's eyes turned sharp as she spread out her wings and let out a loud snarl through her face mask, causing small characters to light up on it. Shay. The suddenness of the action caused even Primo to flinch. I'm sorry, she said before turning back to Leffy Ya. I don't think Berserker wants to be disturbed right now. You can understand them? Leffy Ya asked. Yes. Thanks to Lancer's magic. So that's how they were playing it. It's fine. I'm sure he's just resting, Leffy Ya said quickly as they stepped back inside. As she wondered what else to say, she overheard Castor saying something to Takemikazuchi. By the way, God Takemikazuchi, the king began. I heard that renards are rather rare outside of Orario. The war god looked up from his plate of noodles for a moment as he processed Castor's words. That's right. Most of them are members of nobility after all. Not everyone's head is full of adventure like little Karen over there. Said human girl's cheeks flashed red for a moment before she continued stuffing her face with a potato puff. What brought that question on? Nothing too important, Castor lazily replied as he was examining his own fingernails. I am simply only aware of 2 currently living in Orario and felt that the numbers were rather disproportionate compared to the other races. Oh? Who are they? Takemikazuchi asked. None of them should be level 2 adventurers or else they would have been brought up at Dinatus. Not at all. The first is a member of Soma Familia that goes by the name of Momiji Shinonome. My supporter and vice-captain had the unfortunate run-in with her in the middle of a monster party-turned-pass parade a few months back. As Takemikazuchi nodded his head, Lefia could see a malicious glint in Castor's eyes as she realized who he was going to say next. Belle was also looking Castor with wide eyes. The other goes by the name of Sanjouno Haruheim. Crash! The sound of a plate shattering caused all eyes to turn to one of the girls of Takemikazuchi Familia, the shorter girl who had her eyes covered by her bangs, Hitachi Chigusa. Is that true? Takemikazuchi asked as he lunged at Castor, no doubt about to grab his shoulders, but the man quickly slapped the god's hands away from him. It is right there in the guild register, Castor said with an annoyed look. She is a member of Ishtar Familia. Ishtar. Come to think of it, there was a woman by that name, Saber suddenly said. I recall hearing an Amazoness call out to a blonde Renard with that name down in Milan. You mean back when Ishtar Familia attacked us? Ace asked. Yes. She was the target of a rather deadly assault, wasn't she? Yes. That blonde boy tried to kill her. Lefia had no idea what Ace was talking about, but the words did jot her memory of what Haruheim had said earlier. How someone had attacked her and forced her to remain inside at all times. Hey Take, do you know this Haruheim girl? Hestia asked. Why yet? Takemikazuchi replied as he glanced at his adventurers who all wore the same pale expressions. My kids used to play with her when they were younger. Who'd have thought she'd ended up here in Orario, and with Ishtar of all people? Belle spoke up as he and Lefia shared a look. About that. With Lefia's help, Belle filled everyone in on the story of how Haruheim had kept them hidden from the other members of Ishtar Familia and how she had told them her story of how she arrived at Orario. To go that far? Takemikazuchi muttered once the story was finished as he bit his lower lip. Lord Takemikazuchi. The remaining member of the Familia, Yamato Mikoto, spoke up. We need to help her. She's part of another Familia, Takemikazuchi replied despondently. We can't just walk in and take her away. You might be able to, Castor said, the evil look in his eyes not quite disappearing. She is a prostitute, no? Simply buy her. Most are working through a contract. Buy the contract, buy the woman. It should be around 2 or 3 million valis, depending on her rank. And whether or not she's a frontline combatant. 2 or 3 million. Baka muttered with a pained face. No matter the Familia, a few million valis was nothing to sneeze at. And they must have sent most of their money home with their other Familia members too. Hey Castor. Hestia spoke up, but her captain cut her off. I refuse to spend even a single valis on one of Ishtar's whores. Do not ask me again. As expected of Gilgamesh. He wanted nothing to do with whores of any kind. Still, Lefia felt that Castor was not surprised at any of these turn of events. Sure, he may not have expected Belle and Lefia to run into Haruheim, but he must have deliberately brought her up in front of Takemikazuchi to provoke some kind of reaction. However, dinner was finished and Lefia left the Hearthstone Manor without ever figuring out just what Castor was planning. Chapter 59, Planning Stages. All right, spill it. What are you up to this time? Once the party had wound down, and Takemikazuchi and his Familia had settled into their new rooms, Hestia immediately cornered Castor in his office. Not that he would run away from her nor be anywhere else to begin with. You speak as though I have ever once deviated from my objective ever since I was summoned into this era, Castor replied. The destruction of Ishtar and her ilk. And where does bringing up this Haruheim girl come in? Would you prefer if I had not? That's not what I asked. It would appear that Hestia was well versed in Castor's art of avoiding the question by now. There was no deeper meaning, Castor said after a moment with a huff. I was indeed curious at the sight of the Renard due to their rarity outside of their homeland. A rare species would attract attention, would it not? That sounds like the truth, but it feels like there is something else you aren't saying, Hestia growled. Your trust in me is much appreciated, Castor replied while wearing his usual smirk on his face. Very well, I say this then, the fate of the Renard means absolutely nothing to me. And he meant it. He did not care about her one way or the other. If he didn't care what happened to her, then there could only be one reason he mentioned it to Takemi Kazuchi. I think I get it now. Hestia began, brows furrowing. You're hoping Take and his kids will run around and cause Ishtar some trouble while you do what you want without people noticing, aren't you? And just what would they be able to do? Castor countered, again avoiding Hestia's question. What could a bottom of the ranking familia consisting, at the moment, of only 3 level 2s do against a top-ranking familia led by a level 5 captain do? I don't know. Hestia replied before following with a smirk, what could a familia with a bunch of level 1s and 1 level 2 do? Kill Goliath. Castor let out an amused huff but said nothing, allowing Hestia to claim a small victory. Besides, it's not like they need to do anything. You just need them to distract Ishtar with their attempts of rescuing Miss Renard, right? Oh? Was there a reason she needed to be rescued? Do you really need me to tell you what being in Ishtar's clutches means? I could point out that her Berbera seemed to rather enjoy being part of her brood. But you won't. He let out a chuckle at that. In any case, I do not believe you have the time to waste arguing with me about nothing, Castor said as he leaned back in his seat. You have to make the decision on whether or not you will allow the mongrels back into the dungeon even though there has been no all clear from the guild or the god Auranos, and when you will meet with the goddess Loki to discuss your monster problem. Ugh. Hestia could only let out a groan as she cradled her head. You think she's going to ask about you servants, too? I suspect she will try, Castor replied. It is up to you to keep what you need close to your chest. Ugh, I'm not going to have to go alone, do I? Of course not. Take both Saber and Lancer with you. With that much show of force, the goddess Loki won't be able to force anything you do not wish to say. No way Loki's coming alone either after all, Hestia nodded, convince. I suppose I better prepare myself. Let's send Lancer with an invite. Indeed. It's also a good idea to start that promotion I've been thinking about at the inn. You will not wait until Ryder is healed. Archer's more the face of these things anyway. XXXXX. Lily let out a small sigh as she stepped out of the manor, broom in hand, and began sweeping the grass and dust that had scattered onto the stone path leading from the gate to the front door. It wasn't one of the chores assigned to her today, being a rest day for herself, but she asked to take over for Belle and was using it as an excuse to get some air after burying herself in studying first aid. Takemi Kazuchi Familia had settled in last night, but come morning, they had immediately left, no doubt to perform their own investigation on that Haruheim girl while Belle used his new day off to go check on the waitress who had been dragged along with him in being chased by Ishtar Familia. The goddess had also left with Saber, Archer, and Lancer on her own errand, probably to more properly thank the goddess Loki for her adventurer's help in Belle's little adventure. Still, at least things were calm now, which was a lot more than can be said for the coming days. Lily knew her king's plans were slowly coming to fruition, which was why he did not want to be disturbed. Looking at the big picture, Lily was unsure how the loss of Ishtar would affect Orario. It would be best for the long run as her jealousy of Freya was something that was well known to the gods of Orario, and from them, the rumors trickled down to the city's citizens. Considering their familia attacked Loki Familia at the same time as Kali Familia, it was clear that the two were working together on something. It was only a hypothesis, but Lily assumed that they were working together to take down Freya Familia. Kali was the patron goddess of Telskyra, the country of Amazons, and no doubt saw a fight with the current top familia in Orario, and perhaps the world, as a splendid challenge for her Amazons, and Ishtar probably brought them to Milan for that purpose. Her king also had said that Ishtar was working with Evilus to bring chaos to the city. Lily had done all she could to hide and avoid the destruction 7 years ago when Evilus ransacked the city, only to be stopped by the combined efforts of the Ganesha, Loki, and Freya Familias. She had no desire to live through that again, especially not while in a familia with people who were lucky enough to be ignorant of it. She didn't want them to experience that hell where even the gods were being targeted by the Dark Familias. That was why she did not care that her king was planning to remove such a threat and was planning on doing whatever he asked to help. There will be some chaos in the aftermath, as Ishtar was the kingpin of a massive portion of Orario's entertainment industry, but other familias and other opportunistic people will no doubt move in and fill the vacuum. There was always an industry for the nightlife after all. As Lily was thinking to herself, a loud knock came from the front gate. Immediately, Lily's expression fell into a frown. Everyone in both Hestia and Takemikazuchi had a key and they were not planning on receiving any other guests today. Most likely it was a solicitor of some kind. Either someone trying to recruit Belle into another familia, someone trying to join their familia, or someone after one of Welf's magic swords. Granted they hadn't shown up in any notable numbers since the Grand Day festivities, but there was always that one guy who would want to try their luck. With a sigh, she walked over to the solid iron gate and slid open the door viewer that had been installed for her and the kitty trio. However, she didn't see a single person standing on the other side of the gate. Just as she was about to write it off as a prank, someone spoke in a familiar low voice. "It's me. Fells. I have something to report. May I come in?" Lily opened the gate and stepped out, pretending to look up and down the street for an unknown knocker until she felt Fells slip past her. She waited another few seconds before she shook her head, returned through the gate and locked it behind her. "Master Fells came at a good time," Lily said to the invisible skeleton mage. "Lily and the others were hoping you could heal some of our members. Is it all right to speak aloud while we are still outside? The property has been enchanted with magic items to prevent noise from leaking outside. So while outsiders can peer inside from above the walls, they cannot hear anything. Saber and Lancer did good work. I understand. I heard from REI that Emma Flores and Ryder have been injured." "Yes. Miss Ryder lost an arm and the bones in Miss Flores's arms have been destroyed. Can you help?" "We, still have Miss Ryder's severed arm." "I can, to both of those," came Fells's reply, allowing Lily to let out a deep sigh of relief. "In consideration to our alliance, I won't ask for monetary repayment but I do have a favor." "Oh. It involves the smith, Welf Krazo." "Oh. That was not a good sign. XXXXX. A moment later, Lily had commandeered the living room from Primo and Karen, who had been doing more of their noble training and had pulled Welf out of bed. The smith had been annoyed at being woken up, but his grumbling stopped when he realized she was bringing him to meet Fells. Karen and Primo had moved to the kitchen area but the two were peeking from the doorway while Berserker and FIA were peering in from the open window. "Before we get started," Fells said, glancing toward FIA. "I would like to report that none of the Zenos have been caught in the destruction." "So everyone is okay?" FIA asked. "Yes. All have been accounted for and have minimal injuries. There were a few close calls due to several monsters from the lower floors making a break for the surface through the massive hole in the dungeon, but only monsters capable of flight were able to get anywhere near them and in the closed corridors of the frontiers, were easily dispatched." FIA let out a huge sigh of relief, no doubt glad that those strange bone monsters never came anywhere near her friends. "Now then, for the reason I am here," Fells said as they turned to Welf. "Considering you're asking for me specifically, I have a feeling I know where this is going," Welf said as he sat on the couch across from Fells. "Yes, it is as you expect," Fells confirmed without dancing around the topic. "We are still trying to determine exactly how far the damage to the dungeon goes. To this end, I requested the help of one of the stronger Zenos to investigate the lower floors. They agreed but they want a magic sword as payment." "And you decided to come to me instead of another smith?" Welf asked. "Yes. It is merely out of convenience as I do not need to act through intermediaries and dead drops if I make the order to you. Should you accept, we will provide any materials you may need. Magic stones, drop items, pure adamantite ore. That's a lot of materials. That one often makes trips down to the deep floors when he is not around the rest of our mutual allies," Fells explained. "He wants something to make his trips less hazardous. Of course, if you do not wish to make one, I will find another smith after I heal your injured familia members." "No, I'll do it," Welf said, much to Lily's surprise. "I've already decided to stop putting my pride over the lives of people I care about. Though I guess I don't really know who you are talking about." He gave a glance over toward the window and the harpy peering in. "But if it's one of FIA's friends then that's good enough reason for me to start." "Excellent. The only requirements he has is that it be made in the shape of an axe and be imbued with lightning magic." As soon as Fells said that, Berserker let out a loud snort through his mask, which blew FIA's hair up, causing the harpy to let out a shriek in surprise. "What's wrong, Berserker?" Fia asked as she patted down the back of her head. Nothing, came the obvious lie as the Minotaur suddenly walked away toward one of the training dummies that Saber had set up in the backyard. As everyone watched him go in confusion, Fels let out a small hum. I see. So that's what happened. What happened? Welf repeated, but Fels simply shook their head. If Berserker does not wish to say, then I will not say anything either, the philosopher replied. It is their business. Did Berserker meet with that other Zenos somewhere? Lily wondered as Welf listed of materials he would need for the magic sword. And the encounter seemed to have made Berserker want to train. But the only time they would have had a chance to meet was during the expedition and raid. A Zenos that made trips to the deep floors, that would put them in the ballpark of a level 5 or 6 adventurer in strength. And the encounter made the already powerful Berserker want to grow even stronger. Lily will stop thinking about that. And that should be it, Welf concluded. Sorry that some of it is a little vague. I don't know much about the lower floors. If you come back in, say 4 days, I can have a proof of concept using the materials I have on hand ready for them to bring on their search. It is no problem. I shall tell him to keep an eye out for the materials while he does his investigation. Is it all right for him to do that? He is the one who wants this weapon. He can stand to do that much. You have my apologies for the trouble. No, Lady Hestia said she wanted us to help the Zenos in any way we can, and if I can chip in this way then I'll be happy to oblige. Then Master Welf should make as many different kinds of magic swords as possible and then have Master Archer copy them to sell, Lily said, causing the smith to twitch. All right, I know I said anyway, but there's a limit, damn it. Welf shot back as Lily simply shrugged her shoulders with a smirk. And spreading magic swords all over the place is just begging for Evilus to grab one for themselves, isn't it? Well, he had a point there. Yes, that would indeed be a problem, Fels agreed. Would selling them to Ganesha Familia be out of the question? Or perhaps Loki Familia? I'd rather not get murdered by elves if they think I'm spreading them around without thinking, Welf admitted dryly. Yes, Fels said again. That would benefit no one. In any case, that concludes my business. Please direct me to Madam Ryder and Miss Flores. Yes, please follow Lily, Lily said as she got up from the couch. Then I'll start drawing up a design for your magic sword, Welf said as he got up as well. Emma and Ryder would be healed and the Zenos plan is taking another step forward. All in all, it seemed like it was going to be a good day. XXXXX. And so, you three pulled the chibi's little rabbit out of Ishtar's den and then got invited to dinner before returning back. Now that it was morning, Loki pulled in Tiona, Ace, and Lefia to debrief them on the chaos the previous night. Yes, more or less. Lefia replied. Then I guess the next bit of chaos we can expect will be a clash between Ishtar and Hestia, Loki said with a rather uncaring shrug. Since it's a chance to pay back that bitch Ishtar for Milan, I don't really care. I think Archer and Saber already did plenty though, Ace said. Loki remembered that Ace and the other girls had said that the two men, or spirits, had helped them out while in disguise. Gareth had also suggested that they were in disguise because they were out snatching back the harpy from Evilus's clutches. I guess I should stop putting that off then, she said to herself. Put what off? Tiona asked just as a knock came from the door to the lounge. Hey Loki! Raoul said as he entered. You got a letter. A letter. Or rather, it's an invitation, from Hestia Familia. Loki's eyes widened as she got up and snatched the letter and tore it open. What is it? Tiona asked, trying to read over her goddess's shoulder. An invitation to a luncheon with Hestia, Loki replied. Guess she beat me to it. Who delivered this? Lancer did, Raoul replied. She said she would wait outside for your answer. An escort, huh? Loki mumbled. Guess this isn't going to be a simple lunch. She then turned to both Lefia and Raoul. We're probably going to talk about the talking monsters, she said. Since the two of you are in charge of taking care of Slavey, you're coming with me. Ha! I understand. Good. Oh, and Lefia, go see if Riveria is free. I want either her or Finn to come along, but Finn's probably busy. Raoul, go see if Gareth is interested or not as well. As the two of them left, Loki turned to the other two girls. Do either of you two want to come and dine on Hestia's dime? You don't need to participate in the discussion. No, if you guys might talk about Argonaut and the spirit business then I wanna see what happens as well. Diona replied. Well, I don't think I'll push that far, Loki replied. I wanna focus on the talking monsters first. Certainly, the other archer was concerning but that seemed to be a problem Hestia's archer was actively dealing with and that sort of thing fell under the line of adventurers' personal problems. Well outside the scope of things that a god can discuss with other gods. It would be like Hestia demanding Loki tell her everything about Ace. The monster issue was more pressing as she suspected that Hestia would try and get Loki to give up Sleipnir or pay the fine without even going into the talking monsters. 10 million Valis was the cost to keep a monster on the surface as decided by the guild, but the fine for doing so without permission from the guild along with Ganesha and Hestia Familia was substantially more. You want to come too, Ace? Loki offered the girl but she shook her head. No, there's something I want to look into, Ace replied. All right. Just don't poke your nose too deeply into things, Loki said, waving a hand as she left the room. We got enough on our plate as it is. Ace nodded before following Loki out of the room. XXXXX. As Raoul had said, Lancer had been patiently waiting outside of the Twilight Manor. Just waiting at the corner, hands clasped in front of her legs like a schoolgirl waiting for her lover. Goddess Loki, the mysterious probably a spirit woman greeted her with a bow. Will all of you be joining today? Would it be a problem? Loki asked. Trailing behind Loki were Raoul, Lefia, Diona, Riveria, and Gareth. The invitation was unlikely to be a trap but it was still an invitation to an unknown territory led by an extreme unknown who was supposedly the wife of someone who handedly dealt with an enemy both Finn and Ace had trouble with. A little extra protection wouldn't hurt. No, it would even be fine if you brought 4 more people, Lancer replied with a calm smile that caused Loki to freeze before she continued with, enough food was prepared and more for the practice. As such there should be plenty for everyone. Oh right, the food. Not a hidden meaning of, we could even handle 10 of your best adventurers and break a sweat. As they walked though, they didn't seem to be heading to the Hestia Familia home. Instead, they were heading toward the market district and a large inn came into view. The hearth's chime? Lefia asked, saying the name of the inn Hestia owned. Yes, Lancer replied. There is a special promotion coming up and the goddess Hestia wished for a test run. Loki's eyes spotted a dwarf guard carrying a large sign as he followed a maid. The sign was mostly red aside from the large eastern black and white circle in the center and a bunch of stylistic golden lines weaving throughout it. Special guest chef. Days XX till YY. Limited seating. Special discount and priority for inn guests. Archer's cooking. Diona asked, recognizing the symbol immediately. Yes. It is the goddess's attempt to earn more money, I believe. Considering the cooking shows he and Ryder were super popular, it was a crafty idea. Especially when they exploited their younger members by having them be the tasters. Cute little girls eating good food and smiling was enough to touch the hearts of everyone, god and mortal alike. Well, everyone who had a heart to touch anyway. They were led into a large dining room where Hestia was already seated at a long table meant for 12. Saber was also there, standing by the wall with his hands clasped behind his back. Well, took you long enough, Hestia said as Lancer gestured toward the seats before walking over and standing beside Saber, telling Loki that the two wouldn't be partaking in the meal with them. You send an invitation out of the blue and you expect me to be punctual? Loki asked as she took the seat at the opposite end from Hestia while her adventurers took the seats closet to her, splitting between men and women. Well, I just thought it's only prudent since your girls pulled my bell out of Ishtar's clutches, Hestia replied, glancing at Diona and Lefia. Are we missing one? She had other things to do today, Loki said. You can make it up to her later. The shorter goddess simply let out a huff as the staff came in with a menu for Loki Familia. Though it was less of a menu and more of a list for the entrees. Beef, fish, or vegetarian. Each with a bare bones explanation. The beef was a grilled dish, the fish a baked dish, and the vegetarian dish was a stew. You're serving vegetarian entrees too? Loki asked. Demeter's been shoving a bunch of her produce our way, Hestia replied. Seems like the harvest's been good or something and we got a bunch of merchants and the like that bring in stuff from further away looking to us for long-term contracts. It's so hard being popular. Pfft, sure. Anyway, what do you recommend? You probably know by now that Archer's good at making pretty much anything, but he really shines at cooking fish, so why not try that? Hestia suggested. So Loki decided to go with that. Tiona made the same choice while the men went for the beef and the elves went for the vegetarian meal. As the orders were sent away, a maid came in with a drink cart, catching Loki's eyes immediately. Any of Goldie's stash in there? Loki asked as Gareth not so subtly leaned forward as well. He doesn't have so much that he's willing to share, Hestia replied before glancing to maid who nodded and hefted up a jar. That being said, Deai did share some of the wine she brought from her travels. Loki spotted said wine right away. It had a label that wasn't written in Koine and was completely unfamiliar to her. The wine that is. As a goddess, she could read the label. They all picked their drinks, though the two elves went with elf pure water since they were boring like that, and Loki helped herself to the taste after telling the maid to leave the bottle. Not bad, Loki said, picking up the bottle and reading the label again. Easily fits into the top 10% of the stuff found in Orario. Where did Deai find it? Dunno, but don't bother looking, Hestia replied. Deai said the place went out of business. What? With this good of a wine? How? She said something about the owners coming down with a horrible case of pillaged and death. Bah, what a waste. Loki muttered as Lefia and Riveria frowned. That's just how life was in Gakkai sometimes. Depressing. The small talk and dancing around the main subject continued a bit more until the doors opened again and Archer, wearing a white suit meant for chefs, came in with a cart holding several silver cloches on them. Good afternoon, dear guests, he said in a rather practiced fashion. Loki could tell he was enjoying himself and not just following Hestia's whims simply because she said so. Thank you for visiting our Familia Inn on this fine day. Well, aren't you looking smart? Gareth asked with a laugh. Archer's smile tilted slightly with wry amusement but directed the maids behind him to serve the dishes. As expected, the beef was a steak of some kind with roasted veggies. It used plenty of garlic as Loki could smell it from her seat. The veggie stew's broth was white in color with plenty of vegetables floating within. Both elves looked at the stew curiously and with a small sign of surprise. As for the fish, well, it certainly looked like a fish. A whole fish wrapped in a pie crust. Head, tail, and all. Curious, Loki cut right down the middle with her knife and saw that the inside wasn't a whole fish, but one that had been finely chopped up and mixed with some kind of greens that she couldn't tell at a glance. All the bones had been removed of course and the meticulously coated body had a slightly sticky texture that left her speechless. Well, almost. So you've been eating this good every day, huh? Loki asked Hestia who had dug into her own fish pie. Hardly, Hestia replied. This is a special meal after all. Archer, what is in this stew? Riveria asked. It tastes like cream but the smell and taste of milk is missing. I suppose you could technically call it a bean stew, Archer replied. A friend of the Familia pointed me to a supplier for some beans from the Far East and I tried soaking them in water before grinding and boiling them. It came out pretty well since I haven't done it before. If you'd like, I can pass along a recipe afterward. After they fork over some cash for it. Hestia cut in. The food may be free but your recipes aren't. Archer simply shrugged his shoulders in response as Riveria simply gave him a nod and thanks. When the dishes were about halfway finished, Hestia clapped her hands together a few times. All right girls, clear the room. The maids immediately bowed before walking toward the exit with Archer following them. Once the last of the maids were gone, Archer stepped out as well before shutting the door behind him. He was probably keeping guard from outside. Business in the middle of lunch? Loki asked. I certainly didn't call you here for pleasure, Hestia snapped back, nearly all traces of hospitality disappearing in an instant. You've got something you're not supposed to have up here after all. So this was going to be about Sleipnir after all, Loki thought as she took a sip of her drink. If you hand them over to me, I won't report it to the guild so you don't have to pay the fine, Hestia continued. Or you can hurry and fill in the paperwork as well as fork over the fee. That was the problem. As much as Loki wanted to keep the siren, 10 million Valis was nothing to sneeze at. They were still in the red from their previous expedition with both Tiona and Bet still up to their necks in debt. The recent dive into Knossos or whatever also didn't help matters as Tiona's sword was destroyed. Again. She could use the money Lefia brought home and donated from her little escort quest for Belle Cranel. Heaven knew there was more than enough for it, but that felt extremely irresponsible and should be used to prepare for another battle against Evilus instead of on one single siren. She didn't seem to want to move out though, Loki replied. Said that she liked her room. Hestia frowned a bit at that and Loki decided to just go ahead and dive into the deep end. So this is what you and Aranos have been planning, huh? Not me. I only just got here, remember? That was right. Has it even been a year since Hestia came to Orario? Then this meant this was Aranos's project and he got Hestia to come aboard after all. No doubt thanks to her suspicious spirit heroes. Do you want to know how deep our rabbit hole goes? Hestia asked after a moment of silence. You may find more than just minotaurs in this one. Loki turned to look at her adventurers who looked back at her in turn. It was her decision as the patron goddess of Loki Familia. One more drop into the deep end she supposed. XXXXX. Belle hurried down the street toward the hostess of fertility. With Lily asking to take over his chores for some reason, Belle was free to check on Cyr to make sure she made it back okay. The hostess operated as a cafe for regular citizens during the day and saw some business, but it was obvious that the real money was made by the adventurers that came in during dinner hours. The pub was currently rather sparse, only about half full compared to how it was always nearly filled to the brim during the dinner hours. This was good for Belle as that meant he wouldn't be intruding on them for wanting to talk. Though he suspected that he would be made to order something anyway as a price for taking them away for a talk. But when he peered through the window, he couldn't find Cyr anywhere. What's wrong, boy? The matron, Mia Grand, asked as she stepped outside. A bit early ain't ya? Or are you just coming in for a snack? I wanted to apologize again for getting Cyr involved in some trouble last night, Belle began only for Mia to laugh. Bah, the only thing you have to apologize for is for giving her too much of a good time, the dwarf replied. Too distracted to work, so she took another day off and decided to hole herself in with some books. Books, hey. Was she looking for a book to recommend to him, or was she reading up on heroes after he and Haruheim had more or less dominated the conversation last night with Lefia offering her own opinions here and there? He supposed he shouldn't have ignored her like that, but it was the first time he had met someone, other than his servants, that knew about heroes as much as he did. Even more so actually, as her knowledge extended to other fairy tales as well. Well, don't just stand there, Mia said, interrupting Belle's thoughts. Come on in and order something. There was no way he was physically able to refuse her, so he could only allow himself to be dragged in and seated. Naya? Long time no see, boy. Came the black-haired cat person's cry. We thought you had abandoned your favorite eating hole. Have I come here often enough for it to be called my favorite? Belle couldn't help but ask. Have you ever gone anywhere else to eat? Chloe asked. That one bar before the war game. I don't remember the name right now. Have you gone back there since? No. Then this is clearly your favorite. Somehow, that line of logic seemed impossible to argue with. Then, can I get a half? No, make it a full sandwich with the soup. While Cyr was gone, the other human waitress was still working alongside the other cat person waitress. However, the last of the five was nowhere to be seen. Was she also taking a break? The only other time he recalled Cyr and Ryua being missing at the same time was when they went undercover to the Grand Casino. Considering the chaos last night, however, it was unlikely Cyr had any time to forcefully stick herself into Ryua's plans like before though. Just as Chloe came back with his order, Ryua also appeared from the back of the house. In Belle's opinion, the elf looked haggard and exhausted, almost as though she had seen a ghost. Or, well, one that was haunting her at least. Her skin was paler than usual with extremely obvious black bags under her eyes, as if she hadn't had any sleep for days. Her eyes were also unfocused as though she was trapped in some sort of horrific memory. Perhaps it was because they were both elves, but her condition reminded Belle a lot of Primo after they had escaped from the dungeon after being attacked by the unknown monsters. Only it seemed a lot worse. The problem was that he wasn't sure he was close enough to Ryua to ask about her condition. Maybe if Cyr was around to break the ice, but... Belle quickly shook his head. There were too many things to worry about right now. He needed to focus or else he'd never get anything done. The metaphor of chasing two hares came to mind here. Once he figured out what he wanted to do with Haruim's problem, he could come back and ask Seer or Ryu herself what happened another day. When the food arrived, courtesy of Chloe, Belle was happy to see that it had already been cut in half. He picked up one half and held it under the table where it quickly left his hand. The waitress blinked in surprise before glancing under the table where she spotted Assassin cheerfully munching on the half sandwich. "When the heck did you come in?" Assassin curiously glanced up at the waitress. "We were always here." Chloe's mouth hung open for a moment before she pressed a hand against her forehead. "Oh right, you have some hiding skill that can even fool a Chianthrope's nose Naya." The cat person muttered, no doubt referring to Assassin's performance during the war game. "Didn't think it would fool mine too." Assassin could only tilt her head to the side as Chloe walked away. "You should sit properly, Jack," Belle said, pointing to the chair across from him. "No. We can't protect Mommy if people know we're here." It was hard to take her declaration seriously when she had already exposed herself and had sauce around her mouth, but Belle decided to humor her all the same. Once they were finished their small meal, Belle left the payment on the table and left the pub. "We need to make money and fast," Belle said to himself as he walked down the street. "Should I go to the casinos again?" It would be the fastest way to go about it, but he didn't feel comfortable going alone. He wasn't afraid of getting robbed since he, as a level 3, could beat back almost anyone who tried, but he was afraid of getting tricked somehow. Depending on where he went, there might be someone trying to rig a game or something, and Belle wasn't confident in his ability to spot it should it happen. "Mommy, it's that dumb god again." Assassin's voice sounded next to his ear while she was dematerialized, and Belle looked up to see Hermes standing in the shade of a tree. "Why yo Belle," Hermes said with a wave of his feathered hat. "Lord Hermes." Belle wasn't sure he wanted to see Lord Hermes after he ditched them last night and caused a horde of Amazons to chase after them, but for some reason, he was looking rather pale and worried about something. Maybe he was feeling guilty about it. "You look like you got something troubling you," Hermes continued. "I don't know if it's enough to make up for what happened last night, but maybe I can hear you out? Even if I may not look like it, I'm still a god after all." "Well, don't worry. I swear on my divinity that everything you say will remain between us. I won't even tell Asfi about it." "All right then. XXXXX. Considering the circumstances, it wasn't something that could easily be said out in the open. And so, Hermes led Belle to a small store he often used for private meetings with clients, and the owner knew how to keep his mouth shut so long as Hermes bought a drink for the room. Once seated, Hermes placed an order and Belle told him about what happened the other night. "I see," Hermes said with a nod. "So you met a prostitute who had just about the worst luck in the world, and you want to find a way to make enough money to redeem her contract and free her. Not just because you're a good person, and I must say I'm proud of you for that, but also because Takemi Kazuchi and his familia know her too." "Yes, more or less." "Well, I heard you made a mint when you went to the casino," Hermes said, leaning back against his chair as the door opened and the owner brought in their drinks. Once he left, Hermes continued speaking. "What do you say about coming with me to make more money?" "I'd rather think of a way that doesn't risk losing money in the process," Belle replied. "That so? I guess Hestia would kill me if I took you there alone anyway." With a shrug, Hermes took a sip of his drink again. "Well, if the fast and easy route is no go, then the only real answer would be to take on quests, right?" "Ah. That was right. It was just like when they got swarmed with job offers after the war game. Things like the photo shoot and the cooking show were rather odd jobs that took advantage of their familia's popularity, but they paid rather well. Of course, the absolute easiest way I think would be to have Welf Krazo make a magic sword and sell it," Hermes said bluntly. "If you entrust it to me, I'm sure I can find a buyer in a day or two." That was also an option, but Welf still wasn't sure on making them to sell. "It seems so obvious now that you say it," Belle said as Hermes let out a chuckle. "I don't know why I was trying to figure things out on my own. Weren't you trying to think of a plan to present to Hestia and Takemi Kazuchi? Don't worry about it too much." "Thank you, Lord Hermes. Also, can I ask about something else?" "Of course. Is it okay to help someone who doesn't want to be saved?" Hermes didn't answer right away. Instead, he took another long sip of his drink as his eyes locked onto Belle with a nostalgic smile. Almost as though he was amused at some kind of inside joke. "Are we talking about the prostitute?" he asked. "Yes. She said she was someone who didn't deserve to be saved. And do you agree? Of course not. Then there's your answer. Was it really that simple? You don't look completely convinced. Castor said that helping someone who doesn't ask for it would just cause trouble. That you would just force your own selfishness upon them. Especially when they're from another familia. All it would do is end up bothering your own. It was one of the king's first lessons to Belle. All the way back when they were figuring out what to do with Lily and her problems in Soma Familia. Not to mention that any trouble could delay helping the Zenos even more. Isn't that fine? Hermes asked. I think heroes are inherently selfish people. After all, it's not like most of them can just ask their princesses if they want to be rescued before setting off to rescue them. Do you think Argonaut had a chance to ask Princess Ariadne if he could go and rescue her from the Minotaur? Yes, and she said no. And the attempt was made anyway. Belle quickly shook his head. I'm sure you already know it deep down without me having to tell you, but I want to say it anyway. It is from their emotions and desires that mortals draw their strength. Don't let anyone else tell you how to live your life. Belle's eyes remained locked on the smiling god's face as he didn't know what to say to that. Well, you don't have to listen to me if you don't want to, Hermes said as he leaned back in his chair and threw his feet on top of the table. I'm saying things in direct contrast to your captain after all. No, I think Castor would say the same thing, the last part anyway, Belle replied as Hermes chuckled. He does seem rather philosophical, doesn't he? Well, as one last favor, is there anything more you can tell me about this prostitute you are hoping to help? I can ask around for more information if you want. Well, her name is Sanyano Haruheim. She's in her late teens, and is a Renard. Renard. Hermes's smile seemed to stiffen as the mood seemed to shift. Is there something wrong with that? Belle asked as Hermes averted his eyes. Lord Hermes. It looks like I put myself in an awkward position, Hermes muttered before turning back to Belle. Now, I shouldn't do this, but I did say I would help. See, when I met you and the girls last night, I was delivering a special package for Ishtar. Special package? It's a huge taboo for a deliveryman to reveal the contents of his client's order. Something I'm sure little Gina will tell you, a deliveryman that can't keep their clients' secrets will soon find himself out of a job. Belle suddenly felt extremely worried. He didn't want to cost the god or his familia, but he felt as though he needed to hear it, if only to add information to Castor that he could use in the future. I delivered an item called a killing stone. Belle returned the declaration with a confused stare. Judging from Hermes' seriousness, he guessed that it was probably something either dangerous or serious, but he had no idea what its purpose was. Considering the context, it definitely had to do with Haruheim, but what? I can't say any more than that, Hermes said as he adjusted his hat over his head and stood up. I hope things work out. And with that, Hermes left some coins on the table before taking his leave. XXXXX. I knew it, but hearing it straight out like that is still unbelievable. How do you think? Hestia sipped her drink as she watched Loki rub her forehead. The dwarf and older elf had their arms crossed and seemed to be deep in thought, while the other adventurers just looked on blankly, unsure of what to say. Still, that Aura knows, he has some big dreams, huh? Loki muttered as she took a sip as well. You too? Really? I just felt that it was natural, Hestia replied. Most of us were happy when we saw that mortals of different races could get along, right? What's one more? Even though we consider monsters humanity's enemy? The dwarf asked. Only because most monsters are more or less weapons the dungeon used to kill you, right? Hestia asked back. And isn't there a saying that it's stupid for adventurers to hate monsters for killing you when you go into their home to kill them in the first place? The blonde elf slowly nodded her head to Hestia's question. Yeah, you got a point, Loki conceded. I guess the biggest problem would be when the kids hesitate to kill monsters on the off chance they're a Xenos or whatever. I don't think it will be that big of a problem, Hestia replied. Unfortunately, the children kill each other all the time for a variety of reasons, right? Even mine and yours have. Yeah, the dungeon has always been kill or be killed. Guess that won't make any difference. And they already said to my Belle to not worry about finding a Xenos that is hostile. Just focus on surviving, or something like that. You should tell the same to your own children. Tell them to prioritize their own lives if they come across a lone Xenos that wants to fight. They sure sound practical, the older elf said. They must have met others like them that didn't care to join their group or were hostile without giving them the chance to talk it out. Still, 10 million apiece, that's gonna take years, isn't it? Loki asked. Even my kids can't do something like that easily. I mean, we can, but all the extra costs pile up and take most of it. The downside of being successful, huh? I totally get it. A good chunk of her earnings went directly back into paying for it too. Food supplies, water bills, employee salaries. It was enough to make her head spin at times. Especially when not even half a year ago she barely had 2 valas to rub together. Ah, no good. Her mind was getting sidetracked again. So, what are you going to do with this information? Hestia asked. Know that Auranos and Ganesha aren't going to be happy if you get in the way. Of course, that goes for me too. Yeah, save the threats, I don't particularly care about the Zenos other than Sleipnir. Not enough to help or to get in your way. You talk to Ganesha into letting me keep her without paying that stupid fee and I'll make sure my kids keep their mouths shut. Will all of them be able to? Only the group that went into Gnosis know that she can talk. Everyone else just thinks she's bait to draw out a part of Evilus. Finn made sure of it, and if they reveal themselves we can smash them. That only helps you, right? Yeah, but my FIA, the Harpy, was put up by Castor as bait as well, but they haven't bitten at all. My guess is that whoever is leading that branch has cut their losses. Or maybe they're all dead. I doubt we're that lucky. It would have been nice if Berserker had gotten that person or whatever his name was, but, well, it was probably bad for a goddess to wish for a mortal to get killed by a monster no matter what the circumstances. Well? Loki asked, snapping Hestia's attention back to her. That depends on the siren, Hestia replied. If she wants to stay with you then I'll work something out. So ask her if she wants to stay with you, come to live with me where we're planning to bring up the other Zenos eventually, or return to the dungeon and live with the other Zenos. Send either Mr. Human there or the younger Miss Elf with the answer. That way Hestia could get the truth from them and not have to guess if Loki was telling the truth or not. Even if Hestia had never met the siren, it was important to know that she would be happy, wherever she ended up living. Fine, Loki said with a wave of her hand. I want her to be comfortable as well. How would we explain that she can talk to everyone else though? The human asked. We don't really need to. We'll just move her room next to mine and say no one except the people here can go near her. Aki, and the others know how to stay quiet after all. Already deciding that she's gonna live with you, huh? Hestia asked wryly. Hey, this is the most interesting thing I've seen since I came down here. You bet I want to see how this plays out. Well, can't fault you for that. XXXXX. After leaving the shop, Bell started making his way home. He needed information about the Killing Stone and the fastest way to get it was to ask someone from the Far East. Thankfully, there were 4 of them living at his home right now, with one of them being a god. There was also a chance that Karen or Gina might know since the 2 of them traveled a lot as part of their previous familias. But for some reason, he couldn't help but have a sinking feeling at the bottom of his stomach. As though the information was something he would wish he had never heard. Mommy, Assassin's voice whispered into his ear once more. Some people are coming here. Bell turned around just in time to see a Hume bunny and a Renard coming toward him. See, it is him, the Renard said, sounding and looking a bit familiar. Can't miss that hair and eyes anywhere. I still don't see why people call him a rabbit. The Hume bunny muttered. Anyway, Moonlit Dawn, nice to see you again. Again. Bell replied before it clicked in his head. Ah. You're the girls from Soma Familia. I can't tell if it's good or bad that you recognize us, the Renard muttered. Now, Momiji. It makes it easier for us to make our delivery after all. Delivery. Kaed's talking about this, the Renard, Momiji, replied. She held up a package wrapped in dark blue cloth. It's a special gift for Sir Saber. Saber? Why? Bell couldn't think of any reason for Saber to have gotten involved with Soma Familia, or any opportunity to for that matter. Did he not say anything? Kaed asked in surprise. It sounded like it was important. Our Familia was on an expedition for the last few days, Bell explained. Saber was one of the few left behind to hold the fort. The girls shared a glance at that before putting their heads together to whisper to themselves. Bell tried very hard not to listen, but his level 3 hearing made it all too easy to make out what they were saying. What do you think? Kaed asked. Moonlit Dawn's the Familia vice captain, right? Momiji asked. He should be aware of what Sir Saber was doing. Maybe they weren't specifically there to rescue anyone and them saving Coco was just a coincidence not worth specifically mentioning in a report. Coco did say that he and his elf companion went back underground once they got them safe. With that, Bell managed to get enough of a picture to figure out what was going on. Then again, it didn't feel like they were particularly trying to keep their voices down to begin with. They were definitely talking about what had happened when Castor and the other male servants assaulted the Evil Us base. About why the two of you were here? Bell asked, trying to lead the conversation back on track. Ah, right. Momiji said quickly as the two turned back toward him. Anyway, we were hoping that you would pass this gift on to Sir Saber for us. Was there a reason you couldn't give it to him yourselves? Bell asked. Well, we tried going to your Familia home but there's no doorbell and no one answered when we called out, Kaed replied. And it's not like we know where your members hang out or anything. We also tried going to your inn to see if your goddess is there but got turned away since she's hosting a private event there or something. Right. Bell nodded, knowing that his goddess was talking to Loki Familia about the Xenos today. Is that Coco person okay? Was she hurt and unable to make the delivery herself? Nah, she's totally fine, Kaed replied. Well, except for her heart anyway. Of all the people to get your first crush on, it had to be one half of the most infamous couple in Orario. What a painful experience, in many different ways. Best to keep it a secret from Lancer. So that's why we have to ask you to make the delivery for us. I understand, Bell replied, accepting the package. I'll make sure he gets it. Please and thank you. As Bell eyed Momiji's tail swaying happily at a job well done, his previous conversation with Hermes snapped back in mind. Miss Momiji, do you mind if I ask something kind of personal? Are you looking for a date even though your Familia is full of beautiful women and cute girls? The Renard asked with a sly and appropriately foxy smile. And no, it's nothing like that. I heard from a god that came from the Far East that Renards were usually nobility. So I was wondering about that. Yeah, it's usually true, Momiji replied before gesturing toward her clothes. My family runs a shrine back home so you could say we are some form of nobility. Then, are you familiar with the Sanyano family? Not personally but I am familiar in that they could be described as the stereotypical stuck-up kind of nobles. That being said, they still do keep up the old tradition in worshipping the great goddess Amaterasu. Why did you want to know about them? Did they contact your Familia in some way? Not exactly. It's just that, the god I mentioned earlier is a friend of my goddess and he was searching for the Sanyano family's daughter after learning she was sold to Orario. Ha! Momiji stared at Bell as if he had grown a second head. Sold? Really? As in like a product? How did that happen? From what I heard, she went and ate a shrine offering to that goddess in her sleep. Supposedly. The offering was missing and the crumbs were found on her person. Just that? Kaed asked. Yes. Apparently they wanted to do something worse but a merchant who was visiting as a guest at the same time offered to buy her instead. The two girls glared daggers at Bell who could only weakly nod his head to show that he understood and agreed at how suspicious it sounded. I see, Momiji finally said. I'll keep an eye out for her then. Do you have a description? Blonde hair, green eyes, about 10 centimeters shorter than me, Bell listed off. Got it. Oh, and one more thing. Yes. Do you know what a killing stone is? The moment the question left Bell's mouth, all the blood drained from Momiji's face even as Kaed tilted her head in confusion. The next instant, just as Bell blinked, the Renard launched herself at Bell in a rage. For the second time in 2 days, Bell's arms shot forward as he snatched an equally furious assassin out of the air and pulled her away from Momiji before she could hurt her while Kaed quickly grabbed her friend as well. Jack. Stop. Bell said as assassin quickly fell limp in his arms again while Momiji showed no sign of calming down. Momiji, what the heck? Ka-ed shouted only to be elbowed in the face by the squirming Renard and shot forward to grab Belle by the front of his shirt. "Where did you hear those words?" she demanded. "Where?" Of course, being younger, shorter and weaker than Belle, her attempts at intimidation didn't faze Belle at all, but her sheer fury was enough to give Belle pause. "I heard it from someone who said they delivered one to someone in Orario," Belle said as Momiji started shaking his shirt furiously to the point that he was glad it was made out of salamander wool so he didn't have to worry about it tearing. The difference between their status also meant that only the fabric was being shaken around. "Who? Where? When? Calm down, girl," Ka-ed snapped as she placed a hand on Momiji's shoulder to try and calm her down. "You're making a scene. You don't understand." Momiji snapped back. "Do you know what a killing stone is?" "Clearly not, or else he wouldn't be asking you of all people. So explain it to him rather than just shout at him. So explain it properly." Momiji's glare didn't disappear, but she nodded as she started dragging Belle toward an alley. Belle left Jack at the entrance to keep watch. "So," Ka-ed began. "How bad are we talking here? Seeing as I never heard of it, is it some secret nobility thing?" Even though she was prompted and given a chance to explain herself, Momiji looked hesitant. "It's not exactly one," Momiji explained to the other two. "It's something that has to deal with my people." She then glanced at Belle. "Seeing as he's part of your familia, you should be familiar with the legend of Krazo's magic swords, correct?" "Of course. Seshowski, or killing stones, are similar that way. They take a Renard's magic power and seal it in the stone, which then shatters into multiple shards as it can't hold all that power. Let's say the stone was used on you and I and Ka-ed receive its shards. We would then be able to use that super short chant magic you used during the war game without needing the magic to be written into our Falna. Each shard would have the same power as the original magic and no chant or trigger is needed. You only need to will it for the magic to exist." Ka-ed let out an impressed whistle at that as Belle realized the implication. Each shard would essentially be magic stone that would never break. Some kind of twisted reimagining of Welf's dream. One could probably equip an army with that kind of power. Just like how the Krazo magic swords were used in the past. But considering its name, it sounds like the one whose magic is sealed doesn't get off easy, huh? Ka-ed asked. "It is worse than it sounds. The Seshowski is made out of a toba stone and a tamamo stone. A toba stone is an ore that magically reacts to moonlight, kind of like how tigers and werewolves can use the moon's light to increase their physical prowess. Such a thing did sound useful, but not somewhere like Orario where the dungeon never sees the light of the moon. And, a tamamo stone. A tamamo stone is used by my people to boost our magical power. By itself it sounds harmless, but they are made from the ashes of the dead. Made from desecrated graves of my kin. Of course its creation is outlawed." The blood drained from the other two's faces at the information as they glanced at each other. "By combining the two items, you create a Seshowski. And it's not just the magic that is taken from the Renard, but their soul as well. What's left of them becomes nothing but an empty shell as the stone shatters and its shards used as weapons from any other race. Was it knowledge given to your ancestors by the gods?" Belle asked, but Momiji simply gave him a bitter smile. "No. It's been in use long before the gods descended. Humanity, it seemed, didn't need the gods' help to find cruel means to achieve even more power. If the shards were given back to the Renard, could they be turned back to normal?" Ka-ed asked. "Supposedly, yes. However, one couldn't predict how a stone could shatter after all. It could be in several pieces, and if any were lost, the Renard would be reduced to little more than a child or an infant in mentality." Momiji then stared deeply at Belle to the point that he felt she was looking right through him. "I do not know if it is the Sanyano girl that is the intended target or some other, but nothing good can come from whoever has such a thing." Belle hadn't said anything about Haruhi being the target, but it seemed like Momiji managed to put things together. "All right then," Ka-ed said quickly as she clapped her hands before placing them on Momiji's shoulders. "Seeing as you have magic as well, let's get you home before someone gets the nasty idea to do something to you." "I'll." As the two girls made to leave, Belle found his voice leaving his throat. The girls stopped and turned back to look at him. However, he couldn't say anything more. He couldn't promise anything. In his mind's eye, Castor's glare prevented him from speaking out. The words he had spoken back when the two of them along with Archer were discussing how to help Lily. However, Momiji met his eyes for a long moment before she broke the hold and lowered herself into a perfect 90-degree bow. Although she didn't say anything, Belle could feel all the emotions and wishes that were being expressed with that single gesture. She held the gesture for almost a full minute before straightening out and walking away with Kaed behind her. Belle didn't even know if Haruheim was the intended target or if she even had any magic to begin with. But due to the rarity of Renards and Orario and that Castor himself had said he had only seen two, Belle felt that there couldn't be any other target. Welf's fear of magic swords reaching the wrong hands was coming true in a way different than what he had imagined, but it was happening nonetheless. Castor had said that one should not act to save someone who did not ask to be saved. But what if someone else wished for that person to be saved? To protect Orario's future as part of Hestia Familia's contract with Aranos and Fels, as well as the soul of a single girl, he needed to find a way to stop Ishtar Familia's plans. Or, at the very least, get Castor to speed up his own. With a way forward in his eyes, Belle headed back to grab Assassin and the two of them ran back toward the manor. Chapter 60, A Heroic Flame. The sun was already setting when Belle and Assassin returned to the Hearthstone Manor. "We're back," Belle called out as he entered the main building. He could hear some chatter from the kitchen and dining room as well as the sound of the stoves burning. Had the goddesses group returned as well? "Ah, Belle! Welcome back!" But it wasn't the goddess who greeted him. It was Emma, who was on her feet and without her casts. She was currently placing her arms around a teary-eyed elf who was absolutely refusing to be pulled away from her waist. One blink later and a white and black shadow was added to the other side. "And welcome back to you too, Jack," Emma said with a laugh as both Jack and Primo tightened their hugs on the taller girl. "Emma, you're okay?" Belle asked quickly as he ran up to her. "Did Fels stop by?" "Yeah," Emma replied with a nod. "It was a bit scary but they fixed my arms right up. So high five." She held her hand up to Belle expectantly but Belle could only look at it apprehensively. As such, he could only warily raise his hand but couldn't find it in him to actually finish the gesture. Seeing his hesitance, Emma simply smiled as she forcefully brought her hand against his in a loud smack, which echoed in the corridor. "See?" she said, pointing to her hand. "All better?" "Yeah." "And Ryder?" Doing all the cooking before Archer could get home, came the sly reply and accompanying grin. All the stress accrued within the past several days seemed to fade away as the realization and relief sank in. Belle quickly stepped around the girls, to Emma's soft giggle, and headed toward the kitchen, only to stop in the middle of the living room when he noticed Castor sitting in the armchair. The king's eyes were closed as he seemed to be relaxing against it, having both of his arms on the armrests and with a drink sitting on a stool to his side. All thoughts of check-in on Ryder went out his ear as the memory of the earlier meeting slotted itself at the forefront of his mind. But as he walked up to the king, ready to plead and beg for help, Castor held up a finger to halt and silence him before he could even open his mouth. "Hold your tongue, mongrel," he said. "Wait until the war god and his ilk to return, lest you force me to listen to you twice." Well, on the bright side, he was willing to hear him out at least. Seeing that he wasn't being rejected outright and that he wasn't going to make any more headway right now, Belle quickly hurried into the kitchen where Ryder was cooking. The servant was happily humming to herself as she dexterously pulling apart and deboning a bird of some sort with Gina tending to a large pot on the stove behind her. Ryder looked up from her work a moment before she had came into Belle's view. After cleaning her hands, she walked over toward Belle before he could say anything and placed her hands, both of them, on his cheeks with her thumbs gently stroking the area between his eyes and cheeks. "Come now, no need for that face," she said gently. "Smile. Everything's all better now." "Yes." It was all he could say as a smile came to his face more naturally than he expected. It wasn't a perfect reset to before the expedition. The trauma and horror they all suffered were still fresh in their minds but the scars would fade and they could move forward from it. XXXXX. A few hours later, Takemi Kazuchi and his familia returned to the manor just before Hestia did. Seeing both her adventurers healed had caused Hestia to start bawling as she threw her arms around both Emma and Ryder's necks, foregoing any dignity of a goddess that she might have, causing Castor to have a complicated expression on his face. "Restrain yourself, Goddess Hestia," Castor said with a tired sigh full of disappointment. It is unbecoming of a goddess to shed tears over something as minor as a healed injury. Who cares about dignity at a time like this? Hestia said as Ryder held a handkerchief in front of her, allowing the goddess to blow her nose. Everyone's all healthy again. You need to because the boy has something new to share regarding the Renard. Takemi Kazuchi Familia's eyes shot to Belle almost immediately. What is it, Belle? Takemi Kazuchi asked. Did you have an idea to make money fast? No, it's not good news at all, Belle replied softly, and a worrisome atmosphere settled upon the two familias. Belle then recalled the conversation he had with Momiji and Kaed earlier in the day, and Takemi Kazuchi's face was white as a sheet. Assess Houski. Takemi Kazuchi muttered into his hand. His expression so heavy that wrinkles were appearing around his eyes and mouth. Curse you, Ishtar. His familia members were no less agitated at the revelation. Because hands were clenched into fists and small drops of blood were leaking out while Chigusa was covering her mouth with both hands. Mikoto, however, was more proactive in her worry, with it having taken the form of fury instead. How ludicrous! The young woman shouted. The only reason she would be using such a thing is if she was trying to start a war. Yes. Takemi Kazuchi agreed as he slowly leaned back in his seat. And there's only one person that could be her target. Freya, right? Hestia said, but it was less of a question and more of a confirmation. Belle chanced to glance toward Welf, and his reaction was much like he suspected. The smith was grinding his teeth together with such ferocity that there was a chance they would turn into dust, and his fists were clenched nearly as tightly as Uka's, with his bones cracking rather audibly, to the point that Gina placed her hand on his in worry. Are you all not leaping to conclusions? Castor's unconcerned voice sliced through the atmosphere in a way only a king could. Before one acts, one must gather enough information to make decisions in a calm and rational manner, Castor said, folding his hands in his lap with one leg over the other. All you know right now is that the Renard is a simple prostitute, and that the killing stone allows the dissemination of a Renard's sorcery into those who hold onto its shards. Thus the first question you must answer is this: what kind of sorcery does she possess for Ishtar to use such a thing, if she has any at all? She might. The one who answered that was not Belle nor anyone from Takemi Kazuchi Familia. Instead, all eyes were on Archer. A magic that unconditionally increases the power of an individual adventurer, Archer continued as he recalled some distant memory. Back then, back during our vacation to Milan, one of the Berbera was fighting on an even field with Ace Wallenstein, a level 6. Indeed, Saber added, his eyes widening also slightly. None in Ishtar Familia have such high a level. Their captain is only level 5 and was the one fighting her. A blonde Renard was on the field at that time, and a good portion of their number were focused on protecting her and prioritized getting her to safety when the tables had turned. A magic buff that can produce an effect akin to a level up? Hestia asked, gathering the information together to make sense in her head. Where the heck did Ishtar get a cheat like that? At a slave market, Castor replied dully, ignoring Hesita's glare to glare at the other male servants instead. Yet this provides the answer you seek. The soul of a single girl to give your army the ability to level up, even if only a temporary one, any time they wish? A completely unbalanced exchange that any would make in a heartbeat. Certainly, in a world where people lived under the fear of monsters and the dungeon, one would give up the soul of a single person to power up the strongest of adventurers in a heartbeat. If such power were in the hands of Loki Familia, they could turn their 7-level SIXS into level 7s and completely destroy Evilus in a flash. Instead, the power was in the hands of a goddess with a bone to pick with Freya Familia. You can only say that so easily if you're not the one being sacrificed or have no connection to the one being sacrificed, Ryder countered, to which Castor merely shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps, he seemed to agree. How likely is it that Lady Ishtar would use such a thing to fight against Lady Freya? Primo asked, raising her hand. I mean, the rumors all say that she doesn't really like her, but if there is any chance Ishtar can take to get one up on Freya, she'd take it in a heartbeat, Takemi Kazuchi replied, and Hestia nodded her head in agreement. If Haruheim really does have such magic, then there's no way Ishtar would give her up normally. Which meant the plan of simply buying her contract was dead in the water. And so? Castor asked again. What foolish request are you going to make to solve this pointless dilemma? Are you going to suggest infiltrate Ishtar Familia and squander her away, never to see the light of day again in fear of Ishtar's and her ilk finding her? There's no need to beat around the bush, Castor, Ryder said, folding her arms and frowning. What you're saying is that short of forcing Ishtar and her familia out of Orario, this Haruheim girl won't ever be safe, right? Obviously, Castor replied with a tired nod. I suspect getting a hold of the killing stone is neither a cheap nor simple affair. Especially not when she hired the resources of Hermes' familia to do so. But do not think for even 1 second that the guild will overlook at the destruction of one of the most profitable areas of Orario. The fines they will leverage against both Hestia familia and Takemikazuchi familia will be extensive should you choose to do something that threaten the economy and livelihood of the city. And I do not believe either of you can afford such things. Though it sounded as though he was talking to the two deities, Castor shot Bell a glare before his eyes shifted toward the window. Bell followed the gaze and saw that Berserker and Fia were peeking inside, no doubt curious as to what everyone was arguing about. The both of you have promised to support the lives of countless other individuals, Castor said finally, leaning back in his seat. Will you jeopardize and ruin all of that for the sake of a single useless child? What makes you call her useless? Ryder demanded. A fool that laments their position and makes no attempt to escape, call for help, or resist it is nothing more than useless baggage. If she neither has the courage to save her soul via death nor to beg for help, then what other purpose does she have other than to be offered as a sacrifice to her goddess's ambitions? Though they was his own words, Castor's scowl worsened at the thought of someone being sacrificed to Ishtar. Though Bell wasn't sure if it was the sacrifice part or if it was specifically because it was to Ishtar. Surely it was both? In any case, there is nothing any one of you can do that will not bring massive ramifications to the city or the two familias, Castor concluded. To attack Ishtar familia means to bring the wrath of the guild down in the form of penalties and fines, which you have no choice to follow lest you be declared a dark familia and be blacklisted, and if Ishtar survives, your dependents will suffer in retaliation, no matter where they are. That woman will only bring ruin to you if you attempt to save her. As he leaned back in his seat again, Castor suddenly turned a sharp gaze toward the two servants who had been standing quietly back of the room. What is it? He demanded. Do you have something to say? No, Saber replied softly from where he was standing with Lancer, the latter of which was looking away while digging her nails into her arm. You know, for someone who spent so much time planning Ishtar's ruin, it's strange to see you so reluctant to take this opportunity to do so, Hestia pointed out. I will tear her down from her debauched throne on my own terms and for my own purpose. Not for some mongrel girl. And none of you have anything of value that you are willing to offer in order to change my mind. With that, Castor simply leaned into his seat with both arms on the rests and shut his eyes. It was a sign that he would hear no more arguments from anyone. Save for Castor, all eyes turned Gina as she timidly spoke up despite the harsh and heavy atmosphere. Is the difficult talk done? She asked. The table's been set so. Right, Hestia said quickly with a nod before turning to her fellow deity. You said that the killing stone thing needs the full moon to work, right? Yes. The defeated-looking war god replied, unsure where she was going with her line of questioning. Then we still have a few days to think about a plan, Hestia said. You got hit with a 1-2 punch of learning that that child is here and then about this killing stone. So you need some time to calm down and think about what to do next. She also turned to the members of Takemikazuchi familia. That goes for the three of you too. I know you want to help your friend, but if you just rush in without a plan, then you'll blow your chance of helping anyone. So let's all have dinner, get a good night's sleep, then think carefully about what to do starting tomorrow. She then turned a tired gaze at Castor. And I'll do my best to convince this thick-headed king to offer even a little bit of help. To which the king could only let out a soft sigh as he foresaw the night of nagging that was about to come. One by one, the two gods and their adventurers started filing into the dining room, leaving Bell almost alone with his thoughts. Master. Lancer began. Are you all right? Lancer, what should I do? Bell asked back. He wanted to save Haruheim, but he couldn't think of a way that wouldn't cause massive problems down the line. If he disrupted their business, which something like mounting an attack on the pleasure district would definitely do, then the guild would sanction their familia as they sided with one of the biggest contributors to the city's economy. Even if Ishtar's Berbera had attacked them first, any counterattack from Hestia familia would have longer effects on the city through the district compared to the damage done to Deadless Street. If Hestia familia were to be sanctioned, or worse blacklisted, by the guild, then any hopes of helping the Zenos would die. Despite claiming repeatedly that he did not care about them, this was what Castor was stressing when he made his arguments about not helping Haruhi. But it wasn't just the Zenos. Primo's dream of becoming a great mage. Emma's desire to save her sister. Welf's goal of reaching Hephaestus. His familia had their own hopes and dreams that involved being within Orario. The lives and future of the Zenos. The hopes and dreams of his familia. Or the soul of a single girl. Castor and Haruhi herself had said that she would only bring ruin to them. And now Belle was acutely aware of how true that was. There was a chance that Ishtar would try to get her hands on Belle again, for whatever reason, but if Belle were Ishtar, he would wait to use the killing stone first to tip the scales in his favor before making another attempt. If only I let them catch me in the first place. Belle muttered. That way his servants would arrive in force and he may have been able to drag her away, if he had even found her in the first place. Master. Lancer began, drawing his attention to her. As I am merely your servant, I cannot ask you to act in any way in particular. However, I will say that everyone in the familia, your servants and your friends, hold you in the highest esteem. Whatever you wish for, we will come together to help you accomplish it. But am I really someone who deserves that as I am now? Belle thought but held his tongue and instead replied with a simple, thank you. XXXXX. And that's how it is. Lefia was with Loki in Sleipnir's room, going over the details of the intelligent monsters, the so-called Zenos, that they learned about earlier in the day. To be honest, her mind was still reeling about the fact. A whole society, however small it was, of talking monsters living in the frontiers and safe zones of the dungeon, out of sight of both adventurers and other monsters alike. It also explained the small nagging feeling in the back of her head of why the dungeon might have safe zones in the first place. People always assumed it was so it could lure in more adventurers to kill if they knew there were places where they could worry less about monsters popping in on them unannounced. But the new knowledge of the Zenos had made her feel that Hestia Familia's suggestion was closer to the truth. The safe zones were in fact for the Zenos to survive in. And so, would you like to meet them? Loki continued as Sleipnir was too busy looking dumbfounded at the confirmation/revelation to say anything. Yes. Sleipnir replied after a moment's hesitation. Although, I do not know if I don't want to go back into the dark dungeon now that you had the taste of fresh air. Loki supplied and the siren nodded. Yes, that's the one thing I know for sure, even if there are others like me. Yet, Hestia said that her Minotaur and Harpy are the same. And I think all the other Zenos are the same too, seeing as Hestia's planning on running herself ragged making money to bring them all up. Anyway, since you want to meet them, we'll have to wait for Hestia to send them a message first. Then we'll have Raoul and Lefia. Loki turned to look at her and Lefia nodded in confirmation and agreement. Go with them to meet the other Zenos. Thank you. So it was basically confirmed now that Loki Familia will be keeping a siren on base. Most of her fellows seemed fairly ambivalent to it all, chalking it up to Loki's deviancy again as they didn't know about the fact that she could talk. Which, to be fair, was true in many different ways. Sleipnir was very different from her normal counterparts that lived in the dungeon. Were it not for her injuries and scars, Lefia could say the siren was extremely beautiful, making her wonder if the dungeon made her that way, so different from her fellows, in order to make her seem more acceptable to the outside world. There just wasn't any reason that Lefia could think of for her to be so different otherwise. Lefia let out a long sigh. And all of this because that Belle couldn't help but help that Harpy when he and his familia were in Milan, Lefia thought. And speaking of helping people. Her thoughts went back to the previous night in the pleasure district and the Renard they met. Lefia could tell Belle desperately wanted to help her in some way but showed enough restraint to not interfere with the business of another familia. That waitress girl on the other hand seemed to want Belle to help in spite of his better judgment simply because she seemed amused at the thought. Even so, it wasn't as though she had any doubts of how such a rescue would go. She believed 100% that should Belle wish for it, his spirits would utterly destroy Ishtar Familia without a second thought. The after effects of such a thing, however. Lefia found another sigh escaping her lips as they left Sleipnir's room, causing Loki to turn toward her again. What's wrong? The goddess asked. They say that happiness leaves you with each sigh you know. No, I'm just worried that Hestia Familia may get into an altercation with Ishtar Familia after all, Lefia replied. especially considering that Belle Cranel definitely wanted to help that prostitute who helped us escape. I'm sure you're right, but it won't be that bad, Loki replied. I bet at worst Archer and Co will bust some of her ends up and piss her off to try and get her to agree to a war game, and then we'll have another show on our hands. That would be for the best, huh? Luffy Ya replied. I mean, there's no way the guild would just let them run roughshod over the entire district. And there's no way Hestia, who is trying to help the Zenos, would blow everything over a single girl. Loki then stopped in her tracks with her arms folded behind her head. That is, unless they found some proof that Ishtar was planning on doing something worse than chasing around Hestia's little rabbit in Deadless Street, Loki said, glancing out the nearby window. Like what? Luffy Ya asked. We never did find out why Kali came to this neck of the woods after all, Loki reminded her. It could just be a vacation, but in that case, why is she still here? Not to mention the Berbera were conveniently stopping Ace and the other girls from looking for you. Do you think that Lady Ishtar was conspiring with Lady Kali to attack Orario? Luffy Ya asked, eyes. It is a bit crazy, but considering Kali had 2 level SIXS and somehow had a level 5 match ace, even if the latter was cursed to be unable to use magic, it would be a powerful force multiplier. Do you think they are with Evilus then? Loki didn't answer right away. She seemed to be racking her brains to try and recall a distant memory, but it didn't seem to bear any fruit. I dunno. I wouldn't go that far. I think since she lives here too and they are trying to burn the place down, it might be indirectly in some way, like maybe she's funneling cash through them, or they were the ones that built that underground secret exit you used to get out of the pleasure district. But Luffy Ya nodded her head as Loki let out a sigh. In any case, go get some sleep. We had a long day after all, and I suspect that it's only going to get longer as we prepare to meet the Zenos. Who knows, maybe we can score some free monster parts from them or something. They said they had a unicorn, right? Certainly would explain how Ace got a horn way back when with that weird quest of hers. I don't think a single unicorn would be able to shed their horn that often to fulfill all of our needs, Luffy Ya said as Loki let out a laugh. Well, since your little casino trip, our finances aren't that bad anymore. With that, Loki dismissed Luffy Ya and the elf headed back to her room. Of course, there was a sinking feeling in her stomach that she would not be getting much sleep tonight. XXXXX. The world was fire and flame. In the depths of the earth lay a cavern located atop one of the natural peaks of the world. Within lay a great spirit, one tasked with carrying the departed souls of only the greatest of heroes to the heavens in preparation for the end. But they had gone against the will of the great god, and their powers were stripped and imprisoned within a jail of fire. Shackled and trapped within a state of suspended animation none too different from death, surrounded by flames crafted by the great god and placed in the depths of a cavern comparable to the hole in the center of the world, it was clear to all the extent of the great god's fury. But the great god had foreseen the future and told the spirit thus. Their destined hero would come and awaken them from their slumber, and profess his profound love for them. But the spirit held no hope of being rescued. They had resolved to rest like a corpse until the world came to an end, whether by disappearing under an endless tide of monsters or be drowned in ice and fire. But came he did. A hero born from the lineages of 2 kings, surpassing all others in skill and intellect, holding great skill in both the art of magic and hailed as the king that surpasses all noble warriors. A hero who wielded the cursed sword obtained by his kingly father. A hero who avenged said father by defeating the armies of his enemies. A hero who slew the evil dragon and claimed its heart, earning the wisdom and strength of the gods. A hero who stood gallantly before his enemies without ever sustaining a wound on his back. The hero crushed all that opposed him as he traversed the devil cave and entered the hall where the great spirit was shackled. Unhesitating. Unrelenting. A knight who none could deny was a true hero. Even though he too was aware of the future. He then reached the sleeping spirit, shackled and encased in mithril, and cut through. Through the flames and the mithril, symbolizing the goal of the gods, with the same calmness one would have in trimming one's nails. All traces of the prison was destroyed in one smooth motion, and the spirit lay fully bare in front of the hero. And as the great spirit awoke, she could only ask one thing. Why? It was a prophecy written by the gods and told through a wise sage. A hero would awaken the great spirit sleeping in the mountain, and the two would fall in love. The two would go on to accomplish many great deeds that would be passed down through legends. And in the end, she would take everything from the hero and bring about his ruin. The hero knew this and had came to aid them anyway. even though he too was aware of the future. Love is unnecessary on my path. Feelings are useless. I will continue until I carry out what I must do. Such were the words of the man who moved like a living ice sculpture. A knight that had the calm visage of a demon born from a glacier. Such words were said despite being in front of a great spirit, being said to hold the beauty second only to the gods. And yet she saw no emotion in his eyes. Though his words were released rationally, they were crude and, in her eyes, not very nice. He was determined to see his course through. It didn't matter what the sage or any of the gods said. The hero had simply done what he believed was his duty when faced with someone in need. I see. I'm relieved. Though she said this, tears formed in their eyes for the first time, like a mortal young woman being forcefully separated from her beloved. Even though she knew that countless disasters would follow their love, she could not help but cry when hearing the words "I will not love you" in front of her. Opposing the wise sage's prophecy is the rational course of action, however. As the hero's words trailed off, his icy expression broke. I can probably say that it was love at first sight. With one simple smile, her heart was pierced through. The great hero who never knew the love of a father, a mother, or even a god. The great spirit who was only ever supposed to move at the orders of a god. Two beings who never knew love, knew their love started at that very moment. That's not true. Came the weak retort as 1,000 new emotions swirled in the spirit's newly born heart. Even though their love would never last. Even though both were aware of the ruin that awaited them. Whatever regrets that awaited them, even when their bodies were enveloped in her blue flame. The hero would never regret saving the spirit. The spirit would never regret loving the hero. XXXXX. Bell Cranel's eyes snapped open from his sleep. His thoughts swirled for only a moment before he sat up and spun around to smash his fist into his pillow. Darn it! He spat out a soft curse that would nevertheless probably have caused Hestia to faint in shock. Even so, Bell continued to punctuate each punch into his pillow with his self-chastising curse. Darn it! As his fist pierced through the pillow and even the mattress of his bed, he hated how it took until now for him to keep to the words he shot at Hermes back in Primo's village. How can you call yourself a man if you can't even save one girl, was it? Even if it brought ruin in his future, he can't turn away at adversity. If he stopped following his heart just because he was unsure of the future, then why even try to be a hero in the first place? As he pulled his hand out of his bed, Bell headed to the one person he needed to see before making his case. XXXXX. The cool spring night nipped at Bell's heels as he stepped out into the backyard. He looked around for a moment before spotting Fia perched on top of the pavilion, staring at the nearly full moon above them. Fia. He began as he walked over to her. I want to apologize. For what? The harpy asked, not yet having turned to look at him. For what I'm about to do, Bell replied, lowering his gaze to his trembling fist. Clutching it in front of his chest with his free hand, he continued, it's probably, no, it's definitely going to make things harder for us to help your friends leave the dungeon after. But, I can't not do it, I know. You have to save that girl, right? Bell looked up to see the calmly smiling harpy right in front of him. It was a soft smile, but for some reason seemed like the biggest and brightest smile he had ever seen from her. I knew you'd do it, Fia said. After all, if you weren't the type of person to save everyone and anyone in trouble, you wouldn't have saved me, right? She extended her wing out to him and Bell saw in his mind's eye the crying and broken talking monster desperately reaching out to him from her steel prison. Once more he gently took the wing in his hands. Thank you, he said, bringing the wing up to his forehead in gratitude. Silly Bell, that's what I should be saying to you, Fia said as she took a step back from him and showed her teeth in another bright smile. But don't ever apologize for wanting to help people, okay? That's what I love best about you after all. XXXXX. When Bell stepped into Castor's dimly lit office without knocking, he was greeted with the sight of Hestia with her hands on the desk opposite of the king as if she had spent the last few hours since dinner trying to change his mind. Bell. What now? Castor demanded as Hestia stepped aside, allowing Bell to walk right up to the other side of the desk. Have you come to join this goddess in her useless sermons? Bell didn't answer right away. Instead, he simply raised his left hand up, showing the back of his hand to the king. Where two distinct red lines and one faded one in the shape of a flame could be seen. Castor's eyebrow raised slightly as the king's eyes bore into the command seals. I trust you understand what will happen if you infuriate me. He asked softly. I know, Belle replied with a short nod. But, this is the only way I can show you that I'm serious about this. The second seal lit up as Belle spoke. Hear me, my beloved heroes. Hestia took a step back just as Blue Wisp's lights began to swirl into the room. Berserker's massive form appeared first, taking a kneeling position at the door with the floorboards groaning under his massive size. Lancer appeared next, standing to the left, a small smile forming on her face as she stared at Belle's back. Ryder materialized by Lancer's side with her hand on her cheek and a wry smile of her own as if expecting the outcome. Berserker's hand then shot up to his shoulder as Assassin slid into view on top of it, using the Minotaur's hand to keep herself from sliding off. Her face was blank as if she wasn't sure what to think of what Belle was doing. Saber formed across from Lancer, to Berserker's right. The knight simply nodded his head, awaiting Belle's command. And finally, Archer appeared, arms crossed over his chest as he heaved an exasperated sigh. By the power of my command seal, I beseech my servants. Destroy Ishtar Familia by night's end. The words had been carefully chosen. It was already clear that Castor would not accept anything involving Haruhi specifically. But when Belle thought about it, it was strange that someone as prideful as Castor would have allowed Belle to keep something that could assume any sort of control over him, even symbolically. Belle had no doubt in his mind that a servant as powerful as Castor didn't have a way to resist or counteract the ability of the supposed Supreme Order of the Command Seal. He had also confirmed Belle's worries with his threat. Thus the only thing he could do was word it in a way that allowed him to give up the Command Seal as an offering in exchange for the destruction of Ishtar Familia. The magic contained within flashed red and illuminated the dimly lit office. The ticking of the clock in the room seemed to echo in the night before Castor made to respond to Belle's insolence. But Castor barely reacted at all. Belle had expected even a chuckle or sigh, but there was nothing at all. Even so, a complicated expression revealing countless emotions swirled within the king's form. Castor simply slid his seat back before placing both hands on his desk to push himself up and uttered three simple and quiet words. Very well then. And like that, the war was on.